Hiss! Damn, it's freezing. A gust of snow-laden wind blew past, making Tang Jiancheng shiver violently. He pulled his tattered cotton-padded jacket tighter, but it did nothing to stop the cold. Yet his heart was burning hot, his emotions wildly excited. Looking at the surrounding snowscape and the old, snow-laden earthen houses nearby, Tang Jiancheng longed to throw back his head and laugh wildly. Ha! I've been reborn. I've actually returned to 1982. Heaven has been kind to me. In reality, he didn't laugh, didn't shout, didn't do anything. He simply stood up quietly, brushed the snow off his clothes, and hurried home with his head down. If he remembered correctly, today was the 10th day since his 9th daughter was born. According to the customs of Daping Village, on this day, they would give his youngest daughter her first womb bath. In Daping Village, every newborn child received 3 womb baths, one on the 10th day after birth, another on the day of the full moon, and the last on the 100th day. Each womb bath was a solemn occasion. They would boil water with Chinese mugwort and also cook 2 eggs. The eggs weren't meant to be eaten. Instead, after peeling the shells, they would be rolled over the baby's body while washing them with the mugwort water. It was said this could draw out toxins from the child's body, strengthen their resistance, and reduce the likelihood of illness. Tang Jiancheng didn't know the scientific principle behind it, but generations had done it this way, and it seemed effective. Children who underwent the 3 womb bath did appear to be much more resilient and less prone to sickness than those who didn't. We don't have any eggs at home. Where can I borrow 2? As he walked, Tang Jiancheng pondered. He remembered this day from his previous life very clearly. He had just returned from drinking alone at the township, drenched in sorrow. Because of the heavy snow and slippery roads, he fell into a ditch by the roadside, cracking his head open and bleeding profusely. He passed out in the cold and only came to his senses much later. When he woke up, he didn't go home. Instead, he went back to the township, using the excuse that his head was injured and he needed to see a doctor. The truth was, he didn't want to go home because his wife had given birth to yet another daughter. In this era, especially in the countryside, the preference for sons over daughters was deeply entrenched. It wasn't just him, everyone in the village felt the same. After more than a decade, his wife had given birth to daughter after daughter, 9 daughters in total. This made him hang his head in shame in the village again and again. Everyone mocked him, calling him a sonless household, a young Bailao, a tragic, impoverished character, slaving away only to raise money-losing goods. Tang Jiancheng, in his previous life, thought the same way. He saw daughters as burdens, so he avoided going home, avoided seeing his daughters. Whenever he had money, he'd rather spend it drinking and gambling at the township than buy anything for his daughters. Whenever his daughters did anything that displeased him, he would either curse them or beat them. All his daughters feared and hated him. And on that day, because he didn't come home, his 9th daughter missed her womb bath. That night, she fell ill with a high fever. The next day, she wasn't taken to the hospital in time. The baby, less than 12 days old, died. His wife felt deep guilt. On top of that, constantly being pointed at and ridiculed, told she couldn't bear a son, that she wanted to make Tang Jiancheng childless, that she'd have no one to mourn at her grave when she died, she became deeply depressed. Before even finishing her postpartum confinement, she drank pesticide and committed suicide. Later, Tang Jiancheng tried to remarry, but every woman who learned he already had 8 daughters refused him. Even women with questionable mental clarity looked down on his family. Tang Jiancheng felt deeply hurt and furious, and he blamed all his misfortune on his 8 daughters. The lives of the 8 daughters were, as one could imagine, utterly miserable. Decades later, on Tang Jiancheng's 70th birthday, he realized how few guests had come to his celebration. Only the big yellow dog at his feet kept him company. None of his daughters had returned, because some of his daughters had died, others were disabled, and some had run away decades ago, leaving no trace. Of the original 9, only 3 lived nearby, and even they had long since severed ties with him. Only at that moment did he finally awaken, realizing how terribly wrong his entire life had been. And now, heaven had given him a second chance, a chance for redemption. He swore he would never let his daughters leave again. He would protect them. Thinking this, he quickened his pace. The blood on his face had dried, streaking his skin and making him look somewhat grotesque, but Tang Jiancheng didn't care at all. Every time he recalled the past, he believed his 9th daughter died precisely because she missed her womb bath, and that his wife's suicide and his daughter's suffering all began with this single event. So today, he absolutely had to get back in time to give his 9th daughter her first womb bath. But what if he had no eggs? Tang Jiancheng still had a little money. He could easily go to the village or township to buy 2, but he didn't want to. Deep down, he had another thought. If after the womb bath his ninth daughter still developed a high fever, he could use the remaining money to take her to the township clinic for treatment. This way, he could avoid the tragic fate of his daughter dying just 12 days after birth. Sister-in-law, do you have any eggs left? Can you lend me two? Tang Jiancheng thought through all the households that might lend him eggs and finally settled on his eldest brother's house. He had 6 brothers in total, and he was the 4th. Yang Shui looked at him, surprised. What do you need eggs for? Didn't you work with your eldest brother at the brick factory recently? Can't you afford to buy eggs? Tang Jiancheng rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. I drank all the money away on alcohol. Today is the 10th day since my little 9th was born. I want to borrow 2 eggs to give her the womb bath. Oh, 4th brother, since when have you cared so much about your daughter? Yang Shui was even more astonished upon hearing Tang Jiancheng's words. In Daping Village, everyone knew Tang Jiancheng had 9 daughters, and everyone knew he hated daughters, often beating and scolding them. For him to suddenly want to borrow eggs for his daughter's womb bath was more shocking than the sun rising in the west. 4th brother, you're not using your little 9th as an excuse to swindle my eggs, are you? Yang Shui then looked at Tang Jiancheng suspiciously. Tang Jiancheng scratched his nose, half laughing, half exasperated. Sister-in-law, it's just 2 eggs. Don't need to swindle you for that. Even if I want to swindle, I wouldn't bother with just 2 measly eggs. Yang Shui thought about it, and that made sense. She went back inside and fetched 2 eggs for Tang Jiancheng. It had to be said, Tang Jiancheng was quite perceptive in choosing who to ask. With anyone else, he wouldn't have gotten the eggs so easily. In this era of extreme material scarcity, despite the household responsibility system being in place, eggs were still incredibly precious in any household. It wasn't just hard to borrow them, buying them was difficult too. Chapter 2, Mother and Wife. Tang Jiancheng, holding the eggs, happily made his way home. He had long since separated from his parents and established his own household, but his house was directly opposite his parents', less than 10 meters away. 2 earthen huts with a kitchen and pigsty at the back. Under the blanket of snow, Tang Jiancheng looked at his old, dilapidated house and actually saw a tranquil, pastoral beauty, like a traditional ink painting. In reality, living in such a house was far from comfortable. Besides being cramped and dimly lit, in such heavy snow, the structure was highly likely to collapse. Tang Jiancheng thought to himself that he'd have to rebuild a new house as soon as the new year began. What womb bath? She's just another money-losing good anyway. Just as he reached his doorstep, a shrill voice suddenly came from inside the house. You've already given birth to 8 money-losing goods, and now another one? You really know how to deliver. I'm in charge today. This 9th money-losing good won't be having a womb bath. Mom, this is our village custom. Another timid voice followed. What nonsense custom? It's all fake. I'm telling you, you don't have any eggs at home anyway. Don't expect me to go find any for you. I've already been merciful by not throwing this 9th money-losing good out, so don't bother preparing the womb bath. No, she's still my flesh and blood. Are you defying me? The reason you can't bear a son is your own uselessness. Fine, if you can't be ruthless, then let me be the villain. Then a baby's cry rang out. Next, Tang Jiancheng saw his mother holding an infant walk out. The baby was covered only by a thin cloth, her little face nearly turning blue from the cold. His wife, Lu Fangfang, wearing a thick scarf on her head, pale-faced and tearful, chased after her. Mom, you can't do this. The child will freeze. Mom, what are you doing? Tang Jiancheng blocked his mother. Yuan Yuezhu snatched the baby, who was wailing from the cold, from her arms and rushed into the house, wrapping her tightly in a blanket. Seeing Tang Jiancheng's actions, both Yuan Yuezhu and Lu Fangfang were stunned. Jiancheng, you're back? Fangfang wanted to give her the womb bath, but you have no eggs at home. So I thought, since she's just a money-losing good anyway, it doesn't matter if she has the bath or not. We might as well give her away to someone else. You already have 8 daughters, you won't miss one more. Yuan Yuezhu, who is usually kind to her son, spoke in a much softer tone. Give her away? Why give her away? She's my daughter. Why would I give her away? No wonder in his previous life, the 9th daughter got sick and had a high fever after missing the womb bath because his mother had taken her out and frozen her. Tang Jiancheng was furious inside. However, Yuan Yuezhu was his mother, and she had always treated him well since childhood. It was just that her preference for sons over daughters was deeply ingrained. So Tang Jiancheng couldn't bring himself to lash out at her. Fangfang, is the hot water ready? Tang Jiancheng quickly changed the subject, afraid his anger would get the better of him. Lu Fangfang snapped back to reality and nodded. It's ready, and the mugwort is in. We just don't have any eggs. Tang Jiancheng carefully pulled 2 eggs from his pocket and handed them to Lu Fangfang. I borrowed these two from sister-in-law. Quickly boil them. I'll hold the baby close to warm her up. It's too cold, don't let her get sick. Oh, okay. Lu Fangfang took the eggs in a daze and went back to the kitchen to boil them. Jiancheng, listen to your mom. You already have too many money-losing goods at home. This one might as well. Before Yuan Yuezhu could finish, Tang Jiancheng pushed her out. Mom, go back and cook dinner. What time is it? Dad and sixth brother will be back from the brick factory soon. Jiancheng. Yuan Yuezhu wanted to say more, but Tang Jiancheng ignored her. He went back into the house, found a thick coat, wrapped it around the ninth daughter, and held her against his chest, hoping his body heat could warm her. Sure enough, after holding her for a while, the ninth daughter's complexion improved, her crying softened, and gradually, she fell asleep in Tang Jiancheng's arms. Looking at his daughter's rosy little face, Tang Jiancheng's heart melted. Only at this moment did he realize how cute and adorable his little ninth daughter truly was. Unable to resist, he puckered his lips and kissed her little cheek. Little ninth, sleep peacefully. This time, Dad will never let you die so young. Tang Jiancheng silently vowed. Jiancheng, you've always hated daughters. What's gotten into you today? Listen, those 8 money-losing goods have already made you look bad in the village. If you keep another one, how will you face the villagers in the future? Everyone will laugh you to death. Better yet, while she's still small, give her away quickly. Then the two of you can try again and make sure to have a son. Unnoticed, Yuan Yuezhu had come back to Tang Jiancheng's side. Tang Jiancheng's face darkened. Mom, never call my daughters money-losing goods again. They are not. They are treasures in the palm of my hand. You. Yuan Yuezhu was dumbfounded. Treasures in the palm of my hand? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She leaned in and whispered to Tang Jiancheng. Jiancheng, did you find someone who wants to buy a daughter? I heard some city people like daughters. But you must ask for a high price or you'll lose out. Tang Jiancheng widened his eyes, staring at his mother in shock. Mom, what are you talking about? Who told you I want to sell my daughter? Just then, Lu Fangfang finished boiling the eggs and came in with a mugwort water in a wooden tub. Hearing their conversation, she slammed the tub down on the table and rushed over, snatching the baby from Tang Jiancheng's arms. Her movements were so abrupt that the baby woke up and started wailing again. Lu Fangfang rocked the baby in her arms while glaring furiously at Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng, are you even human? This is your own flesh and blood, and you want to sell her? Before Tang Jiancheng could explain, Lu Fangfang continued, talking to herself. I know, all these years I haven't given you a son, and you've always looked down on me and my daughters. But you don't need to sell your daughter, do you? If you really must sell, then sell all of us. I've had enough of the suffering in your family anyway. Lu Fangfang, what are you saying? Who made you suffer? Explain yourself clearly. Hearing Lu Fangfang's words, Yuan Yuezhu snapped. She could speak softly to her son, but to her daughter-in-law, she showed no such kindness. Instantly, her fiery, sharp-tongued side emerged. It's your own fault you can't bear a son. Who else can you blame? Look at others in the village, none of them are like you, having 9 children, all money-losing goods. Guoqiang's wife over at the east end of the village had 3 daughters first, but then she proved her worth by giving birth to 4 sons in a row. Look at you, what do you have to complain about? If anyone is suffering, it's my Jiancheng who's suffering. He married you and has endured so much scorn and contempt because of you. He can't hold his head up in the village anymore. Everyone calls him Yang Bailao, saying he'll have no one to mourn at his grave. Chapter 2. Mother and wife Tang Jiancheng, with a carton of eggs in hand, joyfully made his way home. Although he had long since separated from his parents, his dwelling was merely a stone's throw away, less than 10 meters apart. The 2 earthen houses, accompanied by a kitchen and a pig pen at the back, were blanketed under the heavy snow. Gazing at his old home, Tang Jiancheng found an unexpected pastoral beauty akin to an ink wash painting. However, the reality of living in such a house was far from comfortable. The cramped space and dim lighting were hardly inviting, and in such snowy weather, the risk of collapse loomed large. He pondered the necessity of rebuilding a proper house as soon as the new year commenced. What of the postpartum bath? It was merely a financial burden. As he approached the front door, a sharp voice pierced through the air from within. You've already given birth to 8 financial burdens, and now you're having another. You truly are prolific. Today, I shall decide. This 9th financial burden will not receive a postpartum bath. Mother, this is a custom of our village, came a timid voice in response. What foolish custom? It's all nonsense. I tell you, there are no eggs left in the house, so do not expect me to fetch any. I have already shown enough mercy by not discarding this 9th financial burden. So do not trouble yourself with the postpartum bath. No matter what, she is still a piece of flesh that fell from me. Are you challenging me? If you have not been able to bear a son all these years, you can only blame yourself for your inadequacy. If you cannot bear to be harsh, then allow me to take on this villainous role. At that moment, the wail of a newborn pierced the air. Soon after, Tang Jiancheng saw his mother, Yuan Yuezhong, emerge cradling a baby, swaddled in nothing more than a thin cloth, its small face nearly frozen. His wife, Lu Fangfang, with a thick scarf wrapped around her head, appeared pale and tearful as she trailed behind. Mother, you cannot do this. The child will freeze. Mother? What are you doing? Tang Jiancheng stopped his mother, extending his arms to take the wailing, frost-bitten daughter from her embrace and rushed inside, wrapping her in a blanket. Taken aback by his actions, both Yuan Yuezhong and Lu Fangfang were momentarily silent. Jiancheng, you're back? Fangfang wanted to give her a postpartum bath, but since there are no eggs at home, I thought, why bother? After all, it's just another financial burden. You already have 8 daughters. One more or less makes no difference. Yuan Yuezhong's tone softened considerably, revealing her affection for her son. Send her away? Why should I send her away? She is my daughter. Why should I relinquish her? No wonder in his previous life, Xiao Jiao fell ill and suffered from a high fever when deprived of a postpartum bath. It was his mother's unilateral decision that caused the child's suffering. Tang Jiancheng felt a surge of indignation. Yet, Yuan Yuezhong was his mother, who had been kind to him throughout his life, despite her deeply entrenched preference for sons. Thus, he found it difficult to express his anger toward her. Fangfang, is the hot water ready? Tang Jiancheng hastily attempted to redirect the conversation, fearing the flames of his fury would consume him. Lu Fangfang, regaining her composure, nodded and replied, it's ready, and I've added the mugwort. But we have no eggs at home. Tang Jiancheng carefully extracted 2 eggs from his pocket and handed them to Lu Fangfang. I borrowed these from my sister-in-law. Quickly, boil them. I need to warm my daughter. It's dreadfully cold today, and I don't want her to fall ill. Oh, all right, Lu Fangfang replied, momentarily stunned as she accepted the eggs and retreated to the kitchen to boil them. Tang Jiancheng, you must listen to your mother. There are too many burdens at home. Just this one. Before Yuan Yuezhu could finish, Tang Jiancheng pushed her away. Mother, please go back and prepare dinner. It's already late. And soon Dad and 6th brother will return from the brick factory. Yuan Yuezhu attempted to offer more advice, but Tang Jiancheng ignored her, returning indoors to fetch a thick garment to wrap around little Jiao. He held her close to his chest, hoping his body heat would warm her. Indeed, after a while, little Jiao's complexion improved noticeably, her cries diminished, and she gradually fell asleep in Tang Jiancheng's embrace. Observing her delicate, rosy face melted his heart. At that moment, he realized how truly adorable his little Jiao was. Unable to resist, he gently kissed her cheek. Sleep peacefully, little Jiao. In this life, I shall ensure you never face untimely misfortune, he vowed silently. Tang Jiancheng, haven't you always disliked having a daughter? What has changed today? Let me tell you. These 8 burdens have already made it hard for you to hold your head high. If you have another, how will you manage in the village? Everyone will mock you. It would be better to send her away while she is still small. You and your wife can strive to have a son later. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Yuezhu had once again approached Tang Jiancheng. With a grim expression, he retorted, Mother, do not ever refer to my daughter as a burden again. She is not a burden. She is a treasure in my palm. Yuan Yuezhu was taken aback. A treasure in your palm? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she whispered to Tang Jiancheng, have you found someone willing to buy your daughter? I've heard that some city dwellers have a fondness for daughters. But you must demand a high price. Otherwise, you will be at a loss. Tang Jiancheng widened his eyes in disbelief. Mother? What are you saying? Who told you I intend to sell my daughter? At that moment, Lu Fangfang entered with the boiled eggs and a bowl of mugwort water. Upon overhearing the conversation, she abruptly dropped the wooden basin onto the table and rushed over to take little Jiao from Tang Jiancheng, perhaps startled by the sudden movement. Little Jiao woke and began to wail again. While Lu Fangfang gently rocked her, she shot an angry look at Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng, how can you even consider such a thing? This is your own flesh and blood. Are you truly contemplating selling her? Before Tang Jiancheng could respond, Lu Fangfang continued. I know I haven't given you a son all these years, and you have looked down on me and your daughter. But there is no need to resort to selling her, is there? If you must sell, you might as well sell us all. I have endured enough indignities in your household. Lu Fangfang, what are you saying? Who has made you suffer? Clarify your words. Upon hearing Lu Fangfang's words, Yuan Yuezhu became incensed. While she could speak softly to her own son, her tone towards her daughter-in-law was far less tender, revealing her fiery nature. You cannot bear a son, and who can you blame? Look at the others in the village. None have borne 9 children only to find them all to be liabilities. The wife of Guoqiang at the east end of the village initially had 3 daughters, but she persevered and subsequently gave birth to 4 sons. And you? What grievances do you have? If there is to be any grievance, it should be for my son Jiancheng, who has endured countless scorns and disdain since marrying you. He can hardly hold his head high in the village now. Everyone calls him Yang Bailao. There will be no one left to mourn at his grave. Chapter 3. Giving Xiao Jiu a bath. Is it solely my fault for not bearing a son? Do you think I do not desire one? Lu Fangfang had always been of a gentle disposition. After giving birth to several daughters, her demeanor had become even more timid and self-deprecating, never retorting when insulted or retaliating when struck. Yet today, perhaps spurred by some unseen provocation, she suddenly erupted, confronting Yuan Yuezhu head-on. Perhaps she had finally reached her breaking point, unwilling to endure any longer, leading to her unexpected transformation. Tang Jiancheng finally comprehended why Lu Fangfang had, shortly after Xiao Jiu's tragic demise, resorted to drinking pesticide in her previous life. The anguish and despair had been insurmountable, leaving her utterly desolate and lifeless within. Oh, Lu Fangfang, you have grown quite audacious, daring to retort? Yuan Yuezhu's eyes narrowed as she placed her hands on her hips, launching into a tirade. You cannot bear a son, and now you seek to lay the blame at Jiancheng's feet? Just as Yuan Yuezhu was about to resurrect old grievances, Jiancheng swiftly ushered her out of the room. Jiancheng, why are you pushing me away? I am telling you, a wife must be disciplined, or she will surely wreak havoc. Yuan Yuezhu protested, shaking off Jiancheng's hands in frustration. Hearing his mother's words, Jiancheng found himself at a loss for words. You are also my father's wife, you know? Why must women make life difficult for one another? In his previous life, Jiancheng would have wholeheartedly supported his mother's sentiments. But after over 40 years of life's vicissitudes, particularly the solitude he endured during his 70th birthday, celebrated alone with a large yellow dog, he had experienced a profound transformation in perspective. Mother, see, my father has truly returned. Let us prepare a meal. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Jinshui and Tang Jianbing returned together, braving the heavy snow. Yuan Yuezhu, frustrated, stamped her foot and returned home. Jiancheng re-entered the room to find Lu Fangfang seated by the bed, cradling Xiao Jiu and weeping silently. He hurried to console her, saying, Do not cry. You know how my mother is. Her bias towards sons is deeply ingrained, so do not take it to heart. Upon hearing Jiancheng's words, Lu Fangfang was astounded. In the past, had she dared to confront his mother, Jiancheng would have swiftly reprimanded her. Yet today, not only did he refrain from reprimanding her, but he also offered her gentle comfort. Was this truly a sign of an extraordinary change? However, soon Lu Fangfang recalled their previous discussion about selling their daughter. Could it be that his current attempts to please her were merely a ploy to persuade her to acquiesce to such a decision? This thought plunged Lu Fangfang deeper into sorrow. Moments ago, she had been shedding silent tears, but now she clutched Xiao Jiu and wept uncontrollably. Her cries drew the attention of Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianbing, who had just returned home. The two families lived directly across from one another, separated by less than 10 meters, and any commotion could easily be overheard. Standing at the entrance of Tang Jiancheng's home, Tang Jiancheng refrained from entering, mindful that his daughter-in-law was still in confinement. He called out from the doorway, What now? Can't there be a single day of peace? This incessant wailing only serves to make us the subject of ridicule. He scoffed, that Jinx cannot bear a son herself and wishes to place the blame on Jiancheng. Is she truly intent on defying fate? She should never have been married in the first place. My Jiancheng possesses both talent and looks. What need is there for him to worry about finding a wife? It is all your fault for being so short-sighted. And now look at the embarrassment it has brought us. In the kitchen, Yuan Yuezhu, who had been preparing a meal, could not contain herself and shouted back. Could you possibly refrain from speaking so much? Tang Jiancheng barked a retort. He was also feeling quite agitated. His fourth son had been married for over a decade, producing numerous daughters, and he had endured much ridicule and scorn from the villagers. Father, it's nothing to worry about. You've had a long day. Please return home to eat and rest. We can manage our own affairs. Tang Jiancheng reassured him as he stepped outside, urging Tang Jiancheng to go back. After closing the door to their home to prevent further disturbances, he contemplated that if they were to build a new house in the coming year, it must be situated further away from his parents. His elder brothers had chosen distant locations for their homes, which afforded them a measure of peace. Not to mention the fact that they had all borne several sons. Tang Jiancheng returned to Lu Fangfang and, unexpectedly, enveloped her in his arms. Lu Fangfang's body stiffened. This era was marked by conservatism. A mere glance or exchange of words could cause one to blush, and holding hands was considered scandalous. Yet here was Tang Jiancheng, holding her in broad daylight. Although they had been married for over a decade, they typically only embraced in the dark of night beneath the covers. Now, even in the privacy of their own home, Lu Fangfang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She longed to push Tang Jiancheng away, yet deep within, she craved the comfort of his embrace. She was utterly exhausted and desperately needed a broad chest to lean upon. At that moment, as he held her tightly, resting her head against him, she experienced a profound sense of safety and support that she had never known before. Fangfang, I was wrong in the past. I should never have looked down upon our daughter or treated you poorly. From now on, I will cherish you both. Tang Jiancheng spoke softly. Please, stop crying. I've heard that weeping excessively during confinement can lead to blindness and headaches. Lu Fangfang gradually ceased her loud sobbing, transitioning to quiet sniffles. All right, hurry and give Xiaojiu a bath, or the water will turn cold. Tang Jiancheng released Lu Fangfang, tested the temperature of the water in the wooden bathtub, deemed it acceptable, and brought it directly before Lu Fangfang. She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting surprise and confusion, mingled with rare tenderness and joy. Deep within, she thought how infrequently she felt this man's warmth. Even if it were a fade, a mere deception, she would willingly accept it. Even if he truly intended to sell their daughter, she would simply pretend to be oblivious when the time came. To speak candidly, in Daping Village, where the preference for sons was deeply ingrained, Lu Fangfang harbored similar sentiments, though she had been unable to bear a son. Thus, even if she wished for a male heir, she had none to cherish. Lu Fangfang swiftly undressed Xiaojiu, tossing the clothes into the tub, one hand cradling her head while the other washed her body. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng stood nearby, peeling 2 boiled eggs and handing them to Lu Fangfang. She rolled the pristine eggs over Xiaojiu, and after a prolonged observation, Tang Jiancheng could discern no apparent change and couldn't help but inquire, "Does this truly work?" Lu Fangfang replied, "Of course it does. Otherwise, how could it have been passed down through generations?" "It seems rather unchanged to me," Tang Jiancheng remarked. Lu Fangfang retorted, "Crack open the egg white and see the yolk for yourself." With no further argument, Tang Jiancheng peeled the egg white, his eyes widening in astonishment as the yolk had turned black, sprouting numerous tiny spikes. "These are the toxins absorbed by the egg," Lu Fangfang exclaimed, swiftly lifting Xiaojiu to apply some tea oil to her navel, armpits, and groin, before wrapping her snugly in thick clothing, leaving only her small face exposed. Perhaps invigorated by the bath or perhaps due to the removal of toxins, Xiaojiu slept soundly. Lu Fangfang placed her on the bed and gently said to Tang Jiancheng, "You must be hungry. I will prepare a meal for you." Tang Jiancheng remained preoccupied with the peculiar transformation of the egg yolks, suspecting it was a natural phenomenon of boiled eggs, yet lacking substantial evidence. After all, he had never observed egg yolks with such scrutiny before. As Lu Fangfang began to rise for the kitchen, he snapped back to reality and quickly stopped her, saying, "You are still in confinement. You should stay here with Xiaojiu. I will handle it." "You will?" Lu Fangfang expressed disbelief. Today, Tang Jiancheng had surprised her far too often. Were it not for the unmistakable features and demeanor of the man before her, she might have doubted his identity. Tang Jiancheng understood her skepticism but felt no inclination to explain. Having been granted a second chance to return to 1982 and rectify the regrets of his past life, he questioned why he should concern himself with such trivialities. Even if the changes were immense, what of it? After some time, won't they grow accustomed to it? Do not regard me with such eyes. I too stumbled into a ditch on my way home, injuring my head and experiencing a sudden epiphany. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Jiancheng offered an explanation, followed by a light-hearted remark. "Allow me to prepare the meal. Although the dishes I conjure may not compare to yours, they will suffice for sustenance." "You injured your head?" It was only at this moment that Lu Fangfang noticed what appeared to be blood on Tang Jiancheng's forehead. Prior to returning home, he had washed away the blood from his face and head with snow water, yet without a mirror, Even with thorough cleansing, some remnants remained. To the untrained eye, it was nearly imperceptible. Yuan Yuezhu, Lu Fongfong, and Tang Jinshui had failed to notice it. Had Tang Jiancheng not mentioned it himself, Lu Fongfong would have remained oblivious. Now, upon seeing the blood, she quickly pressed his head down for a closer inspection, tears welling in her eyes. How could you be so careless? You have a long gash on your head. Shouldn't you visit the township clinic? Lu Fongfong implored, her heart aching. No need. The blood has already scabbed over. In a few days, it will heal on its own. Tang Jiancheng waved his hand dismissively. All right, I shall go prepare the meal. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Upon entering the kitchen, he abruptly halted. Dad, Dad, Dad. A circle of small, malnourished girls surrounded the stove. The eldest among them was 13, while the youngest barely 2. 8 in total, all of them were girls. Each one appeared frail, clad in tattered clothing. Even on this snowy day, some wore summer garments, shivering from the cold, huddled together for warmth around the stove. Although they claimed to be warming themselves, there was no fire within the stove, only the remnants of charred wood from Lu Fongfong's earlier boiling of mugwort water and eggs. They were too fearful to recklessly burn firewood, knowing that any misstep would result in severe punishment. Upon seeing Tang Jiancheng enter, the 8 girls quickly stood up and retreated to the corner. The youngest was forcibly pulled away, while the older ones understood all too well that any delay could result in Tang Jiancheng's wrath. It was an undeniable truth that he harbored disdain for them, a reality that all the children were acutely aware of. Consequently, upon his arrival, they reacted like mice fleeing from a cat, wishing to vanish at once. Had it not been for the snow falling outside, they would have undoubtedly fled. They dared not remain in his presence. In this moment, they gazed at Tang Jiancheng with palpable terror. Meanwhile, he felt a pang in his heart, nearly moved to tears. These were his daughters. In his previous life, his preference for sons had led to the suffering of these 8 daughters. 3 of them had passed away within a few years, 2 had run away from home and were lost to him, and only 3 had married into neighboring villages. Of those 3, 2 had faced dire circumstances. Having once defied him, he had drunkenly inflicted severe harm, leaving them disabled. After marrying into their spouses' families, they were looked down upon and endured great hardship. The last one was so terrified by his fierce demeanor that she became mentally unstable. Though she eventually married, she was kept locked away in her husband's home, deprived of freedom for the remainder of her life. At this moment, witnessing their neat and vibrant appearances, Tang Jiancheng felt both astonished and delighted, unable to refrain from expressing his gratitude to fate. Why are you all standing so far away? Come closer to the fire. Tang Jiancheng longed to embrace them all, to cherish them dearly, yet he understood that approaching them now would only frighten them further. It was wiser to stoke the fire and maintain a stern expression to coax them over. This strategy proved effective. The 8 girls timidly approached, their eyes still betraying profound fear, yet at least their bodies were warmed, shielded from the biting cold. Despite his overwhelming desire to converse with his daughters, Tang Jiancheng restrained himself. These 8 little ones were different from Lu Fongfong and her peers. They were adults, more capable of understanding, and the sudden changes merely aroused their suspicion without instilling fear. In contrast, these children were vulnerable. If he were to suddenly adopt a gentle demeanor, they would likely scatter in fright. Especially the elder sisters, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They were already over 7 years old. Although 6th, 7th, and 8th were still innocent, they could read the room and would follow their older sisters. While preparing the meal, Tang Jiancheng discreetly observed his 8 daughters, contemplating whom to approach first in order to gradually gain their acceptance. Meanwhile, the daughters were also watching him. As he moved, their gazes followed suit. The older girls, perhaps held back by ingrained fear, did not dare to stare directly at him, yet 6th, 7th, and 8th had no such reservations. Their curious, dark eyes remained fixed on Tang Jiancheng. When he turned east, their eyes followed. When he turned west, they swiftly shifted in that direction. Tang Jiancheng found this amusing, but inadvertently cooked all the remaining rice. Chapter 5. Dead man, why are you staring at me? After finishing the rice, Tang Jiancheng realized that the rice jar was empty, the oil was scant, and the only seasonings available were salt and monosodium glutamate, nothing else. This household was indeed impoverished. In truth, Tang Jiancheng was not lazy. He worked diligently in the fields and, during the off-season, would take on temporary jobs outside the village to earn a little extra money, accumulating a few hundred yuan throughout the year. In those times, a few hundred yuan held considerable value. However, with so many mouths to feed, even a little for each person added up to a staggering total. Furthermore, due to having so many daughters, he was often mocked by villagers, which gradually soured his temperament. He took up smoking, drinking, and gambling, quickly depleting his resources. It was imperative to devise a way to earn money to support the family. Without a material foundation, all verbal assurances of protection were rendered meaningless. Tang Jiancheng quietly contemplated his upcoming money-making plans. After setting the rice to cook, he searched the kitchen and eventually found a few potatoes, a half piece of winter melon, a large cabbage, and several jars of pickled vegetables. As for meat, there was none to be found. With a sigh, Tang Jiancheng began washing the potatoes, peeling them, shredding them, and soaking them in water for later use. He then proceeded to wash the winter melon, peel it, remove the seeds, and cut it into chunks. Next, he washed the cabbage while his 8 daughters watched him bustling about, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. They were intrigued that their father could cook. None of the daughters dared to step forward to assist. It wasn't a lack of desire, but rather a sense of trepidation. As Tang Jiancheng finished washing all the vegetables without leaving any behind, the youngest, who had just turned 7, could no longer contain herself and asked, "Dad, what will we eat tonight since you've used up all the vegetables?" Tang Jiancheng, momentarily pausing while washing the cabbage, turned to inquire, "Are there no vegetables left in the fields?" "Long gone," the girl responded. "These vegetables were brought by Grandma. She said we should be frugal. As the heavy snow has blocked the mountains, and even if there were vegetables, we couldn't retrieve them. It's fine. We'll eat what we have for lunch and figure out dinner later," Tang Jiancheng replied as he began to stir-fry. Despite the lack of oil and seasonings, his culinary skills, honed over 4 decades of solitary living, ensured that the dishes he prepared were visually appealing and aromatic. Not only did his 8 daughters salivate at the enticing aroma, but even Lu Fangfang, who had recently given birth, was drawn in by the delightful scents. How fragrant! Lu Fangfang inhaled deeply. Tang Jiancheng shot her a stern look, admonishing, "You shouldn't be wandering about. What if you leave yourself vulnerable to illness?" Lu Fangfang recognized his concern and felt a warmth in her heart as she replied gently, "I'm just walking around the house. As long as I don't go outside in the wind, I'll be fine." At that moment, their 4-year-old daughter, Xiaoqi, rushed to her mother, reporting, "Mom, Dad has used up all our rice and vegetables. Is that true?" Lu Fangfang asked, looking down at her. "Yes." Xiaoqi nodded earnestly. Lu Fangfang was charmed by her daughter's serious demeanor and couldn't help but smile, ruffling her hair before turning to Tang Jiancheng and asking, "Are you not planning for the future?" Tang Jiancheng gazed intently at her. Lu Fangfang was indeed quite striking, maintaining an appealing figure even after bearing 9 children. Perhaps it was the recent birth that accentuated her form, making her appear even more alluring. After over 40 years without seeing his wife, Tang Jiancheng was suddenly taken aback by her radiant smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter, comforting and beautiful. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Lu Fangfang blushed under his gaze. Tang Jiancheng snapped back to reality, chuckling softly. Though he had nearly voiced his admiration, "Because you are so beautiful," he opted instead for a more practical remark, "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." With Lu Fangfang's presence, the children's courage has notably increased. The younger ones began to display their natural childlike tendencies, engaging in quarrels, snatching toys, and crying, which animated the kitchen. The older children, however, still felt a twinge of fear towards Tang Jiancheng. Even with Lu Fangfang around, they dared not act recklessly, fearing his wrath and the subsequent reprimands. Tang Jiancheng, on the other hand, did not rush to mend his relationship with the children, believing that time was on his side. As long as he treated them sincerely, they would surely feel his goodwill. After the meal, the eldest daughter, displaying keen perceptiveness, took it upon herself to wash the dishes and pots. Tang Jiancheng could not help but praise her, exclaiming, "My eldest daughter is truly thoughtful." However, this compliment nearly caused her to drop a dish in fright. In the past, when he had said something similar, she had initially thought it to be a genuine compliment, only to realize later that it was sarcasm, which had led to a severe punishment. Noticing her anxiety, Tang Jiancheng sighed inwardly. In his previous life, it was this very sensible daughter who had been traumatized into a state of mental distress, and he vowed not to let history repeat itself. Realizing that there was neither rice nor vegetables left at home, he announced his intention to step out and seek a solution. Lu Fangfang had already been taken aback by Tang Jiancheng's unusual behavior. In the past, he would have remained indifferent even if the family faced hunger for days. Today, however, his apparent concern suggested he had ulterior motives. Lu Fangfang, aware of his intentions, glanced at her daughters. Who would he sell? Observing them, she noted their gaunt frames. Yet they all inherited her genes and were not unattractive. With proper nutrition and a little grooming, they could be quite charming. She had heard from villagers that families seeking to adopt children often struggled with infertility and preferred younger children, as they lacked strong opinions and memories from their original families, making them easier to raise. Lu Fangfang realized that all 4 of her daughters fit this description, yet she found it difficult to part with any of them. Ultimately, she thought, let that deadbeat choose. Whoever he wishes to sell, let it be. Just then, the wails of her youngest, Xiaojiu, echoed from the room, signaling her need for nourishment. Though her heart ached at the thought of selling her children, she understood the harsh reality of their poverty. With so many daughters often subjected to Tang Jiancheng's beatings and the ridicule of others, life was incredibly tough. Perhaps selling them to a wealthy family might offer them a better existence. Unaware of Lu Fangfang's lingering thoughts about selling the children, Tang Jiancheng stepped outside, greeted by the pristine blanket of snow that concealed his ankles. In such weather, where could one possibly find food? Rapidly brainstorming, a memory from the past suddenly struck him, prompting him to stride purposefully towards his parents' house across the street. Chapter 6. The encounter with the wild boar. Tang Jiancheng vaguely recalled that during this time in his previous life, heavy snow blanketed the mountains, and everyone huddled indoors by the fire, reluctant to venture outside. Yet, one individual, returning late from visiting relatives, unexpectedly stumbled upon a wild boar trapped in a snow pit. Under normal circumstances, one would never dare to provoke a wild boar alone. But given the snowstorm and the creature's predicament, having broken its foreleg while foraging for food and unable to escape, the situation was different. The individual hastily returned to the village to summon his brothers, and together they rescued the wild boar from its snowy entrapment. This event caused quite a stir throughout the village, with everyone marveling at the man's extraordinary fortune while lamenting their own decision to stay indoors by the fire. They wondered if they had ventured into the mountains, perhaps the wild boar might have been theirs. Although Tang Jiancheng did not witness the event firsthand, he had heard the villagers recount that the man returned just before dusk to gather help and, in the dead of night, carried the boar back. Observing the sky, he estimated that there were still over 3 hours until darkness fell, and he promptly resolved to seize the opportunity and outpace the fortunate soul from his past life by retrieving the wild boar ahead of time. Knowing he could not accomplish this alone, he decided to visit his parents' home. Mom, Dad, Jianbing, are you all still eating? Tang Jiancheng entered his parents' house to find them and his 6th brother still at the dining table. Have you eaten? If not, please sit down and have something. Tang Jinshui shifted his position, while Yuan Yuezhu brought over bowls and chopsticks, and Tang Jianbing moved a chair closer. Though Tang Jiancheng had eaten, he had not feasted sufficiently due to the large family gathering. The table offered only a platter of wild vegetables, a dish of cabbage, and some pickled vegetables, devoid of any rich flavors, with the rice being a mix of half grains and half sweet potatoes. Thus, his appetite waned. He waved his hand dismissively. No need to fuss. I have eaten. I need to talk to Jianbing about something. What do you need me for, 4th brother? Tang Jianbing, the youngest at 18, looked up from his meal as he chewed. Their family comprised 8 siblings, 2 sisters, and 6 brothers. Tang Jianbing, being the youngest, was preparing to court a bride after the new year, but with no extra housing available. He had been laboring at the brick factory alongside their father to save for a new home. Finish your meal first, and then come with me, Tang Jiancheng instructed. Where are we going? Tang Jianbing inquired. Don't ask so many questions. You'll find out when we get there. All right. Tang Jianbing was obedient, not overly curious. However, Tang Jinshui was intrigued. Yet, recalling Tang Jiancheng's recent behavior, he assumed his son was planning to go out and indulge again, so he urged forth. Where are you off to? There is still a month left before your wife arrives. Even if she bore a daughter, she is still your kin. You should be more attentive. What attentiveness? Yuan Yuezhu interjected, displeased. Is my Jiancheng not attentive? Throughout these years, has he not taken care of her after every childbirth? But alas, she is quite disappointing, bringing forth one burden after another. Who can possibly endure that? Had it been another family, they would have long since divorced her, allowing her to continue this disgraceful situation. Please, spare us your words. The matter of bearing children is not solely hers to bear. Yuan Yuezhu glared. Tang Jinshui. Whose side are you on? She has given birth to 9 daughters. Does that bring you honor? The villagers are pointing fingers at us. Do you find that agreeable? Tang Jinshui replied. Do not twist my words. The responsibility of having children lies with both parties. As their parents began to argue, Tang Jiancheng quickly signaled to Tang Jianbing, who understood and hastily finished his meal. He mumbled, Dad, Mom, I'm heading out with fourth brother. The two exited the house. They chose not to engage in their parents' quarrel, knowing full well that their parents had argued their entire lives, no matter the intensity of their disputes. There would be no grave consequences. However, their interference might only escalate the situation further. Once outside, Tang Jianbing asked, Fourth brother, where are we going? Tang Jiancheng walked briskly towards the edge of the village and whispered, When I returned at noon, I spotted a wild boar trapped near Chingstone Hollow. It seems to be injured. Let us go retrieve it together. Retrieve a wild boar. Tang Jianbing's eyes brightened. How big is it? Should we take some tools? Can we really go empty-handed? We won't need any tools. We can simply carry it. The two hurried towards Chingstone Hollow. This location, a place in Daping Village, lies about 5 miles from the village itself and is named for the abundance of blue stones found there. Along the way, the landscape was blanketed in a thick layer of snow with not a soul in sight. The world was a vast expanse of white. Upon reaching Chingstone Hollow, Tang Jiancheng instructed, Jianbing, you wait here for a moment while I go in to check if the boar is alive. If it is, even if it is trapped, it could still be dangerous. Understanding the ferocity of wild boars, Jianbing nodded in agreement. Be careful, fourth brother. Of course. Tang Jiancheng cautiously stepped into Chingstone Hollow. The area was strewn with stones, all covered in snow. One misstep could lead to a fall into a crevice, potentially resulting in being buried alive beneath the snow. Moreover, in his previous life, he had only heard that the boar was found in Chingstone Hollow, but he was unaware of the exact location. After searching for about 10 minutes, he finally discovered the wild boar lying on the ground behind a cluster of stones. This spot was not particularly secluded, being right by the road. However, the path was rugged and obscured by rocks, making it hard to notice unless one specifically traversed this route. No wonder the fortunate individual from his past claimed that finding this wild boar was not merely luck, but a grand gift from heaven. Indeed, it was right by the road, easily visible to anyone with their eyes open. Jianbing, Tang Jiancheng called out, and Tang Jianbing responded before rushing over. Upon seeing the wild boar on the ground, Tang Jianbing exclaimed in delight, By the heavens, we truly found a wild boar. Tang Jiancheng gently touched the wild boar, its body still warm, with its abdomen subtly rising and falling, indicating it had not yet succumbed to death, though it was not far from it. Its forelegs were grotesquely twisted, likely fractured, and beneath it lay a pool of blood, though it had long since ceased to flow. Fourth brother, this wild boar is far too emaciated. It must have been driven by hunger to venture out in such heavy snow, only to lose its footing and break its legs. Thus lying here, waiting to freeze to death, Tang Jianbing remarked. You're absolutely right. Let us carry it back, Tang Jiancheng replied. The wild boar was indeed quite thin, perhaps weighing only 80 to 90 pounds, yet it was still meat. Who would willingly discard it? In this era, even if it had succumbed to freezing or illness, no one would dare to abandon it. Chapter 7. The fortunate one of a past life fourth brother. There's no need to lift it. This wild boar is so thin that I can carry it on my own, Tang Jianbing asserted as he grasped the wild boar by its ears, pulling it upright. He then squatted beneath its belly, grasping its front and hind legs, adjusting his position slightly before hoisting the boar onto his shoulders. At 18, Tang Jianbing stood over 5 feet 7 inches tall and often assisted Tang Jinshui with heavy labor, making him quite robust. He could effortlessly lift a 150-pound sack of sand. This wild boar, weighing only around 80 pounds, was a trivial burden for him. However, Tang Jiancheng furrowed his brow in concern. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, the fortunate one had asked him and his brothers to help carry it back, suggesting that the boar must weigh considerably more than this. If it were merely 80 pounds, the fortunate one could have carried it himself without the need to summon his brothers for assistance. Could there be another wild boar nearby? Jianbing, wait a moment. Let me search the surrounding area once more. Perhaps we might find another boar, Tang Jiancheng suggested, continuing his search. Tang Jianbing chuckled. Fourth brother, are you overthinking this? Finding one is already quite fortunate. Are you truly hoping for a second? What if? Tang Jiancheng countered. He searched for over half an hour, while Tang Jianbing, shivering from the cold, urged him to return, fearing they might end up freezing themselves without finding any boar. Yet, Tang Jiancheng remained resolute, stating, "Just 5 more minutes. If we don't find anything by then, we shall return." After another round of searching, he suddenly discovered wild boar tracks behind a rock. This area, sheltered from the wind and obscured by stones and shrubs, remained free of snow. Examining the depth, size, and direction of the tracks, he ultimately concluded that they did not belong to the emaciated boar, but rather to another, significantly larger boar, likely weighing at least twice as much. Tang Jiancheng was instantly exhilarated. Indeed, there was another wild boar nearby. Following the tracks, just as Tang Jianbing urged him once more, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Jianbing, we have truly struck luck today." "Fourth brother, what do you mean? Is there really a second wild boar?" Hearing his brother's laughter, Tang Jianbing hurriedly approached, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is not merely a second wild boar. It is, in fact, an entire nest. A sow weighing over 200 pounds lies by the roadside, having broken her front leg and is now barely clinging to life. Alongside her are 3 piglets, each weighing about 20 to 30 pounds. Though uninjured, they shiver with cold, huddling closely beneath their mother's belly in search of warmth, occasionally sucking on a teat for nourishment. What should we do, brother, for? There are just 2 of us, and how will we transport all these wild boars back?" The sudden arrival of such fortune left Tang Jianbing feeling rather troubled. Upon seeing the wild boars, Tang Jiancheng immediately recognized that this sow was the very one encountered by the fortunate soul in his previous life. The reason he wanted to fetch his brother was to bring back the 3 piglets first. At that moment, he recalled that the fortunate soul had indeed raised a wild boar for a time, but alas, the piglets proved too difficult to domesticate. When spring arrived, they caused such havoc in the pen that the fortunate soul, unable to tolerate their destructive behavior any longer, had to resort to slaughtering them. "Hurry and carry the wild boar on your shoulder back home, and call for father as well. Remember, try not to let anyone see, otherwise we'll have to share too much of the meat," Tang Jiancheng advised. With only over 50 households in Daping village, everyone was familiar with one another. If they were seen, it would be rather unreasonable not to distribute some of the meat. At that point, the spittle of the villagers could very well drown the Tang family. However, if no one witnessed it and they discovered it later, that would be an entirely different matter. The fortunate soul from his previous life had executed the plan in this manner. He quietly transported the wild boar home, and only when he and his brother began cooking the meat, filling the air with its enticing aroma, did the villagers take notice. By then, even if they were tempted, it would be too awkward for them to request a share of the meat. Yet, during the day, "I'm also concerned about being seen," Tang Jianbing expressed his apprehensions. "Then drop the wild boar and return for a basket. I will conceal these wild boars for now and move them back under the cover of darkness," Tang Jiancheng proposed. After contemplating the suggestion, Tang Jianbing deemed it the most reliable approach. He discarded the wild boar and swiftly made his way back to the village. Tang Jiancheng hastily sought a hiding place for the wild boars. As for the 200-pound sow, unable to be moved, he covered her with the surrounding white snow, effectively burying her alive. The 3 piglets were similarly interred. After all, they could not be domesticated, so it was better to kill them for meat. Glancing at the sky, he estimated there was still over an hour until dusk. Suddenly, he recalled that the firewood at home seemed rather scarce. With idle time on his hands, he gathered a significant amount of dry branches from the vicinity and found a vine to tie them together. "Jiancheng, why are you still gathering firewood in the mountains at this late hour? You are quite the diligent one," a voice called out from behind. Turning around, Tang Jiancheng could not help but smile. It was none other than Tang Xingcai, the fortunate soul from his past life. Unfortunately, in this life, he was no longer the lucky one. Tang Jiancheng had outmaneuvered him. However, in this lifetime, Tang Xingcai was unaware that his fortune had been intercepted. He had just hurried back from a relative's house, and, upon glancing at the substantial bundle of firewood beside Tang Jiancheng and the towering snowdrift beneath it, he felt no suspicion. Instead, he mockingly remarked, "Jiancheng, you claim your family is full of daughters, with no sons. Why are you so industrious?" Upon hearing this, Tang Jiancheng's expression darkened, and he felt an impulse to retaliate. Yet, he soon realized that such encounters would be frequent in the future. If he were to respond with anger each time, he would merely become a human matchstick. It was better to play along with the banter. allowing Tang Jiancheng to experience a sense of frustration. With this thought, a smile returned to Tang Jiancheng's face. Alas, what can I do? It's my fate to have 9 fairies. I must remain diligent. Otherwise, I might end up with a fool like you. Who are you calling a fool? Tang Jiancheng exclaimed with great ire. He had 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. One of whom was a premature boy with somewhat delayed reactions and a somewhat vacant gaze, whom the villagers referred to as a fool. Given that the villagers called him such, was there any fault in it? Seeing Tang Jiancheng's furious countenance, yet feeling powerless to retaliate, Tang Jiancheng felt an immense joy within. However, Tang Jiancheng suddenly found himself bewildered. In the past, whenever he ridiculed Tang Jiancheng, the latter would merely sulk without retorting, only to vent his frustration on his wife and daughters upon returning home. Yet today was unprecedented. Not only did Tang Jiancheng retort, but he also managed to inflict a significant blow to Tang Jiancheng's pride. When did the once timid Tang Jiancheng learn to stand his ground? Damn it, Tang Jiancheng, just wait. I wish for your 10th child to be another daughter. Tang Jiancheng cursed as he stormed off. Observing Tang Jiancheng's defeated demeanor, coupled with the fact that he had just intercepted his good fortune, Tang Jiancheng could not help but burst into laughter. This laughter only served to exacerbate Tang Jiancheng's anger, darkening his expression further. Chapter 8. Bringing home the pig. As soon as Tang Jiancheng left, Tang Jian arrived carrying a basket along with Tang Jian to the Qingstone Hollow. Before he could even set down the basket, Tang Jian anxiously inquired, "Fourth brother, I just saw Tang Jiancheng. He didn't discover our wild boar, did he?" "No. Look, I have already buried them alive beneath the snow," Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. Gesturing towards the snowdrift, Tang Jian, holding a long yoke and a coil of rope, asked, "Old Fourth, did you really find a wild boar?" Jianbing mentioned there were piglets as well. "Where are they?" "Jianbing, clear away the snow here, and I will go fetch the hidden wild boar," Tang Jiancheng instructed without answering his father's question, before heading off to drag the pig. Meanwhile, Tang Jianbing quickly began to dig through the snow. Before long, a sow weighing over 200 pounds and 3 piglets weighing around 30 pounds each came into view. Tang Jian stared in disbelief, truly astonished that such good fortune existed. "Jianbing, didn't you say these 3 piglets were still alive? How is it that?" Tang Jian's gaze fell upon the 3 piglets. Tang Jianbing replied innocently, "When I left, they were indeed alive, but I have no idea why fourth brother chose to bury them alive, causing them to freeze to death." Just then, Tang Jiancheng returned, prompting Tang Jian to ask once more. Tang Jiancheng casually remarked, "This is a wild boar, which is notoriously difficult to tame. Do not be deceived by its small size. If kept in a pigsty, it can wreak considerable havoc. If we fail to raise it properly, we shall not only lose the pig, but also the sty itself, resulting in a regrettable outcome." Upon hearing this, Tang Jian recognized the wisdom in his words and ceased to dwell on the matter. The 3 men swiftly bound the large wild boar, secured 3 smaller wild boars together in a basket, and placed an over 80-pound yellow-haired one in another. Tang Jian carried the basket while Tang Jiancheng and his brother Tang Jianbing lifted the large wild boar. As for the firewood, they decided to leave it behind for the moment and return for it the following morning. In the mountains, firewood was plentiful and generally untouched, unless by those with reckless hands or shallow judgment. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and snow began to fall gently, transforming the entire Daping village into a wintry wonderland. The north wind howled, snowflakes danced through the air, and not a single soul could be seen in the village, all having retreated indoors, either warming themselves by the fire or snuggling under their blankets, reluctant to move. The father and son strode confidently back to Tang Jiancheng's home. After having lunch, Tang Jiancheng had gone out and had yet to return as night fell, causing Lu Fangfang to grow increasingly anxious. Her concern was not for Tang Jiancheng's safety, but rather for the lack of rice and vegetables in their home. While she could endure hunger for a meal, it was the 9 children that worried her. The youngest, Xiaojiu, still had milk to drink, so there was no immediate urgency. The elder daughters, Demei, Ermei, Sanmei, Simei, and Wu Mei, were old enough to withstand a missed meal without severe consequences. However, what of the younger ones, Lu Mei, Qi Mei, and Ba Mei? They were frail and vulnerable. In such heavy snowfall, they could easily fall ill, and without sustenance, enduring the cold night would be a daunting challenge. Where on earth could he be? Lu Fangfang thought bitterly, harboring resentment towards Tang Jiancheng, though she had grown accustomed to it. In truth, when they had first married, Tang Jiancheng had been quite kind to her, always allowing her to eat the best of what they had and entrusting his earnings to her care. However, after she bore 3 daughters, his demeanor towards her began to sour. Following the birth of 5 daughters, he not only ceased to show her kindness, but often resorted to verbal and physical abuse. After the arrival of their 8th daughter, Tang Jiancheng descended into a life of debauchery, frequently absent from home, indulging in smoking, drinking, gambling, and womanizing. When he finally returned, he would either sleep soundly or lash out at his wife and children. After the birth of their 9th daughter, Lu Fangfang felt a sense of despair. Just 10 days after Xiao Jiu's birth, Tang Jiancheng had struck her 10 times, and her mother-in-law, with her preference for sons, had berated her for 10 days straight. Yet today, unexpectedly, Tang Jiancheng had shown a change of heart, protecting her, comforting her, and even cooking for the children. Even if his intentions were to sell the child, Lu Fangfang resigned herself to her fate. However, as Tang Jiancheng had left at noon and not returned, she could not help but curse herself for being so foolish and naive as to believe he could change. If he were capable of change, pigs would surely fly. With a touch of self-deprecation, Lu Fangfang resolved to brave the risk of being scolded by her mother-in-law to borrow some rice and vegetables. For the welfare of her children was at stake. Just as she was bundled up and ready to step outside, the door was unexpectedly flung open. A gust of frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, swept into the room. In that moment, Tang Jiancheng entered, bearing a wild boar on his shoulders, followed closely by his brothers, Tang Jianbing and Tang Jiancheng, who were also carrying a plump wild boar. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Fangfang stood frozen for several seconds, her mouth agape in surprise, before joyously covering her face with her hands as tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks. "What are you dressed like that for? You are in your confinement period and shouldn't be outside, don't you know? Hurry back inside." Although Tang Jiancheng's tone was laced with irritation, Lu Fangfang found it endearing and promptly retreated into the house. After all, her father-in-law and younger brother-in-law were also present, and as a woman in confinement, it was rather inappropriate for her to show herself before them. "Big sister, second sister, hurry and boil some water," Tang Jiancheng shouted again. Hearing the commotion, the 8 children rushed out from the kitchen, their heads popping up to see their grandfather, 6th uncle, and father returning with several pigs. "Wow, look at those pigs. They're enormous. And there are 3 piglets, but alas, they are deceased." Before Tang Jiancheng and his brothers could set the pigs down, the younger children had already gathered around, chattering excitedly about the animals. The older children, though equally thrilled, had been subjected to too much scolding and had grown timid. They stood at a distance, watching hesitantly, not out of fear of the wild boar, but rather of Tang Jiancheng, who loomed beside it. With a resigned sigh, Tang Jiancheng waved at them with a smile, encouraging, "If you wish to see, come closer. Soon, we shall all feast on meat." "Meat? Really? How wonderful. I want to eat meat," cheered the little ones, their exuberance amplifying the joyous atmosphere within the home. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Lu Fangfang, wrapped in her thick clothing, made her way to the kitchen. Tang Jiancheng glanced at her, but said nothing further, instead directing the children to hasten the boiling of water while he retrieved the necessary tools for butchering from the house. Tang Jiancheng also returned with tools in hand and called for Yuan Yuezhu to join them. "What are you doing standing there as a woman in confinement? Hurry back inside, lest you fall ill and blame my son Jianxing for not taking care of you." Yuan Yuezhu scolded as she spotted Lu Fangfang. Though Lu Fangfang pouted, she stubbornly remained, her desire to witness the event overwhelming her. It had been several years since a pig had been slaughtered in their home. As Yuan Yuezhu prepared to chastise her further, Tang Jiancheng interjected, "Mother, it wouldn't hurt to let her watch. After all, she is merely sitting by the fire while we boil water. Just keep an eye on her. You've given birth to a bunch of troublemakers. Let us see how you manage when you grow old." Yuan Yuezhu shot him a glare before busily tending to the boiling water. As night fell, the kitchen glowed with the warmth of firelight. Yuan Yuezhu, accompanied by the older sisters, tirelessly heated water, and when it fell short, they ventured outside to scoop snow, melting it into water. Sisters Si and Wu busied themselves clearing away the detritus of pig bristles and blood. The kitchen, already cramped, felt even more congested with so many people, not to mention the presence of several wild boars. Thus, it was imperative to clean up the shed bristles and spilled blood, lest there be no room to even set foot. Tang Jiancheng, Tang Jiancheng, and Tang Jianbing were preoccupied with skinning the wild boars, bleeding them, and eviscerating them. They first dispatched 3 piglets, one for each man, which made the cleanup more manageable. All the entrails were piled together, to be dealt with leisurely the next day. Once the task was completed, Tang Jiancheng, aware of the children's hunger, hurriedly addressed Tang Jinshui and Tang Jianbing. Father, Jianbing, you continue your work. I shall take it upon myself to prepare the meal. However, Yuan Yuezhu interrupted Tang Jiancheng's movements. Lifting the lid of the rice jar, she found it utterly devoid of rice, and after a brief search, discovered that there were no vegetables either. Unable to contain her frustration, she began to scold. What a burden it is to keep such worthless mouths. They consume more than pigs. I just brought in the vegetables this morning, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. No matter how affluent our family may be, it cannot withstand such gluttony. The children and Lu Fangfang bowed their heads in shame. Tang Jiancheng interjected, Mother, the rice and vegetables were consumed by me. It has nothing to do with them. This only fueled Yuan Yuezhu's anger further. What of your cooking? Did they not partake? Day in and day out, you coddle them, and you shall weep for it later. Enough. You need not fuss over a meal. If you do not wish to cook, then do not. Tang Jinshui could no longer remain silent and interjected. Yuan Yuezhu. Upon hearing this, erupted, Tang Jinshui, speak with a clear conscience. Is it truly that I do not wish to cook? Look at the 4th family's household, filled with burdensome liabilities, raising them only to benefit others. If you do not care for your son, I certainly do. Then, Yuan Yuezhu broke into tears, lamenting. Why must my life be so harsh? My son is scorned by others, and I am berated. Tang Jiancheng felt overwhelmed. His previous joy now shattered by his mother's outburst, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. However, he could not afford to lose his temper, otherwise, the situation would only deteriorate further. Having lived to 70 in his previous life, he had cultivated a more tranquil disposition. He rose, embraced his mother, and with a smile said, Mother, I know you care for me most dearly. I am quite hungry now. Might you prepare a little food for me? If you could spare me your scolding until after the meal, I would be most grateful. This sudden display of tenderness from Tang Jiancheng left Yuan Yuezhu feeling conflicted, and her tears ceased. She gave him a light pat before turning to prepare the meal. Fangfang, your mother has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Do not take her words to heart. Tang Jinshui consoled Lu Fangfang after Yuan Yuezhu departed. Yes, my mother can be rather stubborn. It's best to indulge her a bit. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. Is that how you speak of your mother? Tang Jinshui shot him a disapproving glance. Ha ha. Tang Jiancheng laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. Lu Fangfang had been observing Tang Jiancheng closely, having shared a bed with him for over a decade. She understood his character well, yet tonight, she found him somewhat inscrutable. He no longer exhibited the insecurity and irritability of the past, nor the awkwardness and silence that once defined him. Instead, he had transformed into a figure of serenity, humor, and an unwavering confidence, as if he could master all that lay before him. The trio moved with remarkable efficiency. Half an hour later, they had successfully processed the hefty wild boar weighing over 80 pounds. Yuan Yuezhu had also prepared the meal, a large pot of sweet potato rice and a generous pot of braised pork with cabbage. The rich aroma of meat pervading the entire room, prompting everyone to swallow in anticipation. Let us eat first, and then we'll take care of everything else, Tang Jiancheng announced as he began serving rice and vegetables to the children, filling their bowls to the brim. Wow, meat! One exclaimed. Dad, I want that big piece. Another chimed in. The little ones clamored, to which Yuan Yuezhu retorted, having something to eat is already a blessing. Do you really need the biggest piece? The children pouted momentarily, but soon raised their heads again, watching as Tang Jiancheng served them meat, pleading, I want that piece, Daddy, please give me that one. With a jovial smile, Tang Jiancheng continued to serve the children, encouraging his elder siblings. Help yourselves, eat heartily. There is plenty of meat tonight. Their eyes lit up. Yet they hesitated to serve themselves, glancing at Yuan Yuezhu as if seeking permission. With a sharp gaze, she admonished, What are you staring at me for? Your father is telling you to eat more? What else can I say? It's all just a loss anyway. So what does it matter if it's a bit more? Dad, Jianbing, such delicious food. Shall we have a drink? Tang Jiancheng casually inquired. Sure. A sip would warm us up, Tang Jinshui agreed with a nod. Tang Jianbing quickly dashed home to fetch some wine, while Tang Jiancheng's household had no such luxury. Even if there had been wine, it had been consumed days prior. As Tang Jianbing retrieved the wine, Tang Jiancheng noticed Lu Fangfang still seated by the brazier, not joining the meal. Observing the dishes, he noted that most were bones, seemingly unsuitable for a postpartum woman. He hurriedly sliced a pound of lean meat, chopped it finely, and placed it in a small iron pot with water over the fire. Once it boiled, he added the meat and a pinch of salt, and once cooked, he brought it over to Lu Fangfang. "Here, eat this. Make sure to have plenty," Tang Jiancheng encouraged with a warm smile. Lu Fangfang, upon seeing his gentle expression, was flooded with memories of their early married life, juxtaposed with the hardships of the years that followed, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Tang Jiancheng's demeanor shifted. He quickly understood the reason behind her tears. Crouching beside her, he softly said, "Don't cry. If you keep weeping like this, you might go blind. Besides, our good days have only just begun. If you keep crying, what will become of us?" Lu Fangfang nodded, wiping her tears as she began to eat. Yuan Yuezhu initially intended to interject, but was restrained by Tang Jianshui. After Tang Jianbing returned with the wine, the three men shared only modest portions, finishing their meal and drink before returning to their tasks. The largest sow proved to be the most challenging to process. Meanwhile, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from Jiancheng's home, drawing the attention of neighbors, who were left salivating. "Whose house is that?" In the stillness of the night, devoid of any festive occasion, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. How tantalizing it seemed. One could hardly resist the urge to savor a bite. Observing the flickering light emanating from the Jiancheng residence, I pondered whether they were indulging in a feast. Yet, considering their dire financial situation and the burden of misfortune that plagued their household, the thought of them enjoying a hearty meal seemed far-fetched. It was more plausible that they would resort to less savory fare. Indeed, if they were partaking in such luxuries, even the most miserly of individuals would find themselves in a position to yield. The neighboring residents, skeptical of the notion that it could be the Jiancheng family feasting, contemplated venturing outside to investigate. However, the fierce northern winds soon quelled their adventurous spirits. "Perhaps it is best to endure this temptation until morning," they reasoned. Yet, as dawn broke, the delectable scent of meat once again permeated the air, igniting an insatiable curiosity among the neighbors. They swiftly donned their garments and ventured outside in search of the source of the enticing aroma. Their quest led them to the doorstep of the Jiancheng residence. Could it truly be? It was indeed the Jiancheng family. How could they, who had not even been blessed with a son, afford such indulgence? Whence did this meat originate? Was it pilfered? As the neighbors debated, the door to the Jiancheng home creaked open, revealing Tang Jiancheng, who emerged carrying 4 pieces of wild boar meat, each a substantial size, suspended by straw. "Ah, what brings you all to my humble abode at such an early hour?" he inquired, startled by the intense gazes of his neighbors. "Come now, confess honestly, where did you acquire that meat?" a neighbor demanded sternly. "Found it," Tang Jiancheng replied. "I returned late from drinking in the village yesterday and stumbled upon a few wild boars in the Qingstone Hollow." "What? Found it? A few, you say? Are you jesting? Is it truly so easy to come across wild boars? I suspect that meat was stolen." The neighbors expressed their disbelief, convinced that Tang Jiancheng was not being forthright. "What is the meaning of this?" At that moment, Yuan Yuezhu emerged from across the street. Upon seeing the gathering at Tang Jiancheng's door, she hastened over, hands on her hips, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Jiancheng. "What do you intend to do? So what if my Jiancheng has been fortunate enough to find some wild boars? Are you envious? Do you think to bully my Jiancheng simply because he has no sons? Let me enlighten you. Though he may lack a son, he has brothers and nephews. Do you wish to test your mettle against them? Very well. I shall summon my sons and grandsons at once. I am eager to see how formidable you truly are. Jianbing, go and fetch your eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, and several nephews." As Yuan Yuezhu's voice reverberated, Tang Jianshui and Tang Jianbing also emerged. The expressions of the neighbors shifted dramatically. While Tang Jiancheng may not have a son, he possessed 5 brothers and numerous nephews. Should they all gather, it would indeed form an imposing force. Tang Jianbing, upon hearing his mother's words, was about to call for someone when he was stopped by Tang Jianshui. Since they were all from the same village, there was no need for such tension. Tang Jianshui stepped forward to the neighbors and smiled. "Jiancheng indeed found several wild boars yesterday. If you gentlemen are free today, I would like to treat you to some drinks." "Did he really find wild boars? They weren't stolen?" someone inquired. "Indeed, they were found," right in Qingshu Ao. Tang Jiancheng replied. Good heavens. Such fortune truly exists. Damn, why am I not so lucky? Came the exclamation. You stay cooped up at home every day. Even if luck were to knock, it wouldn't find you. Jiancheng, are you genuinely treating us to drinks? The neighbors, astonished, praised Tang Jiancheng's good fortune while lamenting their own lack of such blessings. Tang Jiancheng paid little heed to these neighbors. Their envy bore no malice. Even if there were malice, he felt no fear. Closing the door behind him, he departed with 4 pieces of meat. Last night, they had worked tirelessly until the early hours to prepare all the wild boar meat. Tang Jiancheng brought a large scale, weighing all the meat, which totaled 349 pounds. If one added the innards, it would amount to over 380 pounds. Tang Jianbing was filled with envy. Fourth brother, your luck is incredible. You managed to find 300 to 400 pounds of wild boar meat. That's enough to last through the new year. Luck indeed. A smile crept onto Tang Jiancheng's face. It was truly fortunate. For how else could he have been reborn? Tang Jiancheng, having cleaned the blood from his hands, gazed at the table laden with wild boar meat, and a joyful smile broke across his weathered face. Once everything was settled, Tang Jiancheng promptly went to check on Xiaojiu, finding her sleeping soundly, unlike in his previous life, where she had fallen ill with a high fever. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. A great burden had finally been lifted from his heart. Xiaojiu had been saved, and Lu Fangfang would no longer resort to poisoning herself. The greatest regret from his past life had been rectified. However, the journey ahead was still long. Xiaojiu had only just been born 10 days ago. To ensure she and her 8 sisters lived well and did not suffer as they had in the past, Tang Jiancheng needed to continue his efforts. Early this morning, he had gone to Qingshu Ao to bring back firewood, then prepared meat soup for Lu Fangfang and the 9 daughters, which naturally drew the neighbors' attention. Yet, with his mother around, their envy was futile. They were no match for her. Carrying the meat, Tang Jiancheng first visited his eldest brother's house. Coincidentally, Tang Xingcai was there, seemingly discussing something with his elder brother. Jiancheng has arrived? Is that pork you're carrying? Tang Xingcai exclaimed in surprise. When did your family slaughter a pig? But you don't seem to raise pigs. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. I found this yesterday. Found it. Both Tang Xingcai and Tang Jiancheng's elder brother, Tang Jianwen, were astonished. Hearing the commotion, Tang Jiancheng's sister-in-law emerged from the kitchen and was equally taken aback at the sight of the meat in his hands. Tang Jiancheng handed the meat to his elder sister-in-law. Speaking softly, sister-in-law, I am grateful for the 2 eggs you lent me yesterday. After Xiaojiu took a bath, he is indeed much better. Here are 20 jin of meat for you to enjoy. I shall also deliver 15 jin each to Ergo, Sango, and Lao Wu. They will receive slightly less than your family. With that, Tang Jiancheng departed. Despite being brothers, their affections varied in closeness. The elder sister-in-law had always cared for his family, and the additional 5 jin would assure her that her efforts had not gone unnoticed, fostering a deeper bond in the future. Having lived 70 years in his past life, Tang Jiancheng possessed the wisdom to navigate such nuances. Once Tang Jiancheng left, Tang Xingcai suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. I remember where Jiancheng found that meat. It must have been at Qingstone Gorge. Regret washed over him. Had he not mocked Tang Jiancheng at that moment and conversed a bit more, he might have secured a significant portion of the meat himself. In Daping Village, there existed an unwritten rule. Good things were to be shared among those who witnessed them. Alas, it was too late. Tang Xingcai lamented his misfortune. After delivering meat to his brothers, Tang Jiancheng returned home. Fangfang, he remarked, we are out of rice and vegetables, and the children's clothing is too thin. I plan to sell some meat in the village to buy rice, vegetables, fabric, and cotton. What do you think? Chapter 11. Sanchong Township. Lu Fangfang stared at Tang Jiancheng, bewildered. Jiancheng, weren't you planning to sell our daughter? Sell our daughter? Tang Jiancheng was taken aback. When did I ever say I wanted to sell her? Lu Fangfang replied. Didn't you discuss this with mother yesterday? Tang Jiancheng chuckled. You misheard. It was mother who misunderstood. She thought my sudden kindness meant I intended to sell our daughter. In truth, after a fall, I had an epiphany. They say daughters are a father's little cotton-padded jacket. How could I bear to part with such warmth? Fangfang, I have wronged you in the past, prioritizing sons over daughters and causing you suffering. In reality, having daughters can be advantageous. If nurtured well, they can be just as excellent as sons. His unexpected apology brought tears to Lu Fangfang's eyes. When did I ever notice you were so sentimental? Tang Jiancheng gently wiped away her tears. Lu Fangfang playfully punched his chest, feigning annoyance. Isn't it all because of you? Seeing her playful demeanor stirred emotions within Tang Jiancheng. In his previous life, he had spent over 40 years without the touch of a woman, often reminiscing about Lu Fangfang during solitary nights. The more he thought of her, the deeper his longing grew. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself. He embraced Lu Fangfang tightly and leaned down to kiss her soft lips. Lu Fangfang was taken aback, her body stiffening. She considered pushing him away but felt the intensity of his love and hesitated, slowly responding to his advances. Deep within her heart, she seemed to be captivated by this feeling. Wow, Daddy is blushing, stealing Mommy's kisses. Just as Tang Jiancheng was contemplating his next move, Xiao Qi unexpectedly entered, scrunching her nose and making faces at him. Lu Fangfang, feeling embarrassed, quickly pushed Tang Jiancheng away, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Tang Jiancheng was quite distressed. He scooped Xiao Qi into his arms and, feigning anger, warned, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll spank you." "I'm not babbling nonsense, Daddy." "You still say it. You still say it." As she spoke, she buried her head in Xiao Qi's embrace, playfully nuzzling her, which sent Xiao Qi into fits of giggles. Leaving her speechless, Dajia and Erji, witnessing Tang Jiancheng's stern expression, initially thought Xiao Qi was about to be punished, only to be surprised that he not only refrained from hitting her, but also made her laugh uncontrollably. They exchanged puzzled glances at Tang Jiancheng. In the past few days, he had not scolded them. Instead, he had cooked meals and even prepared broth for them. Had their father changed for the better? Yet the lingering shadows in their hearts could not dissipate so swiftly, and they could not suddenly grow close to him, continuing to observe him from a distance. "Dajia Erji, would you like to accompany me to the countryside to sell wild boar meat?" Tang Jiancheng inquired after setting Xiao Qi down. Oh. They were taken aback, but dared not refuse, nodding in agreement. Tang Jiancheng regarded the two of them, one 13 and the other 11, both blossoming into young ladies. Yet their personalities remained overly introverted. If they were to marry in the future, they would undoubtedly face bullying from their in-laws. It was imperative to take them out to see the world while they were still young. Exposure to the world would gradually alter their temperaments. It was the winter of 1982, shortly after the onset of reform and opening up, and land distribution had only been in place for a little over a year. Resources were scarce, and the populace was generally impoverished. Even those who yearned to buy meat found themselves without the means. Fearing that the meat might not sell well in the countryside, Tang Jiancheng selected only 80 pounds, predominantly fatty cuts. In this era, fat meat was more desirable than lean. Another challenge was the prevailing resistance and disdain towards private commerce, as the ideology of state-owned enterprises and prioritizing workers and officials remained deeply rooted, especially in remote and underdeveloped areas, where some departments even cracked down on unauthorized trading. Tang Jiancheng was uncertain of the current sentiment in Sanchong Township, so he decided to first take Dajia and Erji to a spot outside the township, finding a sheltered place to set down their basket. The entire basket was covered with thick rice straw, concealing its contents. "Dajia Erji, you stay here and guard our pork while Daddy goes into the township to assess the situation, okay?" Tang Jiancheng instructed. "Remember, no matter who comes, do not let them uncover the straw on the basket, understand?" It was their first time leaving the village and visiting the township, and they were quite nervous, yet dared not voice their objections. Tang Jiancheng felt a pang of sympathy, but realized there was no alternative. He could only take things slowly. He nodded and then walked towards the township. Sanchong Township, having been visited numerous times before, was situated deep within the mountains, with inaccessible roads and very basic facilities. Aside from the township government, the postal service, the supply and marketing cooperative, the grain station, and the livestock station, as well as the schools, there exists only a state-run restaurant and a state-operated barber shop. Consequently, the population in the village is rather sparse. Moreover, with the snow falling and the north wind howling, the number of visitors to the village diminishes even further. In the past, Tang Jiancheng often frequented the state-run restaurant to drown his sorrows in alcohol, so this time, he made a beeline for the establishment. Isn't that Tang Jiancheng? Didn't you just finish drinking yesterday? Back again today? Have you grown weary of the throng of daughters at home?" Upon entering the restaurant, he was greeted with a sarcastic remark from one of the patrons. "I must say, I admire your tenacity. After bearing 8 or 9 daughters, you still dare to have more." What choice did he have? With only daughters, There would be no one to mourn his grave when he passed. According to ancient customs, he was destined to leave no heirs to extinguish the family line. For this reason, he was compelled to continue until he bore a son. 9 daughters. Goodness. The bride price would surely be overwhelming. Without a son, one could hardly hold their head high in the village. Even if he collected bride prices in the future, what good would it do? Wealth is transient. Yet the continuation of one's lineage is paramount. Ignoring the derisive comments from the restaurant patrons, Tang Jiancheng sought out the manager. Manager Huang, do you have any wild boar meat? He inquired directly. Manager Huang was a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, yet he appeared somewhat haggard and unkempt. His scruffy beard giving him an air of maturity beyond his years, making him seem older than the 30-something Tang Jiancheng. However, unbeknownst to others, he was actually a privileged second-generation official. Tang Jiancheng later learned that this fellow had been wronged in the past, which led to his demotion. He had since settled here, establishing a family and never returning to the city, eventually securing the contract for the state-run restaurant through connections. To outsiders, he seemed like a washed-up drifter with little promise. Yet Tang Jiancheng understood that this man was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to soar to greatness. In a mere 2 years, he would transform the state-run restaurant into the finest establishment in the entire township. Chapter 12. Huang Tianyue. Almost all incoming officials and merchants would dine at his restaurant. Before long, he opened the first inn, the first hotel, the first agritourism venture, and the first large supermarket in the township. It can be said that he pioneered numerous firsts in Sanchong Township, becoming a true legend in the area. Yet, at that moment, he was still a disheveled young man, with a scruffy beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips. As Tang Jiancheng assessed Manager Huang, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. In Manager Huang's eyes, Tang Jiancheng appeared as a sturdy farmer in his early 30s, with a dark complexion and a height of around 5 feet 7 inches. The only distinguishing feature was the profound depth in his eyes, brimming with confidence and composure. This inexplicably drew Manager Huang to him, igniting a desire for friendship. He smiled and replied, "Yes, do you have any?" Tang Jiancheng asked, "What is the price?" Manager Huang fell silent for a few moments before raising 3 fingers. 30 cents per pound. What do you say? Upon hearing the price, Tang Jiancheng was overjoyed. That works for me. I will deliver the wild boar meat shortly. 30 cents per pound far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated a maximum price of 15 cents, so he was pleasantly surprised by Manager Huang's generosity. Of course, Manager Huang did not set this price arbitrarily. He was confident of making a substantial profit, and, more importantly, he genuinely wished to cultivate a friendship with Tang Jiancheng. He had an inexplicable feeling that Tang Jiancheng's future would be remarkable, viewing this as a preemptive investment. It must be said that this individual had an exceptional eye for talent, which had served him well in his past life. As Tang Jiancheng prepared to leave, Manager Huang hastily advised, "Please use the back door, do not go out the front." Understood, Tang Jiancheng replied, comprehending that Huang was concerned about being seen and inciting envy. At that moment, the sentiment in Sanchong Township regarding private transactions remained somewhat ambiguous, necessitating caution to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Hey, Tang Jiancheng, come have a drink. Why rush out in this heavy snow?" "Indeed, Tang Jiancheng, share the tales of your 9 daughters. With no sons, what is the hurry? Come, drink." As Tang Jiancheng hurriedly made his way, the few drinkers present in the restaurant called out loudly to him, but he ignored them and pushed through the door, plunging into the storm. These individuals were the true drifters of life, meandering aimlessly, living for the moment, oblivious to the hardships that awaited them. In his previous life, Tang Jiancheng had mingled with such people, leading to his gradual decline until he was left utterly alone, accompanied only by a large yellow dog. Upon reaching a sheltered spot, he noticed that his elder and younger sisters were covered in snowflakes, their little faces flushed from the cold as they jumped, stomped their feet, and rubbed their hands together, huddling for warmth against the wind. Tang Jiancheng hurried over and gently said, "You must be freezing. Come on, let us go have a bowl of hot soup." He picked up the basket and led his sisters to the back door of the state-run restaurant. Despite encountering a few hurried individuals along the way, none paid attention to Tang Jiancheng's actions. At the back door, Manager Huang was already waiting. Upon seeing Tang Jiancheng accompanied by 2 little ones, he could not help but smile. "Are these 2 your children?" Tang Jiancheng replied with a grin. "Yes, this is my eldest daughter and my second daughter." "Eldest sister." "Second sister, greet Uncle Huang." "Uncle Huang." Both daughters chimed in sweetly. Such well-behaved children. Come inside quickly. You must be freezing. Manager Huang, delighted, ushered the two girls into the warmth of the kitchen, where soup was bubbling, filling the air with a comforting warmth. I heard you have 9 daughters? Manager Huang inquired. Yes, Tang Jiancheng nodded as he set down the basket. How is it possible to have so many? 9 daughters, impressive. However, raising 9 girls is no small feat. Manager Huang remarked. I have only 3 children, and I already feel quite the pressure. The wild boar meat seems rather unfresh. Could it possibly be from a diseased animal? Manager Huang spoke, yet his keen gaze scrutinized the wild boar meat that Tang Jiancheng had produced. Having managed this state-owned restaurant for nearly a year, he was accustomed to procuring wild boar meat and could discern its freshness. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. Manager Huang, your discernment is impressive. Indeed, this boar was not freshly killed, but rather, I found it yesterday in our village's Qing Shirao. He then recounted the process of discovering the boar and the subsequent preparation from the previous night, though he refrained from explaining the serendipitous nature of his find, merely attributing it to luck. Upon hearing this, Manager Huang could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Your luck is quite remarkable. How fortunate you are to have stumbled upon it. Since it was not a disease-stricken animal, matters were simplified. Let us proceed with the price we agreed upon, 30 cents per pound. Weigh it, please. After weighing, it totaled 86 pounds. Manager Huang suddenly turned to the 2 younger sisters. Calculate this for me. 86 pounds at 30 cents per pound. What is the total? The 2 girls looked bewildered and shook their heads in silence. They had not received an education? Manager Huang discerned from their expressions that they had likely never set foot in a school. Tang Jiancheng felt a pang of guilt. Realizing he had delayed their education, he resolved to send them to school when the new year commenced. Manager Huang did not press further. Here. The total comes to 25 yuan and 80 cents. Please count it. He handed a substantial stack of cash to Tang Jiancheng. After counting, Tang confirmed the amount was correct and tucked it away, smiling at Manager Huang. Thank you, Manager Huang. I still have some wild boar meat at home. Would you like more? Manager Huang replied. I am Huang Tianyue. Just call me Tianyue. No need for formalities. All right, Tianyue, I am Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng addressed him directly, without formality. Huang Tianyue was delighted, laughing. Brother Jiancheng, from now on, we shall be good friends. Feel free to bring any wonderful goods my way, and I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory price. Tang Jiancheng responded with a smile. Then I shall preemptively thank you. Brother Tianyue, by the way, my 2 daughters are quite chilly from being outside. Could you provide them with 2 bowls of hot soup? Of course, Huang Tianyue cheerfully replied. What kind of soup would you like, bone broth or lotus root soup? The 2 children were utterly unfamiliar with either option, their large, round eyes staring blankly at Tang Jiancheng. Let us have lotus root soup for them. Certainly, Huang Tianyue said. You 2 go ahead and sit at the front. I'll bring it to you shortly. Chapter 13. A fierce yet compassionate father. Tang Jiancheng led his elder and younger sisters to the front hall, finding an empty table to sit. Ah, Tang Jiancheng, these must be your 2 daughters. Though they are quite slender, they are rather lovely, remarked some patrons who were still drinking, noticing the 2 sisters beside Tang Jiancheng and unable to resist teasing. Tang Jiancheng's expression darkened upon hearing their remarks. I have heard that there are individuals in the city who hold a peculiar fondness for daughters. Tang Jiancheng, with your multitude of daughters, why not seek a means to part with 1 or 2? Another individual audaciously remarked that those who acquire daughters do so for their own use. Soft and tender like fresh fruit. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you ought to silence yourself. Tang Jiancheng could no longer endure the insults, his eyes narrowing like a leopard, coldly fixating on the speaker. What is this, Tang Jiancheng? You are merely a pitiful creature, unable to sire a son. A wretched being whose demise would elicit no tears. Do you dare to confront me? Luo Dagu, emboldened by drink, slammed his hand upon the table and rose abruptly. Luo Dagu, take him down. How dare Tang Jiancheng allow such slander against his ability to father? With the heavy snow falling outside, patrons of the establishment, rather than intervening, egged on the confrontation with excitement. Tang Jiancheng approached Luo Dagu, his voice icy. I grant you one final chance to apologize to me and my children. Or else what? Do you truly think you can strike me? Luo Dagu retorted defiantly, yet Tang Jiancheng swiftly delivered a punch. His blow was rapid and fierce, catching Luo Dagu unawares, sending him crashing to the ground, blood filling his mouth, his teeth nearly shattered. You scoundrel! I shall end your life. Luo Degu roared in fury. Tang Jiancheng planted a foot upon his chest, his gaze menacing. Should you utter another word, I would not hesitate to silence you permanently. Test me if you dare. Confronted by Tang Jiancheng's fierce demeanor, Luo Degu faltered, recognizing the lethal intent in his gaze. At that moment, the other patrons fell silent, each casting fearful glances at Tang Jiancheng. Previously, no matter how outrageous their jests, he had remained silent, merely drowning his sorrows in drink. They had all assumed him to be a coward, yet now, when he unleashed his wrath, he revealed a ferocity that was terrifying. What had transpired? Just then, Huang Tianyue emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 bowls of lotus root soup. It's cold. Practice some punches with Dage to warm up. The ferocity in Tang Jiancheng's eyes vanished, replaced by a serene smile as he extended a hand to help Luo Degu rise. Yet, at this moment, Luo Degu felt an even greater fear. A person capable of such a swift and complete transformation was far from ordinary. Such a person was truly frightening. Come, children. It's time for some lotus root soup. Huang Tianyue placed the soup before the eldest and second daughters. Thank you, Uncle Huang, they replied politely. Huang Tianyue, charmed by their manners, could not resist ruffling their hair. Do enjoy. If it isn't enough, I shall gladly serve you more. The 2 young women, however, did not immediately pick up their chopsticks. Tang Jiancheng approached with a smile, urging them to eat, claiming that it would warm their bodies. Reluctantly, they began to savor the lotus root soup, their eyes sparkling with delight. Clearly, this was a culinary treasure they had never before encountered. As they ate, they couldn't help but steal glances at their father. Just moments ago, he had appeared fierce and intimidating, but they understood that it was all for their protection. Now, however, his face radiated warmth and kindness, a gentleness they had never experienced before, filling their hearts with joy. When one is joyful, they naturally relax and forget past unpleasant memories. Thus, the elder sister summoned her courage, picked up a piece of lotus root, and offered it to Tang Jiancheng, saying, "Father, have a bite." "Thank you, my dear," he replied without hesitation, eagerly accepting the morsel. The younger sister followed suit, presenting a piece to him as well. Tang Jiancheng's eyes crinkled into slits of joy as he exclaimed, "Delicious! How sweet!" The elder sister insisted he take another piece, but he quickly interjected, "You too should eat." "I'm satisfied." Undeterred, she fed him another piece, and soon the younger sister joined in, making him dodge playfully, yet she persisted. Laughter erupted among the 3, creating a scene that drew envious glances from other diners. What a blessing it is to have daughters. Huang Tianyue watched with envy, reflecting on his own experience of raising 3 sons, where he was always the one chasing after them to eat, never having enjoyed the tender scene of being fed by his children. After relishing the lotus root, the warmth enveloped the trio. Bidding farewell to Huang Tianyue, Tang Jiancheng took his daughters to the supply and marketing cooperative. In those days, shopping there required various coupons. Of course, one could purchase items without them, albeit at a significantly higher price. Tang Jiancheng had rummaged through his home and found only a few grain coupons, lacking the necessary oil, sugar, and fabric tickets, which meant he would have to pay extra. "Comrade, what would you like?" asked the cooperative employee, seated by the fire, barely standing to acknowledge Tang Jiancheng, merely lifting his chin in a curt manner. Tang Jiancheng was unfazed, knowing that this was typical behavior for employees of the cooperative at that time. Back when it was called a commune, these individuals were even more haughty. Now, having reverted to the village name, they seemed to sense a shift in the air, leading to a slight improvement in their demeanor, at least to the point of asking a question. "I would like 3 pounds of coarse grains, 3 pounds of fine grains, half a pound of sugar, a yard of cotton fabric, 10 pounds of cotton, 8 pairs of children's cotton shoes, 2 pairs for adults, a packet of salt, and a bar of soap." Tang Jiancheng listed off a multitude of items in one breath. "Wait a moment. Do you have coupons for all these items? If not, what is the point of shouting?" The employee replied impatiently. Tang Jiancheng responded, "I don't have coupons, but I do have money." With that, he pulled out all the cash from his pocket. The employee's eyes widened in surprise. In this era, within the city, a worker's salary barely amounts to 20 or 30 yuan. Those employed as clerks in remote areas earn a meager sum of merely a few yuan a month. Yet, Tang Jiancheng, with a casual gesture, pulls out a significant stack of cash, at least 20 or 30 yuan. How impressive it is to have money. The clerk enviously muttered. before obediently standing up to fetch items for Tang Jiancheng. Chapter 14. Mother, is this candy sweet? Once everything was gathered, the total came to 20 yuan. From Tang Jiancheng's perspective in later years, this was indeed a bargain, as money held substantial value during this period. However, in this time, 20 yuan was a considerable fortune, especially considering that a worker's monthly wage was only a handful of yuan. All the items were placed into a basket, but a large bundle of cotton could not fit. So the elder and younger sisters had to carry it. The two sisters were overjoyed. Their father not only purchased many necessities for the household, but, noticing their eyes lingering on the candy counter, he not only refrained from scolding them, but also bought them a generous bag of sweets. They felt enveloped in happiness. If not for their inherently introverted nature, they would have been tempted to embrace their father and shower him with kisses. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Tang Jiancheng proceeded to the vegetable market. Although referred to as a market, it consisted of just one store selling produce. Permitted to operate due to its connections with the grain station and the cooperative, as well as ties to the village. The sign was quite amusing. Second branch of the supply and marketing cooperative, specializing in vegetables and fruits. Tang Jiancheng had no interest in the backstory of this store. He merely sought vegetables for purchase. He bought a substantial amount of white radishes, cabbages, greens, string beans, garlic sprouts, and carrots. The selection was limited, as it was the heavy winter season when many vegetables were out of season. In this age of scarcity, Tang Jiancheng was not picky. Having something to eat was sufficient. Once again, he filled a large bag for only 2 yuan and 80 cents. He couldn't help but marvel at how valuable money was in these times. Upon returning home and opening the door, the entire family was taken aback. Yuan Yuanzhu was also at Tang Jiancheng's house. Lu Fangfang, as his mother-in-law, lived nearby. And despite harboring 1,000 grievances about Lu Fangfang having another daughter, she still maintained the facade of cordiality. After all, she was inherently a tough person with a soft heart, and deep down, she felt sympathy for Lu Fangfang. However, as a mother-in-law, she had to be assertive and formidable. Otherwise, how could she advocate for her son's interests? How could she ensure Lu Fangfang obediently continued to bear children for Jiancheng until a son was born? At this moment, witnessing Tang Jiancheng return with an abundance of goods, she could not help but exclaim, "Have you robbed the supply and marketing cooperative?" Tang Jiancheng chuckled, "No. These are merely essentials. Our home is truly in dire need of supplies. Rice, vegetables, those are understandable, but why so much cotton? And what about these 2 bolts of fabric? And cotton shoes? And candy?" Yuan Yuezhu meticulously extracted items from the basket, commenting on each as she presented them. Finally, she unveiled a packet of candy and erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "You truly have too much money to burn. This confectionery is both expensive and trivial. What purpose does it serve? Are you truly considering allowing these worthless children to indulge? Do they deserve such generosity? They will belong to other families in the future. Why are you so kind to them?" The children, upon seeing the candy in Yuan Yuezhu's hands, were spellbound. Upon hearing her words, they each lowered their heads, none daring to argue. Tang Jiancheng seized the candy from Yuan Yuezhu, calmly stating, "Mother, please refrain from referring to them as worthless in front of the children. Regardless of their future disposition, they are still my children, and I will accept them even if they lack gratitude." With a tender smile gracing his face, Tang Jiancheng distributed a piece of candy to each child. Let us remember that our kindness will resonate with them, especially the girls, who are inherently more emotional and sensitive than boys. When they grow, I shall undoubtedly be the happiest father in the world. After savoring the sweets, he reminded them, "Remember to brush your teeth, or you may suffer from cavities." Noticing he still had several candies left, Yuan Yuezhu remarked, "You may indulge them now, but there will come a time when you regret it." Before she could finish, Tang Jiancheng peeled open a candy and playfully popped it into Yuan Yuezhu's mouth, asking, "Mother, is it sweet?" Her cheeks flushed from the unexpected gesture. She playfully swatted his arm and retorted, "You mischievous child." Yet, she secretly relished the moment. Ignoring her, he unwrapped another candy and offered it to Lu Fangfang. Initially resistant, she felt compelled to accept it when he held it up and gazed at her intently. "Now, that is more like it," he declared, leaving Lu Fangfang blushing with embarrassment. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Yuan Yuezhu decided to leave, saying, "Now that you are back, you can manage your wife and children alone." Tang Jiancheng chuckled and promptly began preparing dinner. "Daddy, I can cook too." The eldest daughter chimed in, displaying her maturity. Tang Jiancheng beamed, ruffling her hair as he replied, "All right, you can handle the cooking while I prepare the dishes. Daddy, we can wash vegetables too," the lively Xiao Qi exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm and showing potential for leadership. "Excellent, let us wash the vegetables together," Tang Jiancheng responded, retrieving radishes and cabbage, inviting the children to join in. In no time, the vegetable washing scene turned chaotic, resembling a playful skirmish. Initially, they focused diligently on washing, but soon it devolved into splashing water, laughter echoing as their clothes became soaked. With a stern expression, Tang Jiancheng warned, "No mischief. Otherwise, there will be no more candy." The effectiveness of his words instantly transformed the children into obedient little ones. After washing the vegetables, Tang Jiancheng proceeded to chop 3 pounds of wild boar meat into thumb-sized pieces, for it was essential to cut them small, with so many children. Larger chunks would be insufficient for sharing. He first heated oil to saute the wild boar until it was flavorful, then added white radish for stewing. And when it was nearly done, he incorporated cabbage. Soon, a large pot of cabbage, radish, and wild boar stew was ready. "Time to eat," Tang Jiancheng called out. And in an instant, all 8 children rushed to the dining table, each holding a large bowl, eagerly awaiting their servings, reminiscent of a kindergarten meal in later times. Lu Fangfang, holding little Jiu, also joined them at the table. Upon seeing the substantial pot of white rice, she couldn't help but frown and said, "Jiancheng, how can we eat plain white rice every day? We'll run out in no time. The children are too thin. They need to eat more to grow strong and healthy." Tang Jiancheng first served Lu Fangfang a generous bowl of rice, then proceeded to serve his older and younger sisters in turn. If they finished, he could always buy more. "Have you struck it rich? Even the landlords wouldn't feast like this," Lu Fangfang remarked, though her heart ached at the sight of the children's eager faces waiting for their food. Chapter 15. The clever third sister. "While I know not how the wealthy dine, I am resolute that my family shall have white rice at every meal." After distributing the rice, Tang Jiancheng began serving the stew, ladling generous portions filled with meat into each bowl, which looked incredibly appetizing. Once the children had their meals, they dug in heartily, their mouths glistening with grease. "Eat slowly, there's more in the pot," Tang Jiancheng cautioned, concerned they might choke. "You should eat too," Lu Fangfang urged, noticing him standing by with a smile, merely watching them. "I'm not hungry yet. You all go ahead," he replied. Observing his wife and children enjoying the meal he had prepared brought him immense satisfaction. In his previous life, at this time, little Jiu had passed away, and his wife had tragically taken her own life with poison, leaving him despondent and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, often taking his frustrations out on his daughters, even breaking the legs of 2 of them and traumatizing his eldest into madness. Fortunately, all that was now a thing of the past. This time, Tang Jiancheng vowed never to allow such tragedies to unfold again. "Dad, you should eat too. I'm almost done," his eldest daughter, ever so considerate, stood up after just a few bites, filled a bowl for him, and handed it over with care. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Jiancheng accepted it gratefully, nearly moved to tears. He had never experienced such kindness even after living 70 years in his previous life. He quickly took a few hearty mouthfuls to stave off the tears. Delicious. So flavorful. The rice and stew served by his daughter tasted exceptional. The family soon leaned back in their chairs, patting their bellies in satisfaction. "Father, if only we could have meals like this every day," little Qi, not yet 5, sighed wistfully like a small adult. "What are you dreaming about? Do you think your father has truly struck it rich?" Lu Fangfang shot him a glance. "I can help my father earn money too." Little Qi raised her small fist and declared, "When I grow up, I will earn a great deal of money and ensure that you all live in luxury." "Oh, Qi, where did you hear such words? You even speak of living lavishly," Tang Jiancheng exclaimed in surprise. Little Qi proudly lifted her chin and replied, "I just know." She often visited Erden's home to listen to the radio, from which she had gleaned such expressions. Fifth sister quickly revealed her secret. "You go there often. And it was you who took me." Little Qi felt compelled to defend her image and promptly retaliated. "I merely go occasionally, but you go every day." Erden's mother even said that when you grow up, you'll marry Erden. Erden? Tang Jiancheng took a moment to remember. He was the son of the village secretary. In the entire Daping village, only the village secretary owned a radio, a collective asset purchased years ago during the collectivization efforts, which had since become a private possession after the land was redistributed. Tang Jiancheng chose not to address the issue, as it was merely a radio. and he saw no need to offend the village secretary over such a trivial matter. However, recalling the village secretary, he suddenly remembered an event. At this time in his previous life, the village secretary had unexpectedly unearthed a den of badgers in the back mountain, perhaps 7 or 8 of them, each quite plump. The meat of badgers is exceptionally delicious, and the oil derived from them is renowned for its efficacy in treating burns, maintaining a consistently high market price. With this thought, Tang Jiancheng became restless. He could not recall the exact time the village secretary had discovered the badgers. If they had already been taken, it would be a significant loss. "Jiancheng, where are you going?" Lu Fangfang inquired, noticing Tang Jiancheng preparing to leave with a hoe. "It's snowing heavily outside. You won't be able to dig in this weather." Tang Jiancheng replied, "I'm just going for a stroll. I ate too much earlier. Also, please distribute the cotton shoes to them. And I bought a considerable amount of cotton fabric and cotton. When you have time, could you make them new padded clothes? Their current garments are too thin for this frigid weather." "Father, I'll go with you," suddenly declared the 10-year-old third sister, standing up. "Are you planning to dig for badgers in the mountains?" "How do you know?" Tang Jiancheng was astonished, his heart sinking momentarily. Could it be that the badger den had already been excavated by the village secretary? "I often see the village secretary's eldest son, Chodan, carrying a hoe to the back mountain. He mentioned seeing badger fur there," third sister explained. "When I saw you with the hoe, I guessed you were also going to dig for badgers." "Oh, is my little sister so clever?" In his previous life, third sister had seemingly run away from home at the age of 15 and had never returned. With such astuteness, it was no wonder she dared to elope with fourth sister. "All right, you can come with me," Tang Jiancheng agreed. "I'll go too." Fourth sister, inseparable from third sister, quickly chimed in. "What do you think you're doing? Is it fun to go to the mountains in this heavy snow? What if you fall into a snowdrift and get buried alive?" Lu Fangfang admonished. Sister C fell silent. Yet her pair of glistening eyes eagerly gazed at Tang Jiancheng and Sister San. Sister San, being astute, wisely refrained from provoking Lu Fangfang at that moment, feigning ignorance to Sister C's imploring gaze, while subtly signaling her with her own eyes to plead with Tang Jiancheng. Quick-witted as she was, Sister C promptly addressed Tang Jiancheng. "Father, I wish to join as well." "Very well, let us all go together. However, you must stay close to me and refrain from wandering off. If, as your mother warned, you happen to fall into a snow pit, you shall never see the outside world again," Tang Jiancheng replied. "Father, you need not worry. I shall not stray." Sister C, nearly 9 years old, joyfully moved to stand beside Sister San, who happily grasped her small hand. "Father, upon seeing us, the other children also wish to join," she added. It is in the nature of children to seek amusement. The snowy weather had long confined them, and each one yearned to venture outside. "Let us see who dares to utter another word about going out," Lu Fangfang exclaimed sternly, silencing everyone instantly. She then cast a resentful glance at Tang Jiancheng. In the past, he had little affection for his daughters. Anyone who clung to him would be swiftly dismissed with a wave of his hand. Lu Fangfang, too, had felt weary from it all. Now, however, Tang Jiancheng cherished his daughters and welcomed their affection, though he indulged them a touch excessively, causing her own fatigue. "You must all heed your mother. No more attempts to venture outside, lest you catch a cold," Tang Jiancheng declared, and indeed, the other children fell silent. "Let us proceed, dress warmly. And it would be wise to tie the hems of your trousers, or else they will become soaked and your feet may suffer frostbite," he advised. "Understood," replied Sister San and Sister C, who found a length of rope to secure their trouser hems, tightening their tattered cotton jackets as well. Subsequently, one wielded a hoe while the other carried a wood-cutting knife, following Tang Jiancheng out into the world. Chapter 16. Digging for badgers upon stepping outside. The heavy snowfall had lightened, yet the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, while Tang Jiancheng was merely ankle-deep in it. The 10-year-old Sister San and 8-year-old Sister C found themselves at a disadvantage. The snow nearly engulfed their calves, making each step a considerable challenge. They did not complain of the cold or express fatigue. Tang Jiancheng, silently approving of their resilience, intentionally quickened his pace to test their endurance. To his surprise, despite the arduous effort, they kept up with him closely. "Shall we take a moment to rest?" After walking for nearly half an hour, the trio arrived at the back mountain, where the snow was even deeper, covering the children's thighs. Observing their labored breaths and the sweat glistening on their brows in the wintry air, Tang Jiancheng promptly suggested they take a break. "Father, are you weary? If so, We may pause, Sister Sin inquired. Ah, this little one possesses remarkable filial piety, yet there is something peculiar in her tone, Tang Jiancheng mused, sensing a hint of provocation. Naturally, he could not admit to exhaustion, so he smiled and replied, Father is quite well. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Father, you may not know, but in times of scarcity, our family lacked food, and third sister frequently ventured into the mountains to forage for wild fruits and vegetables, running about all day without tiring. Fourth sister exclaimed with admiration, The most impressive one in our family is third sister. Really? My third sister is that remarkable? Tang Jiancheng felt a mixture of heartache and pride as he gently ruffled third sister's hair, softly saying, You've worked hard. In the past, your father was oblivious, but from now on, let us strive together to provide for our family, shall we? Third sister nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Dad, let us work hard together. All right, we shall indeed. Tang Jiancheng responded with a smile. Suddenly, fourth sister pointed towards the left front. Look over there. ISNT, that stinky egg and his father. Both third sister and Tang Jiancheng lifted their heads to gaze in that direction. Third sister affirmed, Indeed, that is Stinky Egg and the village secretary. They must have found the badger. Found it? A sharp pang struck Tang Jiancheng's heart. Had they arrived too late? It couldn't be. In his previous life, the village secretary had also discovered a badger on the back mountain, yet that area was vast. He recalled the secretary mentioning it was on the shady side of the hill, while this was the sunny side. It shouldn't be here. However, Tang Jiancheng couldn't be certain if the secretary had deliberately misled him. To be on the safe side, he decided to take a look. Third sister and fourth sister had already dashed ahead. Show. Just as they were about to approach, Stinky Egg gestured for silence. Third sister whispered, Did you find the badger? Stinky Egg, whose real name was Tang Jian, was a village boy. To ensure survival, every newborn was given a derogatory name, as an ancient custom suggested that such names would bring good fortune. He shook his head at third sister, murmuring, My dad is still verifying. We've only spotted some badger fur and have yet to locate their den. Badgers tend to hibernate, and during heavy snow, when there are few chores at home, it's the perfect time to dig for them. Hearing Stinky Egg's words, Tang Jiancheng felt a surge of joy. He nodded in acknowledgement to the village secretary and then swiftly led third sister and fourth sister towards the shady side of the back mountain. Third sister wished to converse further with Stinky Egg, seeking more information, but her father swiftly lifted her under his arm and carried her away. She was filled with curiosity and intended to share her thoughts with her father, yet noticed he remained silent, striding purposefully towards the shady side of the back mountain, seemingly in a hurry. Seeing Tang Jiancheng's grim expression, both third sister and fourth sister felt a twinge of fear and were left bewildered, unable to voice their concerns. The village secretary also cast a surprised glance at Tang Jiancheng, but had no time to dwell on it, as he had unearthed more badger fur, intensifying his belief that a badger was hibernating nearby, prompting him to hasten his digging. Tang Jiancheng made his way to the shady side of the back mountain, scanning the area but finding no figures. He let out a long sigh of relief and then set third sister and fourth sister down, softly instructing, You two split up and search diligently, but do prioritize your safety. Be cautious of any holes hidden beneath the snow. Yes, we will be careful, fourth sister nodded. Third sister glanced around, her small face etched with confusion. Dad, did you already know there were badgers here? Tang Jiancheng sighed inwardly. What a clever little girl, despite their verbal denials, indicating that the village secretary and others were searching on the sunny side. They felt it was futile to pursue their own interests and decided instead to venture into the shaded area in hopes of better fortune. As the youngest sister seemed poised to inquire further, Tang Jiancheng hurriedly urged, Hurry and search. Once you find it, we'll need to excavate. Time is of the essence. So don't dawdle. Realizing the validity of his words, the youngest sister refrained from asking more questions and began her search in a direction opposite to that of the fourth sister. Tang Jiancheng proceeded directly ahead. After several minutes, he suddenly discovered a tuft of badger fur beneath a rock, his heart leaping with joy. Could it truly be here? He used his hoe to clear away the surrounding snow and indeed uncovered the entrance to a badger den. Huh, it's real, Tang Jiancheng exclaimed silently, gesturing enthusiastically to the youngest and fourth sisters. They hurried over. A badger den? Upon seeing the entrance, the fourth sister gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment. The youngest sister shot a curious glance at Tang Jiancheng, feeling as though her father was concealing something from her. Yet, being a child, she opted not to delve deeper. Aware that adult matters were best left unexamined to avoid potential reprimands, a lesson learned through painful experience over the past decade. Quickly, center your search around this entrance and look for any additional openings. Badgers typically have several entrances, Tang Jiancheng instructed. After another 10 minutes of searching, they uncovered 4 more entrances in the vicinity. Dad, let us collapse 3 of these entrances, leaving 2 viable ones. We can funnel smoke into one and set a trap at the last opening. Then, the badger will unwittingly enter the trap, suggested the youngest sister. Tang Jiancheng's eyes lit up. Where did you learn this? I figured it out myself, she replied. The 4th sister chimed in proudly. Dad, isn't she clever? She often uses this method to flush rabbits out of their burrows. Understanding dawned upon him. Tang Jiancheng nodded in agreement with the youngest sister's plan. The trio gathered ample dry grass and damp twigs, piling them before one of the entrances. Then, Tang Jiancheng collapsed 3 of the openings and, feeling uneasy, blocked them with stones. Finally, he set a trap and net at the last entrance. All right, let us ignite it. After more than half an hour of preparation, Tang Jiancheng waved his hand decisively. The youngest sister ignited the mixed pile of dry and wet twigs, and a thick plume of smoke billowed from the den, creating a stifling atmosphere. However, 1 minute passed, then 3, 5, and 10, yet there was still no sign of movement from within the den. Dad, what if there are no badgers inside? The youngest sister expressed her doubts after waiting so long. Noticing that the fire had burned through several rounds without any response from the den, the 4th sister shared her anxiety, asking, Dad, could there be other entrances? Tang Jiancheng had been attentively observing the surrounding commotion. Apart from the smoke emanating from the burrow beneath his feet, there was only a faint wisp of smoke rising from a few collapsed entrances. Elsewhere, there was no sign of smoke at all. He felt it prudent to wait a little longer. After all, the badger's burrows were notably deep and winding. The dense smoke would need to reach a certain concentration before it could rouse the badgers from their hibernation. In their ensuing confusion, they would undoubtedly lose their sense of direction, requiring some time to find their way back. Sanmei then inquired, Dad, won't they suffocate? Upon hearing this, Tang Jiancheng was instantly drenched in cold sweat and urgently exclaimed, Quick, extinguish the fire and bury the still smoking firewood in the snow. How could he have forgotten that the thick smoke from damp wood could indeed suffocate the badgers? If after a few more minutes there was still no movement, he would prepare to excavate and directly retrieve the badgers from their lair. Sanmei, Cece, have you also located a badger burrow? At that moment, Chodan suddenly approached Sanmei. Not far off, the village head ambled over, 2 plump badgers dangling from the head of his hoe. With a beaming smile, he turned to Tang Jiancheng. Jiancheng, how is your haul? Tang Jiancheng sighed. I've found the burrow, but I haven't spotted any badgers. It seems to be a vacant den. You, however, are quite skilled, effortlessly unearthing 2 such hefty badgers. The village head, in a tone that feigned modesty yet brimmed with pride, replied, Oh, they are merely 6 or 7 pounds, not particularly fat. Compared to those I dug up last year, these are quite lacking. 6 or 7 pounds. Is that not plump? Village head, you seem a tad greedy. Tang Jiancheng teased him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the village head swelled with pride, nearly floating with self-satisfaction. Chodan, ever the show-off, interjected, You wouldn't believe it, but when these 2 badgers were first dug out, they tried to escape, and my dad knocked them out with a single swing of his hoe. The best part is, although he used a hoe, he only stunned them without causing any harm. Enough, Chodan, refrain from boasting. One should maintain a semblance of modesty, lest it seem as though your father is extraordinary. The village head waved his hand dismissively, feigning to temper the exuberance. Tang Jiancheng smirked inwardly, thinking how hypocritical this fellow was. If he wished to be humble, why not stop it earlier instead of waiting for his son to finish before intervening? The village head then addressed Tang Jiancheng. Jiancheng, there are techniques to finding badgers. Your method of using smoke is ineffective. Firstly, badger burrows are numerous, and secondly, excessive smoke can easily suffocate them. Otherwise, I could teach you a more effective approach. Just as he was speaking, Sanmei suddenly whispered, Dad, there's movement in the burrow. Tang Jiancheng perked up, instantly alert. Before long, out of the burrow came 1 badger after another, each one plump and weighing at least 10 pounds. The village head's eyes widened in astonishment, his face burning with embarrassment. Just as he had dismissed the efficacy of others' methods, one after another, badgers emerged from the den. The crux of the matter is that Tang Jiancheng's method for capturing badgers is astonishingly simplistic. He merely stands at the entrance of the burrow, waiting for his quarry. Yet he toils for nearly half an hour before finally unearthing a badger, nearly breaking his back in the process. To my astonishment, when the fifth badger burst forth from the burrow, even the village secretary was left utterly flabbergasted. He had exhausted himself to dig up merely two, while Tang Jiancheng, utilizing smoke, had managed to extract 5. Is there any justice in this? Furthermore, recalling that Tang Jiancheng had also stumbled upon several wild boars the previous day, the village secretary could not help but feel that Tang Jiancheng's luck was simply extraordinary. Such fortuitousness, day after day. My goodness, what kind of celestial luck is this? As he beheld yet another 2 badgers staggering out of the burrow, the village secretary felt as though his world was collapsing. Had Tang Jiancheng merely obtained 3 or 4 badgers, he might not have been so discomposed. However, the sheer disparity of acquiring 7, all of them robust and plump, was too much for him to bear. I never anticipated that there would be so many badgers here. Truly a stroke of luck. At that moment, Tang Jiancheng's tone was almost teasing. Unable to endure the sight any longer, the village secretary turned to leave, and upon noticing the lagging figure of Cho Dan, he scolded, "Cho Dan, are you coming or not? What are you lingering here for, to continue embarrassing yourself?" Cho Dan, retracting his neck, followed the village secretary. Just then, another badger emerged from the burrow. 8. Good heavens, there are 8 badgers in this burrow, Cho Dan exclaimed in astonishment. The village secretary, on the other hand, felt his heart racing. He was inherently a miserly and selfish man, evidenced by his refusal to return the village's radio. Witnessing Tang Jiancheng's bountiful harvest far exceeding his own, he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. He hurriedly whisked Cho Dan away, deliberately raising his voice to admonish him to avoid mingling with Sanmei and the others, questioning the propriety of a boy spending all his time with girls. His household was filled with daughters, not a single son to be found. What business did he have frolicking with them? Upon hearing this, Sanmei and Simi clenched their fists, itching to retort, but Tang Jiancheng intervened. There was no need to engage with such a person. Instead, let us keep digging to see if more badgers remain within. After carefully stowing the 8 badgers into a sack, Tang Jiancheng brandished his hoe and resumed his digging. Sanmei, too, wielded her hoe, commencing her excavation from the opposite end. Simi stood watch, ready to intercept any badger that might attempt to flee. After half an hour, the father and daughter duo reached the central area, where their pace noticeably slowed. Suddenly, as Tang Jiancheng struck the ground once more, the unmistakable sound of a badger, akin to a donkey's bray, emanated from within. Both he and Sanmei and Simi couldn't help but beam with delight. Tang Jiancheng hastened his digging. Before long, he beheld 3 badgers lying in the burrow, barely clinging to life. He recognized at once that they had been incapacitated by the smoke. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted the 3 badgers from the burrow and tossed them into the sack. Ha! Today's haul is indeed splendid. Tang Jiancheng was overjoyed. Indeed, there are 11 badgers. The heaviest weighs at least 20 pounds, resembling a small piglet, while the lightest is over 6 pounds. The third sister chuckled. The fourth sister scoffed. That scoundrel's father is so boastful, claiming they dug up 2 plump badgers. Compared to ours, theirs are simply inferior. Let's go. It's getting dark. We must hurry home. Tang Jiancheng glanced at the sky and promptly led the 2 sisters, carrying the badgers, back home. Chapter 18. The Art of Punishment. As night gradually descended, the snow that had ceased for the afternoon began to fall once more. The north wind howled through the air, biting and frigid. Tang Jiancheng, hunched over, endeavored to shield himself from the icy gusts as he walked home with the 3rd and 4th sisters, joyfully carrying the badgers. Suddenly, a towering snowbank obstructed their path. "Father, look, who on earth is so inconsiderate as to pile such a high snowbank right in the middle of the road?" the 4th sister exclaimed, indignantly pointing at the snow mound. "This person is truly heartless. The roads are already treacherous in this weather, and they've chosen to block our way deliberately, preventing us from returning home. It must be that scoundrel and his father," the 3rd sister remarked. Tang Jiancheng glanced at her in surprise and inquired, "How do you know it was them? Who else could be so idle?" The 3rd sister replied. Approaching the snow pile, she pointed to the disturbed footprints and picked up a tuft of badger fur, nearly buried in the snow. "From these distinct footprints and this badger fur, it's clear that they are responsible," she continued, Moreover, that scoundrel's father is inherently selfish and envious, unable to tolerate anyone who surpasses him. After we dug up so many badgers, he must have felt quite displeased, leading him to commit this malicious act. Tang Jiancheng gave the third sister a thumbs up, praising her. Impressive. Your reasoning is astute, and your evidence is compelling. But what shall we do now? The third sister gazed at the towering snowbank, twice her height, flanked by slick, steep rocks that were impossible to climb. The only way home was to dig through the snowbank. I must admit, they chose this spot quite well. We have no other recourse but to excavate the snowbank, she said, her expression forlorn. If we simply dig through, we can indeed return home safely. But how will the wrongdoers face their just deserts? Tang Jiancheng prompted, seeking to guide the third sister's cleverness further, so she might better protect her sisters and their home in the future. The third sister tilted her head in contemplation, momentarily at a loss for a viable solution. Tang Jiancheng smiled and said, in this scenario, while we have found footprints, they are too chaotic to serve as conclusive evidence. And the badger fur cannot be considered proof either, as we possess badgers ourselves. Thus, in this absence of evidence and witnesses, how can we ensure the wrongdoers are punished? The third and fourth sisters pondered deeply but could not arrive at a conclusion, ultimately shaking their heads in defeat. Tang Jiancheng remarked, in such circumstances, we must portray ourselves as somewhat destitute. Upon returning to the village, whenever we encounter anyone, we should condemn that scoundrel who piled up the snow mountain. But we must refrain from naming names directly, instead speaking in veiled terms, allowing the villagers to make their own connections. Though this may not deliver immediate retribution to the wrongdoer, it will tarnish their reputation among the villagers. Over time, their infamy will grow, and when the moment of reckoning arrives, they shall face the consequences they deserve. The fourth sister, bewildered, felt that the world of adults was exceedingly complicated. The third sister, however, had a glimmer of understanding. She realized that her father was imparting the wisdom of a gentleman's revenge, one that may take a decade to unfold, and teaching her to undermine the adversary through public opinion. Yet, she was not entirely grasping this concept and would need time to fully comprehend it. Noticing the expression on the third sister's face, Tang Jiancheng recognized that she had absorbed the lesson and inquired, so tell me, how shall we render ourselves more miserable? The third sister was momentarily stumped. It was just a snow mountain. They could simply dig it away. What was so miserable about that? It would only delay them a bit and tire them out. But was that truly a concern for children raised in the mountains? Clearly, that scoundrel and his father merely sought to vex Tang Jiancheng and his daughters, not genuinely trap them in the mountains. Otherwise, they would have used stones instead of snow. In reality, the solution was quite simple. With a smile, Tang Jiancheng suddenly scooped up a handful of snow and tossed it onto the third sister's head, the snowball bursting and showering her with flakes. The third sister instantly grasped the idea, seized a handful of snow, and, intending to throw it at Tang Jiancheng, reconsidered and instead hurled it at the fourth sister. As she beheld her sister covered in snow, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The fourth sister, indignant, retaliated by throwing a snowball at the third sister. The two exchanged playful throws, and soon Tang Jiancheng joined in, resulting in a delightful snowball fight until they were nearly transformed into snowmen. Afterward, Tang Jiancheng crafted several steps in the snow to guide the third and fourth sisters away. As for the snow mountain, he chose not to dig it away. He wanted more villagers to witness it so that the village head's reputation would be thoroughly sullied. However, this delay meant that by the time they returned to the village, night had fully descended. The village lay in serene tranquility, with wisps of smoke curling from every rooftop, either from the warmth of a fire or the preparation of meals, creating a picturesque tableau of a serene pastoral village. Dad, there is not a soul on the road. How are we to curse? The third sister scanned the village, seeing nothing but a blanket of white, devoid of any figures. Tang Jiancheng smiled faintly and remained silent. Upon reaching the village, he deliberately took a detour past the village head's house and suddenly shouted, "Which scoundrel, burdened by misfortune, had the audacity to pile a snow mountain in the middle of the road, causing me to be trapped in the mountains until now? What if a wolf were to emerge from the mountains? Would my daughter and I be left to be devoured by wolves? Is this an attempt to bring about our demise? Which scoundrel lacks the courage to own up to their actions? Curse it all. Do you think that by refusing to acknowledge your deeds, I am oblivious to your identity? This afternoon, only our two families remained on the entire back mountain. Who else could there be besides you? It matters not if you deny it. After all, You are indeed a scoundrel, and the villagers are well aware of this. However, let me make myself clear. Should you dare to bully us again, I shall repay you in kind. You may have a few sons, but I have 9 daughters. When the time comes, we shall see who prevails." Hearing Tang Jiancheng hurling insults at his doorstep, the heart of the wretched soul trembled, glancing repeatedly at his father. The village secretary's wife, fuming with indignation, wished to step outside and argue, but was restrained by the village secretary, who advised her to let him vent. After all, he did not name anyone specifically and could be dismissed as a mad dog barking. In that moment, the secretary's wife understood. The matter Tang Jiancheng spoke of was undoubtedly the mischief of their own household. Other villagers, drawn by his shouts, emerged to inquire about the situation. Tang Jiancheng hastily recounted how he had been digging a badger earlier that day, and how jealousy had driven someone to pile snow in the middle of the road, intending to trap him and his daughter. The villagers, incensed, began to curse vehemently. Yet, when they sought to know precisely who was responsible, Tang Jiancheng became vague. Though his implications were unmistakable, and the villagers grasped the situation immediately. That scoundrel was indeed shameless. Damn it, that rogue is truly despicable. The villagers, in tacit agreement, refrained from naming names, joining Tang Jiancheng in cursing for a full half-hour before departing. They felt a sense of catharsis in their outburst. It was evident that Tang Jiancheng was cunning. Without naming anyone, he could provoke such ire and frustration. Indeed, the village secretary's family was deeply troubled and infuriated. Yet they dared not confront him, enduring the silent shame. Chapter 19. A girl must be beautiful. Jiancheng, what is happening? Yuan Yuazizu, seated by the fire pit mending shoes, suddenly heard Tang Jiancheng's voice raised in anger and quickly set aside her needlework to rush outside. Over the years, Tang Jiancheng had faced ridicule and bullying in the village for fathering only daughters, and as a mother, witnessing such scenes pained her deeply. Despite her son being 30 years old, she still regarded him with the fierce protectiveness of a mother hen. Tang Jinshui and Tang Jianbing followed closely behind. Seeing them, Tang Jiancheng felt a swell of emotion and smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just a scoundrel trying to play tricks on me." With these words, he cast a glance toward the village secretary's house. Yuan Yuzu immediately understood, placing her hands on her hips, ready to unleash a tirade, but Tang Jiancheng interjected, "It's all right. I've already given that scoundrel a piece of my mind. He certainly lacks the courage to admit it. Save your breath to avoid catching a chill from the cold wind." Subsequently, persuaded by Tang Jiancheng, the family grumbled as they made their way back home. Upon reaching their doorstep, Tang Jiancheng presented a badger he had caught earlier to Tang Jianbing, saying, "Parents, Jianbing, this is what I dug up this afternoon with the 3rd and 4th sisters in the mountains. Take one to enjoy. This is unacceptable. This badger is quite valuable. You should sell it. With so many mouths to feed at home, a little extra money could help you buy more provisions," Yuan Yuezhu advised. "Fourth brother, take it back. If we want to eat, we can dig for it in the mountains tomorrow. While badgers are difficult to excavate, with enough time and effort, they can be unearthed." Tang Jianbing did not refuse. "Take it. We dug up 11 this afternoon." Tang Jiancheng thrust the badger into Tang Jianbing's hands, and he caught it hastily. "How many? 11? How did you manage to dig up so many?" Tang Jinshui, Tang Jianbing, and Yuan Yuezhu were all astonished. Could it be that badgers were now overpopulated? Indeed, there were 11. Father first smoked them, then dug them out. 8 emerged initially, and after excavating the burrow, 3 more appeared. They were all quite plump. The heaviest weighed nearly 20 pounds. Third sister declared proudly, 20 pounds. Tang Jinshui and the others gasped in surprise. Fourth sister brought out the heaviest badger from the sack, and the 3 marveled at the sight. A badger of such weight was indeed rare, nearly comparable to a small pig. However, the value of a badger far exceeds that of a pig. Not only is the meat delectable, but the rendered fat is also precious, and even the fur can be sold. Truly, every part is a treasure. Fourth brother, your luck has been quite fortuitous lately. You found a wild boar yesterday and dug up so many badgers today. What do you plan to do tomorrow?" Tang Jianbing jested. "Don't forget about your younger brother when good fortune comes your way." "Nonsense, what are you saying?" Yuan Yuezhu scolded. "Your fourth brother found a wild boar and shared the meat with you. He also saved you a badger. When has he ever forgotten you?" She playfully slapped Tang Jianbing. He recoiled, not daring to retort, though his eyes expressed indignation. Third sister and fourth sister witnessed this scene and struggled to suppress their laughter, finding it quite amusing. "Let's head home. It's too cold standing outside, Tang Jiancheng suggested, and he made his way back first. Upon entering, he found Lu Fangfang surrounded by a group of children, eagerly awaiting his return. Noticing the snow covering him, Lu Fangfang approached to brush it off. But Tang Jiancheng quickly interjected, "Stay back. I'm quite cold. You are now the moon lady. You must take care of yourself. I can handle this." Lu Fangfang was touched by Tang Jiancheng's thoughtful concern, her heart swelling with warmth. "Dad, let me help you brush off the snow." The most considerate eldest daughter approached with a towel, ready to assist her father. Tang Jiancheng welcomed her filial piety, opening his arms and spinning around for her to brush off the snow. "I want to help too." Little 7, ever the attention seeker, joined in. Following her, Little 6 and Little 8 also appeared. They were still too young to understand the task at hand and were merely there for fun. Instead of clearing the snow from Tang Jiancheng, they ended up covering themselves, their faces, and their hair with it. "Go away, stop causing chaos here. Look at the snow scattered everywhere," the eldest daughter admonished. Blah blah blah. Little 7 made a funny face, and Little 6 and Little 8 followed suit, giggling and showing no fear of their elder sister. "All right, wash your hands and prepare for dinner." With a firm command from fifth sister, the little ones immediately fell silent. Tang Jiancheng then realized that fifth sister, who was usually reticent, was merely over 7 years old yet bore a stern expression that could be quite intimidating. It was no wonder the children were wary of her. Regrettably, in a previous life, fifth sister had only lived to the age of 10, succumbing to starvation while attempting to gather bird eggs from a tree, losing her grip, and tragically falling to her demise. In this lifetime, Tang Jiancheng vowed to ensure she was well-fed and warmly clothed, to imbue her with strength and prevent the recurrence of past sorrows. The meal had already been prepared by the eldest and second sisters. They, being the oldest, took on the most household responsibilities and had matured early, never complaining despite their burdens. Rather, they seemed to relish the process of domestic duties. After the meal, amidst a brief bout of chatter, they all readied themselves for bed. "Are you all going to sleep without washing up? You'll get dirty and attract lice and fleas. Quickly, go and wash up before you sleep," Tang Jiancheng admonished, his demeanor serious. "From now on, everyone must bathe every 3 days and wash their hair. You must keep yourselves clean. You are all girls and must pay attention to hygiene. Any girl who neglects her cleanliness will face consequences." The children, still somewhat intimidated by Tang Jiancheng, nodded in compliance. Although he had been gentler with them in recent days, the long-standing impressions he had left were not easily altered. He supervised them until they were all thoroughly cleaned before permitting them to retire for the night. Subsequently, he too took a bath. Given their circumstances, why impose such stringent requirements? Lying in bed, Lu Fangfang found it difficult to comprehend. Their family had yet to secure basic sustenance, yet Tang Jiancheng insisted on personal hygiene. Was there even a basis for such demands? One must cultivate the habit of cleanliness from a young age. If conditions are lacking, then we shall create them. Girls must always be presentable, Tang Jiancheng asserted. "Presentable?" Lu Fangfang queried, bemused. "Why do you always use such peculiar phrases now? Where did you hear that?" With a smile, Tang Jiancheng replied, "No matter where I heard it, do you not find it reasonable?" Rolling her eyes, Lu Fangfang conceded, "It is reasonable." Seeing her expression, Tang Jiancheng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It had been 40 years since he had been intimate with a woman. If he were 70, it could be excused, but now, having been reborn at 30, in the prime of his vigor, how could he possibly restrain himself? Why the rush? You're hurting me. Be careful with our daughter, don't crush her. Take it slow. Is there really a need to be so frantic? Oh, stop. I'm still in confinement. Tang Jiancheng felt a wave of frustration. The fire within him was stifling, yearning for release. Perhaps he should consider an alternative approach? Lu Fangfang was left bewildered by Tang Jiancheng's suggestion of a new method, yet she found herself unable to resist him, complying with a mix of shyness and hesitance. Chapter 20, A Fortune. After a series of absurdities, Tang Jiancheng felt invigorated. Lu Fangfang cast a resentful glance at him, her curiosity piqued by his knowledge of such peculiar methods, especially given his crude and impatient demeanor, reminiscent of a man who had not encountered a woman in decades. Yet, utterly exhausted, her limbs weary and weak, she chose not to engage further with Tang Jiancheng, instead tucking the blanket around Xiao Jiao before sinking into a deep slumber. Even during the night, it was Tang Jiancheng who tended to Xiao Jiao, feeding and changing her. As dawn broke, Tang Jiancheng awoke. In this era devoid of smartphones, The internet, or television, evening entertainment was scarce. Aside from marital pleasures, there was little to do but sleep. The older man, Tang Jiancheng, who was not accustomed to much rest, rose early. With no inclination to linger in bed without a phone to scroll through, he had no choice but to rise. What purpose did this early rising serve? Outside, the snow fell in flurries, and the biting wind rendered farming impossible. Thus, he could only venture out to gather firewood. To ensure his children could enjoy warm baths daily, the demand for firewood increased significantly, both in quantity and speed, compelling Tang Jiancheng to be industrious and gather more dry branches. After collecting several bundles, the day had fully dawned, and the children awoke. Tang Jiancheng began preparing breakfast. Simmering meat broth. The rich aroma wafted through the air, inciting envy among the neighbors. Eating meat daily will surely lead to ruin. This Tang Jiancheng is utterly shameless, raising a brood of liabilities and yet so audacious. He only knows how to hide at home and indulge himself, and one day he will choke on his own greed. The neighbors could only grumble from their homes, noses raised high, inhaling the enticing scent of meat that lingered in the air. Eldest sister, second sister, hurry and eat. We must make a trip to the village today. Tang Jiancheng paid no heed to the neighbors' opinions. His sole desire was to ensure his daughters were well-fed and warmly clothed, compensating for past regrets. All right, father. The eldest and second sisters hastily finished their meals, instructing the third and fourth sisters to complete the household chores. The fifth sister stayed home with the little ones, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, while also assisting Lu Fangfang in caring for Xiao Jiu. The younger children, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, being quite playful, left 3 badgers behind while placing the others in a sack and into a basket, alongside 80 pounds of wild boar meat, bringing the total to roughly 160 pounds, just enough for a load. Tang Jiancheng, carrying the burden, set off to the village with the eldest and second sisters. He brought them along not for their assistance, but to broaden their horizons and brighten their spirits. Battling the wind and snow, they arrived at the village, where Tang Jiancheng headed straight to the state-run restaurant. Upon seeing 7 badgers, the manager, Huang Tianyue, widened his eyes in disbelief. Not long ago, my family inquired if I had any badger oil, as a relative suffered a significant burn. I was worried about where to dig or purchase it, and here you are, bringing me 7. Huang Tianyue exclaimed, with these 7 badgers. There will be enough oil for that relative, and more to spare. Brother Jiancheng, how much do you intend to sell it for per pound? This inquiry momentarily stumped Tang Jiancheng, who had never engaged in the sale of badgers and was utterly uncertain about an appropriate price. I am equally clueless, you decide, he responded. Huang Tianyue chuckled heartily and said, Brother Jiancheng, you are rather candid. If I were to suggest 1 yuan each, would you comply? Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. Had it been anyone else, I would certainly not entertain such a notion, but you are different. What makes me so unique? Huang Tianyue asked with a smile. Tang Jiancheng explained. Though I lack knowledge in fortune-telling and physiognomy, I have an innate belief that you are destined for greatness. Hence, I wish to befriend you while you remain modest, so that when you achieve success, you will not forget me. Huang Tianyue was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated various reasons for such an assertion, be it his good looks, wealth, or position as a manager of a state-run restaurant. But he never anticipated that Tang Jiancheng would deem him extraordinary in the future. Did he somehow perceive his background? That seemed implausible. In the entire Sanchong township, only the township head was aware of his identity, and the head would never divulge such matters to an ordinary citizen. Brother Jiancheng, you are quite straightforward, and I appreciate that. Huang Tianyue genuinely admired Tang Jiancheng's forthrightness, devoid of excessive circumlocution or insincerity. All right, based on the customary procurement prices of the supply and marketing cooperative, I shall raise the offer slightly for your badgers. The meat is priced at 3 yuan per pound, the pelts at 20 yuan each, and the oil at 30 yuan per pound. How does that sound? That sounds fine. Tang Jiancheng was uncertain whether this price was high or low, but it surpassed his expectations, prompting his swift agreement. Huang Tianyue promptly instructed the chef to process 7 badgers and extract the oil. The total for the 7 pelts amounted to 140 yuan, while the meat, weighing 56.5 pounds, totaled 170 yuan and 40 cents. The rendered oil yielded 12.5 pounds, bringing in 369 yuan. Altogether, the sum reached 679 yuan and 40 cents, and Huang Tianyue rounded it to a neat 680 yuan. At that time, the highest denomination of paper currency was the 10 yuan Great Unity Bill. Additionally, there was 24 yuan for the wild boar meat. As Huang Tianyue presented a thick bundle of Great Unity notes, even Tang Jiancheng, who had seen considerable sums in his past life, felt a tremor in his hands. This was an astonishing amount. Over 700 yuan. For a poor and underdeveloped rural area, this was undeniably a fortune. Brother Tianyue, I must treat you to a drink sometime. Without you, I would never have been able to sell for such a price. Tang Jiancheng quickly regained his composure, pocketed the money, and then took his elder and younger sisters back to the supply and marketing cooperative and the vegetable market for another round of significant purchases, astonishing the staff and shopkeepers alike. This time, not only did Tang Jiancheng fill his load to the brim, but his sisters also carried an abundance of goods. Upon returning home, the family erupted in excitement. Wow, so much stuff. Candy and hairpins. I love them. Oh, is this a shuttlecock? I have previously observed Tao Hua and her companions engaging in delightful play. It was truly entertaining. An abundance of vegetables was present, alleviating any future concerns about food scarcity. A group of children gathered around, chattering incessantly and beaming with excitement. Yuan Yuezhu, Tang Jianxue, and Tang Jianbing also arrived, all astonished by the spectacle. The neighboring residents, attracted by the commotion, clustered at Tang Jiancheng's doorstep, their eyes widening in envy and admiration as they beheld the impressive items he produced one after another. Jiancheng, have you struck it rich or emptied the supply store? You have procured an astonishing amount. Jiancheng, you have certainly flourished. Just the other day, you found a wild boar. And yesterday you unearthed so many badgers. With such remarkable fortune, shouldn't you treat the old and young to a drink? Some hoped to seize the opportunity for a favor. Tang Jiancheng merely chuckled, choosing not to engage with their remarks. All right, everyone, return home. If you wish to earn money, venture into the mountains to dig for badgers. Though challenging, they are still plentiful. Yuan Yuezhu began to shoo them away. The neighbors, somewhat intimidated by Yuan Yuezhu, understood that few could withstand her wrath once provoked, and thus they departed with reluctance. Soon, news of Tang Jiancheng's newfound wealth spread throughout Daping village. Many were stirred by the prospect and hurriedly took their hoes into the mountains to search for badgers, while others wandered aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon a wild boar like Tang Jiancheng. Remarkably, some indeed encountered a stroke of luck, though what they found were not wild boars, but rather wild rabbits and chickens. Upon learning that Tang Jiancheng was profiting from the sale of badgers, the village party secretary felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, to the point that even the sight of the village's sole radio no longer brought him joy. Damn it, how could badgers possibly be worth so much? I sold 2 for merely 60 yuan at the supply store. He must have sold them privately. The secretary exclaimed. Times have changed. Selling to private individuals goes unchecked now. His wife chimed in as she washed clothes. Who says it goes unchecked? Private transactions are a form of capitalist exploitation. They must be punished. The secretary retorted. I must report this. Otherwise, when the authorities investigate, I will share in the blame. Don't meddle. The times have changed, and besides, we are all from the same village. What if Tang Jiancheng finds out? His wife cautioned. So what if he knows? I am not afraid of that worthless man who cannot even produce a son. The village secretary donned a thick cotton coat and set out. His wife sighed but offered no further resistance. He journeyed to the township, where he found the township head. The head greeted him warmly. Secretary Tang, your timing is impeccable. Recently, our Sanchong township has experienced extreme weather, with several days of heavy snowfall and no signs of abating. We may face a once-in-a-century snow disaster. Daping village must implement preventive measures to protect the citizens from calamity. Tang Dai was taken aback, bewildered. It's just a few days of snow. It shouldn't lead to disaster, right? Secretary Tang, you must not be complacent. In your village, there are several households facing severe hardships, alongside a few families that rely on state support. These individuals require your vigilant attention should disaster strike. It is imperative to report it immediately. With the new year approaching, we must ensure that there are no casualties, the township head said earnestly. However, Tang Dai dismissed the concern, feeling that the township head was overreacting. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch, he responded, though inwardly he disagreed. He then shifted the conversation, saying, Township head, I have come to report someone. Report? Who? The township head furrowed his brow. What era are we in that we are still resorting to such denunciations? Tang Dai, oblivious to the township head's astonishment, continued, I am reporting Tang Jiancheng from our village. This fellow collected several wild boars the day before yesterday and dug up a few badgers yesterday. Yet instead of selling them to the supply and marketing cooperative, he sold them to private individuals. This constitutes illicit trading, a breach of regulations. Upon hearing this, the township head did not perceive Tang Jiancheng's actions as wrong. Rather, he considered him industrious. In the midst of heavy snowfall, he was out gathering wild boars and digging for badgers. Quite the diligent character. Yet, to spare Tang Dai's feelings, the township head casually inquired, who did he sell them to? I don't know, Tang Dai replied, shaking his head. Then how can you claim he is engaging in illicit trade? The township head pressed. It's my conjecture. Tang Dai retorted. What? You are merely guessing? As the village secretary, how can you make baseless assumptions about the actions of villagers? The township head said, displeased. I also dug up 2 badgers yesterday and sold them to the cooperative for merely 60 yuan. Clearly, he must have sold them for a much higher price, suggesting he did not sell to the cooperative but to private buyers. Tang Dai asserted emphatically, did you witness these transactions? Furthermore, how much did he sell them for to warrant such suspicion? The township head inquired again. Tang Dai shook his head, I did not see, nor do I know how much he sold them for, but he returned with numerous goods from the cooperative, along with a substantial amount of vegetables, hence, I surmise. Secretary Tang. The township head could no longer contain himself. You lack knowledge on this matter, and yet engage in wild speculation. Do you believe this is befitting conduct for a village secretary? Moreover, the higher authorities have emphasized the need to focus on economic development and to encourage the populace to thrive economically. Even if he sold to private individuals, it is not inherently wrong. In fact, we should be fostering such endeavors. What is driving your desire to retaliate? Tang Dai was taken aback by the reprimand. Enough. You may leave now. The township head waved his hand. Secretary Tang, I hope you can reassess your position and pay greater attention to the villagers who may suffer from disasters. Do not view trade through the outdated lens of the past. Times have changed, and our thoughts and actions must evolve accordingly, lest we be left behind by the current era. Tang Dai departed, disheartened. He had always been inept, having ascended to the role of village secretary through dubious means in a bygone era. Now, as time shifted, he found himself struggling to keep pace with the changing landscape. Not long after his departure, Huang Tianyue appeared in the township head's office. Ah, young Master Huang, it is a rare occasion to see you take the initiative to seek me out. The village chief poured a cup of tea for Huang Tianyue, exhibiting a warmth that far surpassed his demeanor upon meeting Tang Dai. Today, I procured a considerable amount of badger meat from a farmer, and having not gathered with you for quite some time, I thought to invite you for a drink, if you are available, Huang Tianyue remarked. Badger? The village chief's interest was piqued as he inquired, did you purchase it from Tang Jiancheng? How did you know? Huang Tianyue was taken aback. The village chief chuckled. Just moments ago, the village secretary from their community visited my office to report him, claiming he sold badger meat to a private individual. Little did he know, that individual was you. No wonder he managed to sell it for a price surpassing that of the supply and marketing cooperative. Huang Tianyue laughed lightly. Is this arrangement still permissible? Permissible? Quite the opposite. It should be encouraged. The village chief responded with a grin. So, the policy has indeed transformed, allowing private transactions? Huang Tianyue exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, what are your thoughts? The village chief countered. Huang Tianyue smiled, and, momentarily lost in thought, declared, I shall await you at the restaurant at 6 this evening. With that, he hurriedly departed. The village chief smiled subtly, aware that Huang Tianyue had long awaited a relaxation of the policies. Once the restrictions eased, he would soar to great heights, even without relying on any influential backing. A true dragon trapped in shallow waters. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng was at home preparing the 3 remaining badgers. Chapter 22. Don't you enjoy spicy food? Daddy, what is this? Little 8, not yet 2 years old, squatted beside Tang Jiancheng, her eyes full of curiosity. As he skinned the badger, Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, This is badger. Shall we have badger meat for dinner? Yes, I love meat. She exclaimed. Do you prefer the front legs or the hind legs? Tang Jiancheng teased her playfully. I like meat. I know you love meat. I am asking about the front or the hind legs. I like meat. Understanding her young age prevented her from distinguishing the front from the hind legs. Tang Jiancheng lifted the skinned badger and pointed. Look closely. This is the front leg. And this is the hind leg. Which one do you prefer? Little 8 tilted her head in contemplation before pointing at the front leg. I like the front leg. Why? The front leg is small. I can eat it. The hind leg is big. The older sisters can eat it and be full. Tang Jiancheng gazed at her in astonishment. Could this truly be a child of merely 2 years? In ancient times, Kong Rong only understood the virtue of sharing pairs at the age of 4, yet my daughter already exhibits such selflessness at 2? Could she be a prodigy? However, in her previous life, little 8 had not lived past 4, succumbing to a grave illness. Little sister is so well-behaved, truly kind to her sisters. Tang Jiancheng praised. Little 8 beamed. Sisters are wonderful. I love my sisters. 5th sister, share all the delicious food with me, so I can be full. Just then, little 7 and little 6 came running over. Little 7 asked, Daddy, are we having this meat for dinner? Is it fragrant or spicy? Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. It's fragrant. Little 7 inquired, is there any spicy meat? Tang Jiancheng laughed, indeed. I will stir-fry a spicy dish shortly. How does that sound? Little 7 waved his hands excitedly. That's great. I love spicy food. Tang Jiancheng meticulously dealt with the 3 badgers, skillfully skinning them to preserve their pelts, then scraping off the fat and discarding the entrails. Although the innards could have been cleaned and consumed, he found it too bothersome and tossed them into the slop bucket. He mused that if the beloved De Huang from his previous life were present, it would have relished this feast. The thought of De Huang sparked an idea in Tang Jiancheng's mind. He resolved to adopt a dog, believing it would add joy to his life. He chopped the badger meat into chunks, seasoning it with soy sauce, MSG, and salt, allowing it to marinate for several minutes. He then peeled a few cloves of garlic, scraped a piece of ginger, and sliced it for later use. To cater to Xiaoqi's taste, he washed several red chilies and cut them into strips. Once all the ingredients were prepared, Tang Jiancheng instructed his younger sister to stoke the fire, adding oil, ginger, and garlic to saute until fragrant. He then introduced the marinated badger meat, stir-frying it vigorously, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. The children, drawn by the enticing scent, were practically drooling. Next, he prepared a spicy dish, the pungency making the children sneeze and tear up uncontrollably. Xiaoqi, does this spice suit your taste? Tang Jiancheng asked with a grin. Wiping her tears, Xiaoqi pouted, Daddy, I don't want to eat spicy food anymore. It makes me cry. Tang Jiancheng laughed heartily. But I thought you loved spicy food. Xiaoqi shook her head, insisting, I don't like it anymore. Before long, all the dishes were ready and placed on the table, where the children eagerly gathered around. First, wash your hands. No clean hands, no food. Tang Jiancheng commanded. The children rushed to wash their hands, then swiftly returned to their seats, bowls in hand, ready to devour the meal. Daddy, this badger meat is delicious. It tastes sweet, exclaimed one child. This meat is so tender, far better than wild boar. Another chimed in. As long as there is meat, who cares about preferences? Argued a sibling. I picked that piece first. You can't take it from me. Protested another. What's yours is mine. Whoever picks it first gets it. A sibling retorted. Daddy. 6th sister took my meat. I want that big piece. The meal was filled with lively chatter, and Tang Jiancheng simply watched with a smile. Later serving Lu Fongfong a bowl of badger meat without chili. The savory aroma wafted from the room, permeating the air, catching the attention of the neighbors, who grimaced in displeasure. Damn it, Jiancheng's family is doing this on purpose. Eating meat every day, why don't they just choke? Mom, Dad, I want to eat meat too. The neighbors' children clamored, unable to resist the temptation. What do you want to eat? The neighbors scolded. But they could hardly suppress the children's outcry. Those with meat reserves begrudgingly cut a small piece to cook, while others could only watch in envy, salivating at the enticing aroma from Tang Jiancheng's home. Xiaoqi, come have a piece of the spicy meat you wanted, Tang Jiancheng said, offering her a piece of badger meat stir-fried with chili. Initially, Xiaoqi refused, but with Tang Jiancheng's encouragement, she bravely took a bite, only to be overwhelmed by the spice. Wow, it's hot. Quick, give me water. Ah, it's so spicy. Water, water, water. Boo-hoo, she cried. Tang Jiancheng erupted in laughter. The eldest sister hastily brought a bowl of warm water for Xiaoqi, who gulped it down, but still found it spicy. Daddy, you're so mean, she exclaimed. After a while, Xiaoqi finally ceased her complaints, glaring with her large eyes, and cried out at Tang Jiancheng, I no longer like you. Humph, bad daddy. Tang Jiancheng quickly gathered her into his embrace, soothingly saying, I'm sorry, Daddy was wrong. I won't let you eat spicy meat again next time. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiaoqi tossed her head defiantly, yet remained nestled in Tang Jiancheng's arms, unwilling to part. Daddy, I want a hug too. Seeing Tang Jiancheng holding Xiaoqi, Xiao Lu also approached. I want one as well. Xiao Ba joined in. Finish your meal, commanded Wu Mei, prompting Xiao Ba and Xiao Lu to pout and obediently return to the table to eat. Xiaoqi, startled, quickly jumped down from Tang Jiancheng's embrace and picked up her bowl, obediently resuming her meal. Tang Jiancheng glanced at Wu Mei. Surprised by the considerable influence she wielded over the three little ones. Is this what they call bloodline suppression? After finishing their meal, Tang Jiancheng placed the remaining badger meat and wild boar meat together and buried them in the snow. Fortunately, it was currently snowing heavily. Otherwise, such a large quantity of meat would be difficult to preserve, aside from making cured meat. It's snowing again, someone called out. Tang Jiancheng looked out the window and indeed saw the snow falling in flurries. A thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the roof, and if it wasn't cleared, the roof might collapse under the weight once the snowfall ceased. You all stay inside, don't go out. I'll shovel the snow off the roof. Tang Jiancheng took a shovel and stepped outside. This snowfall was heavier than the previous ones, with flakes dancing like goose feathers, quickly covering him in a blanket of white. Noticing the thick snow atop his parents' roof, he shouted, Jianbing, come out and help me shovel the snow. Fourth brother, what snow are you shoveling? Tang Jianbing responded from inside, wishing he could stay nestled within the warmth of the house all day, given the biting cold. As the snow continued to fall and grow heavier, Tang Jiancheng insisted, the snow on the roof is too thick. It must be cleared immediately. Otherwise, the roof will collapse under the weight once the snowfall ends. Hearing this, Tang Jinshui quickly pulled Tang Jianbing outside, instructing, Jianbing, go inform your eldest, second, third, and fifth brothers to clear the snow from their roofs as well. All right, Tang Jianbing replied, huddling against the cold as he ventured out into the snowstorm. Tang Jiancheng climbed onto his own roof and began shoveling. The accumulation of snow was so thick that it couldn't be removed all at once. It had to be cleared layer by layer. Otherwise, the snow might slide off all at once, and with luck, it would only block the doors and windows. But with bad luck, it could collapse the doors, windows, and walls. Each snowflake is light, yet the weight of the thick snow can lead to unpredictable consequences. Tang Jiancheng worked slowly, occasionally glancing up to see that nearly every household's roof was covered in a thick layer of snow, yet only a few, like his own, were actively clearing it, as most remained indifferent. Let us hope no disaster befalls us. Tang Jiancheng was eager to inform the villagers to promptly clear the snow from their rooftops. However, lacking both authority and esteem, he feared that his words would fall on deaf ears, perhaps even inviting ridicule for his unsolicited concern. Thus, he resolved to focus on his own responsibilities rather than meddle in others' affairs. The snow on the roof was indeed substantial, requiring over an hour of toil to clear it away completely. Yet, the thick layer of snow surrounding the house severely obstructed movement, particularly the snow before the entrance. What to do? Perhaps construct a grand snowman or build an imposing ice house. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Jiancheng realized that such inclement weather could serve as a delightful opportunity for the children to engage in physical activity. He stepped inside and addressed the children. I wish to build an ice house with the snow outside. Who among you would like to lend a hand? I will. So will I. Daddy, I want to join too. The children clamored, eagerly raising their hands. What do you mean, join? It's snowing heavily outside. What if you catch a chill? Lu Fangfang interjected sharply, casting an admonishing glance at Tang Jiancheng. You should know better at your age than to think of building an ice house in such cold. With a light chuckle, Tang Jiancheng reassured her. It's not cold while it's snowing. It's when the snow melts that it becomes chilly. Besides, I will keep a watchful eye to ensure the children do not suffer from the cold. He instructed the eager children to gather their tools, don their gloves, and wear appropriate clothing and rain boots, assuring them that should they feel cold, they could return inside to warm up. Can you manage that? Yes. The children, driven by the prospect of play, were determined to give it their all. Regardless of whether they could accomplish it, they agreed to participate enthusiastically. As the children prepared, Tang Jiancheng realized that his home lacked sufficient shovels, rain boots, and gloves. A significant procurement would be necessary. Daddy, I don't have rain boots. Daddy, I need gloves. Daddy, my gloves have several holes. Daddy, I found mine first, but sixth sister took it from me. I don't like her anymore. The children chattered incessantly. But Tang Jiancheng merely chuckled, choosing to ignore their squabbles. With so many children, he knew he could not easily get involved in their disputes, lest he lose his peace. In truth, the healthy competition among the children would benefit their growth, allowing them to grasp the harsh realities of life sooner. Get ready, and then come out, he called over his shoulder as he stepped outside. Adjacent to his house lay a spacious plot of land, barren and awaiting tilling for the next planting season. Now blanketed in snow, it transformed into a splendid white expanse, perfect for constructing their ice house. Tang Jiancheng roughly outlined the area for the ice house and began transporting snow in successive trips. The children soon joined in, their laughter echoing through the air. Fifth sister, wait for me. You're too slow, I want to wait. Third sister, let us build another ice house. All right, let us make a bigger one. Sixth uncle, come help us build an ice house. I can't. So how about we make a snowman instead? That sounds great. At first, the children diligently followed Tang Jiancheng in building an ice house, but it wasn't long before they began to disperse, each engrossed in their own merriment. They were genuinely enjoying themselves, seemingly oblivious to the biting cold of the snowy day. Yuan Yuezhu, observing this, could not help but chastise them. Sitting idly is of no use. It would be better to engage in some activity and perhaps clear the snow while at it. Tang Jiancheng cheerfully suggested, Mom, Dad, would you like to join us in the fun? We are far too occupied for that. Yuan Yuezhu retorted, watching for a while before retreating indoors. However, Tang Jiancheng couldn't resist joining in, engaging Tang Jiancheng in discussions on how to fortify the ice house. Within half an hour, a substantial structure began to take shape. Yet, when it came time to construct the roof, they faced a challenge. The expansive ice house required supports. Otherwise, the roof would be impossible to cover. I'll fetch some firewood, stated Tang Jiancheng. Noticing the children's hands turning a bright red from the cold, Tang Jiancheng called out, everyone, go home and warm your hands before returning. Despite their reluctance, the children were ushered back. Upon their return, Lu Fangfang saw their red hands and faces. Yet their excitement was palpable as they chattered animatedly. She exclaimed, you all truly have nothing better to do than freeze yourselves. Have you lost your minds? Quickly warm yourselves. If anyone dares to play in the snow again, I shall give you a good spanking. Her sternness silenced the children, who sat obediently by the fire. Tang Jiancheng joined them, feeling the chill seep into his bones as he sat by the warmth. Suddenly, little Chi let out a series of sneezes, her nose running. She had been the most boisterous in their play, her shoes and socks thoroughly soaked. Look, you're catching a cold. Lu Fangfang scolded. I told you to listen. And now see what you've done. Concerned for the children's health, Tang Jiancheng promptly brewed a large pot of ginger soup, compelling them to drink a generous bowl each. Little 6, little 7, and little 8 squealed from the spiciness. Yet Tang Jiancheng remained unsympathetic, insisting they finish. After drinking, they indeed felt much better. It must be said that despite their meager clothing and lean frames, the children of this era possessed robust constitutions. A mild cold could be cured with a bowl of ginger soup. Still somewhat uneasy, Tang Jiancheng decided to venture into the village since it was still early. Chapter 24. Brother Jiancheng, are you here to sabotage us? The road ahead was blanketed in white snow, devoid of any other figures. With his head bowed, he pulled up his collar tightly around his face and strode purposefully towards Sanchong village. His first stop was the village clinic, where he purchased sufficient cold medicine, fever reducers, alcohol, and cotton swabs. After a moment's thought, he turned and headed towards Huang Tianyue's state-run restaurant. Upon entering, he found the usual patrons absent, with only 2 individuals enjoying hot pot and sipping on drinks. Tianyue, it seems you are living quite well these days. Tang Jiancheng immediately recognized one of the individuals as the manager of the restaurant, Huang Tianyue. Upon noticing him, Huang exclaimed in surprise, Jiancheng, is that you? How did you manage to come out in such heavy snow? Have you found something remarkable again? Is this the Tang Jiancheng you mentioned, who found a wild boar and dug up a badger? Another young man at the table also turned his gaze toward Tang Jiancheng. Yes, Huang Tianyue nodded, then beckoned Tang Jiancheng over, saying, come here, Jiancheng. I want to introduce you to a significant figure. As Tang Jiancheng approached, Huang pointed to the young man and introduced him. This is Mayor Chen, the official of our Sanchong township. You arrived just in time. Join the mayor for a drink. Tang Jiancheng recognized Mayor Chen Qinyuan, though this was their first encounter in this life. He recalled that earlier this evening, several old houses in their village had collapsed under the snow, resulting in the deaths of 3 elderly individuals and injuries to many others. Although Mayor Chun had rushed to Daping village upon receiving the news, he had been reported for his intoxicated state, which ultimately shattered his political career. He lost his position as mayor and would never have the opportunity to ascend again, eventually retiring as a clerk without even attaining a deputy position. Jiancheng, why are you lost in thought? I must tell you, the mayor is usually very busy. It's quite difficult to even meet him, let alone share a drink. Huang Tianyue urged as he noticed Tang Jiancheng's distraction. Finally snapping back to reality, Tang Jiancheng picked up a glass and poured only half a cup, addressing Mayor Chun. Mayor Chun, you are a capable and caring official for the people. I toast to you. However, given the heavy snowfall, which may lead to a disaster, I shall only drink half a cup with you. Afterward, I hope you will promptly send someone to check on the villages, otherwise, it will be too late if a disaster does occur. Upon hearing this, Mayor Chun said nothing, but Huang Tianyue frowned, his earlier warmth replaced by a chill. Jiancheng, what are you doing? I invited you to toast, not to undermine the situation. Tang Jiancheng clasped his hands together and replied, Tianyue, I apologize, it was my mistake. Once this heavy snow passes, I will host a gathering for you all. Today is truly not suitable for excessive drinking. Huang Tianyue retorted. The disaster you speak of is absolutely impossible. Mayor Chun has already made thorough preparations. As an ordinary citizen, you need not worry yourself with such matters. Mayor Chun waved his hand, saying, Tianyue, Jiancheng means well. This heavy snow indeed poses potential problems. He then turned to Tang Jiancheng, smiling, thank you for your concern. However, as Tianyue mentioned, I had already set plans in motion days ago, and so far, we have not received any reports of damage. Tang Jiancheng countered. What if someone has not reported the situation truthfully? Mayor Chin's expression darkened. Have you received any information? Tang Jiancheng shook his head. No. His knowledge stemmed from his past life. Since the events had yet to transpire, he chose to remain silent. Huang Tianyue's tone became stern. So, you are merely speculating? Are you aware that Mayor Chun has been diligently working overtime these past few days? After finally managing to relax, you come to dampen the mood. Do you not find that inappropriate? With Tang Jiancheng's interference, Chen Yuan lost all desire to drink. Tang Jiancheng was aware that he had ruined the atmosphere. Yet for the sake of Chen Yuan's future and the lives of several elderly villagers, he steeled himself and spoke. Mayor Chun, I am but a simple man, lacking in eloquence. If I have said anything inappropriate, I ask for your forgiveness. As for the other village officials, I cannot comment. But our village's party secretary is utterly incompetent. His rise to this position was a grave mistake from the past. Are you referring to Tang Dai? Chen Yuan's heart inexplicably raced at this revelation. Indeed, Tang Jiancheng nodded. That fellow is only concerned with himself. To my knowledge, our village has not undertaken any activities to mitigate potential hazards these past few days. The village officials haven't even issued a notice for self-inspection. I specifically addressed the possible disaster risks to Tang Dai yesterday, and yet he dismissed it? Chen Yuan could no longer remain seated. The snowfall outside was heavy, and there was a genuine risk of disaster. Mayor Chun, there is no need to rush. Let us first enjoy a hearty meal, Huang Tianyue suggested. However, Chen Yuan, being a conscientious official who cared deeply for the welfare of the people, could not sit idly by while village officials neglected their duties. He donned his coat, grabbed his briefcase, and strode out decisively. Tang Jiancheng, you must have come here to create discord. Huang Tianyue remarked with a wry smile as he watched Chen Yuan leave. Oh well, Mayor Chun is a good official. If he needs to attend to urgent matters, let him do so. We can eat without him. I cannot eat either. Tang Jiancheng replied. The day is about to darken, and the snow is heavy. I fear I may not return home. I came here hoping to purchase some frozen dumplings and seasoning from you. I noticed the supply and marketing cooperative has limited spices, so I thought you might have some. He continued. We have both frozen dumplings and seasonings. Feel free to choose for yourself, Huang Tianyue responded, losing interest in the hot pot. Although Tang Jiancheng had interrupted his good time, he bore no ill will, knowing that if this occasion did not work out, they could always plan another. After acquiring over 300 frozen dumplings and a considerable amount of seasoning, he proceeded to the supply cooperative to buy each of his daughters a pair of rain boots, gloves, and a good quantity of yarn, intending to bring them back for Lu Fongfong to knit sweaters and pants for the children. In total, he ended up with several hefty bags. Thankfully, they were not excessively heavy, so Tang Jiancheng picked up a stick and slung the bags over both ends, balancing them as he made his way home. The snowfall intensified, obscuring his vision. Nevertheless, he was well acquainted with this path, and having worked in agriculture for years, he was physically fit. Though the snow was deep and the road challenging, his pace remained brisk. Suddenly, he spotted 4 figures ahead, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman appeared to have fallen and injured her ankle, sitting in the snow and rubbing her foot. The 3 men were gathered around her, offering comfort or perhaps discussing something. Chapter 25. The house has collapsed under the weight of the heavy snow. Tang Jiancheng approached and soon recognized one of the men, Chen Yuan, the village chief. Village chief Chen, are you planning to visit our village? Tang Jiancheng greeted him. Upon seeing Tang Jiancheng, Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Ah, Tang Jiancheng, your arrival is fortuitous. We have a female comrade who has sustained an injury. I recall you recently procured a considerable amount of medical supplies. Do you possess any ointment for sprains? Indeed, Tang Jiancheng replied, setting down his belongings. He rummaged through a large bag of medical supplies and retrieved an ointment specifically formulated for treating injuries. Splendid, Chen Yuan exclaimed, handing the ointment to the injured woman. However, the woman was clad in heavy attire, making it difficult for her to bend down and apply the ointment herself. Chen Yuan and the other 2 unmarried men stood awkwardly, their faces reddening as the woman lifted her pant leg, revealing her fair ankle. The atmosphere grew tense, and they were at a loss for how to proceed. Tang Jiancheng took the ointment from the woman's hands, tearing open the package as he spoke. Hello, comrade. I am Tang Jiancheng, a married man with 9 daughters. Therefore, it is most appropriate for me to assist you in applying this ointment. The woman blushed and murmured in acknowledgement. What a delightfully quaint era of conservatism. Tang Jiancheng mused inwardly as he applied the ointment. Rising to his feet, he inquired, Village Chief Chun, it is 7 to 8 li from here to our village. All mountainous terrain, and with the snow so heavy, does this comrade still wish to proceed? Chen Yuan glanced at the woman. I can endure. As long as I have a walking stick, she insisted eagerly. Initially, Chen Yuan had contemplated undertaking the journey to Daping village alone, but considering the potential for disaster, he had summoned several others to accompany him. Unfortunately, the snowfall had been so severe that Jiang Yao had inadvertently twisted her ankle. Jiang Yao, you should have returned home due to your injury, but with nightfall approaching, it would be impractical to escort you back and then proceed to Daping village. Therefore, we must ask you to accompany us. If you find it unbearable, the 3 of us can carry you, Chen Yuan stated, pragmatically. I hope you can understand. It's all right. Village chief, I can manage. Jiang Yao stood, though it was evident to all that she was bravely enduring the pain in her ankle. Chen Yuan said no more and led the group onward. Tang Jiancheng found a suitably sized stick for Jiang Yao, fortuitously shaped with a fork at the top, which could rest under her arm, significantly alleviating the weight on her injured foot. However, due to Jiang Yao's injury, the group's pace slowed considerably. Tang Jiancheng felt it inappropriate to leave them behind, so he walked alongside them, sharing detailed insights about Daping village, particularly regarding families that might encounter difficulties, as he had witnessed in his previous life when the homes of several impoverished families collapsed. By the time they arrived at Daping village, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Fortunately, the landscape was enveloped in a pristine blanket of snow, the reflection of which rendered the surroundings not entirely shrouded in darkness. Mayor Chun, from this point, counting the 5th household ahead, is the one I previously mentioned as particularly impoverished, belonging to an elderly man named Tang Jiancheng. At 70 years of age, he has lost both his son and daughter-in-law, leaving behind 4 semi-adult children who currently rely primarily on relief rations for sustenance. Tang Jiancheng pointed towards the most dilapidated house ahead, saying, You all head over first. I'll return home to put away these items, and then join you. Upon seeing the condition of that family's dwelling, Chen Yuan's expression changed dramatically. He scarcely registered Tang Jiancheng's words before hastening forward. The other 2 gentlemen followed closely behind. Jiang Yao, however, expressed her gratitude to Tang Jiancheng, saying, Thank you, Brother Tang. With a smile, Tang Jiancheng replied, No need for thanks. If it becomes too much for you, feel free to come to my house. It is filled with daughters, and no one will gossip about you. If I need assistance, I won't hesitate to ask, Jiang Yao affirmed, displaying her generous spirit. Upon returning home, Tang Jiancheng found Lu Fangfang and others anxiously awaiting his arrival. Why are you only back now? Lu Fangfang inquired. As he set down the items, he explained, The mayor has come to our village, and I felt it necessary to accompany him. Lu Fangfang retorted, You're not even a village official. Why accompany him? Already stepping out of the door, Tang Jiancheng insisted. He is here to provide disaster relief for our village. As a resident, how could I not offer my assistance upon learning of this? Jianbing, are you asleep? If not, come here for a moment, he called. Not yet, fourth brother, what is the matter? Tang Jianbing emerged, wrapped in a thick cotton coat. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance, shaking the entire village. Startled, Tang Jianbing recoiled, exclaiming, "What happened? Quick! A house has collapsed under the weight of the snow." Without hesitation, Tang Jiancheng rushed towards the source of the commotion. What? Tang Jianbing was momentarily stunned before hastening to follow. Tang Jinshui and other neighbors also emerged, collectively gazing toward the direction of the noise. What is going on? It seems a house has collapsed. Which house? I don't know. Let us go see. In this heavy snow, where will they live if their house has fallen? Villagers murmured among themselves. The men stepped outside, while the women remained indoors to tend to the children. Upon arriving at the scene, Tang Jiancheng observed Chen Yuan soothing an elderly man, with 4 semi-adult children at his side. Mayor Chen, are you all right? Tang Jiancheng inquired. We're fine, Chen Yuan replied, but it was Jiang Yao who continued. What a stroke of luck that the first house you pointed out was this one. Otherwise, had we arrived even a moment later, they would have been trapped beneath the house in the snow, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hurry, lead the way. Didn't you mention there are still a few households receiving state aid and those in dire straits? Take us to them quickly. The earlier collapse had truly frightened Chen Yuan, who realized they were just a step away from disaster. Thankfully, he had insisted with great urgency that the 5 family members leave their home. Otherwise, they would have faced certain death beneath the weight of the snow. The thought of it now sent shivers down his spine. Without hesitation, Tang Jiancheng led Chen Yuan towards the homes of other impoverished families and those in dire need. The situation with the 5 guarantee households was relatively straightforward, as they typically housed only an elderly individual, making it unnecessary to deliberate. They could simply be carried out. However, the special hardship households posed a significant challenge. Each of these families consisted of at least 5 or 6 members, resulting in a cacophony of voices that complicated explanations. Chen Yuan could not adopt a forceful demeanor with each family. Moreover, even if he did, not every household would heed his words. One particular household, headed by a man named Tang Xingda, was resistant to Chen Yuan's approach. Brother Xingda, your house is in a dire state. The snow accumulation on the roof is perilously heavy. It is exceedingly dangerous for you and your children to remain inside. Chen Yuan implored earnestly, trust me. I am Chen Yuan, the village chief of Sanchong Township. Enough. I care not whether you are a village chief or a county chief. I am well aware of the condition of my own home and do not require your concern. Leave us be. We will not be going anywhere, Tang Xingda retorted defiantly. Having lost a leg and with his wife passing away 2 years prior, he was left to care for 5 children alone, subsisting on meager relief rations. Much like Tang Sanshui, Chief, if persuasion fails, perhaps we should resort to force, suggested a male companion accompanying Chen Yuan, pointing at the roof. Look, snow is already beginning to fall inside. If we do not act quickly, we risk being too late. Chen Yuan glanced upward and indeed noticed cracks in the ceiling, accompanied by ominous, creaking sounds, as though the wood were on the verge of splintering. His expression shifted to one of concern, and he pleaded, Brother Xingda, I implore you, consider your children. Can you truly bear to see them buried beneath the snow? What nonsense are you spouting? Buried? We are perfectly fine. Are you wishing death upon us? Get out. All of you leave. Tang Xingda shouted vehemently, unleashing a torrent of foul language, his anger unrelenting. Regardless of Chen Yuan's attempts to persuade him, he remained obstinate. The 2 male companions of Chen Yuan prepared to take more assertive measures, intending to carry Tang Xingda out despite his resistance. Surprisingly, despite his frail appearance and disability, he possessed remarkable strength, flipping the 2 men over and causing them to tumble to the ground. Tang Xingda's curses grew even more fervent, a stream of unrepeatable insults pouring from his lips. When Tang Jiancheng arrived, he overheard Tang Xingda's tirade. He recalled that at this moment in his previous life, this man was among those who perished beneath the weight of the snow. Yet, it was evident that Tang Xingda was genuinely devoted to his children, preferring to face death himself rather than allow them to suffer harm. Tang Jiancheng remembered how, in his past life, when Tang Xingda was excavated from the snowdrifts and rubble, he was found kneeling beside his bed, his hands desperately gripping the bed frame, with a heavy beam pinning him down. He had already drawn his last breath, yet he still clung desperately with both hands, safeguarding the children cradled in his embrace. At that moment, witnessing his determination to remain, Tang Jiancheng couldn't help but wonder if he had misremembered. Was this individual truly not as noble as he seemed, but rather a self-serving little man? However, as Tang Jiancheng's gaze fell upon the 5 children, the truth became clear. It was not that he was unwilling to depart. He simply did not wish for his children to suffer from the cold. His 5 children were emaciated, the eldest merely 12 years of age, while the youngest was only 4. They were all bare and huddled together under a single blanket. Tang Jiancheng approached and inquired, "Do you not have any clothing to wear?" The 5 children, familiar with Tang Jiancheng, were not shy but remained silent, merely nodding in response. "Come, wear my clothes. We shall head out first, and later I shall take you to eat meat. How does that sound?" Tang Jiancheng removed his own garments, enough to wrap around 3 of the children. "Surely you are not deceiving us." The eldest child, evidently aware of Tang Jiancheng's circumstances, looked at him with skepticism. Tang Jiancheng smiled. "Why would I deceive you? You must have heard about the wild boars I collected a few days ago." The eldest nodded once more. "Then let us be on our way." Tang Jiancheng held 3 of the children, while the other 2 wrapped themselves in the blanket and followed him out of the room. "Jiancheng, what are you doing?" Tang Xingda shouted, his anger boiling over. "You cannot bear children yourself, yet you wish to take mine away? Let me warn you, even if I perish, my children shall not be yours." As he hurled a stream of nonsensical curses, Tang Xingda leapt toward them. Chun Yuan, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of relief. Once again, Tang Jiancheng had devised a plan. He quickly ushered the others out of the room, only to see many villagers gathering, among whom was Tang Dai, the village secretary of Daping Village. Upon seeing Tang Dai, Qin Yuan's pin-up rage could no longer be contained. As Tang Dai approached and called out to the township head, he was promptly sent crashing to the snowy ground by a fierce kick. "Why did you kick me, township head?" Tang Dai's words were cut short when, suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Tang Xingda's house collapsed. Snow and debris flew everywhere, startling everyone present. Tang Xingda, terrified, fell to the ground, his eyes fixed on the ruins before him, disbelief etched upon his face. "See that? Had it not been for our township head and Tang Jiancheng's relentless efforts to assist you, you and your children would truly have been buried alive." Jiang Yao approached Tang Xingda, her voice laced with contempt. Tang Xingda's face turned pale as he suddenly cursed at the heavens. "Oh, cruel fate. Is this truly necessary? First, you take my wife, then render me disabled, and now you collapse my house. Do you wish for my demise so desperately?" Cursing, Tang Xingda was overcome with tears. Unable to bear the sight of his children witnessing such despair and helplessness, Tang Jiancheng resolved to take them away. However, he did not return to his own home, but instead went to his parents' residence. Upon sharing the affairs of the Tang family with Yuan Yuezhu, she too felt a pang of sympathy, her face awash with compassion. Upon learning that Tang Jiancheng had promised to cook meat for several children, Yuan Yuezhu unhesitatingly set about preparing a meat broth and even rummaged through her belongings to find some old clothes for them to wear. After entrusting the 5 children to Yuan Yuezhu, Tang Jiancheng returned to the scene, where he found Qin Yuan vehemently berating Tang Dai, exclaiming, "How could you, the village secretary of Daping Village, neglect the villagers who might be affected by the disaster? Just look, within such a short span of time, 2 houses in your village have collapsed. If I hadn't coincidentally encountered Tang Jiancheng today and had him bring me to your village, there would have been fatalities today. And not just one, but several." Tang Dai was left utterly humiliated, unable to raise his head in the face of such accusations. He wished to defend himself, but the undeniable truth lay before him, rendering any argument futile. The other villagers, upon hearing these words, joined in the chorus of condemnation against Tang Dai. Having already lost the villagers' trust, he now faced the collective wrath of the community, with all his past misdeeds being brought to light. The village chief must be dismissed, or else our village will inevitably face grave consequences. "Dismiss him! Dismiss him!" The villagers shouted in unison, their voices rising in fervor. Chapter 27. 2 slaps to Tang Dai's face. "Dismiss me? Who among you possesses that authority?" Listening to the villagers' outcry, Tang Dai suddenly appeared calm, brushing the snow off his coat with a sardonic smile. He surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Chun Yuan, asking, "Do you?" He continued, "Let me tell you. I was appointed village secretary by my esteemed brother-in-law. What rights do you or any of you possess to dismiss me? Who is your brother-in-law? Chen Yuan retorted, unwavering in his stance. One villager interjected, revealing that Tang Dai's brother-in-law was a department head in the county. This revelation doused the villagers' anger like a bucket of cold water, causing them to retreat several steps in trepidation. Chen Yuan was equally taken aback, astonished that such a seemingly incompetent individual could possess such formidable connections. Tang Dai, reveling in his perceived power, taunted, "What's the matter, scared? Come on, go ahead and dismiss me. You bunch of simpletons. And you, village chief, weren't you so full of bravado when you arrived? Try kicking me again." As he spoke, Tang Dai leaned closer to Chen Yuan. Yet, Chen Yuan, being a bureaucrat, felt a twinge of caution upon learning of Tang Dai's influential brother-in-law. His concern was not for his own position, but rather for the villagers' well-being. If that department head were to retaliate against them, he would bear the guilt. As the saying goes, endure for a moment and the storm will pass. Chen Yuan resolved to tolerate the situation. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure suddenly surged past him, delivering a swift kick that sent Tang Dai tumbling into the snowdrift. Not only that, but the assailant rushed forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Tang Dai's face. The sound of those slaps echoed clearly for all present to hear. "Tang Jiancheng, you son of a, how dare you strike me? I shall end your life." Upon hearing Tang Dai's furious roar, the crowd finally discerned that the assailant was none other than Tang Jiancheng. Hadn't he become increasingly ineffectual over the years due to his numerous daughters? What had caused this sudden ferocity? The villagers were taken aback. "Kill me? Do you possess the authority to do so? Do you?" Tang Jiancheng's words resonated with an uncanny familiarity among the onlookers. Upon reflection, they realized he was merely echoing Tang Dai's earlier proclamation. Tang Jiancheng had returned the sentiment with remarkable swiftness. "Let me inform you. My brother-in-law is the county director. If you dare to strike me, do you not believe I could have your entire family apprehended by him?" Tang Dai's gaze was venomous. "Humph, perhaps others might be intimidated by your brother-in-law's title, but the deputy director of the Livestock Bureau holds no terror for me." Tang Jiancheng's retort was intentionally directed at Chen Yuan. Indeed, upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's earlier trepidation dissipated instantly. He had assumed a figure of significant authority was involved. Learning it was merely the deputy director of the Livestock Bureau diminished all fear. Chen Yuan promptly instructed the recently arrived village security director of Deping to detain him and hand him over to the police station for processing the following day. His negligence nearly led to the ruin of another family, and he must face severe consequences. "Mayor, are we truly going to imprison him?" The security director appeared apprehensive. "With my support, what do you have to fear?" Chen Yuan retorted. Only then did the security director feel assured enough to detain Tang Dai. Tang Dai struggled wildly, hurling curses, yet no one paid him heed. Instead, as he was captured, a sense of vindication swept through the villagers, with many even applauding in celebration. Though Tang Dai had been apprehended, the disaster relief efforts were just beginning. The village still harbored numerous individuals under the 5 guarantees and those in dire need who required persuasion and relocation. Chen Yuan had brought only 3 people, which was woefully insufficient. Fortunately, with the assistance of Tang Jiancheng and other villagers, they managed to cope, albeit barely. Furthermore, having learned from the prior collapse of 2 houses, the remaining individuals under the 5 guarantees and those in desperate circumstances were remarkably cooperative with Chen Yuan's requests for relocation. However, the challenge of properly accommodating such a multitude of disaster-stricken individuals loomed large. The current housing in the village consisted of small units, and each household was already populous. It was not merely a matter of fitting in more people. Even their own families had insufficient space. Finding suitable accommodation for these afflicted villagers was indeed a formidable challenge. The heavy snowfall had ceased, yet the northern winds continued to howl, and the temperature felt even more frigid. With so many individuals, particularly the elderly and children among them, if they could not be promptly and appropriately sheltered, if they could not find refuge from the wind and warmth from a fire, they would likely perish from the cold, even if they were not crushed by the collapsing structures. "Jiancheng, what do you think about relocating these individuals to your village's community center?" Chen Yuan inquired. Tang Jiancheng shook his head. "That is unfeasible. The community center has long been ravaged by that fool Tang Dai. Aside from a few walls he could not remove, everything else has been taken. Even the windows have been smashed and carried away. Isn't that an appropriation of public resources?" Chen Yuan exclaimed in outrage. Tang Jiancheng sneered. And what of it? With his brother-in-law as a director, who would dare report him? Qin Yuandao, why don't you report it? Weren't you quite brave just now? Tang Jiancheng chuckled, leaning slightly closer to Qin Yuan, and whispered, I was emboldened by your presence. If it were just me, I wouldn't dare to confront him, let alone speak loudly to him. He has previously set me up, and my courage was purely for personal vengeance. Qin Yuan seemed taken aback by Tang Jiancheng's candidness, but he chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he asked, since we cannot go to the village office, can you think of another place where we might go? Tang Jiancheng had no better options to suggest. The villagers' homes were simply too small, and each family had their own difficulties. It would be inappropriate to impose on them, especially with around 30 disaster-stricken villagers present. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he said, I do have a place in mind, but I am unsure if you would be willing to relocate them there. Where? Qin Yuan inquired eagerly. The ice house beside my home, which my family and I built just this afternoon, replied Tang Jiancheng. The ice house. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then urged, let us go, show me. Tang Jiancheng led Qin Yuan to the ice house. Upon seeing it, Qin Yuan was overjoyed. Though the ice house appeared somewhat rudimentary, it was sturdy, with a roof supported by wooden beams, and most importantly, it was spacious enough to accommodate the affected populace. Did you foresee that we would need this place tonight? Which is why you constructed such a large ice house in advance. Qin Yuan, coming back to his senses, fixed his gaze intently on Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng felt a sudden pang in his heart. Could it be that fate had a hand in this? After all, why else would he have felt compelled to build the ice house that very afternoon, and such a large one at that? The coincidence was almost too incredulous to believe. Even Tang Jiancheng himself found it hard to accept that it was mere chance, and preferred to think it was destiny. However, he could not voice this to Qin Yuan. He smiled and said, I wish I had such foresight. The truth is, after shoveling the snow off the roof this afternoon, it obstructed the path a bit. And since the children hadn't been out in a long time, I gathered them to help build the ice house. Of course, my father and younger brother contributed as well. They also cleared snow and lived just across from my house. Chapter 28. This ant is truly fierce. Qin Yuan glanced at the two nearby houses facing each other and immediately recognized them as Tang Jiancheng's and his parents' residences, both small and dilapidated. However, due to the construction of the ice house, the snow accumulation around these two houses and on their roofs was minimal, rendering them somewhat conspicuous amidst the snow-covered village. All right, let us settle here for now. Without further deliberation, Qin Yuan decisively determined that all the disaster-affected individuals should take refuge in the ice house. Jiancheng, I will need you to gather some firewood, or else, in this frigid weather, it would be quite challenging to stay here overnight without any heat. Tang Jiancheng patted his chest and assured, rest assured, village chief, I will not only bring firewood, but also some wooden planks, straw, and even some meat soup, so they can enjoy a hearty meal and have a place to rest. Qin Yuan excitedly grasped Tang Jiancheng's hands, exclaiming, you have truly been a tremendous help. Once the disaster relief efforts conclude, I must treat you to a drink. Tang Jiancheng responded, if we are to drink, allow me to host. After all, I did ruin your opportunity for a drink this afternoon. Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You ruined it splendidly. Were it not for your interference, I would have been in dire straits. By saying that, I suppose I owe you 2 rounds now. Fine, let us remember this. I shall treat you once all is said and done. With that, Qin Yuan took his leave. Before long, he returned with the disaster-stricken populace, predominantly comprised of elderly individuals and children, with a few able-bodied men among them, yet they were all disabled. Tang Jiancheng had already relocated the firewood he had just managed to procure and gathered several planks to lay on the ground, covering them with a thick layer of straw, thus crafting a rudimentary bed. Soon after, Tang Jiancheng's mother, Yuan Yuezhu, entered carrying a large pot of meat soup. The aroma wafted through the air from a distance, making everyone's mouths water uncontrollably. Once the soup was set down, a crowd quickly gathered around, prompting Qin Yuan to shout, don't crowd. If the soup spills, there will be none left for anyone. However, the villagers paid him no heed. Get back, all of you. If anyone dares to come closer, I shall wield this iron ladle. Yuan Yuezhu exclaimed, swinging the ladle fiercely, her expression fierce, causing all to halt in their tracks, no one daring to approach further. Qin Yuan observed in awe, this lady is indeed formidable. One by one, she began to distribute the soup, her scolding continuing. Yet her heart swelled with pride at having commanded respect. After consuming the soup, the villagers felt warmth enveloping them. And with a fire to warm them and a place to rest, they found the makeshift shelter surprisingly cozier than their own dilapidated homes. This led them to contemplate that perhaps experiencing disaster was not entirely a misfortune. As the night wore on and all the villagers were settled, it was already late. And Chun Yuan and his companions were utterly exhausted, especially Jiang Yao, who had sustained injuries and was at her limit, her face pale and cold sweat beading on her forehead. Comrade Jiang Yao, you can no longer push yourself. You must find a place to rest, Chun Yuan advised. I am not tired, Jiang Yao insisted, still wanting to persevere. Tang Jiancheng, sensing her concerns, approached with a smile. Comrade Jiang, you truly cannot continue. Otherwise, you risk permanent injury. Come with me. My home only has my wife and 9 daughters. You can sleep with them. It will be fine. As for me, I doubt I will be getting any sleep tonight. Jiang Yao, weary and in pain, had been holding on because she lacked a secure place to rest. At this moment, upon hearing Tang Jiancheng's words, exhaustion washed over her, and she thought, at this late hour, if I go over, will I disturb my sister-in-law and the niece's rest? With the village so lively tonight, they likely haven't slept yet. Come, I shall take you there, Tang Jiancheng urged. Hearing this, Jiang Yao ceased her resistance and followed him. As Chun Yuan observed the retreating figures of Tang Jiancheng and Jiang Yao, his satisfaction with Tang grew ever more profound. Had it not been for Tang's diligent assistance this evening, he feared he would have been overwhelmed, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was indeed time to treat him to a hearty drink. With this resolution in mind, Chun Yuan returned to his tasks. Upon arriving home, Tang Jiancheng found Lu Fangfang and several older children still awake, eagerly pressed against the window to witness the lively festivities outside. Fangfang, this is Comrade Jiang Yao from the countryside. She has injured her foot and is quite fatigued from the night's events. She will be resting at our home. Please make her comfortable. Tang Jiancheng introduced Jiang Yao to Lu Fangfang before turning to leave. Father, I want to go with you, suddenly called out the youngest sister. It's cold outside. Stay home and sleep well. Don't wander about. Tang Jiancheng firmly declined. Had it been another joyous occasion, he would have surely consented. But in light of the calamity brought by the snow disaster, it was best to shield the children from such sorrow. Apologies for the intrusion, Tang Jiancheng said as he departed. Once he was gone, Jiang Yao felt somewhat awkward. Lu Fangfang approached warmly. Not at all. You are a village official. We would have never had the privilege to host you before. Come, let me take you to wash up. And you can rest on one of the beds of my daughters. How does that sound? Sister-in-law, are you still the moon lady? Jiang Yao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the towel atop Lu Fangfang's head and quickly noticed her intent to fetch water for her. No need, sister-in-law. I can manage. Mom, I'll help Annie with the water, called the second sister and the eldest sister, who had long wished to assist but were too timid to approach a stranger, leaving the youngest sister to shine. In no time, the youngest sister brought warm water for Jiang Yao, noticing her swollen, bruised foot, and thoughtfully retrieved a warm towel to soothe it. Thank you. You're very considerate. What is your name? Jiang Yao inquired. I'm Tang Sanmei, as I am the 3rd daughter in my family. Sanmei gazed intently at Jiang Yao. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Your skin is so fair. Jiang Yao blushed from the compliment and replied, You are beautiful as well. You will become fairer in the future. Yes. My father says he will raise all 9 of us sisters to be fair and plump. Sanmei beamed with pride. You truly have 9 sisters? Doesn't he your father mind? Jiang Yao was astonished. Sanmei affirmed, Indeed, we have 9. My youngest sister was born just over 10 days ago. My father used to despise us, often scolding and hitting us, but in recent days he has changed remarkably, cooking for us, making soup, buying clothes and candies, even helping us build a nice house. If only he could remain this way forever. Are you worried that your father might revert to his old ways? Jiang Yao empathized. Having worked in Sanchong Township for several years, she was acutely aware of the deeply ingrained preference for sons over daughters among the locals, resulting in a harsh existence for the girls. Sanmei, if you wish for your father not to revert to his former self, there are indeed ways to achieve that. Upon uttering these words, not only did Sanmei fixate on her, but the eldest, 2nd, 4th, and 5th sisters also turned their gazes towards her, their eyes brimming with eager anticipation. They all hold great affection for their father, yet the more they cherish him, the heavier their internal worries become. Reflect for a moment. Why does a father favor his son over his daughter? It is because a son can carry on the family lineage. While a daughter is destined to marry away, a son can provide for his father in old age and mourn at his grave. While a daughter must contend with the approval of her husband and his family to do the same, a son can remain by his father's side for years. Whereas a daughter, once married, can only return occasionally. In rural areas, a son brings honor, while a daughter often brings shame. Jiang Yao Yuyu remarked that there are countless reasons, yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that for thousands of years, we have existed in a world that upholds male superiority and female subordination. In other words, it is a world dictated by men. However, we now live in a transformed era, as great figures have proclaimed that women hold up half the sky. Therefore, to ensure our father's continuous improvement, we must first strive to better ourselves, to surpass even our brothers. What they can achieve, we too can accomplish, and with greater finesse. Additionally, we must demonstrate profound filial piety towards our parents, making them aware that nurturing us is their greatest joy. That evening, Jiang Yao shared numerous insights with Tang Jiancheng's daughters, captivating Lu Fangfang as well. Unbeknownst to them, their perspectives began to shift subtly. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng was unaware that he was out in the village, tirelessly accompanying Chen Yuan. Besides accommodating the low-income and severely impoverished households, they needed to visit the homes of other villagers. Although not all were in dire straits. Very few houses in the village were new. Most were old and dilapidated, with a significant number being makeshift structures at risk of collapse. For instance, some families had their latrines crushed, and others had pig pens that had collapsed as well. By the time they had assessed all conditions, dawn had arrived. Chen Yuan could not afford to rest. He had to organize manpower to clear the debris of the collapsed houses from the previous day and contact the local disaster relief team to prepare supplies for Daping Village. Furthermore, he needed to continue emphasizing the need for disaster assessments to the leaders of other villages. He was utterly overwhelmed. Tang Jiancheng could not share these burdens. He too had endured a long night, his eyes nearly unable to stay open. Yet, he summoned his strength to assist everyone in clearing away the wreckage. Concurrently, he aimed to reinforce the ice house to mitigate potential hazards. Jiancheng, why are you working so diligently? What do you seek? During a brief respite, Yuan Yuezhas approached Tang Jiancheng and quietly asked, "You are gathering boards and straw and preparing meat soup and firewood. Do you aspire to become the village leader?" Tang Jiancheng shook his head. "I do not wish for that. I simply feel that we are all part of the same village, and if I can lend a hand, I will." In truth, he was repaying a debt of gratitude. He always believed that being granted the chance to return to 1982 and rectify past regrets was a sign of divine favor. With no means to repay this gift, he could only strive to perform good deeds, to express his gratitude to the heavens. Additionally, witnessing the villagers' expressions of gratitude after his acts of kindness brought him immense satisfaction and joy. A philosopher once remarked that being needed by others constitutes the greatest fulfillment for humanity. Yuan Yuezhas cast a surprised glance at Tang Jiancheng. Sensing a significant transformation in her son, the Tang Jiancheng of yore would certainly engage in acts of kindness. Yet he would never exert himself so fervently or display such generosity, offering broth in abundance without reservation. Furthermore, he would not have spent an entire night toiling away for no personal gain, solely to lend a helping hand. Upon reflecting on the changes in Tang Jiancheng's demeanor towards his daughters, Yuan Yuezhas suddenly realized that her son seemed almost like a stranger, profoundly altered. "Mother, there is no need to gaze at me in such astonishment. One must inevitably grow up," Tang Jiancheng remarked. "For instance, I used to harbor disdain for my daughters, often resorting to scolding and expressing my dissatisfaction. However, my perspective has shifted. It is the divine decree that I am destined to have daughters alone. Why should I resist this fate or contend against the heavens? Instead, it is far wiser to embrace this reality and raise my daughters well, for they may prove to be no less remarkable than sons in the future." With that, Tang Jiancheng returned to his tasks. Yuan Yuezhas sat in a state of contemplation for quite some time, before brushing the snow from her trousers and sighing. It is easier said than done. Without a son, one cannot hold their head high in the countryside. For 5 consecutive days, Daping Village was engrossed in disaster relief efforts. Tang Jiancheng busied himself tirelessly, losing weight in the process. Although all the villagers witnessed his dedication, few expressed gratitude, while many whispered disparaging remarks. "Jiancheng is exerting himself, most likely to secure the position of village secretary. What a shameless fellow. I never realized he cared so much about village affairs. Now that the town mayor has arrived, he practically wishes he had 4 legs. This good-for-nothing must be seeking revenge on those who mocked him for not producing a son by trying to become a village official. How could such a petty individual ever hold the position of village secretary? If I were to vote, I would never choose him. Indeed, after another 5 days, Daping village was set to elect a new village secretary. Tang Jian was dismissed for negligence, which led to a significant incident, although no lives were lost. The financial repercussions were severe. Coupled with his previous misappropriation of public assets and other offenses, he faced a cumulative sentence of 10 years in prison. Consequently, his brother-in-law, who served as the deputy director of the Animal Husbandry Bureau, was also relieved of his position. At the election site in Daping village, according to Chun Yuan's expectations, Tang Jiancheng's recent efforts should have assured him a victory. However, the final outcome astonished him. Tang Jiancheng garnered only 7 votes. Among these, 5 came from his eldest, second, third, fifth, and sixth brothers' families, while the remaining 2 were cast by Tang Xingda and Tang Xingcai. The rest of the villagers, including his neighbors, did not vote for him. Yuan Yuezis was incensed, berating the villagers for their ingratitude, while Tang Jiancheng remained remarkably composed. He had never aspired to be an official, and he could accept this outcome. Furthermore, he understood all too well that the villagers' decision not to elect him was not a reflection of his abilities or past errors, but rather solely due to his inability to bear a son. In the minds of the villagers, appointing a man who cannot bear sons as the village secretary would bring shame upon the entire community. Upon learning of this sentiment, Chun Yuan was greatly angered, yet felt utterly powerless. Such deeply entrenched beliefs are the hardest to dismantle. Whether or not to serve as a village official matters little. Perhaps it is better to refrain, allowing oneself the comfort of freedom. Chun Yuan consoled. Come, let us go to Tian Yu's state-run restaurant. I shall treat you to a drink. All right. Once the election concluded, and Chun Yuan announced the results, he merely exchanged a symbolic handshake with the newly appointed village secretary of Daping village, uttered a few platitudes, and then took Tang Jiancheng off to the township for a drink. The entire village remained silently contemplative. Chapter 30. Drinking and chatting as the heavy snow began to clear. Warm sunlight bathed the land of Sanchong Township, casting a vibrant spectrum of colors. Chun Yuan, Huang Tianyue, and Tang Jiancheng occupied a window-side table at the state-run restaurant, savoring hot pot while leisurely engaging in light conversation, exuding an air of utter relaxation and comfort. Next year, we shall liberalize the private economy in Sanchong Township, vigorously encouraging the populace to engage in commerce. What are your thoughts? Chun Yuan casually inquired, taking a sip of his drink. Huang Tianyue chuckled. My thought is to transform the state-run restaurant into a private establishment. How about that? Chun Yuan shook his head. I'm afraid that's not feasible at the moment. If you truly wish to open a restaurant, it would be wiser to start anew and establish a separate venture. Huang Tianyue playfully replied, but I lack the capital. How about you, Secretary Chun? Invest as a shareholder. Chun Yuan retorted, how can you say you lack funds? I cannot possibly invest. My life is devoted to serving the country, and I can no longer engage in business. And you, Tang Jiancheng? Chun Yuan turned his gaze toward him. Tang Jiancheng reclined in his chair, basking in the warm winter sun, feeling utterly comfortable. With a glass of wine in hand, he absently caressed it, his mind a blank canvas, free from thoughts, enjoying a moment of leisure. Only upon hearing Chun Yuan's inquiry did he gently return to reality, stating, I have no ambitions. In this life, I simply wish for my wife to live well and for my 9 daughters to grow up healthy and happy. Chun Yuan exclaimed, Jiancheng, isn't that a desire in itself? Achieving such aspirations is far from easy. Huang Tianyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, raising children is the most challenging endeavor. I already find it overwhelming with my 3 sons, and you have 9 daughters. Just thinking about it is daunting. However, your daughters are all quite well behaved. I envy that. Chun Yuan laughed. While others may look down upon having daughters, I assert that we fathers find the greatest joy in having daughters, for they are the loves of our past lives. Huang Tianyue quipped, so, does that mean Brother Jiancheng was a scoundrel in his previous life, a chinshimi? Realizing his misstep, he quickly apologized to Tang Jiancheng. I'm sorry, Brother Jiancheng. That was an inappropriate remark. I shall drink to atone. If Huang Tianyue's words were spoken decades hence, they would pose no issue. Yet in the 1980s, such comments could easily bring Tang Jiancheng unnecessary trouble. as this era was only just beginning to open up, with thoughts still exceedingly conservative. The terms scoundrel and chinshimi are not to be uttered lightly, lest one bears the stigma of being labeled a rogue. No matter, we are all acquaintances here. It matters not. I shall join you in your libations. Tang Jiancheng smiled faintly, clinking glasses with Huang Tianyue, downing the contents of his cup in one swift motion. He then filled his glass anew, generously pouring for both Chun Yuan and Huang Tianyue, declaring, "Our village remains rather backward, without attracting external interest. Even a fully open business environment will not entice many to engage in commerce." Attracting interest? Chun Yuan and Huang Tianyue gazed at Tang Jiancheng in astonishment. Indeed, it is about drawing people from outside to our village. Tang Jiancheng spoke candidly, unbothered by their curiosity regarding why a mere farmer would possess such knowledge. He would not clarify, allowing them to speculate. In a previous life, at this juncture, Chun Yuan had already been dismissed from his position as village chief and was under scrutiny, while Huang Tianyue faced some repercussions, scrambling to forge connections. However, in this life, thanks to Tang Jiancheng's intervention, both could sit peacefully with him under the sun, enjoying their drinks. Since their fates had already been altered, why not fan the flames further? Presenting concepts that might only emerge decades later, he was confident that with Chun Yuan's capabilities, they could expedite the development of Sanchong village. How shall we attract them? Indeed, Chun Yuan found this topic captivating. Tang Jiancheng replied, "Our village may lack many resources, but we are blessed with abundant mountains, lush trees, and picturesque scenery. If we can leverage these attributes, we are certain to draw numerous visitors. Of course, currently, the nation is preoccupied with ensuring basic sustenance. Few possess the leisure or finances to indulge in travel. Nevertheless, we can lay the groundwork now, so that when society's focus shifts towards enhancing quality of life and sophistication, we shall be poised to seize the opportunity. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to a rapid pace. Only then can Sanchong village hope to outpace others in the future." Chun Yuan listened intently. Yet, Huang Tianyue scoffed, "What you propose, in essence, is the development of tourism, which requires extensive planning over many years, 5, 10, or even 20 to 30 years. What, then, should we do in the meantime?" Sanchong village, nestled deep in the mountains, was impoverished and underdeveloped, lacking industry, infrastructure, and even a literate populace. Progress seemed daunting unless... Here, Huang Tianyue suddenly fell silent. "Unless what? Speak plainly, why tease us?" Chun Yuan retorted, slightly annoyed. Huang Tianyue chuckled, "Unless there are mineral resources." "Mining?" Chun Yuan pondered, responding, "Our predecessors have long considered this matter. Yet a thorough search of Sanchong village revealed no coal, oil, iron, or copper mines. Even if they existed, they would lack the scale to warrant exploitation." Huang Tianyue replied with a smile, "That was merely a suggestion. If the village chief agrees, I could enlist experts to conduct another assessment. Who knows? There may be resources worth extracting. Have you uncovered something?" Chun Yuan looked at Huang Tianyue with curiosity. Huang Tianyue shook his head repeatedly. "No, I merely mentioned it." Chun Yuan remained skeptical. Tang Jiancheng suddenly recalled that in his previous life, Sanchong Township had indeed discovered two types of minerals, one known as quartz ore and the other as tungsten ore, both of which boasted substantial reserves. However, these resources were monopolized by external magnates, who extracted them and transported them away without a moment's pause in Sanchong Township. Consequently, the local populace had scant knowledge of these minerals, merely engaging in casual conversation about them during leisurely moments. With this realization, Tang Jiancheng's heart ignited with fervor. If he were to become involved, could he not swiftly attain financial independence? What industry could possibly yield profits more rapidly than mining? In such a scenario, his daughters could boast, "Our family owns a mine." At that moment, Tang Jiancheng refrained from voicing his thoughts, for he knew that Chun Yuan and Huang Tianyue would not believe him. Furthermore, with only a few hundred yuan to his name, the notion of mining appeared utterly fanciful. Fortunately, the discovery of quartz and tungsten ore in his previous life occurred 2 years later, affording him ample time to amass capital. After a meal, the trio spent over 2 hours in jovial conversation, drinking and sharing stories. Although none indulged excessively, they all relished the experience. Upon departing from the state-owned restaurant, Tang Jiancheng returned home. Chapter 31. How to earn quick money. Considering the necessity to accumulate sufficient capital for mining within 2 years, Tang Jiancheng's urgency to generate income surged. In his previous life, he had succumbed to feelings of inferiority, lamenting his inability to father a son, leading to a life of mediocrity and unremarkable achievements. However, in this lifetime, his perspective had shifted. He no longer felt inferior or disheartened by the absence of a son. On the contrary, he took joy in having 9 daughters and aspired to raise them to be healthy, happy, and plump, which fueled his initial determination. Now, his resolve was even stronger. Yet, how could he earn money swiftly? As Huang Tianyue pointed out, Sanchong Township was a remote and underdeveloped locale, lacking in both industry and transportation, surrounded by towering mountains. Nevertheless, as Tang Jiancheng himself noted, this area was blessed with mountains, trees, and water, offering picturesque scenery. Thus, in such a setting, quick wealth could only be attained by utilizing the natural resources of the land. Tang Jiancheng quickly pondered the scant information he had gleaned from his previous life, as he had been a humble farmer with limited knowledge. However, through persistent self-encouragement, a few ideas emerged. One was that Sanchong Township would come to be known for 3 treasures: chili peppers, ginger, and bayberries. The chili peppers from Sanchong Township were fragrant and spicy, beloved by consumers whether used in chili sauce or dried. The ginger was exceptional, crisp and spicy without being harsh, perfect for both culinary dishes and snacks. The bayberries, renowned far and wide, were large, dark, and sweet, with the bayberry wine produced from them generating annual revenues in the hundreds of millions. Additionally, there were opportunities in tourism and mining, as well as in aquaculture. Sanchong Township was home to a unique fish, the white-scaled fish, which could not be found elsewhere. The fish, adorned with shimmering scales as white as jade, is truly a sight to behold, its flesh remarkably delectable. However, its breeding conditions are exceedingly stringent, requiring cultivation in sunless caves throughout the year. Another commendable industry in Sanchong Township is cattle farming. With its lofty mountains and lush pastures, the region produces cattle of exceptional quality, reportedly meeting the demands of a foreign steakhouse that purchases 300,000 head annually, each costing no less than 8,000 yuan. This translates to a staggering output value of 24 billion yuan. The more Tang Jiancheng pondered, the more exhilarated he became, eventually needing to calm himself. He could engage in these ventures, yet nearly all demanded time, a luxury he lacked, as he urgently needed to earn quick money to secure sufficient startup capital. However, the method for achieving this eluded him as he found himself back in Daping village. "Dad, come ski." Suddenly, a small figure slid onto the bench and tumbled to his feet. It was Xiao Lu. Looking up, he spotted Wu Mei, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba on the slope, seemingly queuing to take turns skiing. "Sit tight. I'll push you up," he said. "Great." Xiao Lu quickly nestled himself between the legs of the bench. Grasping the back legs, Tang Jiancheng propelled them forward with vigor. Oh, Dad, faster, faster." Xiao Lu cheered excitedly. Tang Jiancheng felt as though he were a youthful whirlwind. "Dad, we want to go too." Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba chimed in enviously, although Wu Mei remained silent. The longing in her eyes betrayed her desires. "All right, one at a time." He fulfilled their wishes, playing with them until he was drenched in sweat, the effects of the alcohol dissipating. "Enough, I'm tired. You all play by yourselves." After an hour, Tang Jiancheng was utterly exhausted, while the children remained spirited, clamoring for more fun. It was only when Wu Mei noticed her father's fatigue that she led her younger sisters away. After resting for a while, he strolled leisurely around the village. The sun shone brightly, and many children were outside skiing, their noses and ears rosy from the cold. Yet they remained undeterred in their merriment. Some had even succumbed to runny noses, unconcerned as they let the mucus dangle and swing until they could no longer bear it, wiping it with their sleeves before resuming play. Elderly villagers had set chairs outside their doors to bask in the sunlight, while others gathered to chat, play cards, or smoke. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Jiancheng found himself at the home of Tang Xingda, where reconstruction was underway. The funding came from the village subsidies. Materials were salvaged from the old house, and the labor was arranged by the newly appointed village secretary, who required no wages, just a daily meal, which must include meat. As building a house is no trifling task, Jiancheng, Tang Xingda exclaimed upon seeing him, eagerly greeting him and offering a cigarette from his pocket. Tang Jiancheng waved his hand in refusal. He used to smoke, but ever since his rebirth, he has given it up. "What's the matter? Do you disdain your brother's cigarette?" Tang Xingda tossed the cigarette to Tang Jiancheng, remarking, This is a pack of rolled cigarettes, worth only 2 dimes. Tang Jiancheng picked up the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, clarifying that it wasn't a matter of disdain, but rather a decision to refrain from smoking. By the way, Xingde, I recall that you have a bird gun at home, right? Are you still using it? Tang Xingde squinted and regarded Tang Jiancheng for a moment before replying. What? Do you wish to go hunting? Tang Jiancheng chuckled lightly, merely inquiring. Tang Xingde patted his amputated leg and said, Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to lend you the bird gun. It's just that this thing is exceedingly perilous. See this leg of mine? It was lost while hunting in the mountains. Tang Jiancheng acknowledged. Indeed, hunting in the mountains is quite dangerous. But with the snow everywhere and nothing to do, I thought I might venture into the woods for a try. If you are unwilling to lend it, I shall seek out others. Tang Xingde quickly stopped him. Brother, do not be angry. Ever since that night you rescued my 5 children and provided them with meat soup, I have regarded you as my true brother. It is precisely because I consider you family that I speak candidly. You have never hunted in the mountains before. To venture in recklessly is exceedingly dangerous. You might even lose your life. He paused briefly before continuing. If you truly wish to hunt in the mountains, it can be arranged, but you must take me along. Take you along? Tang Jiancheng instinctively glanced at Tang Xingde's amputated leg. Tang Xingde understood the implication of his gaze and chuckled. Rest assured, I shall not hinder you. I will merely guide you on how to locate prey, how to use the bird gun, and how to avoid potentially hazardous areas. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiancheng immediately acquiesced. All right, shall we set off tomorrow morning? Yes. Come find me tomorrow. Chapter 32. How wonderful it is to have daughters. Fong Fong, I will be going into the mountains to hunt with Tang Xingde tomorrow morning. Just to let you know. Upon returning home and during dinner, Tang Jiancheng shared his plans with Lu Fongfong. Lu Fongfong was somewhat taken aback. Previously, Tang Jiancheng never discussed his plans with her and never allowed her to intervene. Although he did not solicit her opinion this time, at least he informed her. Lu Fongfong paused momentarily before saying, Isn't it too dangerous to hunt in the mountains during heavy snowfall? Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, Do not worry. I will be exceedingly cautious. My daughters are still so young. What would happen if I were injured? Look at Tang Xingde. His family was once well off. But since his injury, his wife has passed away, and he has become one of the village's most destitute. Exactly, such a perilous endeavor. Perhaps you should reconsider? Lu Fongfong gently urged, mentally preparing herself for a scolding from Tang Jiancheng. However, after a considerable wait, she did not hear the expected rebuke. Instead, Tang Jiancheng spoke in an unusually conciliatory tone. The reason I wish to hunt is not to make a living from it, but rather to seize the opportunity presented by the heavy snowfall, when prey is hibernating, to earn a quick sum. With the swift earnings as our initial capital, we shall embark on a new venture. What do you think? A new venture? What kind of venture? Lu Fongfong gazed at Tang Jiancheng in confusion. After all, he was merely a farmer. Was it not a bit presumptuous to speak of ventures? Had he become overly boastful? This was not the typical nature of Tang Jiancheng. Just as Lu Fongfong pondered these thoughts, she heard Tang Jiancheng chuckle mysteriously, saying, I shall reveal it to you later. It is undoubtedly a lucrative enterprise. If successful, not only could I support 9 daughters, but I could manage 90. Such grand proclamations were almost celestial. Father, where do you plan to find 90 daughters? Do you have any besides us? Where are they? Xiao Qi's innocent question nearly caused Tang Jiancheng to choke on his food. Lu Fongfong almost burst into laughter. Ha ha. Our little Qi is brilliant. You've been boasting. Let us see how you'll respond. Serves you right. Spouting nonsense while eating. In a mock display of annoyance, Tang Jiancheng piled a generous piece of meat onto her plate, prompting her to take a big bite. With her mouth full, Xiao Qi continued to make muffled sounds, inciting laughter from the other children. Xiao Ba, clueless, joined in the silly laughter, deliberately grabbing a piece of meat to mimic Xiao Qi's antics, making similar sounds. Fool! Can you not learn something sensible? Tang Jiancheng scooped Xiao Ba onto his lap. Xiao Ba nodded earnestly, then asked, Daddy, what is a fool's egg? Tang Jiancheng was taken aback, while Xiao Qi proudly declared, Xiao Ba, you are truly foolish. A fool's egg is certainly the egg of a fool, just as a chicken egg is from a hen. Am I right, Daddy? Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Tang Jiancheng found himself at a loss for words. The children's world was indeed a realm of whimsical imagination. A fool's egg. Quite a notion. After a delightful dinner, Tang Jiancheng began preparing for the hunting expedition in the mountains the following day. He had never hunted before, but having lived for 70 years in his past life, he had gathered a modicum of knowledge about the basic principles of hunting. Once everything was prepared, he retired early for the night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Tang Jiancheng awoke. "Jiancheng, last night your eldest, second, third, and fourth daughters toiled through the night, roasting sweet potatoes, making porridge, and steaming buns. Please take them with you to the mountains," Lu Fongfong said languidly. She had not slept well, having to nurse Xiaojiao, handle the urinal, and change diapers. "I understand," Tang Jiancheng replied casually, though his heart was already overwhelmed with emotion. How wonderful it is to have daughters. After washing up and dressing, he made his way to the kitchen, where he indeed found a large iron pot on the stove, filled with sweet potatoes, buns, porridge, and a piece of cured meat. The embers in the stove still glowed, keeping the sweet potatoes, buns, and porridge warm. Just as he reached for them, his eldest daughter sleepily entered. "Father, you're awake? Are the sweet potatoes and porridge cold? My sisters and I took turns tending the fire, but my second sister forgot to call for me, and I have only just awoken. I shall immediately stoke the flames for you." "No need, it is still warm," she replied. Upon hearing her words, the old man, Tang Jiancheng, felt a lump in his throat. In his past life, he never experienced such thoughtful filial piety from his daughters. Fearing the food would grow cold, his 4 daughters stayed awake all night, taking turns to tend to the fire. Such actions, such gestures, who could remain unmoved? It is no wonder that daughters are often referred to as their father's little warm coats. With such warmth, Tang Jiancheng felt enveloped in a profound sense of comfort. "Eldest daughter, please go back to sleep for a while. I will leave once I finish eating." "Yes, father, do take care," she responded, turning to leave. And only then did Tang Jiancheng allow his tears of happiness to flow freely. After a considerable time, he finally composed himself, brimming with energy, and gathered the remaining sweet potatoes and buns. He secured his pant legs and sleeves tightly, donned a thick Lei Feng hat, slipped into his military boots, and ventured outside. Upon arriving at Tang Xingda's home, he found Tang Xingda bustling about in the kitchen. The main house had collapsed, and now the family of 6 was crammed into a small side room. The kitchen was hastily constructed and quite rudimentary. "Xingda, why aren't your 5 sons here to help?" Seeing Tang Xingda laboring alone, with no one to assist him, Tang Jiancheng felt increasingly grateful for having daughters. Those rascally boys would be more of a hindrance than a help. What a dream that would be. Tang Xingda chuckled, then, noticing Tang Jiancheng's attire, nodded in approval. "Not bad. Jiancheng, I see you're eager to venture into the mountains for some hunting." Tang Jiancheng laughed lightly, just playing around. Once Tang Xingda finished preparing breakfast and exchanged a few words with his eldest son, the two of them hoisted their bird guns and trudged through the snow toward the mountains. Surprisingly, despite his cane, Tang Xingda kept pace with Tang Jiancheng. "Xingda, I've heard that prosthetics are available in the big cities. Would you be interested in getting one?" Along the way, Tang Jiancheng quietly inquired, observing Tang Xingda's uneven gait. Tang Xingda's eyes brightened. "Really? Who told you that? Is it expensive?" "I heard it while drinking alone in the countryside. There are indeed options in the cities. As for the cost, it depends on the material, plastic, stainless steel, or ceramic," Tang Jiancheng explained. "Each type varies in price, depending on your preference." "All right. Then I shall work hard to earn money and aim to get a prosthetic soon. Then I can continue hunting and provide for those 5 boys." Tang Jiancheng could sense that Tang Xingda was now filled with renewed vigor compared to before. Chapter 33. The Lu brothers Jiancheng. Given that it is a heavy snow day, the prey is scarce as they tend to hibernate, rarely venturing out unless driven by hunger. On their way, Tang Xingda imparted some knowledge about hunting. Tang Jiancheng listened intently, though in his heart, he remained skeptical. While Tang Xingda appeared to share a wealth of information, it was merely superficial, consisting of common knowledge. He had not revealed any genuine skills or secrets. If one were truly oblivious to the art of hunting, they would undoubtedly be taken in by his guile, left in a state of bewilderment, and perhaps even feel a sense of gratitude, deeming him a genuinely kind-hearted individual. However, Tang Jiancheng was not such a person. Internally, he regarded Tang Xingda with disdain. Yet, having lived for 70 years in his previous life, Tang Jiancheng was adept at maintaining a facade of humility, donning a smile that was both modest and tinged with excitement, ensuring that Tang Xingda remained oblivious to any signs of discontent. Meanwhile, his thoughts wandered to where he should hunt next. He recalled that in his former life, during this very season, a large herd of wild boars had been discovered in the mountains, likely on Dazhong Mountain. although the precise location eluded him. His prior attempt to borrow a shotgun from Tang Jian was motivated by a desire to venture alone into Dazhong Mountain. Yet he had not anticipated that Tang Jian would insist on accompanying him. Should they still proceed to Dazhong Mountain? Glancing at Tang Jian, he ultimately resolved to go. This unfortunate fellow had suffered a broken leg, lost his wife, and now faced the collapse of his home while having 5 sons to support. Truly a pitiful soul. He decided to treat this as an act of kindness and allow him to share in a modest profit. Moreover, since the shotgun belonged to him, taking Tang Jian along to Dazhong Mountain seemed justifiable. Brother Jian, where do you typically hunt? With the decision made to head to Dazhong Mountain, Tang Jiancheng began to gently steer the conversation. Anywhere in the mountains, there is no fixed location, Tang Jian replied, his words lacking sincerity. In Sanchong Township, we may not have much, but we certainly have mountains, and consequently, plenty of game. Tang Jiancheng, unwilling to engage in further circumlocution, spoke directly. I heard from someone that there have been numerous signs of wild boars in Dazhong Mountain. Dazhong Mountain? Tang Jian raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively. Don't believe such nonsense. The mountain is filled with Chinese parasol trees, and the scent is far too pungent. Wild boars would never venture there. Even if they did, it would merely be a fleeting passage. Jiancheng, since this is your first foray into the mountains for hunting, do not set your sights too high. If you manage to catch a few wild rabbits or pheasants, that would suffice. Avoid aspiring for the unattainable. Tang Jiancheng nodded in agreement. Brother Jian, you are indeed correct. My eagerness may have gotten the better of me. However, I know someone in the village who mentioned that if I were to catch a wild boar, he would purchase it for $2.50 per pound. Wild boars typically fetched around $2 per pound at the supply and marketing cooperative, a fact Tang Jian was well acquainted with. Upon hearing that someone was willing to pay $2.50 per pound, his eyes lit up, an increase of 5 cents. For 100 pounds, that would amount to $5. With a bit of frugality, $5 could sustain his family of 6 for 2 to 3 months. Are you certain that person truly offers $2.50 per pound? Tang Jian inquired, his interest piqued, abandoning the earlier talk about a novice's first hunting experience. Absolutely true, Tang Jiancheng affirmed. Well then, we shall proceed to Dazhong Mountain. However, Jiancheng, you must prioritize safety. If you encounter wild boars, do not make eye contact, and avoid standing directly in front of them. My shotgun is rather loud, and after I fire, I must quickly find a place to hide. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril. Furthermore, one must exercise caution in both technique and strength when loading a bird gun, lest one risks a catastrophic explosion. It was only at this moment that Tang Jian began to impart genuine knowledge. Tang Jiancheng curled his lip, inwardly cursing. Well, at least you have a semblance of conscience. Dachuan Mountain lies over 10 miles from Daping Village, and it took the 2 men more than 2 hours to arrive. The landscape was similarly blanketed in white snow, with trees bent under the weight of the snow, and some even broken, lying horizontally on the ground. The entire mountain was enveloped in silence, apart from the howling wind. Scarcely a sound from any creature could be heard. After nearly half an hour of walking, 3 figures and a dog suddenly appeared ahead. Tang Jiancheng's expression shifted. Had they encountered fellow hunters? Indeed, upon seeing the trio, Tang Jian's countenance also changed slightly, and he whispered to Tang Jiancheng, "What terrible luck to run into these 3 harbingers of misfortune. They are the Liu brothers from Taomu village, known for their fierce demeanor. Tread carefully." Hey, Tang Sampao, you've lost a leg, and yet still venture into the mountains to hunt? The Liu brothers noticed Tang Jian and his companion, quickly leading their dog towards them. Sampao is a moniker for Tang Jian, derived from his penchant for boasting. In the dialect of Sanchong Township, boasting is referred to as firing a cannon, hence his first cannon. His second cannon is attributed to the loudness of his bird gun, which sounds like a cannon when fired. The third cannon refers to his volatile temper, akin to firecrackers that explode at the slightest provocation. Of course, this was his previous nature, since losing a leg. His temperament has changed, and he no longer boasts, even firing his gun infrequently. Big brother, it appears he's taken on an apprentice. One of the Liu brothers exclaimed. Indeed. But Tang Sampao, your choice of apprentice is rather poor. Typically, one would take on a younger lad, not someone of such advanced age. How amusing. They laughed heartily at their jest. Jiancheng, let us depart. In the past, Tang Jian would have certainly exchanged barbs with them, but now he preferred to avoid entanglement with the Liu brothers. Where do you think you're going? Tang Sampao, Weren't you once quite imposing? Why have you turned so timid now? Brother, don't follow Tang Jiancheng. Come learn from us instead. What can a cripple teach you? On a snowy day? A cripple going into the mountains to hunt? Be careful not to fall and perish out there. The Lu brothers' taunts grew increasingly excessive, and Tang Xingde clenched his fists, struggling to contain his rising anger. Tang Jiancheng cast a glance at the three, stating coolly, by the looks of you, it seems you've been in the mountains for quite some time. How is it that you have not caught a single prey? Could it be your skills are lacking? The Lu brothers instantly reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, shrieking, What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? You little brat. Mind your tongue, or you'll find yourself in trouble. Unfazed by their threats, Tang Jiancheng retorted with a calm smile. The facts speak for themselves. Am I mistaken? Merely flapping your gums will not bring home any game. With that, he followed Tang Xingde away. The Lu brothers, infuriated and itching for a fight, understood that while verbal disputes could occur in the mountains, engaging in physical conflict would not bode well for them. As for the matter of setting traps, neither Tang Xingde nor Tang Jiancheng possessed the audacity to remain in the mountains. By heavens, I shall witness what prey you managed to capture, Lu Matzi exclaimed vehemently. He then, accompanied by his two younger brothers and their hunting dogs, pursued Tang Jiancheng and Tang Xingde. Chapter 34. The Hunters, Tempers Flare. Lu Matzi, have you gone too far? After observing that Lu Matzi and his brothers had been trailing them for over 10 minutes without any sign of departure, Tang Xingde could no longer contain himself. He turned around, fixing a cold glare upon Lu Matzi and his siblings. This mountain does not belong to you. We shall go where we please, and you have no say in the matter. Lu Chong, Lu Matzi's second brother, retorted brazenly. Lu Matzi, as an experienced hunter, you ought to speak up. If you wish to accompany us, you must adhere to our commands. If your intent is to disrupt us or steal our quarry, I assure you, my firearm shall not permit it. Tang Xingde raised his bird gun, aiming it squarely at Lu Matzi. Tang Jiancheng, you, a mere cripple, dare to be so insolent? Come, fire that gun at my chest. If you do not, you are a coward raised by a stepmother. Lu Guang, the youngest brother of Lu Matzi, lunged towards Tang Xingde's firearm like a rogue. Bang! Without hesitation, Tang Xingde fired. However, he aimed low, targeting the ground beneath Lu Guang. The bird gun was loaded with pellets, and as the shot was fired, several small iron pellets struck Lu Guang's feet, causing him to bleed profusely. Ah! You truly dare to shoot. Lu Guang shrieked in agony. Brother! Lu Matzi and Lu Chong rushed to tend to Lu Guang's injury. Fetch a knife. Tang Xingde instructed Tang Jiancheng, swiftly reloading his firearm. Tang Jiancheng had already gripped the hatchet at his waist, his gaze icy as he observed the Lu brothers. He had heard tales of hunters having fiery tempers, quick to resort to violence, even leading to fatalities. In the mountains, one could simply bury the body, leaving no trace behind. Yet, hearing such tales and experiencing them firsthand are two entirely different matters. Although Tang Jiancheng maintained an exterior of calm, his heart raced with anxiety, his palms sweating against the handle of the hatchet. Tang Jiancheng, I shall kill you. Lu Chong, upon witnessing his brother's mangled legs, was ready to charge at Tang Xingde with a knife. Xiangzi, come back. Lu Matzi urgently restrained him. Brother, he has done this to our sibling. Should we fear a mere bird gun? We will fight them if it comes to it. Lu Chong bellowed, his face contorted with rage. He had already shown restraint. Otherwise, his brother would not have merely been injured, but instead shot dead. Lu Matzi gritted his teeth, expressing disbelief that Tang Jiancheng dared to fire after maiming his brother's leg. Tang Jiancheng, today we three brothers have cast aside all rules. My brother's injury is deserved, and we shall accept this loss. But remember, we have forged a bitter enmity with you. I hope you do not encounter us alone. Lu Matzi's voice was icy, and he warned, You, be cautious from now on. After uttering these words, he, along with Lu Chong, supported Lu Guang and departed with the hunting dog. Once they left, Tang Jiancheng secretly exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared that these three would recklessly charge at them, especially knowing that Lu Matzi possessed a firearm. Jiancheng, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. Tang Xingde finally expressed his regret once Lu Matzi and the others had vacated the scene. In that situation, it was imperative to fire, otherwise, they wouldn't have been deterred. To hunt in the mountains, one must possess a fiery temperament. Otherwise, one risks being perceived as a pushover. The crux was that if they showed weakness this time, more individuals would consider them easy targets, and they could forget about hunting. Anyone who encountered them might feel emboldened to seize their prey. Tang Jiancheng replied, Xingda, you are absolutely right. In such circumstances, we must confront them. Let us see who meets their demise first. Tang Xingda was startled, taken aback by Tang Jiancheng's fearless demeanor. He quickly amended his statement. Jiancheng, hunting doesn't necessarily have to be a life-and-death struggle. Tang Jiancheng asserted, Xingda, there's no need to comfort me. I understand that anyone daring enough to hunt in the mountains is not an ordinary person. Such individuals will either become allies or formidable foes. One cannot simply play the role of a congenial good guy. Tang Xingda nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiancheng, you speak the truth. In the mountains, the prey is not particularly terrifying. The true menace lies within the other hunters. We must exercise caution when encountering Lu Matzi and his companions again. They may not confront us head-on, but they will undoubtedly strike from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiancheng coldly smirked. If they dare to act recklessly, I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Tang Xingda regarded him thoughtfully, then patted Jiancheng's shoulder. Let us not dwell on worry. They would not dare to act indiscriminately, for otherwise, they would find it impossible to operate in this area. Other hunters, upon discovering their actions, would also retaliate. Tang Jiancheng understood this principle well. Every profession adheres to its own set of rules. Anyone who violates them will face appropriate consequences. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, and who would dare to hunt thereafter? Lu Matzi was aware of these rules, which was why he had exercised restraint. Unless he was entirely confident he could eliminate Tang Xingda and Tang Jiancheng in the mountains. Nonetheless, understanding was one thing. Maintaining the necessary caution was another. The three brothers, Lu Matzi included, did not wander far. They sought a sheltered spot and paused. First, they tended to Lu Guang's wounds. Fortunately, it's merely a surface injury. No bones are harmed. Lu Matzi stated with a serious demeanor. How many times have I told you? When encountering hunters in the mountains, one may jest, ridicule, or even curse, but one must never provoke them. Otherwise, they will indeed fire upon you. Those who venture into the mountains to hunt have already placed their lives on the line. Brother, are we just going to back down? Lu Chang questioned. What do you suggest we do? We were in the wrong from the outset. Unless you can guarantee to eliminate both of them at the first opportunity, we might as well forget about making a living here. Lu Matzi cast a sharp glance at Lu Chang, but soon murmured, this matter is far from over. He dared to harm my brother. I shall not hesitate to break his other leg. Third brother, you stay here with De Hui, while I and second brother go ahead to investigate. If the opportunity arises, I shall take a shot at him. All right, do take care. Lu Guang did not intervene. His thoughts consumed by revenge, oblivious to the wrongdoing of his intentions. Lu Matzi sighed inwardly as he departed with Lu Chang, stealthily trailing behind Tang Xingda and his companion. They wandered through Dazhong Mountain for quite some time without encountering a single prey. Unable to contain his frustration, Tang Xingda grumbled, Jiancheng, I told you long ago that the chuan trees in Dazhong Mountain are too numerous. Many animals shy away from this place. Brother Xingda, look, aren't those wild boar tracks? Tang Jiancheng pointed to a partially snow-covered imprint ahead. Tang Xingda hurried over, brushed away the snow, and indeed confirmed it to be a boar's footprint. A smile spread across his face. Haha, Jiancheng, who would have thought your luck would be this good? On your first hunting expedition, you've already stumbled upon a big fellow. Come, let us follow the direction of the tracks. The duo proceeded along the prints. Chapter 35. The wild boar lies ahead. Due to the heavy snowfall, the boar tracks were intermittent, but fortunately, Tang Xingda was an experienced hunter, adept at tracking. Even when there were no signs for 40 to 50 meters, he could discern new traces based on the surrounding environment and the direction of the footprints. Tang Jiancheng mused to himself. Having Tang Xingda accompany me into the mountains proves to be advantageous. If I were to venture alone, despite my memories of a previous life revealing the presence of a nest of wild boars, locating their exact whereabouts beneath the snow would be akin to groping in the dark. After a few more minutes, Tang Xingda suddenly halted, crouching behind a rock. Brother Xingda, what is it? Tang Jiancheng tiptoed beside him. Tang Xingda, brimming with excitement, pointed ahead. The wild boar is right in front of us. Then let us hurry. What are we waiting for? Tang Jiancheng was equally elated, finally having discovered the wild boars. His memories from the past were indeed accurate. He longed to rush over and see if the number of boars matched the rumors he had heard in his previous life, which spoke of a considerable quantity. Patience. The closer we get to our prey, the more composed we must remain. perhaps due to the recent altercation with Lu Matzi and his brothers. Tang Xingde had shed any pretense and began to genuinely instruct Tang Jiancheng as a mentor would, detailing the intricacies of hunting techniques and precautions in great depth. Not only must one survive in the wild, but the prey themselves are inherently vigilant and possess a formidable aggression. Furthermore, our fellow hunters could very well be lurking nearby, poised to ambush us. Tang Jiancheng was taken aback by Xingde's words. Is hunting truly this ruthless? Ambushes, Tang Xingde replied, harbor no ill intent towards others, yet remain vigilant against them. Regardless of the circumstances, it is always prudent to exercise caution. With that, Tang Xingde quietly gestured towards a nearby thicket and slipped into it. Tang Jiancheng pondered for a moment before following suit. You lead the way. Upon reaching the thicket, Tang Xingde instructed Tang Jiancheng to proceed ahead, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps behind. As they moved through the underbrush, he diligently cleared any traces left behind. After his meticulous efforts, unless one were an experienced hunter, it would be nearly impossible to discern that 2 individuals had previously traversed this path. Hey, brother, how have their tracks vanished? Tang Jiancheng inquired. Could they have discovered us? Approximately 15 minutes later, Tang Jiancheng suddenly detected a sound emanating from the narrow path below. Silence, came a sharp reprimand. How many times must I remind you? Once we enter the mountains, speak less. Even if your mind is inundated with questions, suppress them until we return. Do you catch the scent? After a brief pause, the voice inquired again. Brother, did you not say not to ask? Tang Jiancheng replied. What scent? The scent of wild boar. It is so pungent. There are at least 10 or more wild boars ahead. The man whispered. Tang Sampao must have also detected the wild boars, which is why he hastily cleaned up the traces. More than 10 wild boars? Damn it, we've been wandering here for 2 days without seeing a single hare, and he stumbles upon a nest of over 10 wild boars on his first attempt? Enough chatter. Prepare quickly. Remember, our objective is not the wild boars. We intend to have Tang Sampao suffer a setback. We must incapacitate him. Brother, can't we just shoot him outright? Are you foolish? That would be murder. If we get caught, it's all over for us. With wild boars at our disposal, why should we act ourselves? Is his worthless life worth us risking ours? Tang Jiancheng quickly deduced that the 2 conversing were none other than the Lu brothers, Lu Matzi and Lu Chong. He couldn't help but admire Tang Xingde even more. The seasoned hunter certainly possessed a commendable level of alertness. However, Tang Xingde was deep in thought, oblivious to Tang Jiancheng's admiring glance. Otherwise, he would have proudly remarked, take a page from my book. Tang Xingde also overheard the dialogue between the Lu brothers and began contemplating how to exploit the wild boars to teach them a harsh lesson. Tang Jiancheng, on the other hand, had no such elaborate thoughts. He was simply there to earn quick money. Seeing Tang Xingde hesitate to take action, he felt a surge of impatience but masked it well, quietly squatting beside Tang Xingde, calm and composed like a mountain. Tang Xingde glanced at Tang Jiancheng, noting his remarkable composure for a first-time hunter, and couldn't help but silently commend him. Jiancheng, can you shoot? He suddenly asked in a whisper. A little, Tang Jiancheng modestly replied. Although he had never hunted in his previous life, he had experience with firearms, albeit not sophisticated ones, just this type of bird gun. In their village, aside from Tang Xingde, for other households also possessed bird guns. In his past life, Tang Jiancheng often played with peers from those families, joining them in their shooting games. His curiosity allowed him to excel, mastering not only the speed of loading ammunition, but also shooting accuracy and positioning, making him second to none. However, that was a matter of the past. In this lifetime, he had yet to encounter a bird gun. Thus, he refrained from boasting, modestly claiming to possess a modicum of knowledge. Tang Xingde nodded and handed both the bird gun and the ammunition pouch hanging from his waist to Tang Jiancheng. His intentions mirrored those of Lu Matzi. Hunting wild boars was secondary. The primary goal was to teach Lu Matzi and his brothers a lesson. Consequently, he entrusted the bird gun and ammunition to Tang Jiancheng, seeking to free his hands to confront Lu Matzi's brothers. While possessing the bird gun undoubtedly provided a sense of security, it also heightened the likelihood of unforeseen complications. For instance, had he not wielded the bird gun previously, he would not have fired upon Lu Guang, thus avoiding the need for alternative methods to intimidate Lu Matzi's trio, preventing the bitter enmity that now plagued him. Upon receiving the bird gun, Tang Jiancheng examined it meticulously. It was evident that Tang Xingde held this firearm in high regard, it was well maintained, and the ammunition pouch exhibited excellent sealing, alleviating concerns about dampness leading to misfires. Subsequently, Tang Jiancheng raised the gun, gripping the stock with one hand while his finger rested on the trigger, bringing the weapon to his face and aligning his gaze with the sight. In that fleeting moment, the familiar sensations from his past life surged back. Jiancheng, remember, do not fire indiscriminately. The shooting procedure for the bird gun is intricate. Recklessly discharging it could lead to missed opportunities. Tang Xingde, observing the excited Tang Jiancheng, felt compelled to offer a reminder. Rest assured, brother Xingde, I shall not act rashly. Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. Yet, the more he observed Tang Jiancheng's demeanor, the more Tang Xingde's anxiety grew. However, in pursuit of teaching Lu Matzi and his brothers a lesson, he dismissed his apprehensions. Let him act as he pleased, as long as he did not harm himself. Jiancheng, the wild boars are just ahead. Approach slowly. I will come from another direction. Remember to remain calm. Position yourself upwind and elevated. And do not get too close to the wild boars, for once they charge, you shall not outrun them. Tang Xingde reiterated, having cautioned him many times along the way, unable to resist saying it once more. Seeing Tang Jiancheng nod dismissively, he couldn't help but sigh, then turned to depart. Chapter 36. Lu Chang was terrified once Tang Xingde left. Tang Jiancheng gradually made his way toward the wild boars. He was acutely aware of Tang Xingde's intentions and chose to disregard them. His sole focus was on hunting wild boars to sell in the village. As for the grievances between Tang Xingde and Lu Matzi's brothers, he would allow them to resolve it themselves. Should they falter, he would intervene in due time. After advancing approximately 30 meters, Tang Jiancheng finally heard the distinctive grunting of pigs up ahead. Continuing forward for another 10 meters, he beheld a valley about 100 meters away, surrounded by hills, devoid of excessive snow or camellia trees, yet abundant with lush vegetation and a muddy swamp, an ideal habitat for wild boars. Upon a cursory count, he estimated there were at least 30 to 50 wild boars of various sizes. Wow, there are so many wild boars. Tang Jiancheng was elated. Yet his movements grew increasingly cautious as he grasped the bird gun, gradually approaching. He found a concealed rock with an expansive view approximately 60 meters from the valley and crouched down to take aim. The process of firing a bird gun is rather intricate, necessitating the utmost value placed on each opportunity to shoot. Even with Tang Jiancheng's swiftness, he could only discharge 2 shots within a minute. Thus, his first shot had to be aimed at the most valuable wild boar, for otherwise, he would incur significant losses. The worth of a wild boar does not correlate with size. Rather, it is the yellow-haired boars weighing between 80 to 150 pounds that hold the most value. Once a wild boar exceeds 200 or 300 pounds, its meat becomes exceedingly tough and even sour, rendering it unpalatable. Conversely, the flesh of yellow-haired boars is notably tender. As for smaller wild boars, while their meat is indeed more succulent, they do not fetch a higher price than yellow-haired boars, and at a mere 30 to 40 pounds. They fall short in total value. Bang! Having made his decision, Tang Jiancheng aimed at the nearest yellow-haired boar and fired without hesitation. The bullet soared forth, striking the boar in the head, which collapsed instantly. Big brother, they have fired. Lu Chang exclaimed joyously from behind. Lu Matzi had already dashed forth like a startled rabbit. The moment the gunfire erupted, the wild boars would be startled and scatter in all directions. The brothers' scheme was straightforward, to drive the wild boars toward the hiding spots of Tang Xingde and Tang Jiancheng. With only one leg, Tang Xingde would surely be unable to outrun a frenzied wild boar, and should he perish, the blame would not fall upon the 2 brothers. However, they could never have anticipated that the valley housed not just a few wild boars, nor merely a dozen, but rather throngs of 30 to 50. Upon hearing the gunshot, they immediately began to shriek and scatter. Before Lu Matzi and his brother could reach their designated position, they spotted wild boars charging towards them. Lu Matzi felt a surge of exhilaration and fired without hesitation. Based on his experience, these wild boars would immediately turn tail upon hearing the gunfire. He continued to use the sound of the gun to drive them in the direction of Tang Xingde's hiding place. Indeed, the wild boars turned around as he had predicted. Yet, before a smile could fully form on his face, Lu Chang's panicked voice pierced the air. Big brother, run. Wild boars. Wild boars. As Lu Matzi was reloading his weapon, preparing to fire again to steer the wild boars, he looked up and his countenance drained of color. A veritable stampede of over a dozen wild boars was barreling towards them, led by a terrifying boar weighing at least 400 pounds. The stench emanating from it was palpable even from several dozen meters away. Run! Quick, run! Lu Matzi snapped back to reality and turned to flee, running for his life. Encountering rampaging wild boars in the mountains necessitates desperate flight. Otherwise, one is certain to be overtaken. If it had only been a single boar, it might have been manageable. But now faced with a dozen, Lu Matzi, no matter how courageous, felt as timid as a mouse, darting to and fro, too fearful to linger even for a moment. However, the snow in the valley was scant, while the snow on the slopes was quite substantial. The entangling underbrush hindered the progress of the two brothers, Lu Matzi and Lu Chong, rendering them unable to move swiftly. Climb the tree. Hurry, climb the tree. In desperation, Lu Matzi sought refuge in the embrace of a grand tree. Lu Chong mimicked his brother, but fortune was not on his side. The tree closest to him was not particularly tall, the thickest barely as wide as a bowl. In a state of urgency, he had no time to be selective, wrapping his arms around the trunk and scrambling upward. Suddenly, with a thud, he had scarcely ascended when a wild boar violently rammed into the trunk, the jarring impact nearly causing Lu Chong to lose his grip. Elder brother, save me. Help. This singular event sent Lu Chong into tears, his cries echoing through the forest. Hold on tight. Do not let go. I will fire a shot to scare them away. Lu Matzi perched on a branch, raising his firearm, only to find his expression contorted with frustration. In his haste to escape, he had failed to safeguard his flintlock, and he was dismayed to discover that snow had accumulated within the barrel. Even more infuriating was the fact that the stock was askew. If he attempted to fire now, the gun might misfire or even explode. Thud! At that moment, the wild boar struck the tree where Lu Chong clung, causing it to sway violently. Lu Chong's face drained of color, and he could not muster the courage to speak, clinging tightly to the trunk, silently praying that the tree would not break under the assault. Regrettably, it seemed the heavens did not heed his pleas. With a crack, the tree succumbed to another ferocious blow from the boar. Ah, brother, save me, brother! Lu Chong screamed, terror overwhelming him. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng, having fired his first shot, suddenly heard another gunshot and deduced that the Lu brothers had engaged. However, he remained composed, swiftly reloading his firearm. In a matter of mere seconds, he had prepared a second round, raising his gun, aiming, and firing with remarkable fluidity. A stark contrast to a novice hunter, he resembled an experienced marksman. Another yellow-haired boar fell in response to his shot. Tang Jiancheng did not linger to assess his aim, but immediately concealed himself, retrieving more ammunition for another round. After another brief interval, he fired his third shot. As he began loading the fourth round, a dozen wild boars charged toward the rocky outcrop where he hid, their raucous calls creating a cacophony, accompanied by an acrid stench that assailed the senses. Yet, Tang Jiancheng remained unfazed, methodically continuing his reloading. His chosen refuge was elevated over a meter from the ground, making it difficult for the boars to leap up. Surrounded as he was by dense underbrush with no substantial trees nearby, rather than flee, it seemed wiser to remain calm and fire again, for the boars would retreat. Unlike wolves, wild boars bore no deep-seated grudges nor relentless determination. Their aggression towards humans stemmed more from instinctual wildness. Chapter 37. Lu Chong went mad bang. Indeed, after Tang Jiancheng fired the fourth shot, the wild boars surrounding the rocky terrain fled in terror. He remained steadfast in his position, bowing his head to swiftly reload the fifth round. After a brief span of over 20 seconds, he descended in pursuit of the boars, following their tracks. Meanwhile, Tang Xingda had stealthily approached the vicinity of the Lu brothers. Upon witnessing the tree that Lu Chong was climbing being snapped, he halted, fully aware that Lu Chong would emerge injured, if not worse. Now, it was a matter of how Lu Matzi would choose to act. Would he descend to rescue Lu Chong, or remain atop the tree to observe? Should he choose the latter? Tang Xingda was unperturbed at the prospect of orchestrating an unfortunate accident. Brother, save me. Help me. As the tree began to give way, Lu Chong made a decisive leap. Fortunately, the ground was blanketed in thick snow, mitigating his injuries. However, before he could rise, a wild boar charged at him with ferocity. Faced with the formidable tusks of the massive boar, resembling curved blades, and its colossal form, Lu Chong was instantly paralyzed with fear, desperately scrambling forward with hands and feet. Thud! No matter how swiftly he moved, He could not match the speed of a wild boar accustomed to the wilderness. Soon enough, he was sent flying by the boar, crashing into the snow, his clothing torn and bloodied on his face and hands. Yet, he dared not linger, continuing to flee while crying out in terror. Another boar came rushing at him, knocking him airborne once more, further shredding his garments. The biting cold wind seeped through, yet Lu Chang felt no chill. His only sensation was one of impending doom. Xiangzi. Lu Matzi perched on a branch, his eyes wide with desperation, wishing to descend and help, but paralyzed by fear. Could only shout, climb up the rocks. Hurry, Lu Matzi, you are truly heartless. Your own brother is on the brink of being trampled to death by wild boars, and yet you remain aloft, making biting remarks. How cruel. Tang Jian initially contemplated creating an unforeseen circumstance, but reconsidered, realizing it was unnecessary. Any deliberate act could leave traces, potentially implicating him, so it was wiser to provoke with words, subtle and elusive, especially since his statements held truth. Tang Sanpao, get lost. Which of my ears heard you making light of the situation? Lu Matzi cursed vehemently. Tang Jian retorted, your brother is on the verge of being trampled to death. How could he possibly muster strength to climb? Is that not making light of the situation? Enough. I suspect you secretly wish for your brother's demise. I have no desire to meddle in your family's affairs, yet it is a shame for such a promising young man as your brother. Lu Chang, should you perish, remember it was your elder brother who led to your demise. He could have saved you, yet chose not to fire. His intentions are clear. He desires your death. Upon hearing this, Lu Matzi's fury ignited. Tang Sanpao, have you said enough? I am not unwilling to fire. My gun has been dampened by snowmelt. Not wanting to fire is merely an excuse. Has your gun only just been affected by snowmelt? How coincidental that it would happen now. Tang Jian's silver tongue rendered Lu Matzi utterly speechless. At that moment, spurred by the specter of death, Lu Chang's body unleashed an unprecedented potential. His hearing sharpened to an extraordinary degree, capturing every word of their exchange with perfect clarity. In an instant, his heart brimmed with profound resentment towards his elder brother. Simultaneously, his speed and strength surged dramatically, allowing him to break free from the onslaught of the wild boars. Tang Jian was taken aback, never anticipating that Lu Chang could escape from such a lethal predicament. Lu Matzi also wore a look of astonishment, but soon, his expression froze. Lu Chang was actually running towards him and began to climb a tree. Lu Matzi could see the hatred in Lu Chang's eyes, even a glint of murderous intent. Tang Jian's instigation had borne fruit. Xiangzi, listen to me. I truly did not abandon you. My blunderbuss fell into the snowmelt. If you don't believe me, you may inspect it yourself. Lu Matzi prepared to hand the blunderbuss to Lu Chang. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a wild boar violently collided with the tree trunk, causing Lu Matzi to lose his grip, and the blunderbuss fell into the snow below. In this predicament, no explanation would suffice. Lu Matzi, filled with frustration, yearned to curse. But the wild boars offered him no such opportunity. One after another, the wild boars charged, forcing both Lu Matzi and Lu Chang to cling desperately to the trunk. Boars collided with ferocity, sows and young ones alike. Waves of assaults shook the tree violently, causing the accumulated snow to cascade down upon them, covering their heads and faces, leaving them terrified to wipe it away. Xiangzi, hold on. We shall be safe soon. Lu Matzi was acutely aware that the boars' onslaught would not last indefinitely. If they could endure this wave, safety was imminent. Yet, Lu Chang was reaching his limits. His earlier burst of energy was merely fueled by a primal instinct for survival, one that could not be sustained. As he sensed his strength waning, Lu Chang made a resolute decision, swiftly climbing higher and seizing one of Lu Matzi's feet. Lu Matzi could scarcely fathom that Lu Chang would launch an assault at such a moment. By the time he regained his wits, Lu Chang had already gripped his right ankle. Meanwhile, the wild boars initiated another wave of attacks. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the intensity of the boars' charges had diminished significantly. If they could withstand just 1 or 2 more rounds, the boars would likely calm and disperse. Alas, Lu Matzi had no such fortune, for Lu Chang's pull caused them both to tumble down. Not far away, Tang Jian witnessed this spectacle, and his initial surprise quickly morphed into dread. Lu Chang was a lunatic. Should he escape unscathed? Once Lu Chang regained his senses, Tang Jian's days would be far from peaceful. Roar. Fortunately, upon seeing the humans fall, the wild boars became invigorated once more, tossing Lu Matzi and Lu Chong about, their tusks piercing their thighs and abdomens, blood flowing freely. Tang Xingde felt a chill run down his spine. In that moment, the wild boars revealed their terrifying savagery, ferocious and brutal. Bang! Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the chaos. A wild boar was about to trample Lu Chong when it suddenly collapsed, blood splattering all over him. His mind, which had long been muddled from the impact, suddenly cleared, and he saw a figure swiftly approaching his side. The person assessed his injuries and then retrieved a roll of gauze and some hemostatic medicine from their pocket, tossing them to him. Quickly tend to your wounds. I will check on your elder brother. The individual departed rapidly. Lu Chong's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figure. He recognized this person as Tang Jiancheng, the disciple of Tang Sanpao, and at that moment, in Lu Chong's eyes, Tang Jiancheng appeared almost divine, as if sent by the heavens to rescue him. A bewildered smile crept across his face, and in the next instant, he lost consciousness. Chapter 38, The Hidden Hunting Master? Tang Jiancheng reached Lu Matzi, whose injuries were even more severe than Lu Chong's. His abdomen had been punctured, and his intestines were spilling out. Had it not been for Tang Jiancheng's timely shot that scared the boar away, Lu Matzi would likely be dead from a severed intestine by now. He was barely clinging to life, gazing at Tang Jiancheng, weakly pleading, "Save me, please." Tang Jiancheng knelt down, helping to reposition Lu Matzi's intestines back into his abdomen, then unfurling a roll of gauze to wrap around his midsection several times before tying it tightly. "What are you doing, Jiancheng?" Tang Xingde approached, seeing Tang Jiancheng's actions and scolding him. "They came here to harm us. Do you think he will be grateful for your help?" Regardless of the situation, the heavens still possess a benevolent nature. We must not turn a blind eye to a life in peril, or else we shall face divine retribution. Tang Jiancheng continued to tend to Lu Matzi's wounds. "Heavens? Jiancheng, I never expected you to be so superstitious. Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? When the time comes, he may bite you back, and it will be too late for regrets," Tang Xingde cautioned. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. "Xingde, I never realized you were so cultured, having heard of the farmer and the snake. Stop jesting with me. I am speaking of serious matters. There are indeed those who cherish gratitude, yet many more who are ungrateful. Lu Matzi and his brothers are undoubtedly the latter." Tang Xingde retorted. "Xingde, you stay here. I will return to the village to summon help. You are truly determined to save them? Even if we do not save them, we must return to call for assistance. Otherwise, how can we bring the boar back with just the two of us?" It was only then that Tang Xingde noticed the wild boar Tang Jiancheng had slain. It was a large male, weighing around 300 to 400 pounds. With their combined strength, it was indeed impossible to transport it back. "Very well, hurry and return." Tang Jiancheng returned the bird gun and ammunition canister to Tang Xingde, leaving him with the chopping knife before he dashed towards the village. He still wished to save Lu Matzi and his brothers, regardless of whether they would remember his kindness or harbor resentment in the future. While others may overlook the presence of heaven, he was acutely aware of it. Of course, he was not a saint. Should Lu Matzi and his brothers seek revenge in the future, he would not show mercy. When the time comes to eliminate, there will be no hesitation. Upon returning to the village, Tang Jiancheng summoned several of his brothers, his father Tang Jinshui, a few nephews who had just turned 16, as well as some brothers of Tang Xingde and their 16-year-old nephews. A formidable group of over 20 individuals marched towards Dazhu Mountain. "Jiancheng, how many prey have you captured to require such a multitude for transport?" inquired Tang Xingde, unable to suppress his curiosity during the journey. "Perhaps it is still insufficient," Tang Jiancheng replied with a grin. "However, such a fortunate endeavor should certainly involve family first. As for outsiders, we can make multiple trips if necessary." "Jiancheng, I previously only knew you as a man who could not father a son, who indulged in solitary drinking, who was prone to violence against his wife and children, and who enjoyed gambling. I never imagined you would also take delight in boasting." Tang Xingde mocked. "With so many of us, we could carry back an elephant. Wouldn't a wild boar be a trivial matter?" "You will see soon enough," Tang Jiancheng responded tersely, quickening his pace. His purpose extended beyond merely transporting a wild boar. He was also on a mission to rescue. As they proceeded, Tang Xingde examined his firearm and ammunition canister. The gun was notably warm, a typical consequence of frequent use, and he paid little heed, as long as it functioned properly. However, when he glanced at the ammunition canister, his eyelids involuntarily flickered. "Used them all?" he mused, distinctly recalling that he had 20 rounds left. Had Tang Jiancheng exhausted them all? Was such ruthlessness truly necessary? Not a single round was spared for him. The crux of the matter was whether he had hit any targets. Even if he had struck just half, it would have been something. Yet, all Tang Xingde could see was a solitary deceased wild boar. Consequently, he assumed Tang Jiancheng had managed to hunt down a wild boar, and he felt a profound sense of loss. Had he known, he would not have entrusted his firearm and ammunition to Tang Jiancheng. Just as he wallowed in self-pity, Tang Jiancheng appeared with a throng of people. Jiancheng, you truly have outdone yourself. You used all my 20-plus rounds and only brought down a single wild boar. Do you realize how much I've lost? Tang Xingde exclaimed loudly upon seeing him. Tang Xingcai burst into laughter. Jiancheng, is this what you meant by needing to make 1 or 2 trips for wild boars? Ha ha ha. Jiancheng, I see you've developed a sense of humor. Jianbing, take 3 nephews and hurry these 2 to the hospital, Tang Jiancheng instructed, disregarding the banter from Tang Xingcai and Tang Xingde. He quickly fashioned 2 makeshift stretchers and directed Jianbing along with 3 nephews to transport Lu Matzi and Lu Chang to the hospital. As for their chances of survival, that was left to fate. Tang Jiancheng had done all he could. Once Jianbing and the others had departed, Tang Jiancheng addressed the remaining members. Let us first gather all the wild boars together, and then we will transport them home bit by bit. What do you mean? Besides this wild boar, have you hunted others? Both Tang Xingde and Tang Xingcai were taken aback. Xingde, you stay here. The rest come with me to gather the wild boars, Tang Jiancheng declared, leading the group onward. Then, Tang Xingde witnessed a scene that he would never forget in his lifetime. 1 wild boar after another was carried over, a total of 20. With the one in front of him, that made 21. The sheer number of wild boars piled together was a stunning visual spectacle, akin to a mountain of pigs. Jiancheng, please do not tell me that you are responsible for this bounty. It is simply too much. How could anyone consume such an abundance of meat? Tang Xingcai was utterly astonished. The others were equally taken aback by Tang Jiancheng, regarding him with newfound respect. However, it was Tang Xingde who was the most profoundly impacted, for he was able to discern the most from the situation. Firstly, the majority of these pigs weighed over 100 pounds and were the highly sought-after yellow-haired wild boars, indicating that Tang Jiancheng had not fired indiscriminately while hunting, but had exercised discernment. Secondly, all the pigs had been struck in the head, a testament to Tang Jiancheng's remarkable marksmanship, each shot resulting in a clean kill. Furthermore, when the gun was fired, the wild boars were startled and scattered in all directions. To capture such a number, one would either need to fire rapidly in a short span of time or be able to successfully pursue the fleeing boars each time. Based on Tang Xingde's experience, the former was more likely. Yet, he was all too aware of the complexities and time-consuming nature of firing a bird gun. How had Tang Jiancheng managed to increase his speed? Lastly, the fact that all the wild boars were taken down with a single shot each demonstrated Tang Jiancheng's confidence in his shooting, rendering follow-up shots unnecessary. In contrast, Tang Xingde often had to take supplementary shots during his hunts. Could it be that Tang Jiancheng was a concealed master of hunting? Chapter 39. The village divides the meat. Let us first move the wild boars a distance away before we begin transporting them, in order to avoid wasting time by returning each time, Tang Jiancheng instructed, unperturbed by the astonishment of the onlookers. Xingde, you just keep an eye on the pigs. Stop dawdling, let us get to work. Everyone sprang into action. Those with greater strength hoisted a wild boar on their shoulders, while those with less strength partnered up to lift one. In addition to the yellow-haired pigs weighing over 100 pounds, there were also a few large boars weighing 300 to 400 pounds and sows weighing 200 to 300 pounds. These wild boars required several people to carry them. With such a distribution of labor, it soon became evident that the 20 or so individuals were insufficient, compelling many to make 2 or 3 trips. Hiding behind the rocks, Lu Guang watched this scene in shock, his mouth agape. When did wild boars become so easily hunted? And where were my elder brother and second brother? Once Tang Jiancheng and the others had moved far away, Lu Guang emerged from behind the rocks with his hunting dog, heading towards Dazhu Mountain in search of Lu Matzi and Lu Chang. However, in the mountains, he could only find his elder brother's bird gun, some tattered pieces of clothing, bloodstains, and signs of a chaotic struggle, but there was no sign of his elder brother or second brother. Lu Guang was instantly beset by grim thoughts. It was impossible. How could my elder brother and second brother disappear without a trace? A fierce glint flashed in Lu Guang's eyes. for he was certain that it was Tang Jiancheng and his underlings who had annihilated his elder brother and second brother. They were indeed ruthless. Yet, those who dared to kill my elder brother and second brother would pay for their deeds in blood, regretting it for a lifetime. Lu Guang searched extensively around the area before finally returning home with his hunting gun and hunting dog. Upon arrival, he discovered that his elder and second brothers had been taken to the village clinic, currently undergoing emergency surgery in the operating room. Despite his troubled conscience, he limped his way to the clinic. Lu Chong had regained consciousness, yet several ribs were fractured and both his arm and leg were broken into multiple pieces. Even with recovery, he would likely endure significant disabilities. Lu Matzi, on the other hand, remained in a coma, having lost an alarming amount of blood, primarily due to multiple stab wounds to his abdomen, with his belly slashed open and intestines protruding. Merely surviving was a feat in itself. And even the doctors held little confidence in his awakening. Second brother, is it Tang Jiancheng who caused this to you? Lu Guang pondered aloud. You focus on recuperating. I am going to deal with that scoundrel Tang Jiancheng. Entering Lu Chong's hospital room, Lu Guang was met with the sight of his brother swathed in bandages, which instantly brought tears to his eyes. Lu Chong, in a weakened voice, cautioned, "Do not go. They are the ones who saved us. We were gored by wild boars." What? How could you be gored by wild boars? Did you not have guns and knives? Lu Guang was incredulous. There were simply too many wild boars. Lu Chong replied before succumbing to drowsiness, sipping some water before drifting back to sleep. In Lu Guang's mind, a vivid image materialized of Tang Jiancheng and his companions carrying wild boars, making it clear that his brothers had encountered a surge of wild boars. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng and his companions returned to the village with the wild boars, swiftly causing a sensation among the villagers. Nearly everyone gathered in awe to witness the spectacle of 21 wild boars of various sizes being hunted, an event truly remarkable. My goodness, how many wild boars have you killed? You are incredible. This bounty could form a mountain. Not us. It was all accomplished by my uncle Jiancheng alone. What? Jiancheng did this all by himself? Goodness gracious. When did he learn to hunt? And so proficiently at that. With such an abundant catch. He must surely be the finest hunter in the region. In recent days, Jiancheng had indeed been favored by fortune. First, he stumbled upon several wild boars. Then uncovered 11 plump badgers, and subsequently gained the village head's recognition through disaster relief efforts. Now, he had hunted 21 wild boars. Each of these events left the villagers in awe and admiration. As the villagers expressed their astonishment and admiration, Tang Jiancheng and his companions brought the wild boars back home. Tang Jiancheng shouted, "Yuzhu, hurry and boil water. We need to prepare the pigs. If we let them sit too long, the blood will seep into the meat and ruin its taste." Yuan Yuzhu had already received the news and was filled with both surprise and joy. She had kindled a roaring fire and filled several large pots with water. Across the way, Lu Fangfang had also heard the news and had her children prepare hot water. Moreover, Tang Jiancheng's brothers hurried home to fetch their cooking pots and set up makeshift stoves to start boiling water. Their families all rallied to assist, as did the brothers of Tang Xingda and their kin. During the time the water was boiling, Tang Jiancheng directed everyone to erect stands, hanging the wild boars upside down. Then, he pierced each boar with a knife, directly into the heart, causing blood to spurt forth. However, as these wild boars had been dead for some time and the weather was exceedingly cold, only a small amount of blood flowed out. Most had already congealed within their bodies. Observing this, Tang Jiancheng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly called out, "As soon as the hot water is ready, bring it over. We must extract as much blood from the boars as possible." Yuan Yuanzhu and several children hurried to bring out the hot water. Tang Jiancheng instructed everyone to strip the fur while eviscerating the animals, pouring hot water over them from above. This method allowed some blood to flow out, though not much. It's all right. If we cannot extract all the blood, it doesn't matter. Even if it seeps into the meat, it is inconsequential. As wild boar meat is inherently less palatable than domestic pork, Tang Jiancheng reassured. Having worked hard for the hunt, they needed to put in their best effort. Tang Jiancheng remained steadfast, and Tang Jiancheng refrained from further comments, focusing intently on stripping the fur from the boars. The younger sisters, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, and fifth sister, assisted by carrying hot water, while sixth sister, seventh sister, and eighth sister were too young and were not allowed to handle hot water for fear of burns. Instead, they helped gather firewood. Processing 21 wild boars required an astonishing amount of firewood. Fortunately, in the preceding days, Tang Jiancheng had gathered sufficient dry wood from the mountains during his leisure time. With ample hands, the work progressed swiftly. Within an hour, all 21 wild boars were processed. Tang Jiancheng conferred with Tang Xingde and then proclaimed loudly, "Brother Xingde expresses his gratitude for the care shown to his family after the recent disaster, and for the support over the years. Therefore, he has decided to gift every household in the village 5 pounds of meat. Those who helped carry and process the boars will receive 15 pounds each." "Wonderful! Such generosity from Xingde!" exclaimed the villagers, exhilarated. "It has been years since we witnessed such a communal distribution of meat." Tang Xingde quickly interjected, "This was all Tang Jiancheng's idea. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards him." Chapter 40. A high elevation. The scene of meat distribution was lively and joyful. Children bounced around, chattering excitedly, while adults clustered in groups, baskets in hand, forming an indistinct line. The elderly squatted by the walls, reminiscing about cherished memories while smoking their pipes. The village butcher, Tang Jian, voluntarily took on the task of distributing the meat. Having been a butcher for many years, he possessed remarkable skills in both slaughtering and portioning. Declaring 5 pounds per piece, he expertly sliced, achieving precise weights that left the onlookers in awe. Tang Jiancheng recognized that this was simply a testament to practice making perfect. The village comprised 56 households, and after excluding Tang Xingde and Tang Jiancheng's families, as well as their brothers' homes, 45 households remained, each set to receive 5 pounds of meat. In a swift motion, 225 pounds of meat were distributed, even reaching the home of the former village secretary, Tang Dai. Yuan Yuezhu watched the meat being handed out with a pang of regret, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, silently chastising Tang Jiancheng for his unwarranted generosity. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng wore a cheerful demeanor, recognizing that, in the future, he would require the villagers' assistance for his agricultural and livestock endeavors. By bestowing upon them small favors now, he considered it a prudent investment for greater returns in the years to come. Having lived a renewed life, Tang Jiancheng's vision had expanded beyond immediate gains, allowing him to foresee benefits that would unfold over the next few years, even decades. After distributing to the 45 households, it was the turn of the two brothers' families, totaling 9 households, each receiving 15 pounds, culminating in 135 pounds of meat. Once all was divided, what remained were the portions for Tang Jiancheng and Tang Xingde's families. The total distribution amounted to 360 pounds, equivalent to the weight of a large boar. While there still existed enough meat from 20 wild boars, weighing a total of 2,382 pounds, the heart, lungs, and other internal organs were not counted in weight, considered only as one set for each pig, totaling 21 sets. Although the gun belonged to Tang Xingde, the significant feat of hunting such a multitude of wild boars was primarily credited to Tang Jiancheng. Given that Tang Jiancheng's family was larger, Tang Xingde willingly requested to allocate a bit more to Tang Jiancheng during the final distribution. Tang Jiancheng, not particularly concerned about this minor advantage, suggested that they divide the internal organs, with Tang Xingde receiving 10 sets and his own family receiving 11. As for the meat, Tang Xingde rounded his share to 1,200 pounds, while Tang Jiancheng received 1,182 pounds, a mere 18-pound difference. This seemingly insignificant amount held value comparable to 2 or 3 sets of internal organs. In this era, internal organs and lean meat were not highly valued. The true worth lay in fatty meat and lard. Feeling he had received the short end of the stick, Tang Xingde proposed a redistribution. Tang Jiancheng, with a smile, replied, "Brother Xingde, let us keep it as is. If you feel uneasy, next time we hunt together, you can take a larger share." Observing Tang Jiancheng's resolute expression, Tang Xingde acquiesced, saying, "All right then, I'll ensure you receive a larger portion next time. By the way, Jiancheng, how shall we handle all this meat?" Tang Jiancheng responded with a grin, "Keep what you need for yourselves. We will sell the rest. I'm heading to the township now to find that big boss. It's getting late. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow?" Tang Jinshui expressed concern. "Jianbing, accompany me on this trip," Tang Jiancheng instructed. "Sure thing, brother," Jianbing replied. Carrying 2 sets of internal organs, Tang Jiancheng strode alongside Tang Jianbing toward the township. Upon arriving, Tang Jiancheng made a beeline for the state-run restaurant. At this hour, the restaurant was bustling. However, Given the low population of Sanchong Township and the snowy weather, patrons were scarce. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Huang Tianyue had worked his magic. As the usually quiet establishment was now lively, with numerous diners enjoying meals and drinks, making for an unexpectedly prosperous business. When Tang Jiancheng located him, Huang Tianyue was engrossed in tallying various supplies. Business can be quite a headache, as customer demands are varied and multifaceted. A restaurant cannot afford to refuse patrons and must strive to accommodate their requests. This necessitates that the manager possess an intimate knowledge of all the restaurant's supplies. Should anything be lacking, prompt procurement is essential. Otherwise, the embarrassment of being unable to fulfill a customer's request can be quite daunting. Tianyue, your management skills are commendable. What should have been a quiet establishment has flourished under your stewardship. Tang Jiancheng truly admires Huang Tianyue's acumen in business. Ha ha ha, Jiancheng, you flatter me. I have no special skills. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Huang Tianyue chuckled as he offered Tang Jiancheng a cigarette, which was politely declined. Unfazed, Huang Tianyue tucked the cigarette behind his ear and inquired, Jiancheng, your visit at this hour isn't merely for a drink, is it? In the past, Tang Jiancheng often frequented his restaurant around this time, requesting a drink and sitting alone in a corner to quietly sip. Indeed, he was inclined to have a couple of drinks. Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, however, today I've had quite a successful hunt in the mountains and wish to handle the spoils swiftly. I wonder if you have any connections? I've brought you a pair of entrails and another pair for Mayor Chan. I would appreciate it if you could pass them along. Tang Jiancheng promptly handed over the 2 sets of entrails to Huang Tianyue. Huang Tianyue glanced at them and instructed the chef to send both sets to the kitchen. Then turned to Tang Jiancheng with a smile. Did you manage to hunt wild boars again? Tang Jiancheng excitedly raised 2 fingers, exclaiming, my brother bagged so many. 2. Huang Tianyue thought it amusing. Such excitement over merely 2 wild boars was quite naive. Yet, with a chuckle, he replied, that is commendable, indeed worth a couple of drinks. Tang Jiancheng whispered, not 2, but 20. What? Huang Tianyue exclaimed, startling the diners in the hall, who turned to regard them. Huang Tianyue quickly clasped his hands in apology, saying, my sincerest apologies, I was just too excited. Please, continue with your meals. He then leaned closer to Tang Jiancheng, asking in a hushed tone, is your brother speaking the truth? 20. How on earth did you manage that? Tang Jiancheng briefly recounted the day as hunting exploits. Huang Tianyue's gaze towards Tang Jiancheng shifted dramatically. Previously, he had merely viewed him as a friend who could open new avenues. Moreover, Tang Jiancheng's eloquence and insight set him apart from the average farmer, prompting Huang Tianyue to befriend him. However, at this moment, he realized he scarcely knew Tang Jiancheng at all. To have formed a friendship with him was indeed a stroke of good fortune. To venture into the mountains and successfully hunt 21 wild boars, such feats are the realm of legends. Jiancheng, when you mention needing to quickly process your game, it refers to the meat from these 21 wild boars, correct? Huang Tianyue's eyes sparkled with intent as he sought to solidify their relationship further, saying, you may deliver the wild boar meat to me at the previous price, 30 cents per pound. I will take it all. Tang Jiancheng replied, that amounts to over 2,000 pounds of meat. Huang Tianyue reassured him, you needn't worry about that. Simply send it over. With a smile, he added, rest assured, I would never engage in a losing venture. Very well, I acknowledge your capabilities, so I shall dispense with pleasantries, Tang Jiancheng remarked. Shall we send it over? Or would you prefer to dispatch a vehicle to collect it? Given the weight exceeds 2,000 pounds, I shall procure a vehicle to assist in the haul, he concluded. Subsequently, Huang Tianyue relayed instructions and departed with the Tang brothers. Before long, he found a tractor and made his way directly to Daping Village. Chapter 41. Sold for over 700 yuan. The rumble of the tractor echoed through the dirt roads of Daping Village, shattering the tranquility of the mountain hamlet. The Tang residence remained ablaze with light, and the excitement etched on every face had yet to wane. To be candid, when I witnessed the ammunition canister fully depleted, a chill gripped my heart, and I thought to myself that this would be a monumental loss. Yet who would have anticipated that Jiancheng had not wasted a single round, managing to take down 21 beasts with precision? Tang Xingda's booming voice elicited waves of astonishment. Even though the villagers had heard this account numerous times, they remained captivated, deeply moved by the tale. Uncle Jen, did Jiancheng practice before? Someone inquired. Tang Jianshui too found it hard to believe. In his recollection, Tang Jiancheng had indeed harbored an interest in martial pursuits, But was that not a common inclination among boys? He seemed no more extraordinary than others. Could it be that he studied with someone in the countryside over the years? Tang Jiancheng's elder brother, Tang Jian, speculated. Whenever he had free time, he would venture into the countryside, returning home reeking of alcohol. We all presumed he was merely drowning his sorrows, but perhaps he was imbibing to acquire skills. Others considered this explanation plausible. Should Tang Jiancheng have heard this, he would have surely given his brother 1,000 praises for such an imaginative hypothesis. At that moment, the tractor's headlights illuminated the scene, followed by the familiar rumble. Whose tractor is this, arriving in our village at such an hour? Could it be summoned by Jiancheng? Perhaps. It must be him calling for the meat. The crowd hurried outside, witnessing the tractor indeed driving toward the Tang home. Jiancheng, have you already found a buyer? Tang Xingde rushed forward to greet him. Tianyue, these are all villagers from our community. This gentleman here is my hunting partner Xingde, and that is my father. Tang Jiancheng introduced, leading Tianyue to his parents' abode. Lu Fangfang was still in confinement, unable to entertain guests, thus all matters were managed at her parents' home. Huang Tianyue nodded in acknowledgement to the villagers and, upon entering the room, was greeted by the astounding sight of a mountain of wild boar meat piled high in the hall. Astonishment, amazement, incredulity. Hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand are entirely different experiences. After several deep breaths, Huang Tianyue composed himself and remarked, Brother Jiancheng, you are truly remarkable. Let us dispense with further discussion, weigh the goods, load the vehicle, and we shall find another occasion to celebrate with drinks. Agreed. Tang Jiancheng recognized the demands of his restaurant and refrained from prolonging the matter, proceeding directly to weigh and settle the payment. Although the weight had been measured prior, the recent snowfall caused a slight discrepancy, but it was negligible. Ultimately, the sum was calculated based on 2,382 pounds. At 3 mao per pound, the total amounted to 714 yuan and 6 jiao. Tang Xingde received 360 yuan. As he grasped the thick stack of bills, his hands trembled with emotion. In this era, particularly in the countryside, even 5 yuan could sustain one for several months. Thus, holding 360 yuan, equivalent to 72 5 yuan notes, felt like a fortune capable of lasting for years. Overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welled in the eyes of this rugged man. Upon reflection, one could understand his sentiment. Tang Xingde had endured years of hardship and suppression, a broken leg, the passing of his wife, a collapsed home, and the burden of raising 5 sons. Most would have crumbled under such circumstances. Jiancheng, take this 10 yuan to buy some candy for your nieces. Once his emotions stabilized, Tang Xingde slipped a bill into Tang Jiancheng's pocket. Brother Xingde, what are you doing? Tang Jiancheng protested, attempting to retrieve the money, but Tang Xingde firmly restrained him. Jiancheng, do not think it trivial. This is all I can manage for now. When I prosper in the future, I will buy better sweets for the girls. With that, Tang Xingde, supporting himself with a cane, limped away. He fears that you might not invite him for future hunts. So he is showing thoughtfulness by giving a little money for the niece's candy, Huang Tianyue whispered to Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng smiled, but said nothing, well aware of Tang Xingde's motivations. Nevertheless, it was only right to lend a hand. After all, they were from the same village. Tianyue, shall we dine before departing? No. I have much to attend to at the restaurant. Very well, let us invite Mayor Chen next time for a drink together. Certainly, Brother Jiancheng. Until we meet again. Huang Tianyue departed on a tractor. The other villagers chatted briefly before heading home. Tang Jiancheng's brothers were the last to leave, prior to their departure. He sent each one home with a portion of offal. They initially declined, but Tang Jiancheng's insistence led them to accept with smiles. You all must express gratitude to Jiancheng. He has never forgotten you in times of good fortune. As brothers, do not forget him in your future endeavors, Yuan Yuez admonished as they exited. Mother, you needn't worry. We will certainly do so. They chuckled as they departed. Father, Mother, you've worked hard today. Since Lu Fangfang is still in confinement, use this money as you please. Tang Jiancheng generously handed his parents 10 crisp bills. What is the meaning of this? We help you out of duty. How can we accept your money? Yuan Yuez exclaimed, her eyes widening. Put the money away. Tang Jiancheng added sternly. Have you just begun to earn a little and already started to flaunt it? Tang Jiancheng chuckled. Some of this money is a token of filial piety, but most is for Jianbing's wedding. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple could not refuse. Jianbing was now 18, and after the new year, he would soon turn 19. In rural areas, reaching this age without a marriage proposal was considered late. In the past, Tang Jiancheng married at the tender age of 17, and children soon followed. Fourth brother, I have no house. How can I marry? Tang Jian replied in a deep voice. Do not worry, brother. I will devise a plan for you. Tang Jiancheng reassured him with a pat on Jianbing's shoulder. He felt a sense of guilt towards this younger brother from his past life, as their families lived in close proximity, making Jianbing the sibling he was closest to, who had cared for him extensively. It was also due to his burden that Jianbing remained unmarried throughout his life, dedicating all his energy to raising his daughter. In this lifetime, he vowed that his brother would not remain a bachelor forever. Not only that, but he also intended to find him a beautiful and virtuous bride. All right, it's getting late. You should rest early, Tang Jiancheng said as he turned to head home. After a long day of toil, he finally arrived home, feeling utterly exhausted. His eyes barely able to stay open. Daddy, you were amazing today. Daddy, wash your face and hands. It's time to eat. Daddy, let me hang your clothes. Upon returning home, the cheerful and warm voices of his daughters brought a smile to Tang Jiancheng's face, making all his efforts feel worthwhile. Chapter 42. What? Get married? After finishing dinner and washing up, Tang Jiancheng collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He was indeed thoroughly worn out. Having spent the day chasing wild boars in the mountains, operating under high tension, followed by rescuing the Liu brothers, transporting and processing the boar, and then spending the entire day seeking out Huang Tianyue, he had scarcely had a moment's respite. Lu Fangfang, observing the exhausted Tang Jiancheng, felt a twinge of sympathy. This man, once so wretched, drinking, abusing his wife and children, had made her wish for his demise. Yet now, he had transformed into someone admirable and motivated, evoking her compassion. At times, she found herself questioning her own feelings. After a refreshing slumber, Tang Jiancheng awoke revitalized. He calculated his earnings from recent days, amounting to nearly 1,000 yuan. And after deducting his expenses, he still had approximately 900 yuan left, an impressive sum in the countryside. However, he still had a ways to go to reach his goals. After the new year, he planned to hire someone to clear land for planting bayberry trees, peppers, and ginger, as well as to lease a cave for breeding whitefin fish and raising cattle, all of which required capital. Most importantly, he aspired to partner with Huang Tianyue in mining endeavors. As for the notion of mining alone, he dismissed it. Not only was he lacking in substantial capital, but even if he had it, he would not venture into mining alone. Mining was a highly lucrative industry, and as an ordinary farmer without influence, he risked not only failing to secure a mine, but also inviting peril if he struck it rich. He vividly remembered the bloodshed that had persisted in Sanchong Township for decades due to mining disputes. He knew that he must continue earning money. Tang Jiancheng sat up and beheld Lu Fangfang languidly sleeping beside him, her cascading dark locks partially veiling her face. Due to the necessity of nursing little Ju the previous night, her attire was carelessly disheveled, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin. Unable to resist, Tang Jiancheng reached out to caress her. Lu Fangfang murmured lazily, not rebuffing his playful gesture but instead turning over, pressing Tang Jiancheng down and nestling into his embrace. It was still early, and after a tiresome day yesterday, she desired to rest a little longer. With such a beauty in his arms, Tang Jiancheng found no inclination to rise, immediately showering Lu Fangfang with fervent kisses. Aren't you tired? She inquired, accepting his affection. With a playful grin, Tang Jiancheng replied, I am merely a farmer. Toiling in the fields is my duty. How could I possibly tire? Such a nuisance, Lu Fangfang chided lightly. A mixture of annoyance and delight igniting Tang Jiancheng's fervor, prompting him to turn over and pin her beneath him. However, he soon grew vexed by the creaking sounds of the rickety wooden bed. If it were only the two of them, the squeaks might have added a certain charm to the moment. But with 8 daughters in the household, particularly the eldest who had already reached the age of 13, discretion was paramount. After hastily allowing Lu Fangfang to assist him in a new manner, Tang Jiancheng begrudgingly rose from the bed, vowing to procure a quieter one without delay. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered his eldest daughter already preparing breakfast. Dad, is your bed broken? It was creaking quite a bit this morning, she remarked, causing Tang Jiancheng's face to flush with embarrassment. He nodded, admitting, indeed, it is broken. I shall have the village carpenter craft us new ones in a few days. Isn't making new beds rather expensive? Perhaps we could ask Uncle Quan to repair it instead? His daughter, ever sensible, understood the importance of frugality. Not to worry, dear. I've recently earned a bit of money. We can certainly afford a few new beds, Tang Jiancheng reassured her with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, his daughter changed the subject. Dad, regarding the eggs you borrowed from Uncle, we haven't returned them yet. We gave Aunt some money instead, 1 cent per egg. And I bought an additional 10 or so, totaling 20 cents. Where did you acquire such funds? Tang Jiancheng inquired, astonished by his daughter's resourcefulness. Recently, several houses in the village collapsed, prompting many villagers to reinforce their homes, which required considerable wood and earth. I, along with my second, third, and fourth sisters, assisted in hauling wood and carrying earth, earning quite a bit, 1 cent per trip, she declared proudly. When did you go? I was unaware. Tang Jiancheng's tone turned anxious, causing his daughter to fall silent, tears welling in her eyes. In her mind, vivid images of Tang Jiancheng's past disciplinary actions loomed, his fierce demeanor instilling her with profound fear. Tang Jiancheng soon noticed the unusual demeanor of his eldest daughter and gently said, Dear, do not be afraid. Father is not angry with you. Rather, he is astonished. You are so young, yet have begun to earn money, and I, oblivious to it all, feel I have failed as a parent. Dad, are you really not upset? The eldest daughter asked cautiously. Not at all, Tang Jiancheng replied, squatting down to embrace her, stroking her withered hair gently. I merely spoke a bit hastily. I am truly not angry. In fact, I am delighted. How could I be upset with such a diligent and understanding daughter? For the first time, she leaned against her father's warm embrace, realizing how vast and comforting it was, which captivated her deeply. She instinctively tightened her hold around Tang Jiancheng and said, Dad, we are not so little anymore. Grandma often tells me that in a couple of years, I will be married. Married? Tang Jiancheng was taken aback, then recalled that in this era, many girls in the countryside wed at the tender ages of 15 or 16. Lu Fangfang, for instance, had married him at 16. Typically, it was the daughters of impoverished families who married early to alleviate their family's burden. However, Tang Jiancheng believed that in a few years, his family would no longer be poor. While they may not ascend to the rank of the wealthy elite, they would certainly be well off. As the daughter of a prosperous family, how could she marry so young? Absolutely not. He immediately pushed her away, gazing intently into her eyes with utmost seriousness. From now on, regardless of who suggests marriage to you, do not listen. Once the year has passed, I will send you and your sisters, Ermei, Sanmei, Samai, and Wumei, to school. You must study diligently, do you understand? Only through education can you achieve great success in the future. Now it was the eldest daughter's turn to be bewildered. Dad, I am already 13. Next year I will be 14. Yujia from Uncle's family is already betrothed at 14. I do not concern myself with others. My children shall not marry until they are 20. Tang Jiancheng proclaimed with an air of authority. 20? That would make me an old maid. The eldest daughter exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice. What is there to fear about being an old maid? If need be, I will support you. Tang Jiancheng reassured her. From next year onwards, you all need only focus on your studies. Everything else is not your concern. Oh, the eldest daughter replied, nodding in partial understanding. After conversing with his daughter for a while, Tang Jiancheng's desire to earn money became even more pressing. Following the breakfast prepared by her, he set out. Initially, he intended to continue hunting, but Tang Xingde informed him that ammunition was difficult to procure in the village and was only available at the county's militia department, requiring a reservation that typically took 5 to 6 days. Having tasted success, Tang Xingde decided to purchase 100 rounds of ammunition, an expenditure of several dozen yuan. He felt a pang of regret for some time, but, recalling Tang Jiancheng's remarkable hunting skills, he deemed it all worthwhile. Jiancheng, why not seek out Lin Bao? He also possessed a bird gun, and it seemed he had not ventured into the mountains for hunting recently. Tang Xingde reluctantly introduced Tang Jiancheng to Tang Lin Bao. In Daping village, there were only 5 families engaged in hunting, and among them, only Tang Xingde and Tang Lin Bao owned bird guns. The other 3 merely set traps and snares in the mountains. All right, I shall inquire further, Tang Jiancheng said, turning toward Tang Lin Bao's residence. The mere thought of Tang Lin Bao filled him with a sense of glee. In his previous life, this fellow had thrived and often looked down upon Tang Jiancheng, mocking him at every encounter. In this life, he was determined to bring him down a notch. The irony was that now, he had the upper hand, for, according to the family tree and the village hierarchy, He was of Lin Bao's grandfather's generation. Upon arriving at Tang Lin Bao's home, Tang Jiancheng called out, "Lin Bao, are you home? Your grandfather has come to play." Tang Lin Bao was inside, engaged in a lively game of cards with friends. The topic of conversation revolving around Tang Jiancheng's recent hunting expedition where he had taken down numerous wild boars. Upon hearing his voice, Tang Lin Bao's expression darkened momentarily. But then a smile broke through as he opened the door, exclaiming, "Ah, it truly is Grandfather Jiancheng. Come in, come in." He then called out to the house, "Juan, Grandfather Jiancheng has arrived. Quickly bring him a cup of hot tea." What was this situation? Being addressed with such deference by Lin Bao, Tang Jiancheng felt a strange unease. When had this fellow become so courteous and polite? Previously, he had been a source of ridicule, yet today seemed almost surreal. Stepping inside, he noticed that everyone had risen to greet him, a group of villagers fond of card games who had often banded together to win money from Tang Jiancheng. Yet now, they all greeted him with warmth and respect, no longer calling him by his name or mocking him. "What has come over you all? Why this sudden display of decorum? If it is to be like this, it will hardly be entertaining. How can I tease you now?" "Grandfather Jiancheng, please have some tea," said Yang Wan, Tang Lin Bao's wife, as she presented a cup of tea with both hands, adhering to the gestures of honoring one's elders. "All right, I concede. I was merely jesting with Lin Bao. Your seriousness has aged me in an instant." Tang Jiancheng felt somewhat vexed. He had intended to playfully tease Lin Bao, but instead, the latter had embraced the role wholeheartedly. "Grandfather Jiancheng, this is no joke. According to the family tree, you indeed belong to my grandfather's generation," Tang Lin Bao said with a fawning expression. "We were simply immature before, calling out indiscriminately. Please do not take it to heart." "Very well, call me as you wish," Tang Jiancheng replied, choosing not to engage further on that matter. "I just visited Xingda's home. He mentioned that he ran out of ammunition yesterday and plans to go to the county to purchase more today, which will take about 5 to 6 days. He said your family has a bird gun as well, hence my visit." In truth, Tang Jiancheng was already aware that the Lin Bao family possessed a bird gun. In a previous life, he had borrowed Lin Bao's shotgun for the purpose of honing his skills. Despite the frequent mockery and the ostentatious display of superiority from Lin Bao, he was inherently generous. Whenever Tang Jiancheng sought to borrow something, Lin Bao would readily oblige, provided that he could disregard the incessant jibes. Otherwise, he would be driven to frustration. "Grandfather Jiancheng, are you implying that you wish to borrow my shotgun?" Lin Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. You're welcome to borrow it. Moreover, I have prepared a substantial supply of ammunition, 300 rounds. However, I do have one condition." "What condition?" Tang Jiancheng inquired. Gazing at him intently, with a broad grin, Lin Bao replied, "Everyone in the village is aware of your prowess in hunting, so I would like to accompany you into the mountains. Is that agreeable?" "Grandfather Jiancheng, I also wish to join." "Uncle Jiancheng, I am swift on my feet, and my sense of smell is keener than that of a dog. I can undoubtedly assist you in locating more game." "Brother Jiancheng, I possess great strength. I can effortlessly carry a 200-pound wild boar." Others too expressed their desire to join Tang Jiancheng on the hunt. After all, just yesterday, Tang Xingda had ventured into the mountains with him and returned with 21 wild boars, netting over 300 yuan. Who wouldn't feel envious or covetous upon hearing of such wealth? Get lost. What business do you have with this? Look at you all, barely scraping by, with your trousers on the verge of falling off. What right do you have to accompany us? Hunting requires tools. Do you possess any? It demands skill. Do you have that? With that, Lin Bao unleashed his characteristic barrage of mockery upon the others. This was the Lin Bao that Tang Jiancheng knew all too well. However, when he turned back to speak with Tang Jiancheng, he transformed into a sycophantic demeanor, ingratiatingly saying, "Grandfather Jiancheng, please take me along. Rest assured, you may use the 300 rounds of ammunition freely, and I will not ask for a single penny in return. Furthermore, you may store the shotgun in your home. I will procure all the ammunition. What do you say?" Given such an offer, how could Tang Jiancheng refuse without appearing foolish? "Since you've put it that way, how could I possibly decline?" "Excellent. When shall we depart?" Lin Bao eagerly queried. "Aren't you going to play cards anymore?" Tang Jiancheng teased him. "Play cards? Nonsense. Grandfather Jiancheng, just wait a moment. I'll retrieve the shotgun and ammunition right away." Without waiting for a reply, Lin Bao dashed into the room. Before long, he emerged, shouldering a shotgun and carrying 3 canisters of ammunition. "Grandfather Jiancheng, this canister contains 100 rounds, totaling 300. Is that sufficient? If not, Give me a day, and I can acquire an additional 200 rounds from my brother-in-law. That's more than enough. We only need 100 rounds, Tang Jiancheng reassured him. Very well. I shall take just 100 rounds. Lin Bao removed the other 2 canisters and handed them to Yang Wan, instructing her to guard them carefully. Subsequently, he followed Tang Jiancheng into the mountains for the hunt. Lin Bao, still inexperienced in hunting knowledge, skills, and techniques, required Tang Jiancheng's patient guidance. His heart swelled with joy, and his gaze toward Tang Jiancheng brimmed with newfound respect. Chapter 44. Haoshan Reservoir. Upon returning home, after making necessary preparations and bidding farewell to Lu Fangfang and the daughters, Tang Jiancheng planted a gentle kiss on the delicate face of Xiaojiu before embarking on a hunting expedition with Tang Linbao. The hour of their departure was somewhat delayed, and venturing to Dazhong Mountain in pursuit of wild boars would be rather rushed. Furthermore, having hunted 21 wild boars in that very location just yesterday, it was likely that the remaining boars had fled, and it was uncertain how long it would take for them to return. Thus, there was a possibility of returning empty-handed from Dazhong Mountain today. Grandfather Jiancheng, where shall we hunt today? Tang Linbao inquired softly. In response, Tang Jiancheng asked, Where do you usually hunt? Tang Linbao replied, I only accompanied my brother-in-law for 2 months of hunting earlier this year. His luck was not favorable either. Throughout the year, he scarcely caught any game, and my own luck has been even worse. Ever since the snow fell, I have gone 2 or 3 days without catching anything. So I have entirely refrained from hunting. Consequently, I am not very familiar with the surrounding mountainous area. Then shall we head to Haoshan? Tang Jiancheng had already considered this destination for today. Haoshan boasts 2 renowned locations. One is Haoshan Reservoir, the largest reservoir in the entire Sanchong Township, teeming with large, plump fish. However, the reservoir is vast and deep, deterring anyone from attempting to catch fish. Using a fishing net is futile, as the reservoir's bottom is strewn with stones of various sizes, making it all too easy to tear a net. At most, a few fishing enthusiasts might cast their lines from the shore, but the fish in the reservoir are not lacking in sustenance, rendering the prospect of catching many fish quite improbable. The other notable feature is the wild bayberries of Haoshan, which are large, dark, and sweet. Many have previously attempted to transplant these wild bayberries to their doorsteps or fields, only to discover that the bayberry trees perish swiftly and cannot be sustained. Tang Jiancheng also harbored intentions of harvesting these wild bayberries. However, he refrained from doing so just yet, as he was unprepared. Otherwise, he would end up like those before him, unable to nurture them and ultimately watching them die. Haoshan, Grandfather Jiancheng, why are we going to Haoshan? Aside from the reservoir and the wild bayberries, I have not heard of any notable game there, Tang Linbao remarked. Hunting should not always be about pursuing extraordinary game. Even a wild rabbit, a pheasant, or a squirrel is quite commendable. One could even hunt a few sparrows, Tang Jiancheng replied. The essence of hunting lies in the experience of the process, rather than the outcome. These words echoed the lessons Tang Linbao had once imparted to Tang Jiancheng in a previous life. At this moment, Tang Jiancheng took the opportunity to teach him, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction within. Truly, 30 years of the river flowing east and 30 years flowing west. None should mock another, lest they face retribution. Grandfather Jiancheng, you are right. I was indeed shallow in my thinking. Tang Linbao nodded earnestly. Had it been anyone else delivering such advice, he would have retorted vehemently. Yet, hearing it from Tang Jiancheng, he dared not respond in kind. After all, he was the impeccable marksman, capable of never missing a shot. The 2 soon arrived at Haoshan, which does not refer to a specific mountain, but rather denotes a geographical locale. Surrounding the Haoshan Reservoir, there exist dozens of mountains, varying in height. Within these hills, Tang Jiancheng recalls that in a past life, several wild buffalo were hunted down. Wild buffalo are far more valuable than wild boars. Not only is their meat more expensive, but their hides and horns can also be sold for a handsome sum. If their gallbladders contain stones, their worth increases even further. However, locating wild buffalo is significantly more challenging than finding wild boars. This is partly due to the slower reproductive rate of buffalo, and partly because the appearance of a buffalo promptly summons hunters from neighboring villages. Swift as a day or 2, or slow as 3 to 5 days, the buffalo would inevitably be hunted. Thus, attempting to hunt a buffalo in the mountains relies purely on luck. Tang Jiancheng is aware that buffalo inhabit the area, but he is not entirely certain which mountain they occupy. He vaguely remembers it being near a muddy pond surrounded by thickets. The key is to locate that pond. Currently, the land is blanketed in white snow. If a muddy pond exists, it would be quite conspicuous. Grandfather Jiancheng, look how cold it is this year. Even the water in Haoshan Reservoir has frozen. Tang Linbao suddenly pointed to a few children skating on the ice in the reservoir. Frozen? Tang Jiancheng was suddenly startled. How could he have forgotten this detail? In his previous life, at this very time, the Haoshan Reservoir was also covered with a thick layer of ice, and many people skated upon it. Suddenly, someone inadvertently broke through the ice, plunging into the frigid water. This scene terrified many onlookers. However, before anyone could dive in to rescue the individual, they witnessed an even more shocking spectacle. The fish in the reservoir all leaped frantically out through the breach in the ice. Many were baffled by this phenomenon, but later an expert explained that due to the ice covering the reservoir, the water became oxygen depleted, causing the fish to gather beneath the ice. Once the ice was breached, they instinctively jumped out. Tang Jiancheng could not recall the exact day, but he distinctly remembered hearing about the incident on the day of the Laba festival. For he had returned home from drinking in the village, and his mother had specially prepared a unique bowl of Laba porridge for him. This particular porridge was made with chili peppers, and at that time, he had indulged to the point of dizziness, suffering a sore throat for several days thereafter. Consequently, the memory remained vivid. Linbao, how long until the Laba festival? Tang Jiancheng inquired suddenly. Tang Linbao was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather Jiancheng, why do you suddenly ask about the Laba festival? Do you wish to have some porridge? Just tell me, how long is it? Today is the 24th or 25th of the 12th lunar month, right? I believe there are still a few days until the Laba festival. A few days? Tang Jiancheng nodded, realizing that the event had yet to transpire, and there was still time. Armed with this newfound clarity, he ceased dwelling on the matter and, accompanied by Tang Linbao, hastened their search across the mountains. After searching diligently for over 2 hours, nearing lunchtime, they still had not found the muddy pond. Grandfather Jiancheng, are you looking for something specific? If you tell me, I can help you search. Surely 2 of us searching is better than 1, Tang Linbao suggested. After traversing the dense forest for so long, Tang Linbao finally grasped the situation. Tang Jiancheng was not here to hunt, but rather to search for something. Despite encountering several potential prey, he had not even spared them a glance, even rushing past a wild boar without the slightest inclination to hunt. A muddy pond, Tang Jiancheng stated. What do you need a muddy pond for? Tang Linbao queried, perplexed. Given his temperament, had it not been for Tang Jiancheng's remarkable achievements the day before, he would have already voiced his frustrations. Now, he could only suppress his irritation. Don't ask so many questions. Let us find it first. Tang Jiancheng offered no explanation, paused briefly, and continued onward. Tang Linbao rolled his eyes, feeling as if he were being toyed with, yet he also sensed that there was no need for such games. Despite previous mockery, today he had been addressing him as grandfather. Surely all grievances had been resolved. Linbao, come quickly, I've found it. Suddenly, a shout from ahead startled Tang Linbao, prompting him to rush forward. Upon arrival, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a secluded valley, surrounded by dense foliage, followed by even thicker thickets. Beyond the thorns was a muddy pond, measuring approximately 20 to 30 meters in diameter. Remarkably, even in the frigid December weather, the pond remained unfrozen, soft and moist. As he approached, he noticed wisps of steam rising, indicating the presence of a hot spring beneath the mud. However, what truly astounded Tang Linbao was the sight of 6 wild oxen lounging in the pond. 6 indeed. Each one appeared to weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Tang Linbao could feel his breath quickening with excitement. He had previously thought Tang Jiancheng was merely leading him on, making him wander through the woods in the harsh winter. But now he understood that he was truly in search of wild oxen. If this constituted a prank, he wished for Tang Jiancheng to play such tricks on him more often. Grandfather Jiancheng, what should we do next? After a while, Tang Linbao regained his composure. Approaching Tang Jiancheng and inquiring softly, his tone infused with newfound respect. If yesterday he had merely heard of Tang Jiancheng's prowess, witnessing it firsthand now left a profound impact on his spirit. The 6 wild oxen seemed to be enjoying their soak. Even upon sensing the presence of intruders, they did not flee, merely lifting their heads to glance at the 2 men before rolling over to continue their luxurious mud bath, utterly relaxed. Should we capture them alive or kill them for meat? Tang Jiancheng inquired. Capture them alive? Tang Linbao gasped. If they could indeed bring one back alive, it would be far more valuable and impressive. However, wild oxen are, after all, wild creatures. Although they appeared harmless now, once they left the warmth of the muddy pond and were exposed to the cold winds, they could easily become agitated. With just the two of them and no ropes to restrain the beasts, it would be quite simple for the oxen to escape. Grandfather Jiancheng, with just the two of us, we might manage to bring back one live ox, but it would be wiser to kill the others for meat, Tang Linbao proposed. No, I still wish to capture them alive. Tang Jiancheng pointed at the bellies of two wild buffaloes and remarked, take a closer look. Are those two buffaloes not pregnant? If we bring them back to raise, we could have 2 calves next year. How splendid would that be? Oh, it truly is. Tang Linbao's eyes brightened. Initially believing there were only 6, he was astonished to discover 2 more hidden within, a remarkable stroke of fortune. Linbao, hurry back to the village and summon my father and my brothers. Of course, you may also invite your father and your brothers, but I fear if too many come, there won't be enough to share, Tang Jiancheng advised. Tang Linbao nodded, saying, all right, I understand. But let us keep this a secret for now. We'll discuss it later. As he saw Tang Linbao depart, Tang Jiancheng called out loudly. He was acutely aware of Tang Linbao's nature. He had a penchant for boasting and showing off. If Tang Jiancheng did not caution him, upon returning to the village, he would undoubtedly brag. And soon the entire village would be in the know. It would not be so bad if only the villagers learned of it. But he feared that the nearby village by the Hao Mountain Reservoir would also catch wind. If they did, they would undoubtedly become envious and would certainly come to stir trouble, leading to complications. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Linbao regarded Tang Jiancheng with utmost reverence, holding his words close to heart. Along the way, he encountered several acquaintances, yet he truly managed to keep silent, resolutely making his way back to the village. Linbao, I heard you went hunting with Jiancheng. How was the haul? Hey, Linbao, why are you running? Did you strike it rich again? As soon as he entered the village, some villagers spotted Tang Linbao and eagerly inquired. Tang Linbao longed to boast about their sighting of the buffaloes. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself. Brother Linbao, why are you back so soon? Where is grandfather Jiancheng? A fellow who was playing cards suddenly appeared ahead. Tang Linbao opened his mouth, but managed to hold back. At last, he reached the home of Tang Jian and shouted, Grandfather Jian, are you at home? Who is it? Tang Jian, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, opened the door and, upon seeing Tang Linbao, paused momentarily. This lad, who previously held his head high, rarely called out to anyone, had become so polite today. Linbao, what brings you here? Tang Linbao yearned to share the news of his and Tang Jiancheng's buffalo discovery, but glancing around, he noticed several villagers had gathered, their curiosity piqued by Tang Linbao's actions. Naturally, the primary reason for their intrigue was that they all knew Tang Linbao had ventured into the mountains with Tang Jiancheng that day. Thus, they were all eager to learn what sort of game Tang Jiancheng had managed to bring back. Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Jiancheng sent me to fetch you and a few of the other grandfathers to accompany me into the mountains. It would be best to bring along some sturdy ropes. Tang Linbao whispered, clenching his teeth to keep the secret. What a struggle it was. Tang Jian instantly understood that Tang Jiancheng must have captured something substantial, and he quickly instructed Tang Jian to call his brothers while he himself returned to the house to retrieve a large bundle of sturdy ropes. He then donned rain boots and secured his sleeves tightly. Where are you off to? Yuan Yuezhu inquired. It is likely that Jiancheng has once again hunted something significant. He has summoned Lin Baolai to call us, and we must hasten our journey, though we are uncertain of the distance. Tang Jian inquired. Is there yet another substantial catch? When did Jiancheng's hunting prowess become so remarkable? Yuan Yuezhu expressed her curiosity. Is it not impressive? Tang Jian refrained from further banter with Yuan Yuezhu. Upon seeing Tang Jianbing and Tang Jiangwen arrive, he promptly joined them in exiting, following Tang Linbao towards Haoshan Reservoir. The surrounding villagers observed their hurried departure, their curiosity intensifying. What do you think Jiancheng has hunted this time? One speculated. It is probably a wild boar. Yesterday, he rallied 20 to 30 people. Today, it is just him and a few brothers. I doubt today's catch will surpass yesterday's. That may not be the case. What if he has captured a wild buffalo? A wild buffalo? Are you jesting? While our mountains do harbor them, they are exceedingly rare. If one were to appear, it would surely draw hunters from neighboring villages. Yet, I have not heard of any sightings recently. Let us cease our wild conjectures. We shall know the truth upon their return. I must hurry home to sharpen my knife. Should they require assistance, I can be ready and perhaps secure a few extra pounds of meat." Upon hearing this villager's words, the others hastily returned home to sharpen their knives. In Daping village, an unspoken tradition prevails. Those who assist are often rewarded with a share of the spoils, while those who do not help receive only what the host feels inclined to give. For instance, yesterday, villagers who did not assist received merely 5 pounds of meat, whereas those who helped were granted 15 pounds. Father has caught something significant again. He truly is remarkable. The perceptive Shao Qi was the first to receive the news and rushed home to share it with his family. "Is it true? Do you know what he has caught?" "Not yet, but I heard it is a wild buffalo." The older children, Lu Fongfong and others, were momentarily astonished, only to later learn that it was merely speculation. They cast Shao Qi a skeptical glance, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation. The youngest sister's excitement was palpable, for her father had promised her earlier that he would send her to school next year. Chapter 46. Preparing to capture everything alive. The situation at home was well understood by the youngest sister. Any spare coins her father possessed were often spent on drinking or lost to gambling. Though he had earned a considerable sum recently, the family was large, and even a single garment or pair of shoes for each member constituted a significant expense. Moreover, next year, he intended to send her and her sisters, 2, 3, 4, and 5, to school. Education is indeed costly. The real concern lies in the fact that with all of them attending school, the household would lack laborers. In rural areas, the preference for sons over daughters stems from the belief that sons grow into robust laborers, while daughters lack the capacity for strenuous work. Thus, the youngest sister harbored fears that her father might be deceiving her. Deep down, she longed for an education, fully aware that to alter her destiny, she must pursue knowledge. Yet, she was also anxious about their impoverished circumstances. This family was indeed exceedingly poor. However, if father is able to bring back a substantial catch today, it would undoubtedly signify his exceptional hunting skills. Beyond alleviating concerns about a lack of meat, it would also eliminate worries regarding financial constraints at home. Consequently, she eagerly anticipated her father's success in hunting, even finding herself unable to resist waiting at the village entrance, yearning to witness firsthand the fruits of his labor. "Big sister, what are you doing at the village entrance on such a cold day?" inquired the second sister. "I'm waiting for father," replied the eldest sister. "Then I shall go too. I want to join." Soon, a throng of children followed suit. When Tang Linbao, accompanied by Tang Jian and others, arrived at the muddy pit, they were astonished to find Tang Jiancheng squatting at its edge, diligently investigating the source of the hot spring. His hands and clothes were caked in mud, but through his efforts, he had uncovered the spring's origin, clearing away the surrounding muck to form a small pond from which the warm water gushed forth, accompanied by wisps of steam, indicating a considerable temperature. However, the group's attention swiftly shifted from him to the wild buffalo lounging in the mud, soaking in the hot spring. "Wild buffalo? Goodness, there really are wild buffalo. So many," exclaimed the brothers, astonished. "Fourth brother, fortune seems to be favoring you lately," they marveled. "Isn't it impressive? I nearly suffocated on the way here. You won't believe it. Grandfather Jiancheng is remarkable. He led me through dense forests, venturing into the most desolate areas, and I was on the brink of collapse, thinking he was intentionally tormenting me in the snow. Little did I know he was aware of this muddy haven and managed to locate so many buffalo." Tang Linbao exhaled deeply, then began to boast animatedly. "You cannot fathom the hardships we've endured en route. The snow was thick, making the journey arduous, yet grandfather Jiancheng moved with such agility. You have no idea how many potential catches we encountered. Astonishingly, grandfather didn't take a single shot. Remarkably, without wasting a bullet, we have captured these 6 wild buffalo. It's simply unbelievable." Everyone knew of Tang Linbao's penchant for boasting, and ordinarily, they would dismiss his tales, but today they listened with rapt attention, for the bounty was indeed extraordinary. 6 wild buffalo, each weighing approximately 1,000 pounds. Considering the current market price for beef at 50 to 60 cents per pound, that amounted to over 3,000 yuan. Excitement coursed through them, causing their bodies to tremble with anticipation. "Father, is there any way to capture all these buffalo alive?" Tang Jiancheng inquired. "Alive?" Tang Jian surveyed the surroundings and the group, then shook his head. "If there were only 1 or 2, we might manage to capture them. But with 6, it becomes quite difficult." "Not 6, but 8, Tang Linbao boasted again. Did you not notice those two are females? Their bellies are so swollen. They must be carrying calves. Indeed. The others finally recognized the unusually large bellies of the two female buffalo. Father, I recall that during the collective farming days, didn't they once lure the buffalo to the village for treatment using salt? Tang Jiancheng suddenly remarked, could we not use salt? That is our family's single cow. And now there are 6. Using salt would certainly be futile. Tang Jian shook his head. How about we simply slaughter it? After all, capturing it only to kill it for meat seems pointless. Second brother Tang Jian suggested, as long as we can capture those 2 female cows alive, that will suffice. Tang Jiancheng pondered for a moment and replied, I still wish to capture all 6 wild cows. They are somewhat gentler than wild boars. As long as we do not provoke them, we might be able to drive them back slowly. Very well, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Please gather some fresh branches from the mountain. Anything that wild cows enjoy will do. Father, fifth brother, Lin Bao. You take the rope and gently ensnare that female cow over there. Be sure to act delicately to avoid provoking it. Sixth brother, and I will handle the other female cow. Tang Jian remarked, we have enough rope. Shall we ensnare all the wild cows? Tang Jiancheng reflected for a moment and shook his head. We must not be greedy. Otherwise, we may end up unable to secure even a single cow. Let us focus on capturing the 2 female cows first, and if we handle them gently, ensuring they feel no threat, we may be able to drive them all back. Cows are indeed social animals, and they tend to care for the pregnant females, so once we secure the 2, the others will not stray far. Of course, this hinges on not letting them perceive any danger. If threatened, they may panic and not only flee but also pose a danger to us. Wild cows are still wild. We must not be careless. Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. The group then set about their tasks. Tang Jianwen, Tang Jianwu, and Tang Jianba moved swiftly, returning shortly with several bundles of fresh, tender branches. Tang Jianshui, Tang Jiantao, and Lin Bao approached one of the female cows with ropes in hand. Tang Jianshui fashioned a loop with one end of the rope and gently slipped it over the cow's head. Surprisingly, these wild cows appeared quite relaxed, seemingly complacent in the warmth of the hot springs, and showed no signs of resistance to the group's actions. Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianbing also worked efficiently. Do not rush. Eldest brother, take some branches to father. Second brother, bring us some more. Third brother, keep a watchful eye on the other wild cows. Should any show signs of aggression, signal us immediately. Under Tang Jiancheng's guidance, everyone performed their tasks in an orderly manner. Before long, lured by the fresh foliage, the 2 female cows slowly rose to their feet, prompting the group to hold their breath in anticipation as they carefully coaxed the cows ashore. Perhaps driven by hunger, or perhaps enchanted by the tender branches, the cows emitted soft calls and followed willingly onto the bank. The other wild cows lifted their heads and began to rise as well. Only the largest among them remained lying in the warm mud, though its gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Chapter 47. Capturing 6 wild cows. Proceed slowly, and let them not consume too much of the branches. Entice them gradually. Tang Jiancheng instructed while monitoring the wild cow's demeanor. The herd of wild buffalo exhibited an unexpected docility, showing no signs of frenzy as they were gradually lured out of the muddy pit, step by step making their way towards the thicket. Suddenly, a fierce snow-laden wind surged forth from the thorns, swirling snowflakes that caused the buffalo to lower their heads and squint their eyes. In an instant, they turned and dashed back towards the mire. Alarmed, a sense of urgency gripped everyone, compelling them to chase and prod the animals. However, Tang Jiancheng remained composed, urgently whispering, do not panic, do not pursue, and do not provoke them. Allow them to return. We shall devise another plan. Upon hearing his words, the others stifled their shouts that had momentarily escaped their lips and slowly lowered their raised hands, their faces etched with anxiety as they looked towards Tang Jiancheng. He cast a glance at the muddy pit, finally fixing his gaze upon the source of the hot spring. The spring's flow was substantial enough to cover an area of 20 to 30 meters around the pit. Father, let us dig a channel to redirect this spring, preventing its waters from flowing into the mire. Over time, the temperature of the pit will drop, and the buffalo will follow us, he proposed. As soon as Tang Jiancheng's suggestion was voiced, the eyes of all present gleamed with realization. This was indeed a strategic move. Subsequently, the group set to work with fervor. Lacking shovels and hoes, they resorted to using firewood axes and their hands. To ensure the channel's stability, They gathered stones for reinforcement, circumventing rocky obstacles rather than allowing the warm water to seep into the pit, ideally diverting it outwards towards the thicket. Before long, they had excavated a rudimentary channel. The waters of the hot spring flowed through this new passage, ceasing to inundate the muddy expanse. Gradually, the temperature of the mire began to decline, freezing over, while the 6 buffalo appeared bewildered, raising their heads to survey their surroundings, surely pondering why the mud beneath them had lost its warmth. The largest of the buffalo let out a thunderous bellow, tightening the hearts of all present, who stood on high alert. Fortunately, the creature's roar was merely an expression of its confusion and discontent, and it soon lay back down. Let us be patient and wait a little longer, Tang Jiancheng advised as he contemplated how to harness the potential of this hot spring. In his previous life, he had not heard of any hot springs in this area, suggesting that it had yet to be developed. Could it be that excessive deforestation in the years to come led to its depletion? Or perhaps it had gone unnoticed, remaining undeveloped? Or was it simply too remote and inconvenient for investment? The specific reasons remained unclear, but one thing was certain: no one had exploited this hot spring in his previous life. Observing the gushing waters, Tang Jiancheng felt that this spring was indeed worth investing in. He envisioned constructing a hot spring resort, incorporating high-end facilities and an aura of mystery. Perhaps instituting a membership system exclusively for select clientele. This venture would undoubtedly yield profit. Certainly, the initial investment is considerable. With Tang Jiancheng's current capital, it is simply insufficient for such endeavors. However, he has never contemplated undertaking this venture alone. Since his rebirth, he has resolved to avoid solitude. Having tasted the bitterness of loneliness in his past life, he understands profoundly that collaboration leads to mutual success, and that only through shared victories can one achieve longevity in their pursuits. He envisions partnering with Huang Tianyue, believing she would undoubtedly be intrigued. More than an hour later, despite seeking refuge in a sheltered nook, Tang Jiancheng and Tang Linbao were shivering from the cold. Tang Jiancheng, equally uncomfortable, could not help but jest. How foolish we are. Why do we persist in accompanying these wild cattle in their suffering? We could easily find a place to light a fire and warm ourselves. Tang Jiancheng responded. What good does saying that do now? The mud pit appears to be completely frozen. The wild cattle will likely depart soon. As they looked up, they indeed observed the wild cattle slowly rising, preparing to leave. Tang Jiancheng exclaimed with excitement, "Let us move. Be gentle in your actions so as not to startle them." The group proceeded cautiously, with Tang Jiancheng and Tang Linbao each leading a cow, while the others used branches to entice the remaining wild cattle. This time, no unforeseen incidents occurred as they navigated through the thicket. Cattle are inherently gentle creatures, albeit somewhat rigid in their habits. Once accustomed to a routine, they seldom alter their behavior unless faced with significant stimuli. Presently, as long as they were lured onto the path and had walked a certain distance, they would continue to follow, unperturbed by sudden changes or panic. They would even advance on their own without the need for herding. As they drew nearer to Daping village, Tang Linbao's smile became increasingly difficult to suppress, his excitement palpable, causing him to tremble with anticipation. The desire to boast surged within him, almost overwhelming. Tang Jiancheng approached him, teasingly declaring, "If you dare utter a word, I shall shoot and frighten these wild cattle away." Tang Linbao quickly waved his hands. "Grandpa Jiancheng, no? I promise I won't say a thing." True to his word, he fell silent. Even as they entered the village and encountered villagers, he managed to hold his tongue. Observing his struggle to contain himself brought Tang Jiancheng much amusement. "Where are these cattle headed?" Tang Jiancheng inquired suddenly. Tang Jiancheng asked, "Whose pig pen or cattle pen is the most spacious?" Tang Jianba replied, "My pig pen should be the widest. As I prepared it to accommodate a dozen pigs after the new year, it remains empty for now." "Excellent. Let us head to third brother's pig pen," Tang Jiancheng exclaimed with delight. The group swiftly altered their course towards Tang Jianba's home. Tang Jianba's home is situated at the eastern edge of the village, nearly beyond its borders. Thus, to reach his abode, one must traverse the entirety of the village. Consequently, the entire village became aware of the remarkable capture of 6 wild buffalo. Upon returning from the county with a supply of ammunition, Tang Xingde was struck with both astonishment and sorrow upon hearing the news. Had he prepared more ammunition in advance, he would not have needed to venture to the county today. Had he remained, Tang Jiancheng would not have sought out Tang Linbao, and thus, The wild buffalo captured today would certainly have included a share. The value of wild buffalo far surpasses that of wild boars, marking this as a significant loss. From a distance, Dama and her companions spotted Tang Jiancheng and the others herding the buffalo and joyfully rushed over. Tang Jiancheng was startled, fearing their exuberance might frighten the buffalo, and quickly admonished, "Halt! Do not run, approach slowly. Be gentle in your movements." Chapter 48. Such individuals are destined for greatness. Seeing the majestic buffalo, Dama and her friends were filled with delight. They looked up at their father with eyes brimming with admiration, glistening with hope. "Father has not deceived me. He truly can earn a fortune to support our education. I must strive to excel in my studies." Aunt Jiang Yao said that daughters must surpass their sons. Dama clenched her fists in excitement, vowing to bring honor and pride to her father. Upon arriving at Tang Jian's home, his sons had already heard the news and rushed out to witness the spectacle. Tang Jian's wife had eagerly opened the pig pen and stood smiling at the entrance. Upon seeing the buffalo, she quickly stepped aside. Once the buffalo entered the village, they became more docile, perhaps intimidated by the crowd, or perhaps resigned to their fate of being confined, relinquishing their struggle against the elements. They obediently walked into Tang Jian's pig pen. All the villagers followed suit, with some unable to enter, standing on tiptoes at the back to catch a glimpse, while others peered through the windows. Villagers have an innate fondness for cattle, as they can assist with numerous tasks. "Linbao, the buffalo have been herded back. How do you intend to divide them?" After ushering the buffalo into the pig pen and scattering a good amount of straw, Tang Jiancheng pulled the exuberant Tang Linbao aside to inquire. Tang Linbao replied, "Grandfather Jiancheng, this is all your achievement. You decide how to divide them. We hunted together, so we shall split them evenly." Before Tang Jiancheng could finish his thought, Tang Linbao waved his hand. "That won't do. You must take the larger share. Otherwise, you will never take me out again. How about this? I will take 2 buffalo, and the rest are yours. Is that appropriate?" "It does not adhere to the rules. Grandfather Jiancheng, it is settled then. I will take 1 cow that is pregnant with a calf. That will suffice for me." "What? You mean those 2 cows? That is not acceptable. You would be at a disadvantage. Surely, there will be whispers in the village, accusing me of being greedy. Grandfather Jiancheng, I am willingly accepting this. Let anyone dare to speak ill, and I shall silence them." "Very well, Grandfather Jiancheng, it is decided. I shall go and lead the buffalo now." In earlier times, Tang Linbao would undoubtedly have insisted on an equal share, for that was the custom, and no one could accuse him of greed. However, at present, he harbored different thoughts. Tang Jiancheng had been remarkably fortunate recently, having captured several wild boars, dug up 11 badgers, and hunted 21 wild boars, along with 8 wild cattle today. For someone with such extraordinary luck, when better to curry favor than now. Furthermore, Tang Jiancheng was not merely lucky. His exceptional marksmanship aside, his command throughout this endeavor was composed and methodical, unhurried and unfazed, as if nothing could daunt him. Such a person was bound to achieve great success in the future. Recognizing this, Tang Linbao resolutely requested only 1 cow and 1 calf, as a gesture to ingratiate himself with Tang Jiancheng, believing that Jiancheng would appreciate and remember this, ultimately aiding him in the future. Let us not rush to lead the cattle away. These wild cows have grown accustomed to staying together. If you recklessly take the cow, unforeseen consequences may arise. It would be better to keep them at my 3rd brother's place, and you can bring some fodder daily," Tang Jiancheng interjected. Tang Linbao smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall heed your advice." He then mingled with the crowd, reveling in his tale. "You have no idea how arduous it was for us to find this herd of cattle. It was truly a journey over mountains and through rivers." "How exaggerated. Weren't you merely capturing them at Haoshan Reservoir?" a villager bluntly pointed out. Tang Linbao, undeterred, retorted with fervor, "You know nothing. While we did indeed capture them at Haoshan Reservoir, there are dozens of mountains surrounding it. Do you think it was easy to locate them? If it were, would we have needed to go after them? Let me tell you, my legs nearly gave out while chasing after Jiancheng, just to find this herd hidden within a dense thicket of thorns. You cannot fathom how impenetrable that thicket was. If it weren't for Jiancheng's keen eyes, we would never have spotted them." Tang Linbao animatedly recounted his tale, captivating the audience as if they were engrossed in a riveting performance. Even Tang Jinshui and Tang Jianwen listened with rapt attention. They were first-hand witnesses and understood that the actual process was far less thrilling than he described. Yet, through Tang Linbao's narration, It felt as though they had endured a myriad of trials and tribulations. It must be said, Tang Linbao's eloquence surpassed that of Tang Xingde by leaps and bounds. Whereas Xingde recounted experiences in a dry, factual manner, devoid of vividness, Tang Linbao's storytelling was rich with exaggerated expressions, thrilling phrases, and reasonable embellishments, punctuated by spontaneous exclamations that left the villagers eager for more. Upon finishing, the villagers were still left wanting, yet they had gleaned two key insights. First, that capturing wild cattle was indeed no easy feat, and second, that Tang Jiancheng was truly remarkable. Tang Jiancheng, having paid little heed to Tang Linbao's embellishments, conveyed some important details to his third brother and sister-in-law before returning home with the children. The children, however, wished to stay and listen, but Tang Jiancheng paid them no mind and went home alone. Did you really capture wild cattle? Lu Fangfang, upon seeing Tang Jiancheng return, hurriedly inquired. Is it true that you, my husband, are quite remarkable? Noticing that their daughters were absent, she cradled the nearly 1-month-old Xiaojiu in her arms. Tang Jiancheng couldn't resist leaning closer, gazing intently into her eyes. Are you trying to provoke me? Lu Fangfang's cheeks flushed as she instinctively recoiled. We are already an old married couple. Why hide? Witnessing her reaction filled Tang Jiancheng with a sense of mischievous triumph. You, covered in dirt, should wash up first. Lu Fangfang's face reddened further, assuming he was hinting at something more intimate, causing her voice to diminish. Huh. Tang Jiancheng paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, grinning. All right. I shall wash up and then join you for a rest. The emphasis on the word rest made Lu Fangfang's embarrassment deepen as she buried her face, unable to meet his gaze. Curiously, she pondered why Tang Jiancheng seemed so eager lately. With his daily responsibilities and the burden of supporting several daughters, did he not tire? Unbeknownst to her, after more than 40 years of solitude, Tang Jiancheng yearned to be close to Lu Fangfang, his only constraints being their financial situation and the need to care for their daughters. Tang Jiancheng quickly washed up, relishing the rare moment of solitude at home, and prepared to indulge in some affectionate time with his wife. However, just as he finished bathing, he heard the voices of his daughters outside. Chapter 49. The thoughtful daughter's Uncle Lin's stories are hilarious. He said a wild bull almost crushed his. You know, haha, it's killing me with laughter. Little Seven, I must correct you on 2 accounts. First, Uncle Lin is not our uncle, but our nephew. Second, with so many amusing tales, how is it that you only remember that one? As girls, we shouldn't speak in such a manner. Why not? Mom sometimes does, and Grandma even more. Well, they are adults, so they can say it. You are a child and should not. But you're also a child, so you shouldn't either. Are you contradicting me? Little Seven? I'm not. Fifth sister, I'll just listen to you. At that moment, the front door creaked open, and the children entered, spotting Tang Jiancheng clad only in a thermal shirt, sneaking towards the room. Dad, what are you doing? Little Six asked, astonished. Can't you see? Dad just finished bathing. Little Seven replied. Father, running around in just a thermal shirt can easily lead to catching a cold, remarked fifth sister. Little Eight rushed over, exclaiming, Dad, you're amazing. I want a hug. What does my being amazing have to do with a hug? Tang Jiancheng, perplexed by Little Eight's logic, scooped her up and retreated into the room. Lu Fangfang, anticipating the need to undress later, decided to remove her clothes and slip into bed, hoping to warm the covers. However, upon hearing her daughter's return, she hurriedly put her clothes back on, her cheeks aflame. Just as she fastened her buttons, the door swung open, and she instinctively turned away. Mom, why did you take off your clothes? Little Eight innocently asked, her words causing Lu Fangfang's face to burn with embarrassment, her neck flushing crimson. Why ask such silly questions? Your mother is preparing to nurse Xiaojiu. Tang Jiancheng, the older man, remained remarkably composed, smiling as he observed Lu Fangfang's retreating figure. He mused to himself. In my previous life, I truly had not realized how amusing my wife could be. Xiao Ba chimed in, but isn't Xiaojiu asleep? Can she drink milk if she's sleeping? Tang Jiancheng retorted, tossing her onto the bed. Play with your sister for a while. I need to get dressed first. Okay. Xiao Ba obediently nestled beside Xiaojiu, playfully poking her cheeks and nose. Xiaojiu, seemingly aware of the commotion, pouted slightly, stretched lazily, grunted a couple of times, and returned to slumber. Tang Jiancheng retrieved a worn, hole-riddled sweater from the wardrobe and donned a tattered cotton jacket. He hesitated to wear his new cotton coat. Despite having earned some money, the The frugality ingrained in him could not be easily altered. Of course, this did not apply to his wife and children. He was quite thrifty for himself, but exceedingly generous toward his family. In just over 10 days since his rebirth, he had already purchased several outfits for the children. Dressed, Tang Jiancheng proceeded to the kitchen. After spending the day at the Haoshan Reservoir, he felt both cold and hungry. However, upon entering the kitchen, he discovered the food was already warming in the pots. "Father, that's from my elder sisters. They said you must be cold, tired, and hungry after your return. A warm meal would surely make you happy." Fifth sister rummaged through the sweet potatoes in the stove, swiftly bringing out the dishes and setting them on the table. Then handed Tang Jiancheng a pair of chopsticks. Moved by fifth sister's actions and words, Tang Jiancheng felt a swell of emotion. Who said having daughters was not worthwhile? A daughter as sensible and caring as this one was worth more than 10 sons. "Father, I roasted sweet potatoes for you. Try them, they're very sweet." After Tang Jiancheng began his meal, fifth sister settled by the stove, tending to the roasted sweet potatoes. "Where did these sweet potatoes come from?" he inquired. "They were exchanged from Erdan's family," fifth sister replied candidly. "Erdan, after his father, Tang Dai, was arrested, didn't they suffer significant penalties? Their radio was confiscated. And you still went to their house?" Tang Jiancheng turned to fifth sister. "Erdan's mother has always been kind to us, and Erdan often shares food with us. He said his hands were cold and wanted a pair of gloves, so I gave him my old pair, and in return, he gave me 10 sweet potatoes." Fifth sister explained. Shao Qi interjected. "Erdan's mother said the sweet potatoes are for me." "Yes," fifth sister confirmed. "She even suggested that you should marry Erdan." Shao Qi shook her head. "I don't like Erdan. He has a runny nose and is dirty. I like Sengogo." "Who is Sango?" Tang Jiancheng listened with amusement to his daughter's playful banter, opting not to intervene or reprimand them. Children's thoughts are remarkably fluid, and their memories are short-lived. In a few days, they would likely forget. Even if they did not, it mattered little. When they grew older and experienced more of the world, their perspectives would inevitably shift. Thus, he took no offense at their declarations of whom they would marry or whom they liked. Sango was the third son of Lin Bao. Fifth sister retorted, admonishing little seven. "How many times must I tell you? Sango is our grandson. You cannot harbor feelings for him." "I don't care. I just like him." Little seven pouted defiantly. "Are you talking back to me, little seven?" Fifth sister glared. At this, little seven instantly yielded. "I was wrong." Suddenly, little six exclaimed, "The sweet potatoes are ready, come eat." The quarrel dissipated, replaced by the joy of feasting on sweet potatoes. After finishing his meal, Tang Jiancheng headed to the countryside. Huang Tianyue was not at the restaurant, but had gone to the hospital. Tang Jiancheng inquired in detail with the head chef and learned that Huang Tianyue's young son had been hospitalized due to a high fever and was experiencing convulsions. Tang Jiancheng hurried to the rural health clinic. After questioning the doctor, he discovered that Huang Tianyue had already taken the child to the county hospital. "Is the situation very serious?" Tang Jiancheng asked anxiously. "Not excessively severe, but young children are quite delicate. If the fever cannot be brought down promptly, a minor issue could escalate into a major concern," the doctor explained. Tang Jiancheng thought of his own children. Although they had plenty of medicine at home, the cold weather could easily lead to colds and fevers. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "Doctor, how can children protect themselves from catching a cold in this frigid weather?" The doctor, eager to help, retrieved a printed sheet from a drawer and handed it to Tang Jiancheng. "This contains detailed precautions. You can take it home and peruse it. Also, please help us disseminate this information in your village." "Thank you, I certainly will," Tang Jiancheng replied respectfully as he accepted the printed sheet, which outlined 6 points, covering everything from diet to exercise with meticulous explanations. As he was about to leave, a sudden exclamation rang out from behind him. "Benefactor!" The shout was so loud that it startled everyone nearby, including Tang Jiancheng, who turned with a frown to see who the fool was. Chapter 50. Lu Chang in distress turning around. Tang Jiancheng was momentarily taken aback. The fool was none other than Lu Chang, who had been knocked unconscious by a wild boar. At this moment, Lu Chang was wrapped in bandages, reeking of pungent ointment, and leaning on crutches as he ambled through the hospital corridor. Upon spotting Tang Jiancheng, his eyes lit up, and he waved his crutch excitedly, taking several steps towards him. "Benefactor, do you not remember me? I am Lu Chang." Of course, Tang Jiancheng remembered him, but he did not wish to engage too deeply with these three brothers. So he replied nonchalantly, "Do not call me benefactor. I saved you purely out of boredom after a hearty meal. Lu Chang was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Tang Jiancheng. However, recalling how his brothers had mocked Tang Jiancheng's master and had even plotted against him, Lu Chang understood Tang Jiancheng's demeanor. Benefactor, we were indeed wrong that day. We should not have been so antagonistic towards your master. After all, he was a well-known hunter in Sanchong Township back in the day. Lu Chang sincerely apologized. My master? Who is that? Tang Jiancheng asked, puzzled. Lu Chang replied, the one who was with you that day, Tang Sampao. Is he not your master? Tang Jiancheng chuckled and shook his head. No. He is merely an older brother from my village. Lu Chang smiled awkwardly and said, my apologies. It seems we have made a mistake. We thought you were his disciple. By the way, I still do not know your name. Tang Jiancheng replied, my name is Tang Jiancheng. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please focus on your recovery. All right, benefactor. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I shall come to express my gratitude to you. After watching Tang Jiancheng depart, Lu Chang slowly returned to his hospital room. Have you all heard? There's a fellow from Daping village who went hunting on Dachuan Mountain and single-handedly killed 21 wild boars. That is preposterous. Who is so extraordinary as to kill that many wild boars at once? Exactly. It sounds utterly false. 21 wild boars. How could that be? Do you think they just stand there waiting to be hunted? I knew you wouldn't believe it. That chap is named Tang Jiancheng. The whole village witnessed it. My sister has married into their village, so when she arrives, you can ask her. Just as Lu Chang was about to enter, he overheard several fellow patients discussing Tang Jiancheng, and he immediately turned around, inquiring, are you referring to the Tang Jiancheng from Daping village who killed 21 wild boars? Yes. Why? Is he your relative? The person asked. Lu Chang shook his head. What does he look like? He hesitated, unsure if the person was indeed referring to his benefactor. Perhaps it was merely a case of sharing the same name. However, the mention of Dachuan Mountain and wild boars bore a striking resemblance to his benefactor. If it truly was his benefactor, then he was indeed remarkable, almost legendary. The feat of hunting 21 wild boars had never been recorded in the history of Sanchong Township. I haven't seen it myself, but my sister is here, and you can inquire with her. At that moment, the man's sister arrived. Sister, they don't believe that Tang Jiancheng hunted 21 wild boars. Please enlighten them. Coincidentally, the man's sister was Yuan Chahua, the wife of Tang Xingcai. Yuan Chahua glanced at the crowd and confidently declared, they can choose to believe or not. The truth remains that Tang Jiancheng indeed hunted 21 wild boars. My husband and I are still enjoying the meat he sent over. She added, in fact, I just encountered him. He had just left the hospital and was likely on his way to buy medicine. Hunting 21 wild boars is no small feat. But his catch today is even more astonishing. At this point, Yuan Chahua paused, leaving the others curious. The man quickly pressed on. What do you mean by astonishing? The others also looked at Yuan Chahua with eager anticipation. Satisfied with the attention, Yuan Chahua raised her right hand, forming A6 with her fingers, and proudly proclaimed, he captured 6 wild cattle alive. 6. Alive. That is impossible. Wild cattle are rarely seen. It's a stroke of luck to even spot one, let alone find 6. The incredulity grew. 6 wild cattle? And alive? Do you think he is a god? The others were expressions of disbelief. Believe it or not, he possesses such skills. In fact, it's not just 6, it's 8, as 2 of them are pregnant. They are likely to give birth after the new year. Yuan Chahua asserted. I still don't believe it. Is it really that easy to catch wild cattle? 8 alive? It's utterly absurd. Someone scoffed. Yuan Chahua immediately grew displeased. Believe it or not, it's the truth. Come, dear brother, I have prepared a nourishing bone broth for you. In a few days, perhaps I can bring you some beef to savor, said Yuan Chahua as she assisted her brother in walking. Lu Chang promptly stopped them, inquiring about Tang Jiancheng's appearance and condition. Deep down, he had already deduced that the Tang Jiancheng spoken of by Yuan Chahua was indeed his benefactor. Yet, the revelation felt utterly unbelievable, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Upon receiving confirmation from Yuan Chahua, he was left utterly astonished. Was his benefactor truly that remarkable? It was imperative that he visit Tang Jiancheng's home after being discharged. If the man was indeed that impressive, he must find a way to cultivate a good relationship with him. Returning to his hospital room, Lu Chang was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him. He rose from his bed and made his way to Lu Mozi's room. Lu Mozi was indeed fortunate to have survived, despite the grievous injuries inflicted by the wild boar. However, He had paid a heavy price. His hand and leg had been amputated, and a substantial portion of his intestines had been severed, resulting in considerable blood loss. He had survived, but had also incurred a mountain of debt. Brother, do you remember the person who was with Tang Sanpao? His name is Tang Jiancheng. He is not a disciple of Tang Sanpao, but rather a remarkable individual. Lu Chang relayed the news he had heard to Lu Matzi. Still quite weak, Lu Matzi whispered. If all of this is true, we must make an effort to maintain a relationship with him. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Lu Chang replied. By the way, Lu Guang hasn't visited in several days. What could he be up to? Suddenly, Lu Matzi became agitated, exclaiming, "Oh no! That rascal is likely seeking revenge on Tang Sanpao. You must go find him." He broke into a fit of coughs. Lu Chang felt a surge of urgency. He had only just resolved to become closer to Tang Jiancheng, and the thought of Lu Guang jeopardizing that opportunity ignited a fierce determination within him. Ignoring the objections of the doctors and nurses, he dashed out of the hospital. Fortunately, one of his cousins had just arrived to visit him. He promptly asked his cousin to carry him to find Lu Guang. His cousin, Lu Kai, happened to know Lu Guang's whereabouts and quickly made his way there. As they traversed an unfamiliar path, Lu Chang inquired, "Lu Kai, where are you taking me?" Lu Kai replied, "Brother Chang, you asked me to take you to find Brother Guang, did you not? He has gone to Daping Village, and this road leads there." What business does he have in Daping Village? Lu Chang thought, realizing with alarm that the man was indeed going for revenge. Lu Kai said, "Brother Guang mentioned he was going to collect a debt. What nonsense. Quick, increase your pace. We must stop him, or lives could be lost." Lu Chang urged frantically. Lu Kai was bewildered, but under Lu Chang's incessant urging, he hastened his steps. Thank you to the readers for your support. I have taken note of your comments and endeavored to rectify any inconsistencies. I hope you will continue to support this work. Chapter 51. The red apricot out of the wall after leaving the hospital. Tang Jiancheng visited a state-run restaurant and spoke to the head chef, asking him to inform Huang Tianyue that if she returned today, a tractor could be sent to Daping Village for some excellent goods. The chef looked at Tang Jiancheng in surprise, recalling that the restaurant had just received a shipment of wild boar meat from his home the previous night. Was there truly more good fortune in store today? Is this fellow truly the legendary master of the hunt? Yet, he appears tattered and worn, indistinguishable from an ordinary peasant. Moreover, just 10 or 20 days prior, he frequently visited the tavern, drowning his sorrows in drink and engaging in raucous brawls with a group of ruffians. How could he have transformed into such a formidable presence so swiftly? The master chef harbored a curiosity within, though his demeanor shifted to one of deference. Rest assured, I shall convey your message with utmost diligence. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to employ honorifics. Tang Jiancheng paid little heed to the chef's sudden shift in attitude as he turned and departed the tavern, making his way toward the village. Approaching the village entrance, he suddenly spotted an individual lurking suspiciously at the threshold. The dusk had deepened considerably, and were it not for the thick layer of snow blanketing the ground, reflecting the faint light, Tang Jiancheng might have overlooked the figure entirely. Just as he prepared to call out, the person darted away, seemingly heading toward Tang Xingda's residence. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Tang Jiancheng's mind. Was this individual intent on causing trouble for Tang Xingda? Without hesitation, he stealthily trailed the figure. The individual moved with caution, pausing intermittently to survey the surroundings. Only when assured of solitude did he venture forth. Should he encounter anyone, he would conceal himself until the coast was clear. Were it not for Tang Jiancheng's familiarity with the village, he might have been detected and lost the trail. After more than half an hour, the figure arrived near Tang Xingda's home but refrained from direct action, instead taking refuge in the shadows. Was he indeed plotting against Tang Xingda? Who was he? Tang Jiancheng pondered, his mind racing with vague suspicions, yet lacking concrete evidence. He scoured the vicinity, picked up a stone, and readied himself to confront the unknown. At that moment, Tang Xingda emerged, leaning on his cane, one hand carrying a basin of water, presumably for himself or his children to wash their faces. After splashing the water before the door, he retreated inside and shut the door behind him. The figure lingered in the darkness, seemingly devising some nefarious scheme, before ultimately turning to leave. Was he merely surveying the area? In the next instant, Tang Jiancheng observed the person veering off towards the former village secretary, Tang Dai's home. Could this individual be a relative of Tang Dai? If so, why target Tang Xingda? Surely, if vengeance were sought, it should be directed at him. given that he had delivered 2 resounding slaps to Tang Dai and exposed the identity of his brother-in-law. If Tang Dai's family harbored animosity, it would likely be directed more intensely at him. Confounded, Tang Jiancheng continued to follow. Upon reaching Tang Dai's doorstep, the figure did not enter through the front, but rather scaled the courtyard wall. Shortly thereafter, an odd bird call echoed from within. Moments later, a hushed voice, deliberately lowered, could be heard. "You wretch, why are you here at this hour? Do you wish to bring ruin upon me?" To which a stranger responded, "My darling, I could not contain my longing for you, so I came." Ugh, how shameless. I have borne 2 sons, a mere worn-out woman, hardly deserving of the title beauty. In my eyes, you shall forever be a beauty. Then, Tang Jiancheng heard hurried breaths from within, accompanied by the rustling sound of garments being shed. "Not here. My child hasn't fallen into a deep sleep yet. To the pigsty at the back. Wherever you are, even the pigsty is a palace." How shameless. The 2 audacious individuals flirted their way to the rear pigsty. Tang Jiancheng was taken aback. In his previous life, he never heard of Tang Dai's wife straying from her marital vows. Of course, in that lifetime, Tang Dai wasn't imprisoned so early. It was a decade later, due to a catastrophic failure of the village's breeding farm, that he found himself incarcerated. At that point, Tang Dai's wife was nearing 40, aging and likely incapable of such indiscretions. Yet presently, she was merely in her 20s, well-preserved and undeniably alluring. Had that person not been lurking outside Tang Xingda's home, Tang Jiancheng would have been utterly indifferent to such trivial matters. Moreover, as a man who lived to the age of 70 in his past life, he held a rather lenient view on such affairs. There are all kinds of rice to nourish all kinds of people, after all. Furthermore, if these 2 were apprehended, what would become of Tang Dai's sons, Chodan and Erden? In these times, the penalties for such acts were exceedingly severe. However, it was a grave misstep for that person to lurk outside Tang Xingda's door, instilling in Tang Jiancheng a profound sense of insecurity. He couldn't shake the feeling that the individual might soon turn their attention to his own home. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate this danger at its inception. Nonetheless, it was not his place to arrest them. After some contemplation, he turned and headed towards the home of Tang Dai's elder brother, Tang Duran. "Duran, are you home?" Tang Duran's residence was shrouded in darkness, the door tightly shut. Tang Jiancheng gently knocked, the sound echoing loudly. "Who is it? In the dead of night? On such a cold day, what brings you here?" A voice, tinged with impatience, called from within. Subsequently, Tang Duran opened the door, and upon seeing Tang Jiancheng, his irritation vanished, replaced by a demeanor of respect. "Ah, it's Jiancheng. What brings you here?" "I've just captured a few wild bulls," Tang Jiancheng replied. "My 3rd brother mentioned those bulls are voracious eaters, nearly depleting our fodder. I heard your brother has quite a bit of feed, so I thought to buy some. But as you know, since your brother was taken, it's just your sister-in-law and her 2 children at home. It wouldn't be proper for a man to visit so late." Upon hearing about the feed, Tang Duran quickly smiled. "That is indeed not suitable. Wait a moment. I shall wake my wife, and we can go together. You and your wife go ahead. Let your sister-in-law prepare the feed. I will check with others to see if I can procure more." "Very well, you attend to your matters. We shall wait for you at Dai's house." Tang Duran returned inside to rouse his wife and hurried towards Tang Dai's home. Just as they passed the pigsty, they heard distressing sounds emanating from within, leaving them both momentarily stunned. Upon listening closely, their expressions changed instantly. Tang Duran glanced around, picked up a stone, and charged into the pigsty. Meanwhile, his wife began to scream, "You wretched young Shioli! You shameless harlot! It's only been a few days since Dai was imprisoned, and you have already begun to seek another man. You disgraceful strumpet! Someone come quickly! Catch these adulterers!" The neighboring villagers were the first to hear the commotion, promptly donning their garments and rushing outside. In the pig pen, Tang Duran was engaged in a scuffle with the nefarious interloper. Outmatched, Tang Duran was swiftly knocked to the ground by a powerful kick. The assailant hastily gathered his clothing and sprinted away. "Quick! That scoundrel is fleeing!" Tang Duran's wife cried out. The first neighbors to emerge spotted a shadow darting away and immediately pursued, shouting, "Stop right there! If you don't halt, I will ensure you face dire consequences." The fugitive, terrified, increased his pace. The thick layer of snow on the ground impeded his speed, causing him to stumble repeatedly. As the pursuers closed in, desperation took hold, and he discarded his clothes, opting only for his thermal undergarments, which allowed him to run much faster. Though the cold was biting, it was preferable to capture. In that era, capture meant certain death. Suddenly, just as he thought he might escape, a foot struck him from the side, sending him sprawling into the snow, unable to rise for some time. When he finally managed to get up, he found himself surrounded by several furious villagers, unaware of who had delivered the kick. The others paid no mind to the identity of the assailant. They simply rained down fists upon him, followed by a brutal kicking. Thankfully, the village secretary arrived just in time. Otherwise, the man would have surely met a grim fate. Cease at once. Causing a death would bring trouble. It's best to leave this to the authorities, the village secretary declared, prompting the crowd to disperse. Though the man was left battered and bruised, Tang Jiancheng stood at the back of the crowd, having delivered that decisive kick himself. Afterward, he feigned a slip, tumbling into the snow beside the commotion. When the pursuers arrived, he calmly rose and inquired, "What transpired? That scoundrel dared to intrude upon our village." Someone exclaimed in outrage. "How audacious! He must be dealt with severely. Let's not act rashly. We should let the authorities handle this. If we take matters into our own hands and someone dies, we lose all justification," the village secretary urged, attempting to quell the rising fervor. Soon, the group apprehended the man and brought him to Tang Dai's residence. Tang Dai's wife, Yang Xiuli, was also captured, bound tightly with disheveled hair, her face marred with handprints and blood, clearly having suffered a severe beating. Before long, the gathering at Tang Dai's house swelled, a blazing torchlight illuminating the scene. "Isn't that Lu Guang from Taomu village? This miscreant must be handed over to the authorities for execution." Tang Xingda, leaning on his cane, exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the battered figure. "Director of Public Security, you must dispatch someone to report this to the authorities immediately," the village secretary commanded. "Very well, I shall attend to it personally." The village security chief raised a torch and hastened towards the village. On the way, he encountered Lu Kai and Lu Chong, who were also walking briskly. The security chief immediately regarded them with a vigilant gaze and inquired, "What are you doing? Which village do you hail from?" Upon noticing that Lu Chong was entirely wrapped in bandages, his apprehension lessened, though curiosity crept in. What could possibly compel someone in such a state to wander about? Surely, they were not runaway ruffians, were they? "Uncle, has my brother Lu Guang come to your village?" Lu Kai asked candidly. The security chief's expression shifted dramatically as he barked. "Lu Guang is your brother? You audaciously dare to band together and come to our village to abduct someone? Someone, come quickly. Here are two ruffians." Lu Kai and Lu Chong were utterly bewildered by the security chief's exclamations. "Abduct? Ruffians? What is the meaning of this?" Lu Kai protested loudly. "We are not here to abduct anyone, nor are we ruffians. We are villagers from Taomu village, seeking my brother Lu Guang. Simply because you seek Lu Guang, you are indeed here to abduct someone. You are ruffians." The moment the security chief finished speaking, villagers from Daping village rushed over, surrounding Lu Kai and Lu Chong. Observing the fierce demeanor of the villagers, who seemed ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, Lu Chong realized that Lu Guang must have committed some grievous misdeed. Otherwise, this scene would not have unfolded. Lu Kai, terrified, was poised to continue his argument, but Lu Chong quickly restrained him, addressing the crowd. "Esteemed villagers, please remain calm. Do I appear to be someone who abducts others?" The villagers, upon scrutinizing his appearance, conceded that he did not seem like a typical abductor. It must be said, although Lu Chong lacked intellect, he possessed a glimmer of quick wit. Noticing the crowd's tension easing, he added, "Tang Jiancheng from your village is indeed my benefactor. I have come to express my gratitude." Express gratitude? Who comes to express gratitude in the dead of night? This is clearly a fabrication. The villagers, already beginning to lower their guard, now regarded his words with skepticism. "Please, I truly am here to express my gratitude. If you doubt me, summon Tang Jiancheng." As the villagers appeared ready to act, Lu Chong was nearly in a state of panic. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Jiancheng approached. Lu Chong, spotting him like a lifeline, exclaimed, "Benefactor, rescue me. I am Lu Chong, the younger brother of Lu Matzi." To ensure Tang Jiancheng recognized him, he even mentioned his elder brother. Lu Matzi, a seasoned hunter, held a certain notoriety in the vicinity, albeit not of a commendable kind. "By heavens, you are Lu Matzi's brother? Lu Matzi is a ne'er-do-well. You must be no better," exclaimed one villager. "Indeed, Lu Matzi often disregards the rules in the mountains. Had I a gun, he would have been dealt with long ago." Another villager shouted, "Lu Matzi's brother? Let us take him down. The villagers, once again roused to fervor, advanced with hostility. Pale with fear, Lu Chang and Lu Kai exchanged glances. The security chief, observing the escalating situation, quickly intervened. Hold your horses. Capture them for now. I shall summon the authorities. He then hurried away. Tang Jiancheng cast a glance at the two individuals and remarked, indeed, this fellow is Lu Mozi's younger brother. However, in his current state, he is quite vulnerable. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. It is prudent to heed the village security chief's advice and apprehend them first. The villagers, who had been preparing to stealthily deliver a few blows to the two, restrained themselves upon hearing Tang Jiancheng's words. Ever since he had hunted 21 wild boars and captured 6 wild bulls, his esteem among the villagers had subtly risen. Those who once mocked and looked down upon him now held a hint of admiration. This is a universal truth. Those with capability earn a distinctive respect. Once the villagers had taken the individuals away, Tang Jiancheng chose not to involve himself further and returned home. He had no desire to squander his sleep on trivial matters, especially when he had more significant tasks to attend to. Chapter 53. A trip to the county. Upon returning home, Tang Jiancheng found Lu Fangfang and several children awakened by the clamor outside, all pressed against the window, listening intently. What is happening out there? Lu Fangfang inquired. Tang Jiancheng replied. Tang Dai's wife was caught in an affair. Really? Lu Fangfang exclaimed, her face etched with disbelief. Yang Shili doesn't seem like that kind of person. She merely dresses well and enjoys a bit of makeup. How could she have been unfaithful? Knowing a person's appearance does not reveal their heart. One can never be sure of their true thoughts, Tang Jiancheng stated. Enough of others' affairs. You should get some rest. It's bitterly cold. Are you not afraid of catching a cold by lingering at the window? Off to bed now. With a firm admonition, all the children obediently scurried off to sleep, and Lu Fangfang lay down as well. Dad, the food is warming in the pot. Should I bring it out for you? The youngest daughter inquired sweetly. No need. Just go to sleep, Tang Jiancheng replied as he headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Xiaoqi suddenly rushed to his side and tugged at his pant leg. Tang Jiancheng bent down, and Xiaoqi softly asked, Daddy, what is a man? Is it something delicious? Tang Jiancheng was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoqi continued, if it's not delicious, why would Aunt Shili steal it? She is so naughty. This left Tang Jiancheng perplexed. He was unsure how to respond and could only maintain a stern expression as he urged, go to sleep. Such matters are for adults to ponder. Yet, he couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought. If men were indeed delicious, only Yang Shili would truly know. Feeling genuinely hungry, Tang Jiancheng proceeded to the kitchen, retrieved the food, and began to eat heartily. After finishing his meal and cleansing himself, he sat by the hearth for a while before retiring for the night. Lu Fangfang, still awake and preoccupied with the earlier discussion, quietly asked, Jiancheng, I still cannot comprehend why Yang Shili would engage in infidelity. Tang Jiancheng, intending to provide a serious response, suddenly recalled Xiaoqi's words and, with a wicked grin, replied, perhaps she finds men delectable. What? Lu Fangfang initially failed to grasp the meaning, but upon reflection, she couldn't resist playfully hitting Tang Jiancheng's arm. Why is your mind so wicked? Tang Jiancheng chuckled. That was your little sister's remark. What? She said that? Lu Fangfang was taken aback. Tang Jiancheng recounted the earlier events to Lu Fangfang, who couldn't help but chuckle and scold him, saying, what on earth are these little rascals pondering all day? All right, it's time to sleep. We've had a long day, and tomorrow holds significant matters. With that, Tang Jiancheng lay down. Significant matters? What significant matters? You'll find out in a couple of days. Subsequently, both closed their eyes and drifted into slumber. Outside, the commotion persisted until the police arrived, apprehending Yang Shili, Lu Guang, Lu Chang, Lu Kai, and others, which gradually brought about silence. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Tang Jiancheng awoke punctually. To his surprise, his elder and younger sisters had risen even earlier. By the time he got up to wash, they had already been bustling in the kitchen for quite some time, preparing breakfast. Tang Jiancheng increasingly appreciated the joys of having daughters. What a blessing it was. After finishing breakfast, he informed Lu Fangfang and the children. I may need to head to the county today. I likely won't return until evening. With that, he set out with a sum of money in hand. His first stop was the state-run restaurant, where he learned that Huang Tianyue was still in the county, prompting him to make his way to the bus station in Sanchong Township. Although it was called a bus station, It only featured a single bus route, one departing at 8 in the morning towards the county and returning at 2 in the afternoon. Should one miss it? The only option was to walk back, a distance exceeding 60 miles, which would take at least 7 hours on foot, assuming a brisk pace. If one were to dawdle, it could consume an entire day. Thus, unless there was a pressing matter, the residents of Sanchong Township seldom ventured to the county. Consequently, when Tang Jiancheng boarded the bus, he found himself the sole passenger. The ticket collector glanced at him briefly before returning to rest against the seat's back, eyes closed. It was only as the clock neared 8 that a few more individuals arrived, all of whom donned the attire of officials. The fare was 80 cents. The ticket collector commenced selling tickets with an indifferent demeanor. Tang Jiancheng paid no mind, handing over the coins and turning his gaze towards the window. Soon, the bus lurched into motion. The entire route was unpaved, perhaps due to concerns of slippery conditions from rain. A layer of gravel had been spread, though its effectiveness was questionable, as the road remained uneven. Snow accumulated at the sides, but thankfully, the snow on the road had melted, creating muddy puddles. The bus traveled slowly and jarringly, nearly shaking Tang Jiancheng to pieces. After more than 3 hours of this tumultuous journey, they finally reached the county seat. At that time, Shunbei County was quite small, rather dilapidated, yet relatively clean and tidy. The streets were devoid of cars and had few pedestrians. Although some vendors had set up stalls selling shoes, bicycles, steamed buns, and an abundance of vegetables, exchanging chicken feathers and duck down for sugar, echoed the cries of those traversing the streets in search of feathers. Tang Jiancheng made his way to the People's Hospital, stopping along the way to purchase several pounds of apples from a fruit vendor before arriving at the hospital. Upon locating Huang Tianyue, he found him resting against the hospital bed. Tianyue, Tang Jiancheng called out. Huang Tianyue groggily opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback to see Tang Jiancheng. Brother Jiancheng, what brings you here? How is the child's health? Tang Jiancheng placed an apple beside the bed and inquired. Huang Tianyue sighed. He has an upset stomach, compounded by a chill, and has been running a high fever. He has only just begun to feel a bit better today. A bit better is still good, Tang Jiancheng remarked, glancing at the child lying on the sickbed. The little one, barely over 4 years old, looked rather pitiful with sunken eyes, yet was sleeping soundly at that moment. Brother Jiancheng, did you come specifically to see my child? Huang Tianyue felt deeply touched. The past few days had worn him out, primarily from worrying about his child's condition. Seeing a familiar face brought a mix of emotions to his heart. Do not fret. Children recover swiftly from illnesses that come on quickly. Since he is feeling better, he will soon be completely well, Tang Jiancheng reassured him. Let us hope for that. Huang Tianyue sighed. Tang Jiancheng continued. I caught a few wild bulls yesterday and intended to find you to process them, but upon hearing about your child's illness and hospitalization, I decided to come by. Of course, my primary purpose here is to purchase fishing nets. Fishing nets? Huang Tianyue was taken aback. Do you plan to go fishing? In this frigid weather, where do you intend to fish? I have a good spot. However, once we catch fish, I will need your assistance in selling them. Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. That is no problem. I will help you sell as many as you catch, Huang Tianyue assured him. Ha ha ha, with your word. I can rest easy, Tang Jiancheng chuckled. Well, I cannot linger. I need to catch the afternoon bus. I shall take my leave now. All right, once you return, let us arrange a drinking session together. No problem. Huang Tianyue accompanied Tang Jiancheng out of the hospital. Chapter 54. Encounter with human traffickers after leaving the county hospital. Tang Jiancheng first visited the county supply and marketing cooperative, asking the staff to show him the fishing nets. Finding their quality unsatisfactory, he turned to leave. As expected, he soon heard the staff's curses behind him, but he paid them no heed and headed towards the riverbank. To the south of Shunbei County lies a broad river known as Wushui River, one of the tributaries of the Pearl River. The river is abundant with fish and shrimp of various kinds, and many families along its banks weave their own fishing nets. Tang Jiancheng hoped to try his luck in finding surplus nets for sale. Hand-woven nets are undoubtedly sturdier than those produced in factories. Of course, this was merely Tang Jiancheng's personal opinion. Half an hour later, he arrived at a small village by the river. Just as he was about to inquire within, he noticed a man and a woman, both dressed plainly, hastily exiting the village. Both appeared somewhat flustered. The woman was scanning her surroundings nervously, while the man hurriedly walked forward, cradling a 3- or 4-year-old boy in his arms, his head bowed. The little boy seemed to be asleep, limp and silent in the man's embrace. Hey, Fellow villager, Tang Jiancheng called out cheerfully, assuming they were villagers. However, the two startled at his voice and quickened their pace even further. Fellow villager, Tang Jiancheng called out, extending his hand in an attempt to stop the two individuals. Suddenly, the man shot him a cold glare and barked, "Get lost. Don't block my way. Third brother, show some courtesy." The woman remained composed, chastising him, before turning to Tang Jiancheng with a forced smile. "What would you like to inquire about, brother?" "I merely wish to know who in the village sells fishing nets," Tang Jiancheng replied, all the while scrutinizing the two figures and the child cradled in the man's arms. A nagging sense of unease crept over him. The child did not appear to be asleep, but rather seemed to have been rendered unconscious by some substance. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Is this child yours?" Instantly, their expressions shifted dramatically. The man yelled menacingly, "Mind your own business. Get lost." The woman's demeanor also darkened as she replied tersely, "There are plenty of fishing nets for sale throughout the village. You should hurry along. Third brother, we must leave quickly. Xiaoming's illness cannot be delayed." With that, the two hastily departed. "Kidnappers." Tang Jiancheng sensed something amiss and shouted deliberately. The pair jumped in alarm. The man turned around, his eyes cold with murderous intent, as if he contemplated returning to eliminate Tang Jiancheng. However, the woman tugged at him, urging him to flee. Immediately, Tang Jiancheng confirmed their identity as kidnappers and raised his voice even louder, "Help! Kidnappers! Kidnappers!" Hearing his cries, villagers rushed out, while those toiling in the fields raised their heads and ran towards the commotion, hose in hand. "Quick! Chase them! Don't let them escape!" With the villagers in pursuit, Tang Jiancheng followed after the kidnappers. After days of long travels, his stamina had improved significantly, and although the duo had a head start, he quickly closed the distance. "Second sister, take the child and run. I'll deal with him." The man shoved the child into the woman's arms, drawing a sharp knife used for slaughtering pigs, and lunged towards Tang Jiancheng. "By the heavens!" Tang Jiancheng gasped, his heart racing with fear, and he turned to flee. He was merely trying to do a good deed. There was no need to risk his life. Moreover, the child was not his own. Raising the alarm and calling for help was already commendable enough. There was no reason to recklessly confront ruthless kidnappers. "Coward!" The man seemed taken aback by Tang Jiancheng's sudden retreat. After brandishing his knife, he spat at Tang Jiancheng's retreating figure before pivoting to chase after his sister. Yet, as he turned, Tang Jiancheng also spun around, continuing his pursuit while shouting, "Everyone, be cautious. The kidnapper is armed with a sharp knife." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a stone was hurled, striking the man's knife-wielding hand, causing him to scream as the knife clattered to the ground. Another stone followed, hitting him squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, clutching his face and wailing in agony. Subsequently, a stone was hurled, striking the leg of the woman who was running ahead, causing her to tumble to the ground and land directly in a puddle, soaking her entirely. The 4-year-old child was tightly clutched in her arms, seemingly as a means of leverage. However, in the next moment, another stone was launched, precisely hitting her hand, inducing an immediate pain that made her release the child, who fell from her grasp. The child remained unconscious, and at that moment, the ground was occupied by a deep puddle. If he fell in, he might not drown, but he could suffocate. Tang Jiancheng, witnessing this, hurriedly rushed over. Just as the child landed in the puddle, he swiftly retrieved him and moved away from the two traffickers. At that moment, Tang Jiancheng noticed a young man emerging from the nearby thicket, wielding a slingshot and adorned with several small birds such as sparrows and doves. Clearly a skilled marksman accustomed to hunting in snowy weather. Upon approaching, the young man glanced at Tang Jiancheng and nodded slightly, then walked over to the man, picked up his sharp knife, and with a swift motion, plunged it into the palm of the man's hand, the blade protruding from the opposite cheek. Blood gushed forth. The man let out a horrific scream. Tang Jiancheng's eyelids twitched. This young man was indeed ruthless. Next, he observed the young man approach the woman, seizing her hair and dragging her from the puddle. Tang Jiancheng initially thought he was showing pity, but the next moment, he could scarcely bear to watch. The young man brutally slammed the woman's head against a nearby rock, causing her to bleed profusely and lose consciousness. "Ashui, stop!" At that moment, a stout man in his 30s rushed over, grabbing the young man who wielded the slingshot. "Abie, abie, abie." The young man, evidently mute, was furiously shouting, still intent on punishing the traffickers. The stout man held him back, insisting, "Murder demands retribution. Don't be foolish. Let us wait for the village chief to arrive. My child. Where's my child? Meanwhile, a woman came running, crying out. Other villagers, along with those working in the fields, also hurried over, all wearing expressions of anger. As the village chief arrived as well, Tang Jiancheng handed the child to the woman, saying, "Your child has likely been drugged by them. You must rush him to the hospital to prevent any lasting effects." Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, my son would have been taken away." The woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Tang Jiancheng waved his hand. "No need for thanks. Just hurry to the hospital. The child is what matters." The woman, clutching her child, departed, accompanied by several others, presumably family members of the child. Chapter 55. Empty words are worthless. Daniel, take a few people and deliver these traffickers to the Public Security Bureau. The village chief had barely finished speaking when a villager interjected. "Chief, we cannot let these traffickers off so easily. They must be beaten, starved for a few days, and then sent to the Public Security Bureau. The two individuals delivered to the authorities are undoubtedly destined for execution. What purpose does it serve to beat them at this juncture?" The village chief remarked. "Regardless, they must be punished. Indeed, such human traffickers deserve the utmost condemnation. Chief, if you are apprehensive about taking responsibility, you may return home first. We shall summon you once we have finished." The villagers harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the traffickers and would not easily spare them. The chief glared and retorted. "What nonsense are you speaking? Am I afraid of responsibility? I fear that you lack discernment and might inadvertently kill them, inviting unnecessary trouble. They deserve to die. Those vile traffickers should be eradicated entirely. Precisely such individuals, devoid of morality, are destined for damnation. Mere words are of no consequence." One villager, filled with rage, approached and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the trafficker. Unable to contain his fury, he seized a hoe from another villager and shattered the trafficker's hands and feet, reducing the bones to mere fragments. Another villager extracted a dagger embedded in the trafficker's face, inflicting 7 or 8 slashes, then tore open his clothing to carve additional wounds upon his chest and abdomen. Meanwhile, the female trafficker suffered a similar fate. Her hands and feet broken, her clothing stripped away, and her body marred by dozens of cuts. The two perpetrators were rendered utterly unrecognizable. Even if they survived, they would be left incapacitated. It was only at this point that the villagers' emotions began to subside, prompting the village chief to hastily call the police. "Brother, thank you. Were it not for you, we might have lost another child. Indeed, why do these traffickers not perish entirely? Over the years, our village has lost several children. Why does the state not take decisive action to eradicate these scoundrels? Brother, you must join me for a meal at my home today. Our entire village wishes to express our gratitude." The villagers finally noticed Tang Jiancheng standing nearby and hurriedly conveyed their thanks. "Brother, you seem somewhat unfamiliar. Where are you from?" Some remained cautiously scrutinizing Tang Jiancheng, aware of their recent ordeal with the traffickers. He recognized their instinctive wariness of strangers and responded with a carefree smile. "My name is Tang Jiancheng, from Daping Village in Sanchong Township. I came to your village to inquire whether anyone has surplus fishing nets for sale. Why not purchase fishing nets from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Why come to our village?" One villager remained suspicious. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. "I checked, but the nets at the cooperative are not sufficiently sturdy. So I thought I would explore the riverside villages. There are several riverside villages. Why choose ours over the others? Xiangzi, what are you doing? This person kindly assisted us in capturing the traffickers, yet you are treating him as if he were a suspect. Is that appropriate?" The village chief approached and chastised the villager, then turned to Tang Jiancheng with a smile. "Young man, please do not take offense. He is merely shaken by recent events. A few years ago, he lost a child to traffickers as well. I bear no ill will. In these times, a healthy dose of caution is prudent." While Tang Jiancheng felt a twinge of discomfort, he accepted the chief's apology and decided to let it slide. Besides, he was pressed for time. The bus heading back to Sanchong Township departs promptly at 2 in the afternoon. It is now nearly 1 o'clock, and without a watch, he can only estimate the time. Therefore, he must hasten his pace. Otherwise, he risks missing the return journey, which would indeed cause significant trouble. "Excuse me, do you sell fishing nets in your village?" Tang Jiancheng inquired hastily. "Brother, there's no need to buy. I have some at home, and I'll fetch them for you right away," replied the villager who had earlier questioned Tang Jiancheng, suddenly exhibiting warmth, perhaps out of a sense of remorse for his earlier behavior. The fishing nets from Xiangzi's family are indeed the finest in our village. You should accompany him, the village secretary remarked. Abba, Abba. The mute young man approached, giving Tang Jiancheng a thumbs up and draping his catch of sparrows and doves over Tang Jiancheng's shoulders. Tang Jiancheng was about to refuse, but the village secretary interjected. Accept it. That child is his cousin, and this is his way of expressing gratitude. Reluctantly, Tang Jiancheng accepted and followed Xiangzi back to the village. Shui and the previously mentioned stout man also accompanied them. Tang Jiancheng, you mentioned you are from Daping village. Do you know someone named Tang Jianba? The stout man suddenly asked. Yes, he is my third brother, Tang Jiancheng replied. Really? He was my classmate in high school, though I only attended for one semester before leaving. I am Jiang Qingfa. You can inquire about me when you return, Jiang Qingfa chuckled. What a coincidence. Tang Jiancheng laughed in response. Upon learning that Tang Jiancheng was the younger brother of Jiang Qingfa's old classmate, the villager named Xiangzi became even more amiable. I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I was frightened by human traffickers, so please do not take it to heart. Not at all. I understand, Tang Jiancheng reassured him. You mentioned needing a fishing net. What type do you require? A net for traps, a net for catching fish, or perhaps one for aquaculture? Xiangzi inquired. I'm not particularly knowledgeable, Tang Jiancheng chuckled. I merely noticed a reservoir nearby, filled with fish, and thought to buy a net to catch some for a meal. Xiangzi replied, catching fish in a reservoir? I know precisely what net you need. Upon returning to the village, Xiangzi presented several baskets of nets, stating, here you will find hand nets, trap nets, and fishing nets. All of them are useful. Be cautious, as reservoirs often have many stones. Ensure you do not cast your net too deep, and avoid dragging it, or it may snag on the rocks. Brother Chong, this is far too much, Tang Jiancheng protested. Initially intending to purchase just one or two nets, yet Xiangzi had provided him with several baskets. No worries, it's better to be prepared, Xiangzi replied. All right then. How much do I owe you for all this? Tang Jiancheng asked. Are you mocking me? I just said it's free. You saved a child from our village. Though he is not my own, I am filled with joy and gratitude. These nets are nothing. Please take them. Xiangzi insisted. Jiang Qingfa remarked, Jiancheng, take this. In comparison to the gratitude we owe you for saving the child, this fishing net is truly insignificant. Very well, I shall accept it. Once I catch some fish, I shall bring you a portion to enjoy, Tang Jiancheng replied, not wanting to be overly sentimental, especially as he was pressed for time. I must be on my way. I need to catch the bus at the station. Chapter 56. Go Dan, quickly bow to your benefactor. Leave? That cannot be. You must stay for a meal before departing. Indeed, Jiancheng, you have assisted our village immensely. You must remain today. At the very least, we should allow Shui's uncle and aunt to express their gratitude. Otherwise, they shall be troubled. Xiangzi and Jiang Qingfa both impeded his path, while the mute Shui stood resolutely in the middle of the road, preventing Tang Jiancheng from leaving. Tang Jiancheng chuckled wryly. Brother Xiangzi, Brother Qingfa, Shui, I truly must catch my bus. There are many children at home awaiting my return. After this ordeal, I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Isn't your wife at home? What is there to fear? Xiangzi inquired. My wife is still in confinement. It is not convenient for her to go out, Tang Jiancheng explained. Brother Xiangzi, I truly must leave, or I shall miss the bus and have to walk over 60 miles to return. However, Shui's uncle and aunt have taken the child to the hospital. Why not wait for the village secretary and see what he suggests? Jiang Qingfa suggested, pulling the village secretary out to serve as a mediator. Just then, the village secretary arrived. Xiangzi, has the fishing net been given to this young man? The village secretary asked. Yes, Xiangzi replied. The village secretary turned to Tang Jiancheng and smiled. Is it sufficient? If not, I can inquire with others in the village. Tang Jiancheng nodded. It is more than enough. I shall not even use it all. Xiangzi interjected. Secretary, Jiancheng intends to leave, and no amount of persuasion seems to work. The village secretary responded. It is still early, and soon it will be time for lunch. Surely, you should eat before departing? I truly must leave. I need to catch the 2 o'clock bus, or I shall have to walk over 60 miles. Tang Jiancheng reiterated. The village secretary replied, what hurry is this? Although our village is not affluent, we do have a few tractors. I can arrange for one to take you directly back. Tang Jiancheng did not expect such generosity from the village secretary, who offered to send him home in a tractor. Very well, it is settled then. The village secretary then turned to the mute Shui. Shui, Hasten to have your mother and your second aunt prepare lunch at your third aunt's home. If there are insufficient dishes, let them come to my house to fetch some, and inform them it is my request. Abba. Ashui promptly turned to leave. Wait a moment. Tang Jiancheng called out. They thought he was about to refuse again, and were preparing to persuade him further when he removed the sparrow and dove hanging from his person and handed them to Ashui. Here, take these and cook them. Ashui hesitated momentarily, but the village secretary encouraged, take them. It can serve as a meat dish. Ashui accepted the sparrow and dove and departed. The village secretary engaged in casual conversation with Tang Jiancheng, inquiring about his marital status, land allocation, the extent of the land divided, and the number of family members. Upon learning that Tang Jiancheng had 9 daughters but no sons, both the village secretary, Jiang Qingfa, and Xiangzi couldn't help but display a flicker of sympathy on their faces, casting an odd silence over the gathering. The village secretary, being the elder, chuckled and remarked that having daughters was quite favorable, as sons could be quite troublesome. He then abruptly changed the subject, discussing fishing techniques and precautions. After about an hour, Ashui's third uncle and aunt returned with the little boy. The boy had indeed been sedated, but fortunately, the dosage was not excessive. After receiving some awakening medication at the hospital, he regained consciousness without any lingering effects. Having been unconscious, the boy had no recollection of the terrifying events and, upon waking, demanded candy from his uncle and aunt, referring to the 2 kidnappers. Ashui's third uncle felt an urge to slap him, but recalling the near abduction, he hesitated out of pity. Meanwhile, Ashui's third aunt was in tears. Upon seeing Tang Jiancheng, she suddenly knelt before him with the boy, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much. Go Dan, quickly bow to your benefactor. Get up, this is inappropriate. Tang Jiancheng swiftly moved aside, refusing their act of reverence. Secretary, please help them rise. What era is this? Kneeling like this is an affront to my longevity. The village secretary, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, Qing Tao, rise at once. If you wish to express gratitude, do so appropriately. There is no need for kneeling. Ashui's third uncle hurriedly assisted Qing Tao to her feet, explaining, Brother Jiancheng, I apologize, my wife is overly emotional. You cannot imagine, we had 4 daughters before this son was born. If he had been kidnapped, it would have been a matter of life and death for us. Go Dan, you must remember your benefactor's face and repay him when you grow up, understand? Qing Tao earnestly instructed her son. Go Dan, bewildered and unaware of the circumstances, nodded in agreement, his dark eyes fixated on Tang Jiancheng for a long moment. However, being merely a 4 or 5-year-old boy, he would likely forget this incident in a few days. At that moment, Ashui called them for dinner. The feast was lavish. Tang Jiancheng noticed that everyone else's bowls contained sweet potato or pumpkin rice, while Ashui served him a generous bowl of pristine white rice. Feeling embarrassed, he observed Qing Tao's 4 daughters timidly standing by the door, their ages comparable to that of his own younger sisters. He gestured for the 4 girls to come over. They remained stationary, staring at him with wide eyes. Reluctantly, he walked over and handed the bowl to the eldest girl, saying, This bowl of rice is for you. Share it with your sisters. Qing Tao interjected, Benefactor, this is too much. Dahua, do not accept. The girl, startled, instinctively recoiled and attempted to flee, only to be halted by Tang Jiancheng. Do not be afraid. It is I who has provided you with sustenance. Hurry and eat. Your parents will not scold you. Qing Tao was about to interject in protest when the village secretary swiftly pulled her aside, whispering a few words in her ear. Her expression shifted, and she fell silent. Dahua accepted the bowl and chopsticks, casting a deep glance at Tang Jiancheng, as if committing his image to memory, before settling with her sisters in a corner to eat. Tang Jiancheng returned to the table, requesting a bowl of sweet potato rice, relishing each bite. The table was adorned with an abundance of dishes, fish, shrimp, meat, sparrows, cabbage, and radishes, constituting a lavish feast for this era. The village secretary even brought out some wine. However, as Tang Jiancheng needed to return, he refrained from overindulging, merely sipping half a cup. At the dinner table, expressions of gratitude and denunciations of human traffickers filled the air. Following the meal, the village secretary indeed summoned a tractor to transport Tang Jiancheng back to Daping village. Ashui, Jiang Qingfa, and Qing Tao insisted on accompanying him, bringing along their dog, and no amount of persuasion could dissuade them. Fortunately, the tractor was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. After loading baskets filled with fishing nets onto the tractor and settling in, the vehicle rumbled away from the village. Jiancheng, remember to come again. The village secretary and others warmly waved their farewells. Though the tractor's speed could not rival that of a bus, it maintained a steady pace, unhindered by the need for stops or the treacherous terrain. Thus, it took merely over 2 hours to reach Daping village. By around 5 or 6 in the evening, twilight had descended, and the villagers began preparing dinner, with wisps of smoke curling into the air. The scene of white snow, darkened houses, and gray skies, accompanied by the smoke, was poetically enchanting. Suddenly, the rumbling of the tractor shattered the tranquil ambience of the mountain village, prompting many villagers to cluster at doors and windows, peering out, not necessarily to discern anything specific, but simply to witness the commotion. Children dashed from all corners of the village, trailing alongside the tractor, cheering and chasing, infusing the small mountain hamlet with vivacity. Among the throng of children, Tang Jiancheng spotted his 5 younger sisters, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. The 7th sister ran exuberantly, shouting with fervor, even more boisterous than the boys. The youngest, the 8th sister, wobbled as she ran, lagging behind, while the 5th sister trailed her, neither urging nor assisting, occasionally glancing at the 6th and 7th sisters before continuing to follow the 8th. "Daddy? That's my daddy on the tractor." Little Chi suddenly looked up, spotting Tang Jiancheng atop the tractor, and proudly exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm here." The 5th, 6th, and 8th sisters turned to look upon hearing her call. The 5th sister, perhaps older and more bashful, did not shout, but wore a smile in her eyes. The 6th and 8th sisters joined Little Chi in a chorus of shouts, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm here." Soon, the tractor came to a halt at the entrance of Tang Jiancheng's home. Tang Jian had long opened the door and stood at the entrance, and upon seeing the return of his elder brother, he hurried over to assist in lowering the fishing net. Tang Jian, who had been seated in the main room enjoying a smoke, quickly emerged upon witnessing the commotion. Yuan Yuezhu, busy in the kitchen preparing a meal, glanced out the window at the sound of the tractor, and upon recognizing Tang Jiancheng's return, seemingly accompanied by guests, she promptly set down her spatula, reduced the fire, wiped her hands on her clothes, and made her way outside. Meanwhile, at Tang Jiancheng's home, Lu Fangfang held her infant son, Xiaojiao, while peering out the window. Demei and Ermei were in the kitchen cooking and did not come out despite the noise. Sanmei and Simei appeared to have gone into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables, each carrying a basket as they returned. "This is my family," Tang Jiancheng declared, gesturing towards his abode. "However, my wife is currently in confinement and will not be able to receive guests for a few more days. This here is my parents' home, and that is my 6th brother. Would you mind visiting my parents first?" "Not at all. We merely wish to make your acquaintance for future visits." Jiang Lingjin, also known as a Shui's 3rd brother, chuckled, before following Tang Jianbing to his home with the group. Tang Jinshui promptly offered cigarettes to the guests, while Yuan Yuezhu served hot tea. The tobacco was homegrown, hand-rolled, and the tea, though simply bitter Qing tea gathered from the mountains, was served with utmost hospitality, which deeply moved and delighted Jiang Lingjin and the others. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Lingjin shared the happenings within his village and presented his son, Go Dan, expressing his gratitude by bowing to Tang Jinshui and Yuan Yuezhu. As Go Dan was a younger generation, bowing to the elders was quite acceptable. However, Tang Jinshui and Yuan Yuezhu would not allow a child to bow, quickly interjecting, "This child's fortune is evident. Having survived such a calamity, he is destined for great wealth and a smooth life ahead." Hearing this, Jiang Lingjin and his wife felt immense joy in their hearts. Tang Jiancheng then requested Tang Jinshui to summon his 3rd brother, Tang Jianba. Upon his arrival, Tang Jianba was delighted to see Jiang Qingfa, and the two quickly engaged in a lively conversation, reminiscing about their high school days and recounting their respective life experiences thereafter. Tang Jianbing sat beside the taciturn Jiang Linshui, and surprisingly, they found common ground for conversation, eventually rising from their seats. "Where are you headed?" Tang Jiancheng inquired. "To play with slingshots," Tang Jianbing replied, retreating to his room to fetch several slingshots, accompanied by a shui. Jing Tiao then stood up, saying, "Jiancheng, I shall go see your wife." "Indeed, you should. Our families will soon be related, and it's fitting for the women to become acquainted," Jiang Lingjin chimed in. Tang Jiancheng smiled. "Very well, though the house is a bit small and there are many of us, it may be a bit cramped." Jing Tiao reassured him. Isn't that the case for everyone? There's no need for concern. The two then made their way to Jiancheng's home. After Tang Jiancheng introduced the two women to each other, they engaged in conversation, particularly bonding over the fact that Lu Fangfang had given birth to 9 daughters without a son, while Qingtong had only welcomed her lone son, Dogdan, after having 4 daughters. This commonality provided them with ample topics to discuss. Observing their harmonious interaction, Tang Jiancheng returned to his parents' home. As he stepped through the door, he noticed everyone staring at him, prompting him to touch his face and chuckle. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Jiang Qingfa remarked. "I never anticipated that you were such a skilled hunter." Understanding their surprise stemmed from family discussions about his hunting exploits, Tang Jiancheng laughed and replied, "It was merely luck." Just then, the sound of a tractor echoed from outside. Everyone turned to look, and Huang Tianyue leapt down from the vehicle. "Tianyue, what brings you here? Has the child's illness improved?" Tang Jiancheng hurried outside. Huang Tianyue responded, "The child's health is nearly restored, with his mother caring for him. I couldn't help but remember your mention of the wild buffalo, so I summoned a tractor before nightfall." "All right, let us go see it now," Tang Jiancheng called out. "Third brother, the buyer for the buffalo has arrived." Tang Jianba immediately stepped out, followed by the others. Suddenly, Xiaoqi approached Dogdan, introducing herself. "I am Xiaoqi. What is your name?" Dogdan, a bit shy, hesitated for a moment under Jiang Lingan's encouragement before quietly replying, I am called Dogdan." You are also called Dogdan. Our village already has 3 Dogdans, along with Stinky Egg, Second Egg, Cow Egg, and Horse Egg. Why do boys like to be named after eggs? Is it because you enjoy eating eggs?" Xiaoqi asked earnestly, provoking laughter from those present. Tang Jiancheng felt his face flush with embarrassment and quickly picked up Xiaoqi, explaining, "It is not because they are delicious, but because they are easy to raise. This is a tradition passed down through the ages." Xiaoqi, somewhat understanding, nodded and declared, "Dad, I get it now. I want to be easy to raise too. I will be called 7 Egg." Tang Jiancheng was at a loss for words, while everyone else erupted in laughter, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Chapter 58, Wild Buffalo. Alive for sale. After their laughter subsided, Jiang Lingjin pointed at Xiaoqi and remarked, "This girl will surely be remarkable when she grows up." Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, "She is just a little troublemaker." "What troublemaker?" others asked, taken aback. Just as Tang Jiancheng was about to elaborate, Xiaoqi squirmed in his arms. "Daddy, I want to get down. I want to play with Dogdan." Tang Jiancheng set her down, and she immediately dashed to Dogdan, exclaiming, "Dogdan, I am now called 7 Egg. We both have an egg now." Xiaoba chimed in, "I want an egg too." While Lu Mei added, "I want one. I want one." Hearing this, the adults burst into uncontrollable laughter. The trio of Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, and Lu Mei did not comprehend why the adults found it so amusing, but they joined in the laughter nonetheless. Lu Mei, understanding a bit more, quickly gathered her 3 younger sisters and Dogdan, leading them away. Initially concerned that the children might quarrel, Jiang Lingjin soon relaxed upon witnessing Lu Mei's ability to manage the little ones. Upon arriving at Tang Jianba's pigsty, one could observe not only a few pigs, but also 6 wild and untamed cattle. Jiang Lingjin, Jiang Qingfa, Huang Tianyue, and 2 tractor drivers were all taken aback. When they first heard about this situation, they found it somewhat unbelievable, but now, witnessing the imposing presence of 6 live wild bulls firsthand, they understood the true meaning of astonishment. Such rare wild bulls are seldom encountered, while others might be fortunate to find one. Tang Jiancheng had managed to capture 6. "Brother Jiancheng, do you intend to sell all these wild bulls?" Huang Tianyue inquired. Tang Jiancheng replied, "The 2 cows are not for sale at the moment. They should be calving soon. Once the calves are born, we'll reassess the situation. The other 4 bulls will be sold." Huang Tianyue remarked, "Each of these bulls weighs at least 1,000 pounds. I've called for a tractor, but it's impossible to transport them all at once. We can only take them one by one. Additionally, are you planning to slaughter them for meat or sell them alive? What are your thoughts?" Tang Jiancheng asked. Huang Tianyue responded, "Selling them as meat will certainly yield a higher profit, albeit it involves more hassle. Selling them alive is easier, but will result in a loss of several hundred yuan. Several hundred yuan less." Before Tang Jiancheng could respond, Tang Jianxue and Tang Jianba were already astonished, quickly exclaiming, "It's definitely better to slaughter and sell them. Selling them alive would be too much of a loss." Huang Tianyue chuckled, "However, there's a risk in slaughtering them for meat. What if the beef doesn't sell? If all that meat ends up unsold? That would indeed be a significant loss. Hearing this, Tang Jinshui and Tang Jianba began to waver. Jiang Lingjin suggested, with the new year approaching, why not wait a few more days and slaughter the bulls around the 20th day of the 12th lunar month? By then, the beef should sell without issue. Indeed, if we wait until the 20th, we could always carry the meat to sell in the various villages. Tang Jinshui added. This was indeed a viable option. Huang Tianyue smiled, glancing at Tang Jiancheng. After pondering for a moment, Tang Jiancheng shook his head and said, I prefer to sell them alive. It's less stressful and requires less effort. Tang Jianba and Tang Jinshui exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet their expressions clearly conveyed their disbelief. Why not wait just another 10 or 20 days to earn those extra hundreds of yuan? A few hundred yuan is not a trivial sum. It could sustain a rural family for several years. Jiang Lingjin too found it difficult to comprehend Tang Jiancheng's decision. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. As I mentioned, it's less trouble. While slaughtering for meat might bring in a few hundred more, these 4 bulls weigh at least 4,000 pounds in total. How long would it take to sell all that? Even with my father, several brothers, 2 younger siblings, and Tang Linbao helping, each would need to sell over 500 pounds of beef. Which village in our Sanchong township would buy such a large quantity? If we take it to the county or other townships, the transport costs, time, and resources would accumulate significantly. Furthermore, while it's not difficult to keep the bulls for another 10 or 20 days, where would we source the fodder? Tang Jianba nodded in agreement, acknowledging the complication. Tang Jinshui remarked, it's just a bit of extra work. Why be concerned? If fodder is scarce, we can always forage in the fields and hills. If we worry about selling, we can simply be more proactive and visit more places. For the elder generation, laborious tasks hold no fear. They are willing to risk their lives for the sake of earning a living. What I have just articulated are merely secondary reasons. The primary reason lies in your lack of experience in business. Do not even mention hawking goods from street to street. I doubt you could even muster the courage to speak while standing in one place. Furthermore, we have numerous tasks ahead of us, leaving us little time to traverse every village and town to sell beef. Tang Jiancheng remarked, and then turned to Huang Tianyue, saying, Tianyue, let us proceed with selling live cattle. You can select one today and drag the remaining 3 away tomorrow. All right, Huang Tianyue nodded. Does your village possess a large scale? We needed to weigh the wild ox. Our village lacks such a large scale. You can take it first, and just let me know the weight afterward. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. In this regard, I trust you completely. Huang Tianyue responded with a smile. Very well, we shall begin by dragging away the largest wild ox. As the sale of the cattle approached, Tang Jiancheng could not overlook Tang Linbao or the other brothers. He promptly sent a nephew to summon them. Upon hearing of Tang Jiancheng's intent to sell wild oxen, not only did Tang Linbao and his companions arrive, but other villagers also gathered around. Tang Linbao's brothers felt a pang of resentment. They were displeased with him for inviting only Tang Jiancheng's brothers while neglecting their own flesh and blood. Such behavior was indeed unbecoming. However, Tang Linbao disregarded their grievances. Throughout their lives, his brothers had never shared a close bond with him. After the family branched out, their relations grew even more distant, with scarcely a word exchanged throughout the year. Even during the New Year celebrations at their parents' home, they would eat separately. With little conversation to be had, they often found fault with each other, harboring disdain and engaging in quarrels. Given such a fractured brotherly bond, it was unrealistic to expect Tang Linbao to think of them in times of good fortune. It was a mere dream. Tang Linbao was equally certain that his brothers would never consider him during their own moments of prosperity. Thus, regardless of their complaints, he feigned ignorance and openly declared that Tang Jiancheng and his brothers were his true kin, nay, his true family. Upon learning of Tang Jiancheng's plan to sell live cattle, Tang Linbao and the other brothers expressed no objections, allowing Tang Jiancheng to take the reins. Huang Tianyue was also quite astute. Noticing the multitude of villagers gathering, he boldly proclaimed, Brother Jiancheng, in our Sanchong township, wild boar is quite common, leading to lower prices. However, wild oxen are rare and difficult to capture, thus commanding a much higher price. At a minimum, they fetch $1.80 per pound. Although this wild ox has yet to be weighed, I will estimate it at 1,000 pounds for now. We can adjust the amount later. Therefore, the total comes to $1,800. Here, this is your payment for the cattle. Please count it. Huang Tianyue produced a substantial stack of currency from his bag, directly handing it to Tang Jiancheng before the eyes of all present. Upon witnessing that thick wad of cash, The villagers were left in awe, as $1,800 was a sum they had never beheld in their entire lives. The visual impact of this scene was so profound that it would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Chapter 59. Counting Money in Public. Tang Jiancheng cast a glance at Huang Tianyue, astonished to discover that beneath this seemingly mature exterior lay a rather childish heart. Since he wished to indulge in play, Tang Jiancheng decided to humor him. After all, in the time to come, there would be numerous matters requiring his assistance. All right, let me count, Tang Jiancheng said as he took the money and began to count it aloud in front of everyone. Some villagers even joined in, their voices merging into a strangely grand chorus. 1, 2, 3, 100, 101, 102, 103, 200, 901, 902, 903, 1000, 1701, 1702, 1800. It took a good 10 minutes to finish counting, and Tang Jiancheng's throat grew dry as the villagers gasped in awe. Previously, they had thought that 1,800 yuan was a considerable sum, but now, as each bill was counted, they truly grasped the magnitude of it, their expressions blank with astonishment. Huang Tianyue delightedly observed this effect and chuckled, asking, "Isn't that right?" Tang Jiancheng tapped the money in his palm and replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, 1,800, without a doubt. Well, I shall take my leave," Huang Tianyue said with a grin, signaling the tractor driver to start the engine and tow away the buffalo. Once the tractor had disappeared into the distance, Tang Jiancheng turned around to find that all the villagers who had gathered were still there, their eyes fixed on the money in his hands. At that moment, nearly everyone in the village was impoverished. Suddenly, one individual had wealth and even counted it publicly. One could only imagine the villagers' mindset in such a situation. Throughout history, it has always been the case that people do not fear scarcity, but rather inequality, and with envy running rampant. It was difficult to predict whether the villagers might engage in some irrational behavior. However, Tang Jiancheng had anticipated this reaction when he agreed to play along with Huang Tianyue. And so he called out loudly, "Lin Ba, elder brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, it's time to distribute the money. There is a total of 1,800 yuan here. Together with my father, there are 8 of us, but since Tang Linba contributed a shotgun, he shall also receive a share, making it 9 portions in total. Each portion amounts to exactly 200 yuan. Linba, come forth and take your 400 yuan. Elder brother, here is your 200 yuan. Second brother, third brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, and father's share will be collected by you as well, totaling 400 yuan. Before long, the 1,800 yuan was completely distributed. The villagers were once again stirred by the commotion. Although they did not receive any money themselves, they understood a fundamental truth. Working alongside Tang Jiancheng could indeed lead to tangible rewards. In an instant, the way everyone regarded Tang Jiancheng transformed. After the money had been divided, Tang Jiancheng returned home with Jiang Lingjin and others, choosing to temporarily disregard the villagers' discussions and thoughts. Jiancheng, to be candid, I find your public display of wealth rather disconcerting and worrisome. It is wise to remember that the phrase wealth should not be flaunted holds true at all times and in all places. However, upon witnessing your generous act of distributing the money on the spot, my perception of you shifted dramatically. You are remarkably astute. Did you plan to share the money publicly all along? Tang Jiancheng chuckled softly, revealing that it was only after observing the villagers' expressions that the idea struck him. Jiang Lingjin remained skeptical. Who could spontaneously decide to distribute 1,800 yuan? Such an action must have been the result of careful contemplation, for it is not an insignificant sum. Upon returning home, Yuan Yuezhu had prepared dinner. Everyone gathered around the table, sharing laughter and conversation as they feasted. During the meal, both Jiang Lingjin and Jiang Chengfa lavished praise upon Tang Jiancheng, causing him to feel a touch of embarrassment. After dinner, Jiang Lingjin and the others departed on their tractor. Everyone felt their visit to Daping Village was exceedingly worthwhile, as they not only learned much about Tang Jiancheng, but also gained insight into the kind of person he truly is. They resolved to return whenever possible. Even the 4-year-old Dogdan kept glancing back at Tang Jiancheng's home, silently promising, "Sister Chidan, I will come again." After bidding farewell to Jiang Lingjin and the others, the hour had grown late, and the village gradually settled into tranquility. Tang Jiancheng, fatigued from the day's exertions, felt weary but knew he could not yet retire for the night. He first carried a basket of fishing nets to his parents' home, and quietly instructed Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianbing. Father, Jianbing, you both should sleep quickly. I will wake you at 3 in the morning so we can go fishing at Haoshan Reservoir. Tang Jiancheng was taken aback. Isn't Haoshan Reservoir frozen? How can we fish? Tang Jiancheng replied, do not question it now. I will explain when we reach the reservoir. I must return to rest. With that, he made his way home, freshened up briefly, and collapsed onto his bed. He was truly exhausted, and within 3 seconds, he was fast asleep. Lu Fangfang watched him, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet she understood that a man must endure hardship to provide for his family, especially one as large as theirs. Fortunately, in 5 or 6 days, she would conclude her confinement and be able to assist Tang Jiancheng in supporting their household. Around 3 in the morning, Tang Jiancheng miraculously awakened. Without an alarm or anyone calling him, he roused himself, perhaps due to the matters weighing on his mind, or perhaps because, after his rebirth, he had become more attuned to the passage of time. In any case, he suddenly found himself awake. Cautiously, he prepared to get out of bed, though Lu Fangfang was stirred by the commotion. What are you doing? She inquired softly. I plan to wake Father and Jianbing to go fishing at Haoshan Reservoir. Tang Jiancheng replied. Fishing? Lu Fangfang was taken aback. Do not worry about it. Go back to sleep. I will leave first, he said, donning a thick, tattered cotton coat. He grabbed a hoe and a firewood knife, then picked up a basket before stepping outside, where he found Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianbing already waiting. Father, you take a basket, and Jianbing, you carry the fishing nets. As the two prepared themselves, Tang Jiancheng softly uttered, let us proceed. The night was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of snow. Thankfully, the keen eyesight of the trio prevented any tumbles into ditches, though they did stumble occasionally. After nearly 40 minutes of trudging, they finally arrived at the Haoshan Reservoir. The night air was even colder, and the reservoir was entirely encased in a thick layer of ice. Jiancheng, this ice is quite thick. Where could there possibly be fish? Tang Jiancheng glanced around the icy expanse, genuinely puzzled about how one could catch fish in such an environment. Tang Jianbing also harbored doubts. However, he possessed the virtue of obedience, rarely questioning his elder brother's directives. Whatever the fourth brother commanded, he dutifully followed without inquiry. Ignoring his father's question, Tang Jiancheng kept his gaze fixed on the surroundings, searching for a suitable spot to set the fishing net. Chapter 60. The net is cast in winter. Ice fishing was not an expertise of Tang Jiancheng. He had merely heard tales of winter fishing at Chagan Lake and had a rudimentary understanding of the techniques involved in cutting ice and setting nets. Yet he had never engaged in the practice himself. Particularly, he was utterly at a loss regarding how to locate fish beneath the ice. Tonight marked his inaugural attempt, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, relying solely on luck. He identified a location he felt might harbor fish and addressed his father and Jianbing. Father, Jianbing, we shall carve an ice hole here and then extend outward in a square formation, creating 3 additional holes. Very well, fourth brother. How shall we proceed? Jianbing inquired. Producing a hoe. Simply carve out an ice hole approximately 1 meter long and half a meter wide, then space the next holes 5 meters apart, one on each side. Tang Jiancheng explained, measuring the area with his foot before marking a spot. With a sharp thud, Jianbing began to break the ice. The layer was not particularly thick, roughly 20 to 30 centimeters, and with his first strike, he shattered a substantial chunk, nearly losing his balance and slipping into the water. Both Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jiancheng were startled and hurried to assist him. Fortunately, Jianbing was nimble enough to leap out of danger's way. Are you all right, Jianbing? Tang Jiancheng asked with concern before taking the hoe himself. He first gently outlined a rough area, explaining, the ice is not overly thick here. We must avoid striking it too forcefully. Otherwise, the entire layer may crack, leaving us with no foothold. We should excavate gradually and shift the broken ice aside. As he demonstrated, Tang Jiancheng elucidated the process. It was not particularly complicated. After a couple of attempts, Jianbing quickly grasped the technique, increasing his efficiency in carving the ice holes. Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jiancheng retrieved the fishing nets, 2 in total, each measuring 10 meters. After arranging the ends, they set them aside, awaiting Jianbing's completion of the ice holes before proceeding to cast the nets. To ensure the nets could be spread effectively underwater, Tang Jiancheng ventured ashore to cut 6 long branches, each appearing to be 7 or 8 meters in length. He trimmed away the extraneous twigs, leaving only one or two at the tips to serve as hooks, and carried them back to the ice surface. By this time, Jianbing had successfully carved out all 4 ice holes. In an effort to attract more fish, Tang Jiancheng instructed his father and Jianbing to each take a stick and stir vigorously in the ice hole, creating a rhythmic sound as they struck the ice. Every few minutes, they would stir again, and after about half an hour, as the water threatened to freeze once more, Tang Jiancheng finally began to lower the net. He first placed the net's head into the water, then gradually lowered both sides, using the sticks to pry the edges of the fishing net outward towards the other ice holes. Due to their limited numbers and the fact that it was their first attempt, they managed to create only 4 ice holes. Nonetheless, even with just 4, the trio toiled for nearly half an hour to successfully immerse the fishing net in the water. Now, all that remained was to wait. They moved to a distant spot to set another net. After walking approximately 200 to 300 meters, Tang Jiancheng halted and commenced chiseling an ice hole to drop the net and wait. After this flurry of activity, dawn was nearly upon them. Tang Jiancheng urged, "Father, Jianbing, let's hurry and pull up the net. It would be unfortunate if someone spotted us." Both men understood his concerns and quickened their pace. "Fourth brother, it's so heavy." As the fishing net was gradually pulled from the ice hole, Jianbing remarked with a laugh, "This must weigh at least 200 pounds. Not just that, it definitely exceeds 300 pounds. Tang Jiancheng grinned, though a twinge of worry crept into his heart regarding the net's durability. Fortunately, Xiangzi's reputation for crafting sturdy nets proved true, as they encountered no unexpected mishaps until the entire net was extracted from the ice hole, remaining remarkably intact. "Fourth brother, father, look at all the fish. Ha ha ha, this must be more than 300 pounds. Jianbing exclaimed, his face alight with childlike glee at the sight of the net brimming with fish. Tang Jiancheng, equally exhilarated, felt his weathered face flush a deep crimson from the excitement. Unable to suppress his broad smile, he had not anticipated such a fruitful catch. They hurriedly began transferring the fish into a basket. The biting cold rendered the fish quickly lifeless as they were removed from the water, though a few resilient ones flopped about wildly, managing to leap back into the ice hole and escape. Tang Jiancheng, Jianbing, and Tang Jiancheng paid them no mind. Preoccupied with the pressing dilemma at hand, the basket was insufficiently large for such a bounty. With this single net weighing nearly 400 pounds, a second would amount to 800. How could just the 3 of them manage such a load? Tang Jiancheng realized he had consistently underestimated his fortune. The same had occurred with wild boar hunting, capturing wild cattle, and now fishing. Alas, this wretched luck. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment, planning to call his brothers once he had mastered the technique. Yet he had struck gold on his very first attempt, a stroke of luck that was unstoppable. In truth, it was not solely luck. The bitter cold had caused the entire reservoir to freeze, resulting in extreme oxygen depletion beneath the surface. Upon breaking the ice, oxygen permeated the water, luring numerous fish. Of course, the most crucial factor was the sheer abundance of fish within the reservoir. Jianbing, hurry back and summon eldest brother and third brother, Tang Jiancheng commanded urgently. Make haste. Got it, Tang Jianbing replied, turning on his heel and dashing away. Upon hearing Tang Jiancheng's instruction to call only eldest brother and third brother, Tang Jiancheng remained silent. He understood well that with numerous siblings, there would inevitably be varying degrees of closeness. While this distinction often lay dormant, it surfaced in critical moments like this one. Tang Jiancheng may not have even realized it. It could have been an unconscious action. In truth, he had intentionally chosen his words, for in his previous life, during his times of misfortune, it was eldest brother and his wife, along with third brother and his wife, who had shown him the most compassion, occasionally offering him assistance. The other brothers and their spouses had also lent a hand, albeit begrudgingly, often accompanied by unkind remarks. Once the 400 pounds of fish were packed, the two hurried to another ice hole to begin dragging the net. This catch was even more bountiful than the last. They toiled under the weight, drenched in sweat, as if summoning their primordial strength to haul the net from the water, undoubtedly exceeding 500 pounds. The fish were crammed together, each weighing no less than 3 pounds. Exhausted, they slumped onto the ice, gazing at their haul with foolish grins. Tang Jiancheng retrieved his pipe from his pocket, filled it with tobacco, glanced at Tang Jiancheng, and then pulled out a pack of Tianmen cigarettes, offering him one. Tang Jiancheng accepted it with a smile. Though he had quit smoking after his rebirth, he felt the pressing need for a smoke to channel his overwhelming excitement. Thus, the two men sat before the fish, exhaling clouds of smoke. Chapter 61. Let this young man feel a little guilt. More than an hour later, dawn broke, yet the surrounding villages remained in slumber. With only the mournful whistling of the cold wind echoing, Tang Jian arrived, nearly running alongside Tang Jian and Tang Jian. The three were astute enough not to disturb anyone. They did not bring baskets, but instead carried shoulder poles and burlap sacks, which could hold a greater quantity of fish. Such an abundance of fish? Tang Jian and Tang Jian were taken aback at the sight of the mountainous pile before them. Stop gaping and start packing the fish. The sun is up, and many people are likely awake. We must clear all the fish before we leave to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Jiancheng urged. Tang Jiancheng nodded in agreement. Father is right. Let us quicken our pace. The group sprang into action, swiftly packing the fish into the sacks and baskets. Jianbing, go cut some reeds to cover the baskets. Tang Jiancheng instructed. Father, eldest brother, you handle this side of the nets, while third brother and I will tend to the other nets. Before long, Tang Jianbing returned with several bundles of reeds, while Tang Jiancheng and the others neatly organized and secured the fishing nets. Fourth brother, what should we do with these nets? Tang Jianbing inquired. We will return tonight. These nets, along with the hoe and axe, can be hidden away in a discreet location. Tang Jiancheng cast a glance along the bank and sought out a particularly dense thicket where he tucked away the fishing nets, hoe, and firewood cutting knife. He then covered them with some dry branches and leaves, rendering the cache nearly invisible, concerned that he might struggle to find it again at night. Tang Jiancheng deliberately inserted 6 smooth wooden sticks beside the thicket. Unless one were to look closely, no one would pay heed to the peculiar arrangement of the sticks. Once all was in place, the 5 men each shouldered their baskets and burlap sacks and departed from Haoshan Reservoir. They encountered not a soul along the way. Jiancheng, are we really taking all this fish back to the village? Tang Jian could not restrain his curiosity as they neared Daping village. Tang Jiancheng understood his elder brother's concern. He feared being spotted by the villagers upon entering. Fishing, unlike hunting wild boars or capturing wild bulls, was not a matter of mere luck, a fleeting endeavor. Instead, fishing could be pursued repeatedly without the need for fortune, provided one grasped the proper techniques. Glancing at his companions, Tang Jiancheng inquired, should we head straight to the township and sell the fish to Huang Tianyue? But each load weighs nearly 200 pounds. Isn't that rather exhausting? Tang Jiancheng retorted. What is so tiring about it? We can simply take more breaks along the way. Don't worry, if you find it too taxing, I'll help you carry a portion, Tang Jian chuckled. Indeed, third brother can lend a hand as well, added Tang Jian with a smile. Both men were acutely aware that Tang Jianbing had only called upon them, intentionally excluding the other brothers. This was clearly a directive from Tang Jiancheng, who appreciated their past kindness and sought to elevate them alongside him in prosperity. Thus, they felt deep gratitude and respect for him. In a short span, Tang Jiancheng's exploits, gathering wild boars, hunting, digging for badgers, and capturing wild bulls, had been nothing short of remarkable. Today, his success in fishing further solidified his almost mythical status. Fourth brother, I can help too, Tang Jianbing chimed in, albeit a beat late, with a hearty laugh. All right, after hearing you all, I feel like a fragile little chick. Let us go. What is there to fear about carrying 200 pounds? Besides, it's not even that much. With renewed determination, the 5 men turned towards the township. However, grand declarations proved easier than the reality of hefting such a heavy burden to the township. They soon found themselves utterly exhausted. Drenched in sweat from the strenuous trek through the heavy snow, their clothes soaked, and the biting cold wind cutting through them mercilessly. As they reached the sole main street of the township, the sound of a tractor drew their attention. They looked up to find Huang Tianyue seated atop the vehicle, who happened to glance their way. Brother Jiancheng? Huang Tianyue's eyes widened in recognition, prompting him to swiftly instruct the driver to halt. Without waiting for the tractor to fully stop, he leapt down and hurried to greet Tang Jiancheng and his companions. Uncle Tang, Brother Jianwen, Brother Jianba, Brother Jiancheng, Brother Jianbing. Where are you all headed? As he exchanged pleasantries, Huang Tianyue distributed cigarettes to the group. Everyone accepted, except for Tang Jiancheng, who politely declined, saying, We were just about to come find you. Are you planning to drag the wild buffalo from our village? Huang Tianyue asked, striking a match to shield against the biting wind as he lit the cigarettes for Tang Jiancheng and the others. After taking a puff himself and exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke, he continued, Indeed, I aim to bring back the remaining 4 buffalo by this morning. Last night, did counting the money in public cause you any trouble? Tianyue, I knew you were doing it on purpose. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Tang Jiancheng feigned a look of terror, lamenting, you have no idea how the villagers looked at me after you left. It was as if a pack of wolves had spotted a little lamb, eager to devour me. Tang Jian and the others pondered for a moment. Indeed, the villagers' gazes had been quite fearsome, though perhaps not to the dramatic extent that Tang Jiancheng suggested. However, they were all astute and chose to remain silent, merely bowing their heads to smoke. Huang Tianyue repeatedly apologized. My apologies, Brother Jiancheng, it was my fault. I merely wished to see their astonished expressions and didn't think it through. It wasn't until I returned that I realized, while I found it amusing, I inadvertently caused you distress. How did you manage afterward? Tang Jiancheng chuckled bitterly. What could I do? The money hen tea even warmed in my hands before it was all distributed. What? Distributed? Huang Tianyue gasped in astonishment, believing Tang Jiancheng had given all the money to the villagers, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him. Indeed, Tang Jiancheng acknowledged, fully aware of Huang Tianyue's misunderstanding. Yet he refrained from clarifying. He thought it might be beneficial for Huang Tianyue to feel a twinge of guilt, as it might prevent further trouble from this hidden bureaucrat's offspring in the future. As for how Huang Tianyue would react upon discovering the truth later, that was not Tang Jiancheng's concern. After all, he had explicitly stated that all the money was given to the villagers. Huang Tianyue had merely misconstrued it. And who could he blame for that? Tianyue, I have several hundred pounds of fish I intend to deliver to your restaurant. Tang Jiancheng indicated towards the basket. Fish. Huang Tianyue paused, suddenly recalling Tang Jiancheng's earlier words at the county hospital, exclaiming, you really caught fish? In this freezing weather, where did you manage to catch them? Tang Jiancheng fixed his gaze on him, and Huang Tianyue instantly understood. Raising his right hand, he pledged, Brother Jiancheng, rest assured, I swear I won't tell a soul. Only then did Tang Jiancheng whisper the 4 words, Haoshan Reservoir. Chapter 62. Selling fish, how is that even possible? Huang Tianyue exclaimed in shock. It was common knowledge that the Haoshan Reservoir was teeming with fish, and nearly everyone aspired to catch them. However, no one had devised a practical method. Even catching a mere dozen fish was considered an extraordinary feat, yet Tang Jiancheng and his family had managed to haul in hundreds of pounds, an utterly incomparable achievement. Of course, Huang Tianyue understood that this was Tang Jiancheng's secret. Pressing further would be crossing a line. After a brief exchange with the tractor driver, he led Tang Jiancheng and the others back to the restaurant. Upon seeing Huang Tianyue return so swiftly, the head chef couldn't help but express curiosity. Manager Huang. Back so soon? Huang Tianyue remarked, we haven't left yet. Come, let's bring out the large scale. Someone has delivered several hundred pounds of fish. What? Several hundred pounds of fish? The head chef of the restaurant was taken aback and hurriedly pushed the large scale, following Huang Tianyue to the front hall. At that moment, the restaurant was empty except for the staff. Master Liao, greetings. Upon seeing the head chef, Tang Jiancheng offered a friendly salutation. Jiancheng, is that you? Master Liao, astonished at recognizing Tang Jiancheng, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Where did you acquire so much fish? I raised them myself, Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. Master Liao sensed that Tang Jiancheng was not being entirely truthful, but understood that most people would not divulge the truth to strangers. These fish are truly magnificent. We have grass carp, black carp, silver carp, and bighead carp. And catfish? Christian carp? Master Liao exclaimed as he weighed the fish. Striped bass. You even have striped bass. Tang Jiancheng was unfamiliar with these fish, and neither were Tang Jiancheng and the others well versed in them. However, upon hearing Master Liao's exclamations, they felt a sense of joy rather than astonishment. Huang Tianyue inquired, Brother Jiancheng, are you selling these fish separately or as a single lot for a fixed price? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Jiancheng replied, a fixed price for the whole lot. Though he knew this method might result in a loss, he considered it manageable. The main reason for this decision was his aversion to hassle. Selling it all at once was simpler and less laborious, akin to selling wild cattle. Very well. Huang Tianyue nodded. The price for fish in our Sanchongxiang is generally quite high. How about $2.50 per pound for the lot? That works. Tang Jiancheng was quite pleased with this price. His expectation was to receive no less than $1.30, and now it was approaching nearly double that amount. So he was certainly satisfied. Tang Jiancheng and the others' eyes lit up upon hearing the price. They understood that selling separately could yield more. But after last night's experience with selling cattle and fishing, they comprehended Tang Jiancheng's reasoning for preferring simplicity. Exhausted and sleepy after a long night, they merely wished to collect their earnings and return home to rest. Soon, all the fish had been weighed, totaling 975 pounds and 6 ounces. Tang Jiancheng selected 12 fish, each weighing approximately 8 pounds, and sold the rest. "What do you need all these fish for?" Tang Jiancheng inquired, sensing something in Tang Jiancheng's actions, but unable to resist asking. "We're having a meal, 2 fish per family, just right for 12, Tang Jiancheng responded. "There's no need for such large ones for personal consumption. 2 to 3 pounds would suffice. Why go for 7 to 8 pounds? Tang Jiancheng remarked. "Each of these costs 20 yuan. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. "Why do we toil so hard if not for a better life? If a single fish brings us joy, why should we deprive ourselves?" "All right, you are a father of 9 now. You know what's best," Tang Jiancheng advised, realizing that as long as Tang Jiancheng was resolute, there was no need to say more. Although Jiancheng was his son, he was already 30, had his own family, and it would be inappropriate to overstep. Tang Jiancheng possessed enough wisdom to navigate such matters. 12 fish, weighing nearly 100 pounds. The remaining total is 875 pounds and 6 ounces. Priced at 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound, amounting to 2,189 yuan. According to Tang Jiancheng's perspective, the 5 should share equally. However, Tang Jiancheng and the others vehemently disagreed, ultimately opting for a point-based distribution. Tang Jianwen and Tang Jianba each took 1 point, while Tang Jianbing and Tang Jiancheng, having labored the longest, received 2 points each. The fishing methods and techniques were all conceived by Tang Jiancheng, who had also toiled through the night, thus earning 4 points. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Jiancheng chose not to contest this arrangement. Regardless of the circumstances, even among close kin, equal distribution is not a sustainable practice. Only distribution based on labor and contribution is the most equitable approach. This time, Tang Jiancheng received 875 yuan and 60 cents. Upon receiving their share, the 5 men beamed with joy. "You all should be heading back to the village, right? Perfect timing. Let's ride the tractor together," Huang Tianyue suggested. "All right." The group departed from the restaurant and boarded the tractor. The vehicle swayed precariously, nearly lulling Tang Jiancheng and his companions to sleep. Fortunately, the Ping village was not far from the township. Within 20 minutes, they arrived. Tang Jiancheng instructed the driver to head directly to Tang Jianba's home. In recent days, the sound of the tractor had become a common occurrence, and the villagers were no longer as excited as they had been at first. Moreover, since Tang Jianba's house was situated at the village entrance, a bit of distance away, the villagers lost interest in the spectacle. Only the children continued to run alongside. As usual, glancing around, Tang Jiancheng noticed his own child was absent, likely off playing elsewhere, but he paid it little mind. "Tu Feng, hurry and prepare dinner." Upon arriving home, Tang Jianba called out to his wife, "Dad and Jiancheng have been busy all night and haven't eaten yet. Remember to stew some meat." Third sister-in-law, "Don't stew meat. Just make some porridge and prepare some pickles. We only need a little something to tide us over. We have to get the cattle on the truck and return home to sleep." Tang Jiancheng quickly advised. "Yes, third sister-in-law, just whip up something simple," Tang Jianwen echoed. "That's not acceptable." Tang Jianba began to protest, but Tang Jiancheng interrupted. "Let them do as they wish. We truly want to sleep." Once their father had spoken, Tang Jianba relented and only asked his wife to prepare a pot of porridge. The porridge, however, was a rare treat, fragrant and thick white rice porridge. After a brief meal, the group set about selling the cattle. This time, Tang Jiancheng did not involve everyone, as the remaining 3 cattle were all his. Assuming a weight of 3,000 pounds, priced at 1 yuan and 80 cents per pound, the total came to 5,400 yuan. This time, Huang Tianyue discreetly handed the money to Tang Jiancheng instead of making a public display. Tang Jiancheng took out 200 yuan and distributed it among Tang Jiancheng and the others as compensation for their assistance in loading the cattle onto the tractor. Tang Jiancheng and the others hastily declined. "Jiancheng, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Overly polite gestures can create distance. Besides, if we were to accept payment for this, it would only invite ridicule from others," Tang Jianwen remarked. Tang Jiancheng, more direct, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Put the money away. Does it make you feel affluent?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Jiancheng hesitated to part with any more money. The tractor could only transport a single cow at a time, necessitating 3 trips for 3 cows. Each journey, including loading and unloading the animals, consumed nearly an hour. After toiling for over 3 hours, they finally managed to relocate all 3 wild cattle, allowing Tang Jiancheng and his companions to return home with a sense of relief. Ready to rest. Chapter 63. Where have the 8 daughters gone? In truth, given their physical resilience, they could endure a night without sleep. But the pressing need to fish that night mandated sufficient rest. Otherwise, enduring the chill winds at the Hao Mountain Reservoir would surely lead to a cold, which, during these times, posed considerable danger. Hence, upon returning home, Tang Jiancheng hastily tossed the fish into the kitchen, performed a quick wash, and collapsed onto his bed. He remained oblivious to the unusual silence enveloping the house. It seemed that none of the children were present. "Jiancheng, are you back? Please check on Xiaojiu. I have an upset stomach." Lu Fangfang called out loudly from the pigsty upon hearing some commotion in the house, yet received no response, leaving her puzzled. In Daping Village, the toilets were typically constructed adjacent to the pigsties, located either behind or beside the main house. In some cases, if a house was built on a slope or stone ledge, the pigsty would be situated below, with the living quarters above. Such arrangements undoubtedly carried a certain odor. Yet for the rural folk, who dealt daily with organic fertilizers, such concerns were often dismissed. Without waiting for relief, Lu Fangfang hurriedly wiped herself, pulled up her trousers, wrapped herself in thick clothing, and made her way from the pigsty to the main house. Upon entering the bedroom, she found Tang Jiancheng lying on the bed, fully clothed, with his feet dangling over the edge, already snoring. "Oh dear, he is exhausted," Lu Fangfang thought, tenderly helping him out of his clothes, lifting his feet onto the bed, and covering him with a blanket. "Xiaojiu, let us go sleep in your sister's room, shall we? Let us allow daddy some more rest." To prevent Xiaojiu from waking and disturbing Tang Jiancheng, Lu Fangfang carried her to the small room adjacent to the kitchen, which served as the bedroom for their 8 daughters. It was designed with 2 levels, accommodating a large sleeping area. Due to the cold weather and the children's small stature, they all huddled together on the lower bunk. Entering the room, Lu Fangfang surveyed the bedding with satisfaction. Although the quilts were quite worn, they were tidy and clean, with clothes and shoes neatly arranged. As she placed Xiaojiu on the bed, it dawned on her that her 8 daughters had been away for quite some time. By this hour, many families might have already had lunch, yet none of her daughters had returned. Nevertheless, Lu Fangfang dismissed such thoughts. This was not the first instance of their absence, and with a large family, she was rather carefree. In the village, children were often given considerable freedom. Unless they failed to return by nightfall, no one would think to search for them. She reassured herself that they would return home as the sun set, much like chickens and ducks returning to their coop. Little did she know, her 8 daughters were on the brink of calamity. Yesterday evening, while the 3rd and 4th sisters were foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains, they unexpectedly stumbled upon the fur of a badger, which filled them with delight. One was thrilled at the prospect of the delectable taste of badger meat, while the other was excited by the potential monetary gain from selling it. This discovery marked their most significant find since their last adventure with their father, where they had unearthed a badger. However, as darkness approached, they decided against immediate pursuit, opting instead to wait until dawn the following day. After informing their eldest sister, they set off into the mountains with their baskets, typically used for gathering wild vegetables. Guided by their memories from the previous day, they swiftly located the badger's fur and diligently followed the trail. After several hours of searching, they finally spotted badger fur once more in a secluded hollow, and without hesitation, they began to excavate the snow, uncovering a badger den. The 3rd sister, being astute, recognized that it would be challenging for just the 2 of them to extract the badger, so she resolved to return home to fetch their father. However, upon her arrival, she found that their father was not at home. She then considered calling for Uncle Lu, but upon visiting their grandparents' house, discovered that both their grandfather and Uncle Lu were also absent. With no other options, she confided in her eldest sister. Upon hearing this, the eldest sister's eyes sparkled with understanding. She was well aware that their father had been working tirelessly to earn extra money to support their education, and she had been pondering ways to assist him in this endeavor. After a moment of thought, she shared her plan with the 3rd sister. "Since both father and Uncle Lu are away, we should dig it out ourselves. With myself, the 2nd sister, you, and the 4th sister, we should have enough hands. Shouldn't we?" The 3rd sister pondered this and shook her head. "It's not sufficient. Badgers are notoriously difficult to excavate. Their burrows are deep and have multiple exits. The eldest sister suggested, then let us include the fifth sister as well. The third sister replied, that won't work. The fifth sister must tend to the sixth, seventh, and eighth sisters. The eldest sister argued, it's only for a few hours. She can leave them with our mother for a little while. The third sister quickly waved her hands. No, that's even more problematic. If mother finds out we're going after the badger, she will surely stop us. And we might even get a scolding. Let me think for a moment, the third sister said thoughtfully. After a brief pause, she continued, eldest sister, don't the seventh and eighth sisters enjoy listening to the radio? You could ask the fifth sister to take them to the village center, where there are always elders listening to the radio. With the radio, they should be entertained for a few hours without running off. The eldest sister exclaimed, yes? How did I not think of that? You're so clever. The third sister urged, eldest sister, let us not waste any more time. Hurry and have the fifth sister take them there. Yet, despite the third sister's cleverness at just 10 years old, she overlooked certain considerations, such as what would happen if the radio's batteries died, or if the younger ones needed to relieve themselves, or whether, without the fifth sister's supervision, they might wander off with other children. The third sister did not contemplate these possibilities, nor did the eldest sister or the fifth sister. When the fifth sister brought the three little ones to the village center, they were indeed delighted and assured her they would absolutely not run off. Then, several girls over the age of 7, armed with hoes, ventured into the mountains. Upon reaching the hills, they discovered their sister, the fourth girl, who displayed remarkable courage, remaining alone in the wilderness without fear. In fact, she had even taken the liberty to construct a snowman beside a badger's den, adorning its head with a few wilted wildflowers. Upon seeing her older sisters arrive, she eagerly waved in greeting. The sisters gathered by the badger's den, and the third sister recalled the process their father had followed to dig out the badger, subsequently delegating tasks to her siblings. They organized themselves with precision, some gathering firewood, others searching for the den, while a few moved stones. After more than an hour of diligent searching, they had located all potential entrances and sealed the excess openings by collapsing them with stones, leaving only one entrance and one exit. Next, the third sister ignited the firewood, using the smoke to drive out the badgers. After over an hour of this endeavor, the badger den remained unresponsive, leading the group to question whether it might be an empty cavity. However, it was inconceivable. There was fur outside the den, indicating that badgers must be hibernating within. Undeterred, the third sister resolutely declared that if the smoke would not coax them out, they would have to dig. With that, she wielded her hoe and began to excavate. Digging for badgers was indeed a laborious task. Despite their years of hard work and considerable strength, the girls were still young and soon found themselves exhausted. They took turns with the digging. After 3 hours of toil, they seemed to have forgotten that there were 3 younger siblings at home who required supervision. Chapter 64. All were injured. As the badger den gradually emerged from the earth, the girls were filled with excitement, losing track of time and neglecting the responsibility of caring for the little ones at home. Eldest sister, be cautious, slow down. We are about to reach the center of the badger den, the third sister warned, urging the eldest to moderate her speed. Even without her prompting, the eldest had begun to dig more slowly. Excavating the badger den was no different from digging into a hillside. The area was entangled with tree roots, making the task arduous. Additionally, the melting snow had permeated the soil, complicating their efforts further. All 5 girls were drenched in sweat, their cheeks flushed, and their cotton jackets discarded. Suddenly, after a few more vigorous strikes, the eldest sister exclaimed with joy, I see a badger. There truly is a badger inside. Eldest sister, do not shout. The third sister quickly gestured for silence, warning against waking the badger. Though it appeared docile, once startled, it could become quite ferocious. Hearing this, the eldest swiftly covered her mouth, though her face could not conceal her delight. The other sisters also beamed with smiles. Fetch the burlap sack. The second sister handed it to the third sister, who cautiously opened the sack's mouth to place it over the badger's head. It appeared that there were only 2 badgers, both sleeping soundly, and they were easily secured within the burlap sack. Witnessing this, all the girls could not help but cheer in triumph. Suddenly, a scream escaped the third sister's lips. Blood. Third sister, your hand is bleeding. Others turned their heads, immediately spotting the blood-soaked arm of the third sister, marred by 3 deep gashes, flesh grotesquely exposed, an alarming sight to behold. And the badger, she cried out, hastily clutching her injured limb, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. Suddenly, the eldest sister, having already noticed the third badger, swung her hoe and struck with force. The creature, seemingly just awakening, did not flee from the crowd. Instead, it crouched and observed them. As the eldest sister brought her hoe down, it nimbly leapt aside, then quickly lunged, raking its claws across her leg. The badger's talons were as sharp as daggers, instantly shredding her trousers, cotton flying, while leaving several wounds on her leg, blood gushing forth. Eldest sister. The second sister gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she seized a stone and hurled it at the badger. It dodged once more, using the rocky terrain to propel itself directly at her face. Startled, she flailed her arms, resulting in several cuts across her own limbs. Fortunately, the badger was still in a dazed state. Otherwise, her arm might have been severed. You wretched badger. Filthy creature. I shall slay you. The fourth sister, seeing her elder siblings injured, felt a surge of panic, tears streaming down her cheeks as she grabbed a nearby stick and charged at the badger, only to misstep and fall into a pit, scraping her head and staining her hair with blood. Fourth, the others cried out in alarm. I'm fine, she sobbed, slowly crawling out of the pit. Meanwhile, the badger appeared fully alert, screeching wildly before preparing to flee into the mountains. Suddenly, a figure blocked its path. The badger bared its teeth and lunged forward. Fifth sister, move aside, the eldest sister shouted, overcome with guilt for not protecting her sisters. She lamented that had she not shouted, perhaps the badger would not have been startled, and they might have escaped injury. Fifth sister, do not be reckless. Let it go. The third sister urged, noticing her siblings standing defiantly before the badger. Yet, the fifth sister remained composed, her gaze steely, exuding an air of authority. She too enjoyed listening to the radio, particularly captivated by the tales of Mu Ging from the Yang family generals, endlessly enraptured by her exploits. She had even dreamt of becoming Mu Guiying herself, leading vast armies to victory, radiating power and majesty. At that moment, she envisioned herself as the legendary warrior. If Mu Guiying could face a multitude without fear, why should she cower before a mere badger? Preposterous. Remarkably, though only 7 years old, she felt imbued with the spirit of her idol, her demeanor transformed, her eyes gleaming with ferocity, emanating an aura of intimidation. The badger, sensing the fierce resolve of this young girl, turned in fright and fled. With a swift kick, the fifth sister sent the badger flying. Without waiting for the badger to rise, Wu Mei rushed forward again, delivering a forceful stomp that landed squarely on the badger's head. The creature yelped in agony, flailing its claws wildly, tearing Wu Mei's pants and shoes, inflicting wounds upon her feet, from which bright crimson blood flowed. Yet, Wu Mei paid no heed, relentlessly continuing her assault. Ultimately, she seized one of the badger's legs and violently smashed it against a rock. With a sickening thud, the badger was crushed to death before their eyes. Everyone stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, Dajie began to applaud, exclaiming, Wu Mei, you are truly formidable. Such ferocity, Wu Mei. Simply splendid. The other sisters echoed their praise, and Wu Mei offered a modest smile. Glancing at her injuries, she grabbed a handful of snow and pressed it against her wounds, quickly numbing the pain and halting the bleeding. Simultaneously, Cece observed and imitated her, applying snow to her own injury, only to recoil in pain and discard the snow, feeling an increased admiration for Wu Mei. They all tended to their wounds, resolving not to disclose anything to their parents upon returning home, lest they face punishment. Upon Dajie's urging, everyone began to attend to their injuries. However, regardless of their efforts, their torn garments could not be concealed, leaving them all feeling dejected. Even though they had captured 3 badgers, their spirits remained low. The badgers are far too terrifying. I shall never hunt them again, Cece lamented. Meanwhile, Sansi remained silent, her gaze somewhat vacant, as if in shock. She was, in fact, reflecting on the gains and losses of this encounter, a habit she cultivated after each endeavor. Oh no, Xiaolu, Xiaoqi, and Xiaoba must be starving. Suddenly, Wu Mei cried out, seizing the burlap sack containing the 3 badgers and limping swiftly toward the village. Dajie and the others, jolted from their stupor, hurried after her. Upon reaching the village, they overheard villagers discussing how a child had fallen into an ice hole, and fortunately, Balin had happened by, or the child would have perished. Hearing this, Dajie and the others turned pale with fright and dashed homeward. Wu Mei threw the sack to Sanjia and made her way to the village office. Upon arrival, a group of elders pointed at her, exclaiming, "Wu Mei, where have you been? Your sister." Before the elder could finish, Wu Mei felt her mind go blank. The usually steadfast and composed girl was now gripped by panic, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Chapter 65. Xiaoqi and Xiaoba fell into the latrine Wujia. At that moment, a clear voice called out. Wu Mei turned to see Xiaolu and hurried over, embracing her tightly. "Are you all right? Where are Xiaoqi and Xiaoba?" "Wujia, they." Before she could finish, Xiaolu burst into tears. "Stop crying. Finish your sentence." Wu Mei scolded, and Xiaolu immediately ceased her sobbing, her eyes glistening with tears as she replied. "They fell into the ice hole." "What?" Wu Mei felt as if struck by lightning, urgently demanding, "Where? Take me there." "They've already been taken to the town by Dad." Xiaolu replied. "Ah?" In a moment of bewilderment, the fifth sister sought clarification and learned the details of the incident. In the afternoon, the three of them were listening to the radio at the village office when they suddenly heard that someone had fallen into the small pond in front of the office through a hole in the ice. This alarmed everyone, and the radio was turned off. The trio also rushed to see the commotion but were halted by the adults, who only permitted them to observe from the shore. Reluctantly, they complied and laid down at the water's edge to watch. Once the individual who had fallen through the ice was rescued, the elderly lost interest in the radio and began to engage in idle chatter, reminiscing about past incidents of children falling through the ice. After listening for a while, the three grew bored, especially with the absence of the fifth sister, and began to wander aimlessly. As they strolled to the back of the village, they unexpectedly spotted a dog chasing sparrows, which they found amusing and decided to follow. They cheered for the dog while urging the sparrows to flee. The sparrows, perhaps aged or injured, could only fly short distances before having to land, providing the dog with opportunities to pursue them. However, the dog was merely a half-grown mutt, lacking hunting skills, relying solely on instinct. And though it appeared to exert great effort, it was ineffective, failing to catch the sparrow after a lengthy chase. Suddenly, in a moment of misfortune, the dog fell into an open cesspit. Perhaps due to frequent visits for waste collection, the cesspit had not frozen over despite the heavy snowfall. Once the dog fell in, it became frightened and cold, thrashing about and splattering waste everywhere. Seeing the dog's panicked demeanor, the three girls assumed it might drown and began to fret. Unbeknownst to them, the dog was capable of swimming, and at that moment, they were solely focused on how to rescue it. The youngest, Xiaoqi, immersed in a roll, repeatedly called out, "Don't be afraid, puppy. Mommy is coming to save you." As she prepared to approach the cesspit, Xiaolu timely pulled her back. Being a year older, Xiaolu possessed a modicum of safety awareness and understood the dangers of the cesspit. She advised, "You all stay here and don't get too close. I'll find a stick to pull the dog out." With that, she went off in search of a stick. Meanwhile, the dog had managed to climb out of the cesspit on its own. Xiaoqi joyfully approached the dog, undeterred by its filth, and praised, "Good dog." Xiaobao, noticing a sparrow resting not far from the cesspit, also waddled over with her short legs. Suddenly, the dog, likely startled by its earlier ordeal, lunged towards the two girls. Barking frantically, "Ah, ah," they shrieked in fright, and with a splash, both fell into the cesspit. Fortunately, the cesspit was not particularly deep, but when frightened, people instinctively flail about. The two, despite appearing mature for their age, were completely overwhelmed in the face of the incident. Xiaolu, just then returning with a stick, witnessed the scene and shouted in alarm, "Xiaoqi, Xiaobao, how did you both fall in?" Quickly grab the stick. She extended a stick towards them, yet the two girls remained oblivious to her words, continuing to struggle aimlessly. "Oh dear heavens! How on earth did you fall into a cesspit?" At that moment, a villager was approaching with an empty bucket, and upon witnessing this scene, his face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly abandoned the bucket and rushed over to rescue Xiaoqi and Xiaoba. Fortunately, they had not been submerged for long and had not choked. Once rescued, they immediately burst into tears. Xiao Lu joined in the wailing. Tang Jiancheng, Lu Fangfang. The villager was none other than Yang Shui, Tang Jiancheng's sister-in-law, who, disregarding Xiao Lu, shouted as she carried Xiaoqi and Xiaoba towards Tang Jiancheng's home. Tang Jiancheng, still in slumber, was jolted awake by the shouting. "What on earth is happening?" he queried, bewildered. Lu Fangfang emerged from the small room, exclaiming, "It seems someone is calling." Tang Jiancheng, Lu Fangfang. The urgent cries echoed once more, confirming to Tang Jiancheng that he had not misheard. He leaped from his bed and dashed outside. Sister-in-law? Opening the door, Tang Jiancheng saw Yang Shui, along with Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba in her arms. What happened? They fell into the cesspit. Hurry, change their clothes, and give them a warm bath, or they'll catch a cold, Yang Shui instructed. Tang Jiancheng took Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, noticing their pallid faces, bluish lips, and the shivers that overtook them. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed into the house. Fong Fong quickly fetched them some clothes. Lu Fong Fong, startled, murmured in confusion, "What happened?" Tang Jiancheng glanced at her without reproach and dashed into the bedroom, retrieving his unworn new cotton coat, spreading it on the ground before undressing Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba and wrapping them in the coat. "Sister-in-law, please help me with their clothes. I'll take them to the village clinic." With that, Tang Jiancheng hurriedly carried the two children towards the clinic. Why go to the clinic? A warm bath and a bowl of ginger soup would suffice. Yang Shui was somewhat puzzled, yet seeing Tang Jiancheng already running away, she turned to Lu Fong Fong, saying, "Has Jiancheng become so caring towards the children? Stop dawdling, quickly find their clothes." Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Lu Fong Fong regained her senses, trembling all over. "Oh, okay, sister-in-law. Do you think they will be all right?" "What nonsense, they will be fine." Yang Shui understood Lu Fong Fong's fears and urged her to search for the clothes. What on earth is happening? Yuan Yuezhu, Tang Jinshui, and Tang Jianbing rushed out of their homes. Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba fell into the cesspit. Yang Shui replied succinctly, "What? Where are they? Are they all right?" The three were taken aback. Jiansheng took them to the village clinic, and they didn't even bring clothes. Yang Shui explained, "Jianbing, hurry and bring some clothes over." Tang Jinshui instructed. "Understood." Tang Jianbing nodded. "What has been going on all day? Where's Wumei? Isn't she supposed to be watching over the three little ones? Where is she? Is she off playing again? Come back. Only after I beat her to the skin will she remember this lesson." Yuan Yuezhu shouted vehemently. Little Lu, who had just approached the doorstep upon hearing these words, dared not return home. Instead, she turned and headed to the village office, waiting for Fifth Sister. As she arrived at the village office, she spotted Fifth Sister and managed to relay the events in fragmented sentences. Upon hearing that father had taken little 7 and little 8 to the township clinic, Fifth Sister felt a wave of relief wash over her. As for the prospect of facing a severe beating upon returning home, she did not concern herself with it. After all, she had endured beatings before. What was there to fear? Chapter 66. What use is wealth if one is no longer alive? Fifth Sister and little Lu walked back home, only to discover an unusual silence enveloping their household. Upon entering, they found all the adults wearing somber expressions, standing to one side, while on the other stood eldest sister, second sister, third sister, and fourth sister. In the middle of these two factions lay a sack containing 3 badgers. As Fifth Sister and little Lu returned, all eyes turned toward them. Little Lu, frightened, quickly hid behind Fifth Sister, who, maintaining her composure, limped over to the row of her sisters and stood quietly beside Fourth Sister. "Are you hurt as well?" Lu Fong Fong inquired. Fifth Sister rolled up her pant leg, revealing several bloody gashes, the flesh torn and raw. You all." Lu Fong Fong was at a loss for words. Yuan Yuezhu erupted. "Just look at all of you. Calling you worthless is an understatement. Do you think your father toils from dawn to dusk for your benefit? Do you think your lives are too easy? Kneel over there and reflect on your mistakes." Eldest sister and the others obediently leaned against the wall and knelt down. Little Lu glanced at her sisters and the adults before also kneeling down in a display of grievance. "You're just children, and yet you're trying to dig out badgers. What if you were to be mauled to death?" Yuan Yuezhu continued her tirade. "If you were to be killed, it would be one thing. We could simply leave your bodies in the mountains for the dogs. But you all return injured. What if you were left disabled? Who would want to marry you then? Are you trying to bring ruin upon yourselves? You're driving me to the brink." Tang Jinshui interjected. "Enough with the scolding. Let us hurry and call for old Yuan from the village to take a look. If there are lasting injuries, it will be too late to regret it." "What is there to regret? You're all just worthless." Yuan Yuezhu glared. "Aren't you all capable of earning money? Aren't you all so proud? Then don't go running to old Yuan. It would serve you right to be left with disabilities." Tang Jinshui, weary of her outburst, sighed and turned to leave. "Where are you going? I warn you, don't go looking for old Yuan," Yuan Yuezhu shouted. Tang Jinshui paused, saying, "Things have changed. He has begun to feel pity for his daughters. If he finds out you didn't call old Yuan, he'll surely be furious with you." Hearing this, Yuan Yuezhu faltered, her bravado diminishing as she shouted weakly, "Furious? Why should he be furious with me? I'm doing this for whom, if not for him? Had it not been for his inability to father a son, would I have been so troubled? Then why don't you go?" This sudden turn of events left Tang Jiancheng somewhat at a loss. He opened his mouth, yet said nothing and hurriedly walked away. Meanwhile, as he sought out old man Yuan, Tang Jiancheng had already arrived at the village clinic, cradling little 7 and little 8, his brow drenched with sweat. He urgently approached the doctor, exclaiming, "Doctor, please examine my 2 daughters. They fell into a cesspit. Will they be all right?" His concern was genuine. In his previous life, little 8 had succumbed to a grave illness, while little 7, though she survived, had suffered a broken leg at his hands. In this life, he vowed to protect his daughters well, yet now they had nearly drowned in a cesspit, filling him with guilt. He felt that since his rebirth, he had overlooked certain aspects of their well-being. Perhaps he had been too simplistic in his thinking, believing that providing them with ample financial and material support was sufficient. Little did he know that raising daughters requires attention to countless details. He reflected on his actions and resolved to focus more on his daughters, rather than merely pursuing wealth. What good is money if one has lost their loved ones? The doctor pinched his nose as he assessed the conditions of little 7 and little 8, stating, "Indeed, they have caught a slight chill, but it is not severe. You should bathe them and dress them warmly. I will prescribe some medicine. As long as they do not develop a high fever tonight, they should be fine." "Thank you, doctor." Tang Jiancheng carried his 2 daughters out of the clinic, as their foul odor disrupted the rest of the other patients. "Daddy, we fell in while trying to save the puppy." Little 7 finally calmed down and, noticing Tang Jiancheng's gloomy expression, spoke softly. "I was catching sparrows." Little 8 pouted. "The puppy was so fierce, we fell in." "Well, as long as you are all right. You must promise to be careful in the future. Do not play near the water, understood?" Tang Jiancheng cautioned. "But we weren't playing near the water. We were playing in the cesspit." "No, we weren't playing. We were saving the puppy." Little 7 defended herself. Tang Jiancheng found himself at a loss for words and could not help but retort, "Should I then commend you for your kindness and bravery?" "Yes," Little 7 nodded earnestly. Tang Jiancheng felt a surge of frustration rise within him. Yet, he quickly realized how amusing the situation was, having lived 2 lives. He was squabbling with 2 children. How ungracious of him. With this thought, he chuckled, "Little 7 is right. I should indeed praise your kindness and bravery. However, next time, I hope you can ensure your own safety, all right?" "All right." Little 7 responded immediately. "Yes." Little 8 echoed a moment later. "Daddy, we smell terrible. Can we please go home and take a bath?" Little 7 frowned. "You are aware that you smell? Was the cesspit enjoyable?" Tang Jiancheng couldn't help but retort again. "Daddy, I told you, we weren't playing, we were saving the puppy." Little 7 huffed in anger. Little 8 chimed in, "I was catching sparrows." All right, I misspoke. One of you was saving the puppy, and the other was catching sparrows. Is that satisfactory?" Tang Jiancheng hurriedly apologized, and instantly, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba burst into laughter. Observing the radiant smiles on their faces, Tang Jiancheng felt a sense of relief. Their joy indicated that the previous incident involving the foul pit had not cast a shadow over them, nor had it inflicted any severe fright. Otherwise, they would not have been able to smile so quickly. At that moment, Tang Jianbing arrived at the hospital carrying a large bundle of clothes. Tang Jiancheng promptly led him to the state-run restaurant, where they ordered a large basin of hot water and a room to thoroughly cleanse Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, changing them into dry clothes before returning to the hospital. The doctor conducted a detailed examination, prescribed some medication, and cautioned Tang Jiancheng to be vigilant regarding the children's high fever and cough. Should either arise, immediate consultation at the hospital was imperative, along with attention to any chest pain or discomfort. The doctor suspected that the 2 little ones might have ingested contaminated water, which could lead to significant complications requiring extensive treatment. However, given their spirited demeanor, it did not appear that they had ingested anything harmful. As long as Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba remained unharmed, Tang Jiancheng felt reassured. With the medication in hand, he and Tang Jianbing each carried one of the children as they returned to Daping Village. Chapter 67. Mother, this is my family matter. Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianbing, cradling Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, chatted and laughed, unknowingly making their way back to Daping Village. Upon reaching their doorstep, they were abruptly met with the anguished cries of the eldest sister from within. "Ah, it hurts so much. Grandmother, can I not be stitched?" "No, you must be stitched. Aren't you all quite capable? Didn't you want to show off? What is this little pain compared to that? Dr. Yuan continued with the stitching. Grandmother, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Only now do you realize your mistake? Where were you earlier? It is too late now. As the eldest sister, you should be punished severely. Dr. Yuan, stitch her up thoroughly. Ah, it hurts so much. Grandpa Doctor, could you be a little gentler? It truly hurts. Bear with it a bit. It will be over soon. Came a voice that was somewhat aged yet kindly. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiancheng immediately recognized it as Yuan Shiai's, the village's only doctor, who had been sent to Daping village for re-education due to certain circumstances, possessing some medical knowledge. He had not faced persecution and instead had developed a harmonious relationship with the villagers. For reasons unknown, he had never returned and remained a village doctor in Daping. In his past life, Tang Jiancheng remembered that this man had never left Daping village until his death. Hearing his voice in his own home now, combined with the earlier dialogue, made it clear that the eldest sister had been injured and was undergoing stitches. However, when Tang Jiancheng pushed open the door to the house and beheld the scene within, his fury ignited. Who has hurt you like this? And who commanded you to kneel facing the wall? Tang Jiancheng asked through gritted teeth. It was I who made them kneel, Yuan Yuezhu replied. Jiancheng, you do not understand. They actually ran off to the mountains to dig for badgers. They must be punished severely, or they will think they can do as they please. Digging for badgers? Tang Jiancheng paused in surprise. Here, these are the 3 badgers they unearthed. Yuan Yuezhu pointed to the burlap sack and badgers that had been cast aside in the corner. She had nearly incapacitated herself for the sake of 3 badgers, a decision utterly foolish. What if she truly became disabled? How could she marry in the future? Jiancheng, you must discipline them severely, so they remember this lesson. Tang Jiancheng cast a glance at the badger and then approached his daughters, lifting them one by one to assess their injuries, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. Struggling to suppress his inner sorrow, he endeavored to maintain a steady and gentle tone as he inquired, Tell me, why did you venture to dig for badgers? The third sister glanced up at Tang Jiancheng before quickly lowering her head again. Yesterday, my 4th sister and I discovered badger fur, and today we found the badger den. We initially intended to invite you and Uncle Lu to join us, but you, Uncle Lu, and grandfather were all away, so we went ourselves. Yuan Yuezhu exclaimed. The badgers are hibernating. They won't run away. Couldn't you have waited a moment? You had already waited an entire night. Would waiting another night cause harm? Must you make yourselves look so wretched? Having to deal with such troublesome children is unfortunate enough. Why can't you be more considerate? If I had known, I should have ended your lives at birth. Upon hearing these words, Tang Jiancheng clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the fury within. He reminded himself that this was his mother and that he must not act impulsively. He longed to speak to her with a smile. But the moment left him unable to do so, and instead, he spoke with a blank expression. Mother, this is a matter concerning my family. I hope you will refrain from interfering in the future, if you please. At this, Yuan Yuezhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiancheng, what do you mean by that? Are you blaming me for mismanaging your daughters? Everything I do is for whom, if not for you? They are troublesome children. They need stricter discipline. Before Yuan Yuezhu could finish, Tang Jiancheng turned to Tang Jianbing and said coldly, Jianbing, take mother away quickly. I fear I may lose control. Jiancheng, what do you mean? What is it that you cannot control? Do you intend to strike me? Yuan Yuezhu shouted angrily. You ungrateful wretch. I worked so hard to raise you. And this is how you repay me? You cannot even father a son, and I am left to worry endlessly over you. Jianbing, Tang Jiancheng shouted in exasperation, Mother, let us leave quickly and not create further chaos. Without waiting for a response, Tang Jianbing swept Yuan Yuezhu into his arms and departed. You ungrateful wretch. You will face divine retribution. Continue to indulge your daughters. One day you will regret it. Yuan Yuezhu's tirade echoed behind them. Tang Jiancheng paid her no heed and entered the kitchen, where he found Yuan Shiai stitching up the eldest sister's wounds with a delicate embroidery needle. The eldest sister was sweating profusely, her pale face reflecting her pain. Dr. Yuan, can't you use any anesthetic? Tang Jiancheng inquired. Yuan Shiai shook his head. I have run out of anesthetics. No anesthetic, and yet you proceed to stitch? This is excruciating. Even adults struggle to endure it. How can children possibly withstand such pain? I do not wish to stitch either, but your mother insisted that I do so, claiming the children could bear it and urging me to proceed without concern. If I refuse, she has leverage over me, so I dare not disobey her. Very well, Now that my mother has left, you may as well go. As for the leverage mentioned by Yuan Shi's, Tang Jiancheng felt no curiosity or interest. His sole desire was to take his daughters to the hospital. Once Yuan Shi's departed, Tang Jiancheng procured a torch and borrowed a cart from a neighbor. He placed 2 thick blankets on the cart and had his elder daughters sit upon it. Before summoning Jianbing, unsurprisingly, his call was met with a scolding from Yuan Yuezhu, which Tang Jiancheng chose to ignore as he and Jianbing pushed the cart towards the village clinic once more. The attending physician, Dr. Liu, upon seeing the 2 brothers, could not help but inquire, "Has a plague befallen your household today, considering the string of unfortunate events?" Tang Jiancheng sighed. When one is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can cause discomfort. "Dr. Liu, please examine my daughter's injuries." Dr. Liu, astonished, asked, "These are all your daughters? How many do you have?" 9. "What? 9 daughters?" Dr. Liu exclaimed, clearly impressed. "My friend, you are remarkable. I admire you." Though he was quite talkative, his medical skills were indeed commendable. After a brief examination, he concluded that the injuries were from a badger bite, fortunately not affecting any bones, merely superficial wounds. However, to prevent infection, he recommended a week course of anti-inflammatory injections. Tang Jiancheng was apprehensive about tetanus and rabies, yet regrettably, such vaccines were not available at this time. Even if they were, they would be exceedingly rare, certainly not found in Sanchong Township or Shenbei County. "All right, Dr. Liu, I will heed your advice." Tang Jiancheng then inquired, "Do you think these wounds require suturing?" Dr. Liu, glancing at the injuries, shook his head. "It is best not to suture, as that could leave deep scars. For boys, it may not matter, but for girls, scars would be undesirable. However, the wounds on their hands and feet are somewhat deep and long, and even without sutures, they may still scar, increasing the risk of infection." At this juncture, Dr. Liu paused before continuing, "If you wish to avoid scars, I can recommend a physician, though his treatments are somewhat costly, so be prepared. Cost is not a concern, as long as it is effective." "Who is it?" Tang Jiancheng urgently inquired. He was determined to seek out any means to prevent scarring, regardless of expense. "The physician is a folk doctor from the old street in the county, surnamed Jiang. You may take your daughters there tomorrow and mention that I recommended you. He might offer a discount," Dr. Liu advised. "Thank you, Dr. Liu. Very well. Since you plan to see Dr. Jiang tomorrow, I will merely provide basic treatment for your daughters today. After Dr. Jiang examines them, further treatment can be decided." Dr. Liu wrote a prescription and handed it to Tang Jiancheng, stating, "This is for anti-inflammatory medication. Remember to bring them for injections daily for 7 days." "All right. Thank you, Dr. Liu." Tang Jiancheng accepted the prescription and proceeded to settle the fees before heading to the pharmacy. "The medication has been prepared for you. Henceforth, you need only bring these cards directly to the outpatient injection area for your injections." A young female physician from the pharmacy handed 5 cards to Tang Jiancheng. Upon inspection, he noted that they were merely ordinary thick paper cards, with the word injection prominently inscribed on the front. The reverse side bore handwritten details regarding the dosage, injection schedule, and patient name. Taking the cards, Tang Jiancheng resumed pushing the cart alongside Tang Jianbing, transporting his daughters back home. After several trips, it was already quite late. To his surprise, Yuan Yuezhu was in his kitchen assisting with the meal preparations. Lu Fangfang was still in her postpartum confinement, unable to touch cold water, and the daughters were either injured or too young to cook, leaving no one to prepare the food. Yuan Yuezhu must have recognized this predicament, suppressing her own grievances and sorrow to lend a helping hand. Upon seeing Tang Jiancheng and the others return, she shot them a glare and muttered, "You must owe us from a past life. Hurry and wash your hands to eat." After setting the dishes on the table, she departed without uttering another word to Tang Jiancheng. He felt a pang of guilt, realizing that despite living a second life, he still struggled to navigate certain matters with finesse. Nonetheless, he knew that a mother would always care for her child, even when hurt. He resolved to bring some candies later to cheer her up. "You must be starving. Let us eat quickly and get to bed," he called to everyone. After the meal, the children helped one another with water and washing up, while Tang Jiancheng retrieved the candies he had purchased earlier and made his way to his parents' home. His father was in the kitchen, crafting a basket by the faint glow of the stove. In truth, his father was skilled enough to weave even without sight. "Dad, where's Mom?" Tang Jiancheng inquired. Tang Jianxue gestured towards the room with a tilt of his chin, indicating that she was sulking inside. Tang Jiancheng entered the room. finding his mother wrapped in her clothing, reclined on the bed without a blanket, softly weeping in silence. His heart ached at the sight. "Mom, I'm sorry. I was too hasty and spoke without thought. Please don't take it to heart. Go away. I want tea." "Mom, please don't be angry. Getting upset is harmful to your health. You know that being angry is bad for your health? All you do is make me angry. You might as well kill me with your temper. Did you not tell me to stay out of your family affairs? Did you not complain that I meddle too much? Did you not blame me for scolding your daughters and punishing them? Tang Jiancheng, rest assured, from now on, I shall no longer concern myself with your trivial matters. Do you really think I have nothing better to do than to meddle in your family's affairs? I still have a younger son who isn't married yet. I am far too busy." Yuan Yuezhu vented her frustrations. Tang Jiancheng listened quietly until she had exhausted her words and her throat felt dry. He unwrapped a piece of candy and offered it to Yuan Yuezhu. She attempted to spit it out, but he insisted, "It's very precious." She quickly swallowed it back down, pouting, "All you do is make me angry." Feeling that his mother had calmed down, Tang Jiancheng finally organized his thoughts and spoke. "Mother, I understand that you are concerned for my well-being, especially since I have been unable to bear a son, which has caused distress for both you and father in the village. Yet, what can be done if a son is not destined to be? Since the birth of my fifth sister, both Fong Fong and I have tried numerous remedies for conceiving a son, but to no avail. If it is fated that I am to have only daughters, then why not cherish them a little more? Indeed, one day, they will marry and become part of another family. But who decreed that we rural folk cannot welcome sons-in-law into our homes? Even if we cannot, will our daughters truly forget their maternal family once they grow up? After marrying father, did you not continue to provide for your own parents with gifts of clothing and food every year? Mother, it is not that I wish to dismiss your involvement in my household. I simply cannot bear to hear you call my daughters a burden. They are, in fact, quite diligent, rising early to prepare meals and drawing bathwater for me in the evening. They work industriously around the house, caring for their younger sisters, worried about my struggles to provide, and seeking ways to earn money, carrying timber, hauling gravel, and even digging for badgers. Reflecting on their efforts truly warms my heart." Yuan Yuezhu, moved by his words, couldn't help but shed tears. "Mother, if we speak of others, let us consider my sister and my younger siblings. Do they not think of you and father whenever there is something good to eat at home?" Tang Jiancheng continued, "As long as we live well and find happiness, why should we concern ourselves with what others say? One day, they will envy us. You obstinate child." Yuan Yuezhu finally ceased her anger, sighing, "I worry for you. Mother, there is no need for concern. I have come to realize that raising daughters well does not necessarily mean they will fare worse than others," Tang Jiancheng replied. "Very well. If you think this way, I have no further words to say," Yuan Yuezhu conceded. "Not angry anymore. Go on." "All right then, mother, sleep early. Here are some candies. If you wish to indulge, feel free to enjoy them," Tang Jiancheng said, before taking his leave. "Bring back the candies? What use do I have for so many as an old woman? You have so many children," Yuan Yuezhu protested, but Tang Jiancheng disregarded her objections, exiting the room and informing his father before returning home. Upon arriving home, he found the children fast asleep. They had spent the day wearied and anxious, and were already exhausted. Fearing that they might have nightmares, he whispered to Lu Fongfong before entering the small room where his daughters slept, sitting by their bedside and watching over them. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the fourth sister began to sweat profusely, her expression contorting in distress, her breaths quickening and body trembling. Tang Jiancheng quickly moved to embrace her, soothingly whispering, "Do not be afraid, my dear. Father is here, and I will protect you." After repeating this several times, she gradually calmed down, her breathing steadying. Then came the second sister, the third sister, and the eldest sister. Tang Jiancheng tended to each one, perspiring from the effort. After more than an hour, seeing that the children were finally sleeping soundly, he tucked them in gently before quietly leaving the small room and returning to his own. "Are the children sleeping soundly?" Lu Fongfong, still awake, had been waiting for him. Chapter 69. You are truly capable. Everyone had fallen into slumber. Tang Jiancheng retrieved his clothing, took a refreshing bath, and then nestled into bed. "Tomorrow, I plan to take my sisters to the county. The Dr. Lu from the rural clinic mentioned that there exists a folk healer named Jiang in the county, renowned for his exceptional medical skills, capable of treating my sister's wounds without leaving scars. I have resolved to give it a try." Lu Fongfong inquired, "Are you still going fishing tonight?" "Yes," replied Tang Jiancheng. I made plans with Dad and the others. However, this time, I have decided to share all the methods and techniques of fishing with them. I shall refrain from going in the future. While earning money is undoubtedly important, accompanying my daughters as they grow is equally significant. Tang Jiancheng, your sudden transformation into such a devoted father brings me great joy. However, the road ahead is long. You really need not push yourself so hard. Our lives are already quite satisfactory, Lu Fangfang gently remarked. Tang Jiancheng turned to face her, illuminated by the faint glow of the snow outside, and gazed intently at Lu Fangfang, chuckling. Fangfang, you truly are a woman easily contented. Is this truly enough for you? Would you like to know how much I have earned recently? Not really, Lu Fangfang replied, feeling a bit bashful under his scrutiny as she lowered her gaze to little Gio, but soon whispered, how much? Seeing her expression, Tang Jiancheng could not help but chuckle heartily. He took her smooth chin in his hand and lifted it gently, whispering, it's nearly 10,000 yuan. Lu Fangfang exclaimed, seemingly realizing her voice had risen too much. She swiftly covered her mouth and, after regaining her composure, asked, is it really 10,000 yuan? Approximately. Tang Jiancheng replied, next year, I plan to send the children to school and then rebuild a more spacious house. I also intend to contract some mountains for farming. So I shall be quite busy. Of course, once this period of busyness passes, I will have more time to spend with you and the children. Lu Fangfang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Tang Jiancheng, genuinely praising him. You are truly capable. Tang Jiancheng smiled, his ego as an older man receiving immense gratification. Suddenly, he felt a surge of emotion, but recalling his commitment to stay up late fishing, he restrained himself and softly said, let us rest. Our days will surely become more beautiful. Lu Fangfang nodded earnestly. As long as Tang Jiancheng refrained from scolding her, or the children, and avoided drinking and gambling, she felt that life was already quite lovely. Her desires were not extravagant. Around 2 in the morning, Tang Jiancheng awoke. He first went to check on the girls, who were sleeping soundly. However, little Ba and little Chi appeared to be grinding their teeth and felt a bit warm, having kicked off their covers. He tucked them back in gently, kissed their small faces, and then quietly slipped out. He then departed from the house to meet with Tang Jiancheng and the others. This time, Tang Jiancheng had summoned several of the other brothers as well, and Tang Jiancheng had no objections. He returned home to grab a few fishing nets before heading together to the Haoshan Reservoir. Upon arriving at the reservoir, Tang Jiancheng began to scout for suitable spots to cast the nets, instructing the brothers to drill ice holes, 1 net for every 4 holes. Whenever Tang Jiancheng sought a fishing spot, he would invariably summon Tang Jiancheng and his elder brother, Tang Jianwen, to accompany him. He would instruct them on the art of locating suitable places, teaching them how to ascertain the optimal positioning for drilling ice holes, how to cast nets, and how to retrieve them. Finally, he declared, Father, elder brother, after tonight, I shall no longer come here. From now on, you will have to rely on yourselves for fishing. I intend to take the children to the county for medical treatment, and I must also attend to their vaccinations. I anticipate that I will not have the time to return. Both Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianwen had long anticipated this development. Tang Jiancheng reassured him. Focus on caring for the children. We will ensure that you receive your fair share of the catch. That is unnecessary. You may divide it as you wish, replied Tang Jiancheng with a smile. Just remember to bring me a few fresh fish for a taste. Although they were bound by familial ties, it was important to maintain the necessary decorum, as Tang Jiancheng asserted. Father is correct. This method is your innovation, and the nets are yours. Even if you no longer partake in the fishing, you must receive your due share. They will not object. Tang Jianwen added, by the way, how are the children faring? They are managing well, though they still experience nightmares at night. I expect they will improve in a few days, Tang Jiancheng replied. I have heard from the elders that if a child is frightened, one should gently stroke their head and call their name after they fall asleep. It aids in their recovery and prevents lingering effects, Tang Jianwen remarked. Is there such a belief? Tang Jiancheng was genuinely unaware of this notion. It is not superstition. It is a widely circulated folk wisdom that is quite effective. You might consider trying it, Tang Jiancheng suggested. Very well, I shall test it tomorrow night, Tang Jiancheng responded. As they engaged in light conversation, they had already lowered all their nets. This time, 5 nets were cast into the water, during the wait to retrieve them. The second brother, Tang Jianwu, and the 5th brother, Tang Jiantao, were both astonished. Is this really how one catches fish? Tang Jianba chuckled. When it comes time to haul in the nets, you shall see for yourselves. However, Tang Jiancheng was not overly optimistic. Having deployed numerous nets did not guarantee that each would yield a bountiful catch, especially since they had already caught nearly 1,000 pounds the day before, which would inevitably have some impact. As time swiftly passed, 3 hours elapsed, and the eastern horizon began to illuminate gradually. Emerging from their sheltered spot, Tang Jiancheng surveyed the sky, raised his hand, and commanded, "Retrieve the nets." They first approached the initial retrieval point. "Let us commence with the first net." Tang Jianwu and Tang Jiantao eagerly vied for the honor of being the first to haul it in. Tang Jiancheng and the others chuckled, "Very well. Let us allow you to experience the joy of the catch first." The two slowly dragged out the net, and suddenly, they felt a tremendous weight. "Wow, it's incredibly heavy. Surely several hundred pounds. Quickly, lend a hand. We cannot pull it up," they exclaimed in excitement. Tang Jianwen and Tang Jianba hurried over to assist, and with combined effort, the four of them finally managed to haul the entire net out of the water. "My heavens, this is astounding. Fourth brother, you are truly remarkable. Your method is exceptional. There must be at least 300 or 400 pounds of fish here." Seeing the net brimming with fish, Tang Jianwu and Tang Jiantao could not contain their astonishment. "Hee, it's not too shabby," Tang Jiancheng chuckled in response. In truth, compared to yesterday, the fish catch today was somewhat diminished, though not by a significant margin. In such a vast reservoir, if all the fish were to be hauled out, it would surely amount to hundreds of thousands of pounds. Even if they managed to catch a few thousand pounds, it would hardly make a notable impact. After placing the fish into sacks, they commenced dragging the second net, which, once again, was teeming with life, yielding another 300 to 400 pounds. The third and fourth nets yielded similar results, bringing forth radiant smiles of joy and excitement on the faces of all present. Upon reaching the fifth net, however, they encountered an unprecedented resistance. "Could it be that we've caught something immense?" one mused. "Is it true what they say about water spirits residing in this reservoir? Surely, we haven't ensnared one of those. Stop with the nonsense. Let us pull it up first," came the urgent reply. With great effort, 2 individuals began the haul. Then 4 joined. Ultimately, 7 worked in unison to bring the net ashore. What they beheld upon unveiling the net left everyone utterly astonished. Chapter 70. The Capture of a Gigantic Fish. What manner of fish is this? All gazed in awe at the colossal creature within the net. A magnificent specimen stretching 3 meters in length and weighing approximately 800 to 900 pounds. It was covered in a yellow-black hue, slick to the touch, and bore whiskers reminiscent of a catfish. Yet, no one present had ever laid eyes on a catfish of such magnitude. Even Tang Jiancheng, who had lived to the age of 70 in his previous life, had never encountered a fish so enormous. Regardless of its species, it was imperative to haul it ashore. Should it thrash its tail, it would surely shatter the ice beneath. As Tang Jiancheng voiced this concern, the group hastily dragged the net to the riverbank. Yet, the dilemma arose: how to transport this behemoth back. Setting aside the question of its edibility, its size alone was enough to instill fear. It was a certainty that they could not release it back into the water. "Jianbing, you're young. Run to the village and find Manager Huang. Have him send a tractor, for we cannot possibly carry so much fish back ourselves," Tang Jiancheng instructed. "But if we call for a tractor, won't that expose us?" Tang Jinshui frowned. "Catching such a large fish, there's no way to keep it under wraps. Unless, of course, we toss it back into the reservoir," Tang Jiancheng replied. "That's out of the question. After finally catching it, how could we possibly let it go?" Tang Jianwu interjected. "Even if it isn't delicious, the prestige it brings is worth it. Let us heed Jiancheng's advice. Go fetch the tractor," the others chimed in. Tang Jinshui conceded, "Very well. But we ought to tidy up our tools in the ice hole to prevent anyone from observing and replicating our methods." Indeed, he was wise and thorough in his considerations. "Jianbing, make haste. We shall manage the tools in the ice hole in the meantime." With that, the group busied themselves with their respective tasks. Jianbing, an 18-year-old lad, dashed away like the wind, quickly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Tang Jinshui and the others busied themselves with packing the fish, tidying their gear, and dismantling the ice hole, each engaged in their designated duties. Over an hour later, the rhythmic chugging of a tractor echoed along the road. Soon, the tractor arrived at the banks of the Haoshan Reservoir. Huang Tianyue and the tractor driver leapt from the vehicle, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the colossal fish. "Good heavens! Jiancheng, how on earth did you catch this? It's enormous," exclaimed Huang. I've never seen such a gigantic fish in my life. It must weigh over 1,000 pounds. The two of them circled the massive fish, marveling at its size. At that moment, villagers nearby began to stir awake. Initially, they had merely risen to use the restroom, but upon seeing the tractor and several burly men gathered around, their curiosity compelled them to come over for a closer look. Upon witnessing the gigantic fish, they stood dumbfounded. Hurry and load it up. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if more people arrive. Tang Jiancheng noticed a few individuals approaching from a distance and quickly whispered to Huang Tianhua. Snapping out of their shock, Huang hurriedly called for everyone to assist in loading the fish. There were too many fish for a single tractor to carry, so Tang Jiancheng instructed his brothers, Tang Jian and others, to take a portion of the fish first. Without hesitation, Tang Jian and his companions each hoisted over 100 pounds and set off. Meanwhile, Tang Jiancheng, Tang Jinshui, Huang Tianhua, the tractor driver, and several curious villagers worked together to lift the colossal fish onto the vehicle, followed by the remaining catch, before finally starting the engine and heading towards the village. Brother, how did you catch this fish? Someone inquired. The fishing nets and tools had long been hidden away by Tang Jiancheng and his group. Seeing the question arise, Tang Jiancheng, while distributing cigarettes, chuckled, "Oh, we just came to fish, and it jumped out on its own." Such a statement was hardly believable. Yet, with Tang Jiancheng remaining tight-lipped, the villagers had no recourse. Nevertheless, their minds began to race with possibilities. If someone could extract a fish of such size from the reservoir, surely there must be a method. With some thought, they might devise a way to do it themselves. Thus, word spread swiftly about the 1,000-pound fish caught from the reservoir. Many were astonished yet skeptical, while others began to ponder how they might catch fish as well. Tang Jiancheng had anticipated this reaction and paid it little mind. Although ice fishing was straightforward, it still required a degree of skill, and without guidance, one would likely take a considerable time to master it through trial and error. His father and elder brother still had opportunities to fish for several more days, even if they were unable to catch anything further. The haul from the past couple of days had already proven fruitful, with each household earning several hundred yuan. Moreover, the capture of such a gigantic fish would undoubtedly add several hundred more to each family's income. The sheer weight of the catch rendered it impossible for Tang Jiancheng and Huang Tianhua to ride in the tractor. They had to walk to the village. Upon their arrival, Tang Jian and Tang Jinshui were already waiting at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Meanwhile, the area outside the restaurant was teeming with onlookers, and even the village head, Chen Yuan, had been drawn in by the commotion. Standing beside the tractor and gazing at the colossal fish, he expressed his amazement repeatedly. "Mayor Chen, it has been a while." Tang Jiancheng swiftly approached to greet him, offering a cigarette to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan accepted the cigarette and remarked, "Tang Jiancheng, I must say, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. You consistently accomplish feats that others cannot. Just look at your hunting skills. You managed to take down 21 wild boars in one go and captured 6 wild cattle alive. And now, you've caught such an impressive fish. It's simply astounding." "Oh, it is merely good fortune," Tang Jiancheng replied modestly with a smile. "Fortune?" Chen Yuan shook his head repeatedly. "This cannot be merely attributed to luck. It is undoubtedly a testament to your prowess. Besides, luck is a component of skill. Although Sanchong Township is rather underdeveloped and sparsely populated, there are still tens of thousands of people across the villages. Why is it that so many lack such fortunate outcomes? Yet you are the exception." Tang Jiancheng chuckled. "Mayor, please, no more flattery, or I might just start to float." "Ha ha ha." Chen Yuan laughed heartily. "By the way, I had intended to treat you to a drink previously, but I've been quite busy. Today, however, I find myself with a bit of free time. And considering you've caught such a magnificent fish, shall we enjoy some of it with our drinks?" Tang Jiancheng quickly clasped his hands together in apology. "Mayor, I sincerely apologize. I have some matters to attend to today. Perhaps next time, I shall treat you. This fish is your catch." At that moment, Jiang Yao approached. Tang Jiancheng nodded. "Yes, we all caught it together. Just in time. Our comrade Jiang Yao is here as well. She has mentioned wanting to treat you to a meal. If she speaks up now, you surely cannot refuse." Chen Yuan teased. Tang Jiancheng replied earnestly, "I am truly sorry. My daughters were injured while digging for badger yesterday, and I plan to take them to a folk doctor named Jiang in the county." "What? Your daughters are injured? Which one?" Jiang Yao asked anxiously. "De Mei, Er Mei, San Mei, Si Mei, and Wu Mei are all injured," Tang Jiancheng replied. His words left Jiang Yao as well as Chun Yuan and Huang Tianyue, in shock. How did this happen? How could so many children be injured? Tang Jiancheng sighed, recounting how the girls had ventured into the mountains alone to dig for badgers. Huang Tianyue, astonished, exclaimed, "Are you serious? Your daughters are quite brave. 5 little girls dared to dig for badgers? Why didn't you stop them? If something worse had happened, you wouldn't have had time to weep." Jiang Yao suspected that Tang Jiancheng's preference for sons over daughters had played a role, leading him to disregard the potential dangers for his daughters. Tang Jiancheng's smile turned more bitter. "I wished to prevent it. But I arrived at the township early to sell fish, and after that, I was too exhausted from selling cattle to stay awake. I ended up napping in the afternoon. I can corroborate this. Brother Jiancheng sold fish and cattle yesterday, and I was present," Huang Tianyue affirmed. Realizing she had misjudged Tang Jiancheng, Jiang Yao felt a pang of guilt, yet her words remained sharp. "That still indicates a lack of attentiveness on your part. Had you been more vigilant, you surely would have noticed some signs. People in this era are indeed warm-hearted." Furthermore, Jiang Yao is a village cadre, a female village cadre. Tang Jiancheng dared not offend her, and he internally acknowledged that Jiang Yao was indeed correct. Had he been more attentive yesterday, he could have discovered the situation earlier. As he returned to the village on his tractor, all the village children gathered to see the tractor, yet he noticed that the two who usually delighted in such spectacles, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, were conspicuously absent. Had he inquired among the other children, he would have easily learned that Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba were at the village office listening to the radio, while their caretaker, Wu Mei, was nowhere to be found. Regrettably, he had not asked a single question. Upon returning home, he noted the unusual silence, but thought little of it. Indeed, he had been somewhat careless. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, he quickly replied, "Comrade Jiang's criticism is justified. I shall certainly rectify my oversight next time." Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, felt even more embarrassed and hastily changed the subject. "You mentioned that you were taking your daughters to the county for medical treatment today? The bus has already departed. How do you intend to travel?" Tang Jiancheng replied, "In this frigid weather, walking would be troublesome. We will surely need to hire a vehicle to get to the county." Jiang Yao paused for a moment and said, "I had initially planned to return home today, but I will take you all to the county instead. You should express your gratitude to our comrade Jiang Yao." Qin Yuan interjected with a smile. "She is on leave today and intended to rest in the dormitory, but made a special trip to the county because of your family's situation. Don't heed the village chief. I truly had intended to return home," Jiang Yao insisted. "Now, you go sell the fish. Once you bring your daughters to the village, we shall set off together." After Jiang Yao finished speaking, she turned her attention to the fish. At that moment, Tang Jianxue and the others had already unloaded the fish from the truck. Master Liao, the chef at the restaurant, was astonished upon seeing the enormous fish. His gaze towards Tang Jiancheng filled with even greater reverence. Indeed, reverence. In his mind, Tang Jiancheng had become a figure of almost mythical stature. After weighing the fish, the total for the other fish amounted to 1,732 pounds and 5 ounces, calculated at the market price of 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound, yielding a total of 4,331 yuan and 25 cents, a substantial sum. The colossal fish weighed 992 pounds and 8 ounces, just shy of 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing this figure, everyone gasped in astonishment. It was truly an eye-opening experience. "Brother Jiancheng, with such a large fish, I'm uncertain what price to set. If you're not in a hurry, I could inquire with the large restaurants in the city," Huang Tianyue suggested. "No rush. You can handle it," Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, then took his leave from Chun the village chief, Jiang Yao, and Huang Tianyue, heading home with Tang Jianxue and the others. On the way, they discussed the distribution plan for their earnings. Tang Jiancheng would retain 2.8 shares, while the others would equally divide the remainder, each receiving 1.2 shares. Tang Jiancheng's earnings totaled 1,212 yuan and 75 cents, while Tang Jianxue and the others each received 519 yuan and 75 cents. Upon receiving their payments, everyone was filled with joy, their hearts brimming with gratitude towards Tang Jiancheng. Without his guidance, how could they have earned such a fortune? As for the labor involved, it paled in comparison to the rewards. In the past, they often toiled at the brick factory, laboring exhaustively throughout the day for a meager sum of merely 5 or 6 yuan. Yet now, they are earning 5 or 600. Once that colossal fish is sold, the day's profits may well exceed 1,000. Such earnings are astonishing. If word were to spread, it would not only stir the entire village, but also the whole township, and even the county. Tang Jiancheng mused, considering the medical expenses for several children. Should I perhaps use my share of the money for now? Tang Jiancheng handed over the freshly received funds to Tang Jiancheng. Upon hearing this, Tang Jianwen and his brothers also expressed their willingness to lend their money for immediate use. Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, "For the time being, it's not necessary. If it becomes insufficient later, I will seek your assistance. It's always prudent to have a little extra on hand. When we go to the county for medical care, we cannot let the children suffer," Tang Jiancheng urged. "I understand, and I will bring a bit more," Tang Jiancheng assured him. After returning home and having a light meal, Tang Jiancheng set off with several children in tow. Little Seven ran out, exclaiming, "Daddy, I want to go to the county too. Your father is taking your sisters for medical treatment. There's no need for you to tag along just to create a fuss," Lu Fangfang scolded. Pouting and with tears welling in her eyes, Little Seven looked at Tang Jiancheng, pleading, "Daddy, I really want to go." Tang Jiancheng's heart softened at the sight. He chuckled. "All right, a little outing to the county wouldn't hurt. You're the best, Daddy. I love you the most." Little Seven beamed, her tears vanishing in an instant as she rushed into Tang Jiancheng's embrace. He lifted her up, and she planted a wet kiss on his cheek. "I want to go too. Daddy me." Little Six and Little Eight also dashed out, clinging to Tang Jiancheng's legs, gazing up at him with hopeful faces. "Very well. Everyone can come." Tang Jiancheng chuckled, squatting down to their level. Little Six and Little Eight cheered joyfully, each planting a wet kiss on him. "You spoil them. Just wait until they grow up, and then you'll see how to manage them," Lu Fangfang teased, giving Tang Jiancheng a playful glare. "We'll deal with future matters when the time comes. Let us go." Tang Jiancheng borrowed a cart and called for Tang Jianbing to join him, pushing the children towards the township. Zhang Yao was already waiting by the roadside in her vehicle. It was a military green 212 Jeep, exuding an air of dominance in this era. However, the car was adorned with distinctly feminine decorations, indicating it was not a government vehicle, but rather Zhang Yao's private possession. Tang Jiancheng couldn't help but be taken aback. In a time when even tractors were a rarity, Zhang Yao possessed such an extravagant private car. Clearly, she was not an ordinary individual. Yet, despite his efforts to recall, he found no information about Zhang Yao in his past memories. Was it possible that she had been reassigned following the snow disaster just over 10 days ago? "Brother Jiancheng, you have finally arrived. Comrade Zhang Yao has been waiting for you for quite some time," Huang Tianyue exclaimed, startled by the sight of Zhang Yao's vehicle. He understood better than Tang Jiancheng that possessing a 212 Jeep required not only wealth, but also significant power and influence. Even as a second-generation official, he could not afford such a vehicle at present. Chapter 72. Father, quick, look. The trees outside are racing by. Aunt Jiang, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Jiang. Tang Jiancheng and Tang Jianbing pushed the cart beside the Jeep, where the older sisters, Demei and Ermei, immediately spotted Zhang Yao inside the vehicle and greeted her with enthusiastic waves. Hearing the cheerful, adorable, and charming calls, Zhang Yao felt her heart melt. With a warm smile, she responded to each one, opened the car door, and stepped out. "Come on, let us get in the back." Upon hearing Zhang Yao's invitation, the other sisters eagerly leaped down from the cart and scrambled towards the Jeep. However, Xiaoqi remained on the cart, arms outstretched, and playfully exclaimed, "Aunt Jiang, I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too." "You are." Zhang Yao quickly embraced Xiaoqi. "I'm Xiaoqi. Can you carry me over?" Xiaoqi giggled. "Of course." Zhang Yao replied with a sweet smile. Tang Jiancheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. "Truly, Xiaoqi, while the others climb aboard, you desire to be carried, and yet, you manage to charm everyone into doing so. Are you certain you're just over 4 years old? Wow, it's so warm inside the car. Ooh, the seats are so soft and comfortable. Hey, what is this? It smells wonderful. Settle down, don't touch everything." As the children climbed into the vehicle, they were instantly captivated by the plush seats and elegant decorations, exclaiming in delight. They had never encountered such a magnificent car before. "Are these your 9 daughters?" Huang Tianyue inquired with a smile. "Yes," Tang Jiancheng replied proudly. "There are 8 here and 1 more at home. Your daughters are all quite lovely. When they grow up, they will surely be the shining jewels of our Sancheng township," Huang Tianyue praised. "Haha, you have a keen eye." Tang Jiancheng chuckled. "Let us chat more when we are back." He then took his place in the passenger seat. "Jianbing, you head back now. And come pick us up tonight." "Understood." Tang Jianbing pushed the cart away. Jiang Yao also started the vehicle. Wow, Aunt Jiang, you're amazing. You can drive. San Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched Jiang Yao's every movement, seemingly wishing to imprint it all in her memory. While the other sisters watched out of mere curiosity, soon losing interest, San Mei remained transfixed on Jiang Yao throughout the drive. As the car picked up speed, Demei and the others quickly became absorbed in the scenery whizzing past outside. Suddenly, Xiaoqi shouted, Daddy, quick, look. The trees are running by so fast. It's not the trees that are racing, it's our car. Tang Jiancheng corrected her. No, the trees are running fast. Look, that tree just zoomed behind us. Xiaoqi pointed excitedly at a tree that had just flashed by. Yes, it's so fast I barely saw it. Xiao Lu chimed in. Quick, so fast. Xiaoba echoed. 5 Mei, feeling overwhelmed by the noise, immediately scolded. Xiao Lu, Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, sit down and be quiet. The three quickly complied, exchanging glances, each hesitant to speak. However, it wasn't long before Xiaoqi began to touch this and that, ultimately seizing the fragrant pouch hanging from the rearview mirror. Aunt Jiang, this bag smells wonderful. What is it? This is called a sachet, filled with fragrant herbs and flowers. It has a delightful scent, doesn't it? Jiang Yao replied while driving. Can it be eaten? Xiaoqi inquired further. Jiang Yao quickly responded, no, this cannot be eaten. Why not? Because it might be toxic. It can only be inhaled, not ingested. But fragrant things can be eaten. The radio said so. Eat fragrant food and drink spicy drinks. Jiang Yao paused, then couldn't help but laugh. Tang Jiancheng also chuckled, turning to Xiaoqi. What the radio refers to as fragrant food is about delicious dishes, not the scent of this sachet. Do you understand? Really? Aren't they both fragrant? Xiaoqi was confused. So foolish. One can be eaten, while the other cannot. How could you not grasp something so simple? Xiao Lu mocked. You're the foolish one. Xiaoqi retorted. You're foolish. And thus, the two began to bicker. I will count to 3. 5 Mei suddenly interjected, and the car fell silent instantly. For the remainder of the journey, under 5 Mei's authority, Xiaoqi, the conspicuous one, dared not draw attention anymore, settling obediently in 2nd Mei's embrace and refraining from speaking. The back row had 3 seats, but due to their slender frames, they could fit 5 people. Consequently, eldest Mei held Xiao Lu, 2nd Mei embraced Xiaoqi, and 5 Mei cradled Xiaoba. 3rd Mei watched Jiang Yao as she drove, while 4th Mei appeared slightly carsick, having been excited upon entering the vehicle but now sleeping soundly. Eldest and 2nd Mei gazed out at the scenery. After more than 2 hours, the car entered Shenbei County. Tang Jiancheng, which folk doctor did you say you were taking your daughter to see? Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Dr. Lu told me he lives on Old Street, and his last name is Jiang, Tang Jiancheng replied. Last name Jiang? Jiang Yao inquired. Yes, he affirmed. I believe I know who it is. If I am not mistaken, the Dr. Jiang you are looking for should be my great-uncle. Tang Jiancheng was taken aback. Your great-uncle? My great-uncle is quite skilled in medicine. The injuries on eldest Mei and the others will surely be treated, and moreover, they won't leave scars. However, the medicines he prescribes are quite expensive. Ordinary people can hardly afford them. Tang Jiancheng replied. Let's go take a look first. If the medicines are indeed exorbitant, I will find a way. Jiang Yao smiled and asked, do you need me to speak a word on your behalf? Tang Jiancheng glanced at Jiang Yao, puzzled by her statement. Does she look down upon me? Or does she want me to plead with her? As friends, isn't it natural to assist one another? Could it be that she does not regard me as a friend in her mind? Then why did she specifically drive me and my daughter to the county? Jiang Yao noticed Tang Jiancheng's sudden silence and turned to glance at him, smiling. Don't misunderstand. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. My great-uncle is somewhat peculiar. Whether it is family, relatives, friends, or strangers, he treats everyone equally. However, if family, relatives, or friends need to ask a favor from him, they must agree to one of his conditions. Thus, I inquired whether you would like my assistance in voicing a statement. Once uttered, a condition must be promised to the 3rd grandfather, the nature of which remains known solely to him. Tang Jiancheng nodded, realizing the situation, and decided against seeking assistance for the moment, pondering perhaps the medical expenses would not be exorbitant after all. Jiang Yao fell silent. Yet her mind was busy calculating how best to advocate for Tang Jiancheng. She was acutely aware that the medicine prescribed by the 3rd grandfather would undoubtedly be costly, especially considering that all 5 daughters of Tang Jiancheng were injured. The cumulative expenses would surely surpass all expectations. Before long, Jiang Yao drove into the old street. The thoroughfare was paved with cobblestones, flanked by aged brick and tile houses, some freshly coated with cement, others simply whitewashed with lime. Numerous slogans were emblazoned at a height of approximately 1.5 meters from the ground. United in purpose, together we prosper. Severely punish hoodlums and rascals. A girl can conquer the skies. The old street is our home. Cleanliness relies on us all. Those who litter here shall face dire consequences. Down with the reactionaries. Down with the Gang of Four. Upon witnessing these distinctive slogans, Tang Jiancheng felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. In his past life, after the urban renovation of this area, such expressions had vanished. Chapter 73. Now free of charge. Arriving at their destination, while Tang Jiancheng reminisced, Jiang Yao parked beside a traditional Chinese medicine clinic named Wanatang. Its name grandly inscribed. Flanking the entrance were lengthy couplets, striving for excellence in the 4 examinations, and during all seasons, flowers, herbs, insects, and fish may all be utilized as medicine. Caution is paramount. The essence lies in individual diagnosis and tailored prescriptions, where sovereign and minister alike diligently study to establish expertise. Inside the clinic, the decor exuded an ancient yet luxurious charm, adorned with portraits of renowned physicians, meridian charts, and various plaques. The wall directly facing the entrance was festooned with an array of honor banners. 5 physicians were in attendance, each with a queue of patients awaiting consultation, comprising the elderly, the infirm, the disabled, and pregnant women. Jiang Yao led Tang Jiancheng and his daughters directly to the innermost consultation room of the clinic, where the waiting line was considerably shorter, consisting of only 2 or 3 individuals, all of whom appeared to be affluent. Upon noticing Tang Jiancheng accompanied by a multitude of little girls, they expressed surprise. Observing the children, each one holding the hand of another, from the eldest to the youngest, they stood quietly in a neat row, their bright, expressive eyes darting about in curiosity, eliciting warm, maternal smiles from the onlookers. Please wait outside for a moment. I shall speak to the 3rd grandfather. Jiang Yao resolved to assist Tang Jiancheng. Although he possessed some abilities, he was, after all, a rural man, and even with wealth, it was limited. Most importantly, she genuinely cared for his daughters. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yao returned with a smile, saying to Tang Jiancheng, "You may take your daughters in for treatment now. I will return home and come back to fetch you around 2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon." "All right, thank you," Tang Jiancheng replied. Turning to his daughters, "Say goodbye to Auntie." "Goodbye, Auntie." The children chimed in unison. "Farewell," she responded. Jiang Yao smiled and waved her hand, preparing to leave, when she heard Xiao Qi ask, "Aunt Jiang, where are you going?" Jiang Yao crouched down and replied with a smile, "I'm going home to see my parents." Xiao Qi eagerly inquired, "Can I go with you?" Jiang Yao responded cheerfully, "Of course." Xiao Qi turned to Tang Jiancheng with excitement. "Dad, can I go play with Aunt Jiang?" Tang Jiancheng shook his head, saying, "No. Aunt Jiang is going home to accompany her parents. You must not follow her and cause trouble." Xiao Qi protested, "I won't cause trouble. I'm very well behaved." Tang Jiancheng retorted. Jiang Yao replied, "Just let her come with me. I feel a bit stifled going home, and having her along might lighten the mood." "Stifled?" Tang Jiancheng looked at Jiang Yao in surprise, but did not press further, saying, "I'm just worried she might cause you trouble." Jiang Yao assured him, "She won't. She's very well behaved." Xiao Qi lifted her little face. "Yes, I'm very well behaved. I won't cause any trouble." "All right then, you can go with Aunt Jiang. Remember to be obedient. No mischief or temper," Tang Jiancheng instructed. "Okay, I understand." Xiao Qi beamed with joy. "Dad, I want to go too." "Dad, me too." Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba chimed in eagerly upon seeing Tang Jiancheng's consent. Jiang Yao felt a bit overwhelmed. Taking 1 child was manageable, but bringing 3 home was a daunting thought. However, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. Perhaps such a scenario could indeed be rather amusing. Unfortunately, before she could voice her thoughts, Tang Jiancheng firmly interjected, "No, you must stay here. 5th sister. Keep an eye on them." "Why can Xiao Qi go?" Xiao Lu pouted. Tang Jiancheng explained, "Because she spoke up first, while you are merely following her lead." Xiao Lu attempted to argue further, but was silenced by a glare from 5th sister, quickly reverting to compliance. Soon, Jiang Yao set off with Xiao Qi, while Tang Jiancheng waited for the preceding patients to finish before entering the consultation room with his daughter. This consultation room was somewhat spacious. One wall was lined with bookshelves filled with books, and the opposite wall housed a medicine cabinet, with numerous medicine bags scattered on the floor in front of it. A large portrait of Li Shizhen hung on another wall, beneath which stood a sizable consultation table. Behind the table sat an elderly man with a white beard, whose sharp gaze fixed upon Tang Jiancheng and the others as they entered. "You must be the capable man from Sanchong township that Xiaoyao spoke of, Tang Jiancheng?" Before Tang Jiancheng could respond, the elder inquired coolly. "Greetings, Dr. Jiang. I am Tang Jiancheng, though I am not a capable man, merely an ordinary farmer. This is my daughters, who were injured while digging for badgers." Tang Jiancheng began recounting the circumstances of his daughter's injuries. Jiang Wan's eyes flickered momentarily. While others would likely flatteringly boast about their connections with Jiang Yao, Tang Jiancheng, surprisingly, said nothing of the sort. Did he not realize Jiang Yao's true identity? Yet, Xiao Yao had mentioned that she specifically drove them over, so surely Tang Jiancheng must know she was not an ordinary person. Why then did he not exhibit the typical behaviors of flattery and ingratiation? Jiang Wanhe, somewhat unconvinced, interrupted Tang Jiancheng, asking, "Are you very familiar with Xiao Yao? How is she faring in Sanchong township?" Tang Jiancheng was momentarily taken aback and replied honestly, "I am not very familiar with Comrade Jiang Yao. We only met when she came to our village to provide disaster relief during the snowstorm." "Then why did she specifically drive you here? Regardless of how unreasonable my requests may be, she still advocates for you. Do you truly believe that such familiarity grants you such privilege?" Jiang Wan's tone grew colder. Tang Jiancheng understood. The old man must have assumed that he shared an inappropriate relationship with Jiang Yao, which explained her fervent assistance. With a slight smile, he retorted, "Dr. Jiang, how long do you believe we must know each other for her to extend such help?" Jiang Wanhe was momentarily stunned. He could not fathom that Tang Jiancheng would respond in such a manner, seemingly unafraid of offending him. Sensing the atmosphere had chilled, Tang Jiancheng attempted to ease the tension. "Dr. Jiang, I am genuinely grateful for Comrade Jiang Yao's enthusiastic help. She is a kind-hearted person. However, if her assistance leads you to refuse treatment for my child, I fear her good intentions may inadvertently cause harm." Jiang Wan's eyes widened. "When did I say I would not treat your child?" He then began to examine each child's injuries, concluding, "These are merely superficial wounds. Although they appear alarming, they are not difficult to treat. The challenge lies in ensuring no scars remain." Tang Jiancheng nodded. "Indeed, that is my concern. For a girl, it would be unfortunate to have any scars. Not a problem. I have developed an ointment that can diminish scars. Moreover, as they were scratched by wild animals, they will need some medication to detoxify." As he spoke, Jiang Wanhe wrote out a prescription. "Go fetch the medicine." Tang Jiancheng took the prescription and inquired, "Dr. Jiang, how much will this cost?" Jiang Wanhe glanced at him again. "Are you certain that you and Xiao Yao are merely acquaintances?" Tang Jiancheng blinked in surprise. Go fetch the medicine. Originally, it would have cost 30,000 yuan, but now it is free." "What?" Tang Jiancheng was completely taken aback. Chapter 74. The Remarkable Abilities of the Second Sister. 30,000. Is this medicine made of gold? This price is utterly outrageous. Tang Jiancheng was astounded. No wonder Jiang Yao had repeatedly informed him that the medicine prescribed by the third grandfather was beyond the means of ordinary people. It was no surprise that only 2 or 3 patients were waiting outside Dr. Jiang's clinic. The cost of his prescriptions was simply unaffordable. At the same time, Tang Jiancheng was curious about what conditions Jiang Yao had agreed to with Dr. Jiang that warranted such a substantial waiver. "Dr. Jiang, may I boldly inquire about the terms Jiang Yao agreed to?" Before Tang Jiancheng could finish his question, Jiang Wanhe waved him off. "Go fetch the medicine. Xiao Yao's matters are none of your concern." At that moment, he noticed a young girl crouched in front of his medicine cabinet, fiddling with the items on the floor, prompting him to sternly admonish, "Do not touch my medicinal materials." The second sister was startled and quickly stood up, hiding behind her elder sister with her head bowed. Tang Jiancheng felt a surge of anger. The second sister was usually well-behaved. Why was she meddling with someone else's belongings today? He immediately chastised, "Second sister, why did you tamper with Dr. Jiang's things?" To tamper with another's belongings without permission is a most discourteous act. One must hastily apologize to Dr. Jiang. "Father, I did not meddle," stammered the second sister, her voice trembling and fragmented. "I merely observed that the medicinal herbs were all jumbled together and wished to organize them." Is the second sister perhaps afflicted with obsessive-compulsive tendencies? Can she not bear disorder? Tang Jiancheng was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Little one, do you recognize these herbs?" The second sister shook her head. Then how do you intend to separate them? These substances are both chaotic and diverse, with many bearing a striking resemblance. How will you distinguish them? The second sister shrank her neck, glancing at Tang Jiancheng, who encouraged her. Do not be afraid, since Dr. Jiang has inquired. Respond honestly. It matters not if you err. Dr. Jiang would not reproach a mere 11-year-old child. He mused that the second sister was indeed too introverted. Had it been Xiao Qi, she would have chattered away with ease. Encouraged, the second sister spoke softly. I do not recognize those herbs. But my sense of smell is quite keen. Beyond their appearance, I can differentiate them by scent. If that fails, I can also discern them by taste. My palate is quite discerning. Upon uttering these words, her ears flushed red, as though the effort had been quite taxing. Jiang Wan's eyes brightened further. He abruptly left the consultation table, approached the medicinal cabinet, and retrieved 3 remarkably similar fruit-based herbs, mixing them together on the table. Come, little one. Give it a try and distinguish these substances. The second sister glanced once more at Tang Jiancheng, who gently urged her forward. Go on, you can do it. He was uncertain of her capabilities, merely acting out of paternal encouragement. The other sisters were unaware of the second sister's talents. Only the eldest sister understood. For the cleanliness and order of their shared sleeping quarters was largely due to the second sister's efforts. With many sisters, it was common to misplace socks, trousers, and garments. Yet the second sister managed to sort them effortlessly and arrange them methodically. With her father's encouragement, the second sister's confidence swelled considerably. She approached the consultation table, gazing at the fruits, processed into a grayish-black, shriveled form, rendering them difficult to distinguish. Only those frequently engaged with such substances could discern them from the subtlest of details. As a novice to herbal remedies, she evidently lacked this skill. However, she remained undaunted. She grasped a handful of herbs and held them to her nose. She detected a pronounced sulfurous odor, yet beneath this scent lay 3 distinct fragrances, one with a hint of spiciness, another with a stronger aroma, and the last with a faintly unpleasant note. These 3 scents were exceedingly subtle, imperceptible to the average person. Yet the second sister could clearly identify them, and swiftly separated the assortment into 3 distinct piles. Grandfather, I have sorted them. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the sun as he gazed at his second sister, filled with immense delight. Each day, he diligently studied a plethora of medicinal formulas, often mixing various herbs together. If the concoction proved effective, it was satisfactory. However, if it failed to meet his expectations, he would recklessly discard all the ingredients, a considerable waste. He had long sought an individual capable of meticulously sorting through these ineffective mixtures. Yet he had never encountered a suitable candidate. The individuals he had previously approached either lacked patience or were insufficiently skilled to undertake such a task. Today, however, he fortuitously discovered a talent. Although only 3 substances were involved in the test, his second sister swiftly and accurately distinguished them all without error. This revelation filled him with joy. He stared intently at her, giving a thumbs up. Perfectly done. Would you like to study medicine with me? He inquired. His second sister was taken aback. Tang Jiancheng was momentarily stunned, but soon beamed with joy, crouching down to support her gently. Second sister, this esteemed doctor possesses remarkable medical skills. He wishes to take you as his apprentice. If you desire to learn medicine and become a doctor, you may follow him. Daddy, I can't read, she stammered, biting her lip. Jiang Wan was astonished at her 11 years of age without formal education. He looked at Tang Jiancheng in disbelief. Tang Jiancheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly explained, we were poor before, and the children were all delayed in their studies. I intended to send them to school after the new year. But aren't you a capable man from Sanchong Township? Jiang Wan inquired. Tang Jiancheng's face reddened further. I am not particularly capable. I've merely been fortunate recently, having caught a considerable amount of game. How about this? We can postpone your medical studies for now since you are still young. First, help me sort out those bags of herbs piled in the corner. What do you say? Jiang Wan suggested kindly to his second sister. Okay, she agreed. Both she and Tang Jiancheng turned to look at the corner Jiang Wan indicated, where there were at least a dozen large burlap sacks, likely containing several hundred to 1,000 pounds of medicinal materials. Can we take these back to sort? Tang Jiancheng asked on behalf of his daughter. Yes, but they must be returned within a week, and then you can take new herbs to sort. I require a substantial quantity of materials for my daily research on medicinal formulas, Jiang Wan clarified. Very well. I will ensure the herbs and my second sister are delivered to you punctually each week. Tang Jiancheng nodded. Does she not have a proper name? Is she just called second sister? Jiang Wan inquired again. Tang Jiancheng replied, I initially intended to wait until they could read before giving them formal names. Since you have asked, I shall bestow a name upon her now. After a moment's thought, he addressed his second sister. From now on, you shall be called Tang Shuyu. Shu means book, and Yu is derived from your aunt Jiang Yao's name. Do you like it? Tang Shuyu? She silently repeated the name several times before joyfully exclaiming, Daddy, I like this name. Daddy, I want a proper name too. Xiao Lu suddenly chimed in. I want one as well. Xiao Ba quickly followed suit. Whenever there was something good, Xiao Lu would invariably join in, followed closely by Xiao Ba. Although Xiao Ba did not fully comprehend the situation, she would undoubtedly follow suit whenever Xiao Lu spoke. Regardless of the subject matter, the other daughters, though silent, were brimming with anticipation in their gazes. All right, let me bestow upon you all names. Tang Jiancheng said with a smile. He pointed to the eldest sister and declared, Eldest sister, your temperament is serene and gentle. Hence, I shall name you Tang Shuwan. What do you think? Tang Shuwan. Beautiful. The eldest sister replied, thoroughly pleased. Next, he turned to the third sister, who was known for her thoughtful demeanor and intelligence, and named her Tang Shui. I like it. She responded, equally satisfied. The fourth sister, who was graceful and skilled, reminiscent of a delicate beauty, was named Tang Shuwan. The fifth sister, calm and composed, exuded a heroic spirit, and thus was named Tang Shuaying. Xiao Lu, fond of lively atmospheres and the vibrancy of life, was named Tang Shulan. Xiao Qi, who was energetic and boisterous, yet whom he wished to see exhibit more tranquility and steadiness, was given the name Tang Shujing. Xiao Ba, despite her tender age, understood the virtue of humility and possessed a noble character. Consequently, she was named Tang Shujia. Lastly, the newborn, akin to a freshly blossomed white lotus, was named Tang Shulian. What do you think of these names? The sisters exchanged glances before responding in unison, beautiful. Jiang Wanhe regarded Tang Jiancheng with a series of glances, surprised that this seemingly rustic individual had an affinity for naming. All right, Shuyu, you stay behind to assist me in sorting the medicinal herbs. Tang Jiancheng, you go fetch the medicine. The rest of you can wait outside. I have completed my consultations for the day and shall begin to delve into my prescriptions. Jiang Wanhe began to usher everyone out. The second sister paused momentarily, realizing that Dr. Jiang was calling her, and quickly moved aside, watching Tang Jiancheng and the others leave the consultation room with eager eyes. Second sister, you are now a person of great renown. Believe in yourself. You can certainly succeed. Tang Jiancheng encouraged her as he departed. The eldest sister added, Second sister, you will surely succeed. The third sister chimed in, Second sister, I have faith in you. Sorting the herbs is not difficult. Just observe, learn, and contemplate. The fourth sister remarked, Second sister, you will certainly sort the herbs beautifully. The fifth sister encouraged, Second sister, go for it. Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba remained silent, absorbed in discussions about their names. Xiao Lu exclaimed, I think my name sounds the most beautiful, Tang Shulan, Shulan. Truly lovely. Xiao Ba echoed, mine is beautiful. What is your name? Xiao Lu inquired. Xiao Ba tilted her head in thought for a long while before running to find Tang Jiancheng. Daddy, I forgot my name. Tang Jiancheng replied, you are called Tang Shujia. Remember, Shujia. I will remember, Xiao Ba affirmed. As Tang Jiancheng went to fetch the medicine, the eldest sister waited outside the consultation room with her younger sisters. At that moment, there was not a single patient outside Dr. John's consultation room, while in the main hall, a considerable queue remained outside the rooms of the 5 other doctors. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi accompanied Jiang Yao to her residence. Jiang Yao's home, situated in the family quarters of county officials, was modest in size, comprising 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, totaling over 70 square meters. Yet, the interior was impeccably tidy, adorned with numerous books and various calligraphy and paintings, exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of a scholarly household. However, Jiang Yao's parents were of a rather stern disposition. Mom, Dad, I'm back, she announced. Xiao Qi, this is my mother, and that is my father. Jiang Yao introduced them to the little girl. Upon seeing Jiang Yao return with a child of 4 or 5 years, both parents were taken aback. Yao Yao, who is this little friend? Jiang Yao's mother, Du Yun, inquired, her face betraying no emotion despite her curiosity. "Hello, Grandma. My name is Xiaoqi." The little girl greeted warmly, then suddenly furrowed her brows. "Wait, I shouldn't call you Grandma." Hearing this, the three adults regarded her with puzzled expressions. Xiaoqi tilted her head and explained, "You are Aunt Jiang's mother, and Aunt Jiang is a woman, so I should call you Grandma. If you were Uncle's mother, I would call you Grandma instead. So, you must be Grandpa." She then turned to Jiang Yao's father and exclaimed, "Hello, Grandpa." Jiang Yao's father, Jiang Zhengfeng, was at his writing desk on the balcony, engrossed in his greatest passion. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's greeting, he promptly replied, "Hello, little friend." Xiaoqi approached the desk, peering at Jiang Zhengfeng's calligraphy and asked, "Grandpa, are you painting?" Jiang Zhengfeng replied, "I am writing." "Grandpa, your writing is so beautiful, like a painting," she exclaimed. Had such words come from an adult, Jiang Zhengfeng would have been offended, interpreting it as criticism of his calligraphy skills, which are often scorned for resembling mere illustrations. Yet, in this moment, spoken by a 5-year-old girl, even the stern Jiang Zhengfeng could not suppress a smile. "Can you read?" he asked. "No," Xiaoqi answered succinctly. "But I often listen to the radio, where they frequently say that someone looks as beautiful as a painting, or that they are lovely like art. So I know that paintings are very beautiful and pleasing to the eye." Jiang Zhengfeng was astonished. It was remarkable for such a young girl to comprehend the radio's words, let alone remember and apply them so eloquently. Could she be a little prodigy? He inquired, "Little friend, what is your name, and who are your parents?" "My name is Xiaoqi. My father's name is Tang Jiancheng, and my mother's name is Lu Fangfang. I have 6 older sisters and 2 younger sisters. In our village, they all look down on my family, saying my parents cannot produce a son and that we are all burdens. Consequently, the boys in the village often bully my sisters. But they dare not bully me. Why is that?" Jiang Zhengfeng, Du Yun, and Jiang Yao were intrigued. They were well aware that in this era, not only in rural areas but also in cities, there existed a strong preference for sons over daughters. "Because they cannot overpower me. They are the ones who end up being bullied," Xiaoqi declared proudly. "Once, a boy named Dog Egg tried to bully me, and I simply pulled down his pants and spanked him in front of everyone. He ran away crying." "Who is Dog Egg?" Du Yun inquired. "There are 3 boys named Dog Egg in our village. Big Dog Egg, Second Dog Egg, and Little Dog Egg. The one who bullied me was Big Dog Egg. As a boy, he was bullied by me, and all he could do was run home to his parents. Truly a shameful affair." Upon hearing these words, Du Yun, Jiang Zhengfeng, and Jiang Yao were all taken aback. "You, a girl, actually dared to publicly strip a boy of his trousers? What is the big deal? If they misbehave, I might just flick their little birds." The subsequent remark from Xiaoqi left them even more astounded. What sort of demonic witch is she? Chapter 76. Who can tame teacher do? "You strip their trousers. Don't they strip yours?" Jiang Yao inquired. Xiaoqi replied, "Of course." Jiang Yao gasped, "Ah? Aren't you afraid?" Xiaoqi, puzzled, responded, "Afraid of what? I don't have a little bird." Uft. Jiang Zhengfeng, who was sipping water, immediately spewed it out upon hearing this, ruining the calligraphy he had just completed. Jiang Yao and Du Yun were equally stunned by Xiaoqi's words, left speechless. "Xiaoqi, as a girl, how can you allow someone to strip you in public? Isn't that terribly embarrassing? Didn't your parents teach you? Girls should be a bit more reserved and modest." Du Yun, regaining her composure, couldn't help but begin to lecture, her tone laced with reproach. Jiang Yao cast a glance at Du Yun and remarked, "Teacher Du, Xiaoqi is only about 5 years old. How much can she possibly comprehend? Moreover, she is merely defending her interests. What is so embarrassing about that?" Du Yun retorted, "Girls should not behave this way." Jiang Yao countered, "That is a typical patriarchal mindset. Why is it acceptable for boys to strip in public while it's wrong for girls? Why must girls be modest and reserved while boys are exempt from such expectations?" Du Yun, now irate, said, "Jiang Yao, do you come back just to provoke me? Is that really what I meant? I merely said that girls should have self-respect. They should love themselves. Lao Jiang, do you agree with me?" Jiang Zhengfeng, feeling hesitant to interject, feigned interest in the unfortunate calligraphy he had created, lamenting the loss of the piece he had devoted the morning to. "Lao Jiang, don't pretend you haven't heard. You should speak up for fairness." Du Yun was determined not to let Jiang Zhengfeng off the hook. Jiang Yao, however, grew weary of arguing with her mother, taking Xiaoqi to the room to find toys and candies. In the living room, Du Yun continued her relentless tirade, while Jiang Zhengfeng hurriedly offered soothing words. finally prompting Du Yun to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Once the dishes were ready, Jiang Zhengfeng called for Jiang Yao, who then brought Xiao Qi to the dining table. Upon seeing a table laden with delicious food, Xiao Qi immediately began to shower compliments. "Grandma, you're amazing. You've made so many delectable dishes. It smells wonderful." Du Yun, still sulking, ignored Xiao Qi. Unfazed, Xiao Qi dove into her meal. Although their family circumstances had improved recently, with many people around, they couldn't indulge freely. They had to share. However, with only the four of them present, and Xiao Qi being the only child, no one was competing with her for food. "Can you slow down a bit? You're not behaving like a girl at all," Du Yun criticized. Xiao Qi grinned. "Grandma, your cooking is just too delicious. I couldn't help myself." Who doesn't enjoy a kind word? Even the usually stern teacher couldn't help but crack a slight, proud smile at that moment. Jiang Zhengfeng was astonished. This little girl was extraordinarily talented. If she continued on this path, her future would undoubtedly be remarkable. "Grandma, what is this? It's so delicious. This is steamed pork." "Grandma, what is this? It's absolutely delicious. This is dried eggplant." "Grandma, what is this? It smells wonderful. This is shredded squid." Initially, Du Yun patiently answered a few of her questions, but seeing Xiao Qi incessantly inquire, she could not help but begin to lecture. "Xiao Qi, when you are eating, focus on your meal. Why do you have so much to say? As a girl, you must speak less. You should be reserved and demure. What kind of behavior is it to chatter away at the table, spitting everywhere?" Xiao Qi, though not fully comprehending Du Yun's words, could discern her displeasure from her expression and immediately fell silent, obediently eating her meal. However, being inherently lively, she quietly leaned towards Jiang Zhengfeng and whispered, "Grandpa, what is the excessive praise Candy Grandma mentioned? Is it sweet?" Jiang Zhengfeng was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a hearty laughter. "Ha, it is sweet, exceedingly sweet." Du Yun also caught wind of Xiao Qi's question, and her expression darkened instantly. Had all her previous words been in vain? Jiang Yao could hardly contain her amusement, thinking to herself that when they returned, they must bring Xiao Qi again. Otherwise, who could manage Du Yun? After finishing the meal and lingering at home for a while, Jiang Yao prepared to take Xiao Qi to Wanatang to fetch Tang Jiancheng and the others back to Sanchong Township. It was then that Jiang Zhengfeng inquired, "Yao Yao, have you given any thought to the matter I mentioned last time?" Jiang Yao replied, "I have already agreed with Grandfather San. When we come back next week, you can arrange for the person to come." With that, Jiang Yao took Xiao Qi and departed. "Has she come to a decision?" Du Yun asked incredulously. Jiang Zhengfeng was equally surprised. Despite having urged Jiang Yao numerous times to meet that boy from the Qian family, she had always refused. Yet this time, she had agreed so readily? No, she had just mentioned Grandfather San. Had Uncle San pressured her? Jiang Zhengfeng felt it necessary to clarify the situation. So he changed his attire, tidied his appearance, and set out with a piece of his own calligraphy in hand. Du Yun chased after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "To Wanatang. To find that stubborn old man again." Du Yun scoffed, then began planning for the meeting next week. In her view, only a young talent like the boy from the Qian family was worthy of her daughter. Upon arriving at Wanatang, Jiang Yao was taken aback to learn that Grandfather San intended to take her younger sister as his apprentice. She stood there, stunned, for quite some time before regaining her composure. Grandfather San, such a strict and discerning individual, would actually take on a disciple? Moreover, a rural girl barely over 11 years old. How had her younger sister caught Grandfather San's eye? Jiang Yao was filled with curiosity and could not resist asking. Tang Jiancheng replied with a proud smile, "It's because she can help him sort the mixed herbs." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao immediately comprehended the situation. Every day, Uncle San diligently studies medicinal formulas and conducts research on drug combinations, often mixing large quantities of medicines together. While such a practice may not seem particularly wasteful over a day or two, the accumulation over many years results in a staggering waste. Moreover, if second sister can distinguish the assorted medicinal ingredients and is nurtured with care, she will undoubtedly become a renowned physician in the future. Uncle San, growing older, has been seeking an heir, yet no one in the family is willing to learn from him due to his difficult temperament, and he holds little regard for outsiders. Unexpectedly, today, second sister has emerged. By the way, I just named my 9 daughters. Second sister is now called Tang Yao. Derived from the character for book and the Yao in your name, Tang Jiancheng remarked casually. Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks. Chapter 77. What gives that lad the right to earn Yao Yao's earnest attention? Tang Jiancheng did not notice Jiang Yao's subtle change in expression, and even if he had, he would not have cared. He merely spoke offhandedly without any ulterior motives. He glanced down at Xiao Qi and asked playfully, Xiao Qi, did you misbehave at Annie's house today? Xiao Qi shook her head. No, I was very well behaved. Grandma made me lots of delicious food. I'm completely stuffed. Grandma? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Jiancheng's eyes. Xiao Qi nodded vigorously. Yes, Auntie's mother. Isn't that what I call her? Such a logical point left Tang Jiancheng without a retort. Please wait here for a moment. I will inform Uncle San, and then we shall return to Sanchong Township together. Jiang Yao felt she might have overthought the situation. The character Yao is common in names, and Tang Jiancheng's use of it was likely mere coincidence. She softly uttered a response and quickly entered Jiang Wanha's consultation room. Upon entering, she found Tang Shuyao indeed engrossed in sorting medicinal materials. Her speed was impressive, deftly categorizing the herbs into distinct piles, large and small, leafy and fruity, with a focused and earnest demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanha stood by the medicine cabinet, occasionally grabbing several herbs to contemplate, his previously neat hairstyle now disheveled, giving him the appearance of a disheveled old man rather than a distinguished physician. Uncle San, I plan to take them back to Sanchong Township, Jiang Yao said softly as she approached Jiang Wanha. Go ahead. Jiang Wanha waved his hand dismissively. Should she remain here? Jiang Yao indicated to second sister Tang Shuyao. Her? Jiang Wanha appeared puzzled for a moment before realizing. Take her back, and also bring along those dozen bags of herbs. Deliver them to me next weekend. Understood. Seeing the mountainous pile of herbs packed into large burlap sacks, Jiang Yao paused momentarily but refrained from saying anything further. She then exited the consultation room and informed the steward at Wanha Hall. The steward promptly arranged for a truck and summoned a group of strong men to load all the herbs onto the vehicle. At that moment, Jiang Yao's father, Jiang Zhengfeng, approached slowly. Xiao Qi was the first to spot him and rushed over joyfully, calling out, Grandpa, are you here to see me? Jiang Zhengfeng's expression turned awkward. He has 3 sons and 1 daughter, and he holds a special affection for his daughter, aware that in the future, her children will call him grandfather. Yet, at this moment, being addressed as such by Little Qi in public catches him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he chuckles lightly and asks, Little Qi, what are you all doing here? Little Qi replies, my sisters and I are here to see a doctor. Seeing a doctor? Jiang Zhengfeng inquires, pulling Little Qi along as they walk. What happened to them? They were attacked by a badger, she explains. Just then, he notices several girls standing nearby, and Little Qi eagerly points them out. Grandfather, look. My sisters have injuries on their hands and feet. Turning his gaze, Jiang Zhengfeng observes that the girls either have bandages on their hands, their feet, or their heads. However, what astonishes him is not their injuries, but their very existence. He gasps, Little Qi, are these all your sisters? How many sisters do you have? With pride, Little Qi responds, Yes, grandfather. They are all my sisters. We have a total of 9 sisters. Impressive, right? Impressive indeed, Jiang Zhengfeng nods. The probability of having 9 daughters is quite rare. In fact, Little Qi had previously mentioned having 8 sisters when she was at his home, but he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he is filled with wonder. Father, what brings you here? At that moment, Jiang Yao emerges. Hello, uncle. Tang Jiancheng follows closely behind, holding Tang Shuyao's hand. I came to see your 3rd grandfather, Jiang Zhengfeng says, glancing at Tang Jiancheng. Jiang Yao quickly introduces, this is Tang Jiancheng from Daping Village in Sanchong Township. These are his daughters. He came to consult 3rd grandfather, and since I have a day off today, I brought them along. Jiang Zhengfeng is aware that his daughter possesses a warm-hearted nature, yet this seems a tad excessive. Nevertheless, in front of everyone, he refrains from commenting further and instead asks, Are you preparing to return to Sanchong Township? Yes, Jiang Yao affirms. Carrying so much medicinal material? Are their conditions serious? He notices a truck parked behind the jeep, laden with dozens of bags of herbs. Jiang Zhengfeng's heart skips a beat. What sort of ailment necessitates such an abundance of medicinal supplies? Jiang Yao shakes her head. No, it's because 3rd grandfather has taken on an apprentice, and she is temporarily helping to sort the herbs. These are for her to take back and organize. What did you say? Jiang Zhengfeng exclaims, utterly astonished. Your 3rd grandfather has taken on an apprentice? Yes, I was surprised too. However, this matter hasn't been made public yet. Perhaps third grandfather is merely considering it for now, Jiang Yao responds, just as she prepares to introduce Tang Shuyu to Jiang Zhengfeng. Yet, Jiang Zhengfeng does not heed her words any longer. He hurriedly advises them to be cautious on their journey and swiftly strides into Jiang Wan's clinic. Jiang Yao and the others then each get into their vehicles and head back to Sanchong Township. Inside Jiang Wan's clinic, after listening to Jiang Wan's account, Jiang Zhengfeng finds himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. His daughter not only drove Tang Jiancheng and his daughters here, but also implored Jiang Wanhe to waive the 30,000 yuan medical fee. 30,000 yuan. The crux of the matter is that his daughter sacrificed the happiness of her later life. Indeed, the Qian family possesses more wealth and influence than the Jiang family. Yet he is not one to curry favor with the powerful. He would rather have his daughter marry a poor boy of her own choosing than see her bend the knee to enter into a wealthy household. What merit does that young man possess to earn such devotion from Yao Yao? Jiang Zhengfeng found this incomprehensible. Jiang Wanhua remarked, from my observations, Xiao Yao's actions are not motivated by Tang Jiancheng, but rather by his daughters. I have closely observed them, and each of his daughters is quite remarkable. They are bound to achieve great things as they mature. Upon hearing this, images of little Seven flashed in Jiang Zhengfeng's mind. The little girl, just over 4 years old, is remarkably articulate, sensible, and generous, so different from the average child. Uncle, do you truly intend to take Tang Jiancheng's daughter as your disciple? Jiang Zhengfeng inquired again. I do entertain such thoughts, Jiang Wanhua nodded, but it ultimately depends on her future performance. After all, she is only 11 and cannot yet read. We shall have to wait until she is 16 at least. While I am currently pleased, who knows what may transpire in a few years? The tides of fortune are ever-changing, and who can predict them? Jiang Zhengfeng recognized that his uncle was likely recalling events from years past and felt compelled to offer reassurance. Uncle, everything will work out. ISNT uncle now receiving recognition. Having just resumed work and been transferred from the province to the capital? I hope he can find his footing, Jiang Wanhua sighed. By the way, if the young man from the Qian family comes to Shunbei County, make sure he stops by to see me first. Jiang Zhengfeng was puzzled as to why Jiang Wanhua wished to meet the young man first, but he wisely refrained from probing further, simply nodding, understood. Chapter 78. Practicing calligraphy. The resounding roar of a truck shattered the tranquility of the small mountain village. The villagers of Daping were preparing dinner when they heard the commotion and instinctively peeked out to see not the usual tractor, but a large truck. In front of the truck was an imposing jeep. Instantly, all the villagers were stirred. They seldom encountered such formidable vehicles, exuding an air of wildness and ferocity, and were even more astonished to discover that the driver was a woman. Isn't that Jiang, the village cadre? She is truly capable. Not only is she a village official, but she can also drive and is quite beautiful. If only I could be as impressive as her. Just wait and see who would dare to look down on us girls. They pondered how she had become associated with Tang Jiancheng. Could there be something more between them? It was hard to say. Tang Jiancheng had acquired wealth and competence. What woman would not be drawn to an able man? Perhaps it was Tang Jiancheng who, recognizing her capabilities as a cadre and her beauty, had boldly pursued her. The villagers exchanged whispers, careful to keep their voices low, mindful of the fact that Jiang Yao was a village cadre and a driver. Who would dare offend her? Cadre Jiang, truck driver, please come in and have a seat. After Tang Jiancheng alighted from the vehicle, he warmly invited Jiang Yao and the truck driver to his home. Lu Fangfang was merely 2 days away from completing her confinement period. Aside from her inability to venture outside, life had returned to its usual rhythm. With guests arriving, Lu Fangfang was also able to entertain, no longer relegated to hiding away in her room as she once had. Upon returning home, the younger sister and others relaxed considerably, eagerly serving hot tea to Jiang Yao and the truck driver. Tang Jiancheng then called upon several brothers to unload the medicinal herbs from the truck. Lacking space at his own residence, he temporarily stored them at his parents' house. How did you acquire so many herbs? Yuan Yuezhu and Tang Jinshui were taken aback. They aren't purchased, they are merely being stored at our home temporarily and will be returned in a few days, Tang Jiancheng explained succinctly. Furthermore, the second sister would be sorting the herbs, and this storeroom would be temporarily designated for her use, if there were no pressing matters. They were advised not to enter indiscriminately. Sorting herbs? Yuan Yuezhu, Tang Jinshui, and Tang Jianbing were momentarily stunned. She could not even recognize characters, let alone understand medicinal herbs. She does not comprehend, Tang Jiancheng clarified, but her task is merely to sort them, and her understanding is not of paramount importance. After placing all the herbs in the storeroom, Jiang Yao and the truck driver sat for a brief moment in Tang Jiancheng's home, exchanged a few words, and then departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi and the others excitedly began recounting their adventures in the county to Lu Fangfang. Mom, the trees outside the car seem to run. It's truly magical. Mom, there were so many people in the county, and so many vehicles. The houses were beautiful too. Mom, who is Grandma? Grandma is Aunt John's mother. She made me so many delicious dishes that I was stuffed. Mom, Dad has given us names. The children chattered incessantly, sharing their experiences during meals, while washing up, and even as they prepared for sleep. Clearly, their journey to the county had exhilarated and thrilled them. The following day, Tang Jiancheng first administered medicine to the children, then took them to the village clinic for vaccinations. After the injections, he treated them to a meal at a state-run restaurant, while also expressing his gratitude to Jiang Yao, followed by shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative before returning to Daping Village. Upon arriving home, aside from the second sister who was sorting herbs in the storeroom, the other children were gathered around the fire. Tang Jiancheng remained indoors, sitting beside the brazier and teaching the children how to write, primarily focusing on their names. It was then that Xiao Qi learned her full name was Tang Jing. Dad, the character Jing is so difficult to write. Can I have a simpler name? Xiao Qi complained. Xiao Qi is easy to write. How about you use Xiao Qi as your name from now on? Tang Jiancheng wrote the two characters for Xiao Qi on the ground, which indeed was much simpler than Jing. Xiao Qi clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Great! I shall be called Xiao Qi, Tang Xiao Qi. It sounds lovely." Xiao Lu chimed in. Eldest sister Tang Shu Wan, second sister Tang Shu Yao, third sister Tang Shu Wei, fourth sister Tang Shu Wan, fifth sister Tang Shu Ying, I am Tang Shu Lan, eighth sister Tang Shu Jia, ninth sister Tang Shu Lian, and you are called Tang Xiao Qi. Don't you think you sound like a foundling? You're the one who was found. Xiao Qi retorted. Xiao Lu replied, only your name is different. If you don't resemble a foundling, who does? Xiao Qi declared, then I won't change my name. I shall remain Tang Shu Jing. Not long after, Xiao Qi began to murmur again. However, the character for quiet is truly difficult to write. No one paid her any heed. Each child was diligently inscribing their name, particularly the older ones, who were remarkably focused, yet the results were a tangled mess, as unsightly as one might imagine. Nevertheless, Tang Jiancheng did not mock them. Instead, he encouraged, well done. With a bit more practice, you shall improve. The children indeed spent the entire day at home practicing their calligraphy. Even the most boisterous Xiao Lu and the most restless Xiao Qi remained quietly engaged in their writing, forsaking all other distractions. In the afternoon, Tang Xingde arrived. Jiancheng, are you at home? He called from outside. Tang Jiancheng promptly stepped out. Xingde go, come in and sit. Demei, pour tea for your uncle Xingde, he added. Following Tang Jiancheng into the main room, Demei brought forth steaming tea, which Tang Xingde graciously accepted, praising her, and then turned to Tang Jiancheng. Jiancheng, the ammunition I ordered in the county has arrived. When shall we venture into the mountains for hunting? Since their last successful outing, Tang Xingde had tasted the sweetness of such ventures and had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the ammunition. Today, upon receiving the news, he could hardly contain his excitement and had rushed to Tang Jiancheng's home. With the new year approaching, I hadn't planned on hunting, Tang Jiancheng confessed. He wished to spend quality time at home with his daughters, occasionally imparting life lessons and safety advice, and to celebrate the new year peacefully. Celebrating the new year does not preclude hunting. If we are cautious, we can hunt nearby, avoiding dangerous areas, can we not? Tang Xingde urged after taking a sip of tea. Moreover, securing some game before the new year would certainly make the festivities more enjoyable. I recall your visits to Fangfang's home during past New Years, where you would only bring rice or flour. This year, having earned some money, it would be fitting to bring some meat along, wouldn't you agree? With your prowess in hunting wild boars, isn't that a ready source of meat? It must be said, Tang Xingde was quite persuasive, and his words swayed Tang Jiancheng. Lu Fangfang's family was impoverished, far worse off than his own, and bringing some meat would indeed be a gesture of both honor and filial piety. Very well, then let us venture into the mountains tomorrow, Tang Jiancheng finally acquiesced. Seeing Tang Jiancheng nod, Tang Xingde was elated. Splendid. I shall come to find you bright and early tomorrow. With that, leaning on his cane, he limped away, his joy evident as he walked noticeably faster than usual. Chapter 79. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light crept into the sky, Tang Xingda arrived at Tang Jiancheng's doorstep. "Jiancheng, are you awake?" he called softly from beneath the window. Tang Jiancheng had been awake for some time, preparing his leg bindings. In many places, the snow had melted, but ample snow remained in the mountains, and securing his pant legs was essential for ease of movement. Hearing the voice outside, he grabbed a chopping knife and tucked it into his waistband, ready to step outside. "Jiancheng, today is the full moon for Shaojiao. Do remember to return early," Lu Fangfang reminded. "Understood," Tang Jiancheng replied as he stepped out. "Jiancheng, where shall we hunt today?" Tang Xingda inquired during their journey. "Brother Xingda, you are the seasoned hunter. You shall take the lead," Jiancheng replied. "Are you mocking me?" "Jiancheng, while it is true that I am an experienced hunter, I pale in comparison to your skill in tracking prey. The last time you suggested we go to Dazhong Mountain, I dissuaded you, only for you to uncover a large group of wild boars there. Had it not been for the lack of ammunition, you likely would have hunted even more. That was mere luck. I heard about it while drowning my sorrows at the tavern. Lately, I have been preoccupied with caring for the child and haven't had the chance to indulge in drinking. So I truly have no idea where the game might be." Noticing Jiancheng's earnest demeanor, Tang Xingda furrowed his brow. "In that case, shall we still venture to Dazhong Mountain today?" Jiancheng smiled. "Sure, wherever you say." The two soon arrived at Dazhong Mountain, where a thick blanket of snow remained. As they entered the woods, they began searching for traces of game. They first went to the valley where they had previously spotted wild boars, which still appeared vibrant as spring, yet there was no sign of the boars. However, some small creatures like wild chickens and hares could be seen. Jiancheng prepared to take aim, but was halted by Tang Xingda. "Do not shoot. Hunting these small animals is pointless. We should aim for wild boars, or perhaps buffalo." Jiancheng glanced at Tang Xingda, wondering if this man's appetite had been spoiled by his previous bounty. Was he truly looking down on wild chickens and hares? Nevertheless, Jiancheng refrained from commenting. After several hours, they discovered some wild boar tracks but failed to locate the animals, leading to a sense of disappointment. "Brother Xingda, why don't we abandon the wild boars and shoot whatever we find? Otherwise, this day will have been a wasted effort," Jiancheng suggested. "Fine," Tang Xingda relented, though he internally harbored resentment towards Jiancheng, believing that the failure to find wild boars was due to Jiancheng's deliberate concealment. In the ensuing time, the two continued their search on Dazhong Mountain. Once they were free to fire, Jiancheng showcased his remarkable shooting skills, successfully hunting 3 hares, 2 wild chickens, and a beautiful white fox in just half an hour, a commendable haul. Yet, Tang Xingda remained sullen and discontent. Jiancheng paid him no mind and continued his pursuit of game. As dusk approached, they finally stumbled upon a nest of wild boars. However, due to Jiancheng having fired a shot earlier, the boars were already startled and fled by the time they arrived, leaving only shadows in their wake. "Quick, pursue them!" Tang Xingda shouted. Jiancheng, however, chose not to chase. "Nightfall is upon us. We must return home, or the journey may become perilous." "Jiancheng, are you doing this on purpose?" Tang Xingda could no longer contain his frustration and questioned. "What do you mean by that, Brother Xingda?" Jiancheng countered. "You knew full well that there were wild boars here. Why did you not come earlier to hunt them? Are you deliberately trying to exclude me from prospering?" "Jiancheng, isn't that rather ungrateful of you? The moment I secured the ammunition, I sought you out, yet you respond with such disdain. Have I offended you in some way?" Tang Xingda's agitation grew increasingly palpable. Tang Jiancheng remained silent, fixing his gaze upon him. "What are you staring at? Is it not true?" "Tang Jiancheng, do not forget that last time, had it not been for my bird gun, could you have hunted so many wild boars? Could you have basked in glory? You are utterly ungrateful," Tang Xingda shouted vehemently. Tang Jiancheng coolly replied, "Is it not you who is ungrateful? Were it not for me, your entire family would have perished." This remark instantly quelled Tang Xingda's fervor. Indeed, had it not been for Tang Jiancheng rescuing his sons during the snow disaster, his family would have been crushed beneath their home. Tang Jiancheng rebuked, "Search your conscience. When you came to me for hunting, was it truly for companionship? You sought to exploit my fortune and skills for your own gain. With such ulterior motives, you dare place the blame on me? Tang Xingda, you are indeed a remarkable individual." With that, Tang Jiancheng picked up half of the game and strode away. Tang Xingda stood frozen for a considerable time before begrudgingly collecting the remaining half of the game and limping back to the village. Before long, word spread throughout the village that Tang Xingda and Tang Jiancheng had fallen out. Some criticized Tang Jiancheng for his lack of compassion, claiming he should not have left a disabled person in the mountains. What if danger had arisen? However, the majority condemned Tang Xingde for his ingratitude and greed. Yet, Tang Jiancheng paid no heed to the gossip. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Although rural communities thrive on chatter, reason ultimately prevails. Didn't I ask you to return earlier? Why did you come back at this hour? As soon as he entered the house, Lu Fangfang complained, but quickly softened her tone. Go wash your hands and face. Warm yourself by the hearth. I have already prepared the mugwort water, and the eggs are boiled. Just waiting for you to return so we can give Xiao Jiu a cleansing bath together. All right. After washing up and warming himself by the fire, Tang Jiancheng entered the room to find his sisters, from the eldest to the youngest, all gathered around the basin, laughing joyfully as they admired the naked Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu, too, was alert, chuckling at her sister's antics, her hands and feet flailing in delight. Lu Fangfang cradled her neck with one hand while using the mugwort water to cleanse her body with the other. This time, the bath was a bit longer and more meticulous. Tang Jiancheng also lent a hand, washing Xiao Jiu's delicate arms and legs. When it came time to roll the eggs, each child found it delightful and wished to participate, and remarkably, Lu Fangfang consented. Haha, how fun! Xiao Jiu, is it comfortable to roll the eggs? Mama, flip Xiao Jiu over. I want to roll them on her bottom too. After a while of playful frolic, the children, brimming with enthusiasm, began rolling the eggs on their own faces and hands. Since you all enjoy this so much, let us all take a bath with mugwort water tonight, Lu Fangfang declared, and the children readily agreed. Little Ba, however, fixated on the pristine egg that had rolled on the ground, swallowed hard and, unable to resist, brought the egg to his lips. Foolish child, that egg, having been on the ground, is now toxic and unfit for consumption. Fortunately, Little Chi noticed just in time and swatted the egg from Little Ba's grasp. Chapter 80, Little Jiu's Full Moon. Little Ba looked quite aggrieved, still gazing at the egg that had been knocked away. Do you wish to eat an egg? Tang Jiancheng gently patted Little Ba's head. Little Ba nodded. Today marks your sister's full moon celebration. We shall partake in eggs together in her honor. With a smile, Tang Jiancheng set about boiling the eggs. In Daping Village, it is customary to celebrate a child's full moon with a feast. However, having fathered many daughters, and having been subjected to various whispers during previous celebrations, Tang Jiancheng had grown weary of hosting such events. At this moment, observing Little Ba's eagerness, he felt that inviting only family for a meal was certainly permissible. One should not neglect one's kin due to the opinions of others. Thus, aside from boiling the eggs, he began to prepare additional dishes. Coincidentally, he had hunted several wild chickens and rabbits that day, ample for a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Lu Fangfang tended to the children's baths. Half an hour later, the enticing aroma of chicken and rabbit wafted through the air. Where does that delightful scent of chicken and rabbit come from? It smells divine. Where else could it originate but from Jiancheng's abode? Eating meat daily, they risked choking. Now that he has prospered, what of it? Envy serves no purpose. One must strive for success. Prosperity, indeed, is but a matter of fortune. I advise you to mend relations with him promptly. We are neighbors after all. A good rapport may ensure he considers us more favorably. I have no need to curry favor with a man without a son, no matter his wealth. When he passes, it amounts to nothing. I have 7 sons. He should be the one to envy me. You are stubborn as a dead duck. A day of reckoning will surely arrive. As the neighbors caught wind of the savory aroma, discussions ensued. Many believed it wise to foster a relationship with Tang Jiancheng. Yet few took action. Ultimately, it stemmed from their disdain for his lack of sons. Is that fragrance wafting from Jiancheng's home? Tang Jiancheng too caught a hint of the aroma and turned to Yuan Yuezhu. Indeed, in our vicinity, only Jiancheng's family can afford such luxuries. No other household can. Yuan Yuezhu boasted with pride. Celebrating in such a manner without a festive occasion is excessive. Tang Jiancheng, accustomed to frugality, despite knowing Tang Jiancheng had been earning well lately, could not abide his daily indulgence in meat. Today seems to be Little Jiu's full moon, Yuan Yuezhu pondered aloud. Full moon. Tang Jiancheng sprang to his feet, irritated with Yuan Yuezhu. How could you not mention such an important occasion sooner? Yuan Yuezhu was taken aback. What significance does it hold? If it were a son, that might be one thing, but it's merely a daughter, of no consequence. Tang Jiancheng scoffed. Times have changed. Let us not dwell on the increasing attention he has begun to pay to his several daughters. Rather, Considering the substantial earnings he has garnered for us and our companions in recent days, it is imperative that we commemorate his youngest daughter's full moon celebration. As a family, we ought to pay heed to such social customs, for it is essential that others perceive our unity. Having said this, he called out, Jianbing. Father, what is it? Tang Jianbing replied, already roused from slumber. After nights spent fishing until dawn, even an 18-year-old lad finds it taxing. Go inform your elder brother, second brother, third brother, and fifth brother that today marks the full moon of your fourth brother's youngest daughter. Let them manage accordingly, instructed Tang Jiancheng. Oh, is today little Jio's full moon? Tang Jianbing exclaimed, springing to his feet. I will go inform them right away. After relaying the news, he returned, slightly troubled. What gift should he present to little Jio? In the past, he had offered simple gifts for the full moons of his fourth brother's 8 daughters, be it a wild fruit, an aged piece of candy, or a casually picked flower. However, this time, he felt compelled to put more thought into it. His fourth brother had treated him with such kindness and was even planning to assist him in building a house next year. Surely, the gift must be of greater value. Yet, night had fallen, and where could he procure a suitable gift? After pondering for a considerable time, Tang Jianbing finally conceived an idea for a present and felt an undeniable excitement to proceed. Upon receiving the news, Tang Jianwen and the others began to deliberate on their own gifts. Some believed it should be grander, while others thought it unnecessary. Regardless of their opinions, Tang Jiancheng was determined to make the occasion splendid, preparing a full 12 dishes, a veritable feast. Dinner is served, Tang Jiancheng announced. With a rush, a throng of children emerged from the house, each emanating the rich aroma of mugwort. Wow, what a delightful spread. It smells amazing. Father, is it a festival today? The children exclaimed in astonishment at the table laden with food. Indeed, today we celebrate the full moon of your 9th sister. In a moment, each of you must share a well-wishing phrase for her. The one who articulates it best shall be rewarded with a drumstick, Tang Jiancheng proclaimed, lifting a large drumstick from the pot for the children to see. I will undoubtedly deliver the finest wishes. I listen to the radio daily and have heard many auspicious phrases. You cannot hope to surpass me, boasted one child. Not necessarily, retorted another. Their competitive spirits ignited, a sight Tang Jiancheng welcomed, as such healthy rivalry fosters growth among the children. Once the children settled, Lu Fangfang, cradling little Jio, approached the table. All right, little Jio is ready. Who will be the first to offer their auspicious words? Tang Jiancheng inquired with a smile. The children fell silent, exchanging glances, hesitant to be the first to stand. I shall go first. After a moment, the third sister raised her hand. Very well, third sister, you may proceed, Tang Jiancheng said, his face beaming with encouragement. 9th sister, may you enjoy good health and live to a ripe old age. The third sister declared without hesitation. Quite commendable. Tang Jiancheng nodded approvingly. Father, allow me to share a thought. Upon hearing the third sister speak, the fourth sister immediately raised her hand, expressing, I wish for the 9th sister to enjoy health, happiness, and everlasting joy, adorned in beauty. I too wish to convey a sentiment. May the 9th sister experience peace, joy, and a life filled with happiness. The eldest sister then chimed in, amidst the fervent exchange of auspicious words among the children. The 7th child tugged at Lu Fangfang's sleeve and softly inquired, Mother, what are auspicious words? Lu Fangfang replied, they are words that sound pleasant. Oh, I see what I should say. The 7th child nodded confidently and raised her hand. Just as she was about to speak, Tang Jiancheng and others entered the room. Tang Jiancheng and Lu Fangfang quickly stood up. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, third brother, and third sister-in-law, what brings you here? Today marks the full moon celebration of your little Jio, and since you did not inform us in advance, we felt compelled to come uninvited, chuckled third brother Tang Jianba. Ha, I take full responsibility for that. I thought since the earlier children hadn't said anything, I wouldn't either. Please, take a seat. Oh dear, it's too cramped here. Let us move to the main hall. Tang Jiancheng initially intended to seat everyone, but soon realized the kitchen was too small, necessitating an additional table in the main hall. Chapter 81. Tang Jianbing's gift. Once everyone was seated, Tang Jiancheng prepared to fetch more dishes. However, Tang Jiancheng and the others quickly interjected, no need to rush. We have already dined and merely came to see your little Jio. Since you have come to celebrate the full moon of my little Jio, it is only fitting you have something to eat. Since you have already had your meal, I will prepare some other delicacies, Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. Recently, I procured some frozen dumplings from the countryside. Let us all have a taste. Tang Jiancheng nodded. That sounds good, but let us not overdo it. One for each person will suffice. Yuan Yuezhu noticed Tang Jiancheng was busy while Lu Fangfang held little Jiao by the fire to warm her, and she shot her a glare before following Tang Jiancheng. Jiancheng, go converse with your elder brother and the others. I will boil the dumplings. Tang Jiancheng waved his hand. It's all right. Mother, you sit. I will finish this quickly. Yuan Yuezhu's expression changed. What are you doing? A grown man should not be fussing around the stove all day as if there were no women in the house. With so many daughters, not one is useful. Your father dotes on you all. Consider it a blessing, and do not take it for granted. As young ladies, you must be diligent, observant, and considerate of your parents. Yuan Yuezhu's reprimand was lengthy. The eldest sister simply lowered her head, listening quietly, afraid to retort. Tang Jiancheng approached and gently patted the eldest sister's head, asking with a smile, Can you boil dumplings? She nodded. Very well, I entrust you with this task. Each person should have a large bowl, at least 20 dumplings. Do you understand? After a moment of thought, he added, Can you count? The eldest sister shook her head. I cannot, but the third sister can. I will go call her. Soon, she summoned her younger sister, and the two siblings began to prepare frozen dumplings in the kitchen. Yuan Yuezhu initially intended to supervise the cooking, but Tang Jiancheng gently pushed her away. Returning to the main room, the family engaged in lively discussions about their recent fishing exploits. Ever since they caught a giant fish that caused quite a stir in the village, more and more people had flocked to Hao Mountain Reservoir for fishing. Moreover, with the rising temperatures and the rapid melting of ice and snow, the number of fish caught had dwindled, making it increasingly challenging to find good fishing spots. Since we cannot catch fish, we might as well refrain from going out. The new year is approaching. It would be wise to rest at home for a while. After the festivities, we can contemplate other means of making money. Tang Jiancheng suggested after listening to the conversation. There are still fish to be caught, albeit not as many as before, countered Tang Jianwu, his second brother, who disagreed with the notion of giving up. He believed they should persist. Though the catch was sparse, it was still better than nothing. Tang Jianhua, the fifth brother, shared a similar sentiment. In contrast, the eldest brother, Tang Jianwen, and the third brother, Tang Jianba, supported Tang Jiancheng's perspective, reasoning that it was more prudent to avoid braving the cold winds at night with little reward, preferring instead to snuggle under warm blankets and enjoy some restful sleep. This divergence in ideology explained why Tang Jiancheng maintained a closer relationship with his elder brothers than with the second and fifth. Different philosophies inevitably led to varied behaviors, which in turn affected the intimacy of their relationships. Where's Jianbing? Tang Jiancheng, wishing to steer the conversation away from the topic, interjected. Is he not here? He was the one who informed us all. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Where could he be? Wang Zhengwen scanned the surroundings, and indeed, he did not see Tang Jianbing's figure. Tang Jiancheng furrowed his brow and remarked, Who knows? He hardly speaks a word all day. One cannot fathom what is on his mind. It is truly vexing. Tang Jiancheng reassured him, Father, do not fret too much. Although the sixth son is taciturn, he is not troublesome, and he is quite diligent. He will surely achieve great success in the future. Great success? Him? Tang Jiancheng was skeptical of such claims. Yuan Yuezhu opened her mouth, seemingly poised to retort, but upon reflecting on her youngest son's reserved nature, she found herself at a loss for words. My uncle Lu is wonderful. At that moment, the youngest child piped up, He takes us skiing, builds snowmen, and even picks wild fruits for us. He can also use a slingshot to catch birds. As soon as the youngest finished speaking, the sixth brother chimed in, Yes. I saw Uncle Lu catch a beautiful bird last time. Its long tail was like a burst of fire. Just then, there was a knock at the door. That must be Uncle Lu. Fourth sister exclaimed as she walked over to open it. Indeed, it was Tang Jianbing standing outside. With a smile, Tang Jianbing entered, hands behind his back, glancing at everyone before approaching Lu Fangfang. Leaning down, he looked at her little brother, Xiaojiao, and said with a grin, Xiaojiao, look at what your Uncle Lu has brought you. As he spoke, he produced an item from behind his back, presenting it to Xiaojiao. Do you like it? Everyone turned their eyes toward him. It was a hat, crafted from badger fur, adorned with 3 exquisite, fiery red feathers along the brim. Wow, what a beautiful hat! The girls, including Xiao Qi, were all drawn to it. The eyes of De Sa, San Sa, and Lu Fangfang sparkled with admiration. The male attendees, although feigning indifference, were secretly in awe of the exquisite hat. It was indeed stunning and beyond reproach. Tang Jiancheng inquired, "Jianbing, did you craft this yourself?" Tang Jianbing smiled and nodded yes. "I made it haphazardly. However, the tanning of the badger fur was done by the skilled artisan Chuniri from the neighboring village. I merely cut and stitched it." He had originally intended to present this hat as a gift during a matchmaking event. Upon hearing that today marked Xiaojio's full moon celebration and lacking a suitable gift, he hastily made adjustments and brought it along, thinking he could create another gift later for the matchmaking, as he currently had no suitor in mind. "I didn't realize you possessed such a skill." Tang Jiancheng was genuinely surprised. In his previous life, he had spent the longest time with Tang Jianbing, and in his recollection, Jianbing had always been rather reserved, doing whatever was asked without initiative or refusal, seemingly devoid of any distinctive qualities. Could it be that his reincarnation and improved circumstances had inspired Jianbing to develop his own interests? However, this newfound hobby evidently did not sit well with Tang Jianxue, who frowned and scoffed. "What is a grown man doing sewing hats? It's embarrassing." Tang Jianbing's smile instantly faltered. Lu Fangfang, naturally timid, dared not take the hat from Jianbing's hands upon witnessing her father-in-law's anger. Quickly, Tang Jiancheng approached, took the hat, and said with a smile, "Jianbing, don't mind your father. Historically, the most renowned tailors have been men. As long as you enjoy it, pursue it without hesitation. This hat is truly beautiful, and I shall accept it on behalf of your little niece." Upon hearing Tang Jiancheng's words, Tang Jianbing's smile returned, this time radiating joy. Chapter 82. Xiao Qi's auspicious words. Tang Jiancheng placed the hat on Xiaojio's head. It was slightly oversized, yet the design was undeniably lovely, enhancing Xiaojio's delicate and fair features. "Daddy, I want to wear it too," Xiao Qi exclaimed with envy. "No, this is a gift from sixth uncle to Xiaojio. If you desire a hat, you shall ask sixth uncle to make you one." Tang Jiancheng promptly denied her request. Xiao Qi pouted, visibly displeased, but soon ran over to Tang Jianbing, hugging his leg and pleading, "Sixth uncle, will you make me one too? I want a beautiful hat." "All right. The next time I catch another beautiful little bird, I will make one for you," Tang Jianbing replied, lifting Xiao Qi into his arms. "I want one too. I want one." Little Lu, as expected, rushed over. Little Ba also came bouncing along, exclaiming, "Sixth uncle, don't forget about me." All right, everyone will have one." Tang Jianbing chuckled warmly. Tang Jianwen, observing that Tang Jianbing had already presented a gift, reached into his pocket and retrieved a red envelope, which he slipped into Xiaojio's embrace. "My dear Xiaojio, your uncle is not endowed with the same craftsmanship as your sixth uncle. I am but a simple man, and given the time constraints, I can only offer you this modest red envelope as a token of pocket money for you to buy sweets when you grow up, all right?" Xiaojiu wiggled her small mouth, her gaze wandering, unable to comprehend Tang Jianwen's words. However, something caught her eye, and a smile effortlessly graced her lips. Tang Jianwen, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Look, everyone, Xiaojio is smiling. It seems she truly appreciates my red envelope. She is surely destined to be a little money enthusiast when she grows up." Tang Jiancheng could not help but chuckle as well, since she likes red envelopes. "I shall give her one too," offered Tang Jiancheng. "Count me in on the fun," added Tang Jianba. "I am but a simple man as well. So here is my contribution," chimed in Tang Jianwu. Tang Jianwu, Tang Jianba, and Tang Jiantao each presented a red envelope. At that moment, the envelopes were not as exquisite as those of later times. They were merely pieces of red paper cut to the size of a palm, folded into an envelope shape, and stuffed with cash. Xiaojio, oblivious to the significance, attempted to place the envelope in her mouth, resulting in a vibrant display of red on her lips, face, and hands. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Lu Fangfang hurriedly took the red envelope from her hands and tucked it into her swaddling. At this juncture, the dumplings were ready, and everyone began to partake in the meal. Tang Jiancheng produced a jug of wine and poured a cup for the adults. Lu Fangfang abstained, needing to nurse, while Yuan Yuezhu, eldest sister-in-law Yang Shui, and third sister-in-law Tu Feng were served hearty cups. The three pretended to decline, yet in truth, their capacity for liquor surpassed that of the men present. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, third sister-in-law, fifth younger brother, sixth younger brother. I acknowledge that today was rather rudimentary and rushed. When Xiaojio reaches her 100th day, I shall invite everyone for a proper feast, declared Tang Jiancheng. raising his wine cup. Let us make do for today. Next time, I shall prepare in advance so that our family can enjoy a grand celebration together. We will invite our older sister and younger sister back, along with our nephews and nieces, for a delightful gathering. All right, it shall be as you say, replied Tang Jian with a hearty laugh. The group raised their cups and shared a sip. Father, we have yet to finish our auspicious words, interjected the second sister suddenly. Tang Jiancheng smiled. Indeed, whose turn is it now? What auspicious words? Curiosity gleamed in the eyes of Tang Jian and others. Tang Jiancheng recounted the previous game. An interest sparked among the crowd, nodding in agreement. This is splendid. Those who pronounce auspicious words well should indeed be rewarded with a big chicken leg. The third sister, fourth sister, and eldest sister all chimed in. Who is next? Tang Jiancheng surveyed the room. I am, announced the second sister, raising her hand. I wish for our ninth sister to enjoy a long and healthy life. Well said, the crowd praised. I shall say one too. The fifth sister remarked calmly with a smile. I wish our ninth sister smooth sailing, double blessings, 3 sheep bringing prosperity, 4 joys arriving at the door, 5 grains flourishing, 6 auspicious occurrences, 7 stars shining bright, treasures from all directions, 9-fold peace, and perfection in all endeavors. Bravo, fifth sister. That was splendid. Every day, Wu Mei listens to the radio, and it proves to be quite beneficial. After hearing Wu Mei's auspicious words, everyone couldn't help but applaud and praise her for her eloquence. It seems that the grand chicken leg is destined for Wu Mei. Tang Jiancheng, smiling, prepared to place the chicken leg into Wu Mei's bowl. Wait a moment, Dad. I haven't spoken yet. Xiao Qi exclaimed, anxious. I haven't said anything either. Xiao Lu followed closely. Me. Xiao Ba raised her hand eagerly. Tang Jiancheng looked at Xiao Ba with a grin. You can hardly complete a sentence, yet you wish to offer auspicious words? If you can articulate a complete one, I shall reward you with the other chicken leg. All right. Xiao Ba's eyes sparkled. Tilting her head in contemplation, she began, I wish Ju Mei smooth sailing. May good things be doubled. 3 goats bring prosperity, for blessings arrive at the door. 5 grains flourish, 6 auspicious happenings, 7 stars rise high, 8 brings majesty. 9 Ju Mei remains safe, and 10 achieves perfection. Upon hearing this, the entire family was astonished. Although her speech closely mirrored Wu Mei's and was somewhat fragmented, with numerous errors. She was merely 2 years old. A child who usually struggles to express herself was suddenly able to articulate such a lengthy string of words. One must admit, the allure of the chicken leg is indeed potent. In the next moment, as Tang Jiancheng placed the chicken leg into Ba Mei's bowl, she made an even more astonishing gesture that left the family in shock. She actually transferred the chicken leg into Lu Fangfang's bowl, exclaiming, Mom, you eat. You work hard. The family was speechless. Could this truly be a 2-year-old child? Both the eldest and third sisters couldn't help but shed tears quietly, realizing that having such a filial child makes all the struggles worthwhile. It's my turn to speak now. Seeing everyone focused on Xiao Ba, Xiao Qi became increasingly anxious and shouted repeatedly. Wait. However, Tang Jiancheng refused to let her speak, instead turning to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, you are the eldest sister, yet you often follow behind Xiao Qi. Today, let you speak first. Xiao Lu scratched her head. Can I say something like Wujia? Tang Jiancheng waved his hand. No? You cannot. Xiao Lu pouted. Why not? Ba Mei can. Tang Jiancheng explained. Ba Mei is still young. Of course, she can. You are over 6 years old. You must think for yourself. All right then. Xiao Lu pondered for a long while before finally managing to say, I wish Ju Mei happiness. Huh. Tang Jiancheng nearly burst out laughing upon hearing her words. Did Xiao Lu genuinely have no other auspicious phrases to offer? I wish you happiness, while indeed a kind sentiment, could be interpreted in various ways. And is it suitable to convey such a message to a mere 1-month-old child? Tang Jiancheng shook his head discreetly and turned his gaze to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, it's your turn now. Xiao Qi let out a sigh of relief, finally having her chance to speak. Listen carefully. I wish Ju Mei a future filled with delicious food and great heights. May she sleep soundly, eat well, and be in robust health. Devour meat heartily, drink from large bowls, divide gold with great scales, be renowned as a hero of Liangshan, a formidable king, feared by all. Never to be bullied again. Chapter 83. A father is your strongest support. After hearing Xiao Qi's auspicious words, the entire family was left in a state of disbelief. After a long pause, Yuan Yuezhang exclaimed, Xiao Qi, what on earth are you saying? feasting upon meat and drinking heartily. One might ponder, is this the life of a hero from Liangshan, or a formidable villain? Are you suggesting that your ninth sister should become a bandit leader? Surely. This must have been gleaned from the radio. It appears that such devices should not be carelessly listened to. Just look at the nonsense little Qi has absorbed. Yang Shui, the elder sister-in-law, could not help but shake her head. Fortunately, little Qi is still young and can be guided. Were she to grow a bit older, one might worry she would emulate the most heinous deeds. Dear sister-in-law, your words are too alarming. It's not that severe, interjected third sister Tu Feng. However, Feng Feng, it would be prudent to limit the child's exposure to the radio, as it indeed has the potential to corrupt young minds. The others echoed the sentiment, concerned about little Qi's misguided thoughts, believing it imperative to educate her promptly before it became too late. Tang Jiancheng, however, discerned a deeper sorrow. The others could not fathom the essence of little Qi's words, as they were unaware of the struggles faced by families without sons, and the myriad challenges daughters encounter on their journey to adulthood. At home, they endure disdain from elders, while outside, they confront mockery from villagers and bullying from peers. The most disheartening aspect is the absence of a supportive figure. Gently patting little Qi's head, Tang Jiancheng waited for the silence to envelop the group before speaking softly. Little Qi, do not fear. Should anyone ever bully you again, your father will step in to teach them a lesson. From now on, I shall be your strongest ally. Really? Little Qi's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, Tang Jiancheng affirmed with a nod. Then let us make a pact. Little Qi exclaimed, extending her pinky. Tang Jiancheng chuckled and mirrored her gesture, their fingers entwining. Cross my heart, 100 years shall not alter this. Little Qi proclaimed loudly, raising her thumb in a gesture of sealing their vow. Upon completing the pact, little Qi erupted in joyous cheers. Oh, how wonderful. I now have someone to rely on. Let us see if Niu Dan and the others dare to bully me again. It was at this moment that the group grasped the profound significance behind little Qi's seemingly innocuous words, and they fell into a thoughtful silence. Tang Jiancheng continued, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, and fifth sister have all expressed their good wishes for little Qi eloquently. Sixth sister has also done well, at least mentioning happiness, while eighth sister has shown exceptional promise, articulating such a heartfelt string of sentiments at under 2 years old. It is truly impressive. However, the most genuine and heartfelt wish came from little Qi. Though her words were inspired by the radio and laced with the spirit of banditry, they stemmed from her innermost feelings, reflecting the harsh lessons of life. Thus, she desires her ninth sister to grow strong and no longer be a victim of bullying. Therefore, I propose we reward little Qi with the grand chicken leg. Do you all concur? Indeed, the children chimed in unison, their gazes fixed on little Qi, filled with a complex mix of admiration, sympathy, encouragement, and affirmation. Both little Qi and little Ba received a large chicken leg each. Little Ba graciously offered hers to their mother, Lu Fangfang. As for little Qi, she took but a single bite before sharing the remainder with little Lu and little Ba, who savored it with delight, their faces smeared with grease. After the meal, Tang Jianwen and the others returned home. Yet their minds lingered on the auspicious words of Shao Qi. Her impression was profoundly etched in their memories. They unanimously agreed that if Shao Qi did not stray from the right path, she would undoubtedly become the most accomplished child of the Jiancheng family. Jiancheng, Fangfang, this is the red envelope from your mother and me for Xiaojiu. Please take it and ensure your elder brother does not find out, said Tang Jianshui. Once everyone had departed, while the Tang Jiancheng family was tidying up the dishes, Tang Jianshui quietly approached again. Now that each family has many children, I cannot treat them all equally. In the past, when we were poor, I wished to buy something for my grandchildren but lacked the means. Now that I have earned a little, please accept this. Dad, Xiaojiu has already received quite a few red envelopes today. She does not need this one. Take it back and buy something for yourself and Mom. Tang Jiancheng politely declined. Yes, Dad, Jiancheng is right. You and Mom should keep it for yourselves. Lu Fangfang also advised. However, Tang Jianshui directly tucked the envelope into Xiaojiu's swaddling cloth. All right, let it be. No need to discuss further, lest your brothers see. Get some rest. I shall return home now. With that, Tang Jianshui departed. Lu Fangfang looked at Tang Jiancheng, who smiled and said, Fine, we shall accept it. The new year is approaching, after all, and we can show them more filial piety then. Once the family finished cleaning up, Tang Jiancheng took a bath with mugwort water and then climbed into bed to sleep. whether it was a psychological effect or the actual efficacy of the mugwort. He felt warm and comfortable after the bath. He fell into a deep slumber, and it seemed only a moment had passed before dawn broke. The quality of his sleep was exceptional, leaving him feeling refreshed. As he got out of bed and dressed, he headed to the kitchen to boil water for washing up. Noticing that his daughters were already mostly awake, Lu Fongfong had emerged from confinement and was no longer confined to the room. She entrusted Xiao Ju to the care of the fifth sister and began her day of diligent labor, gathering firewood, fetching water, washing clothes, and tidying up the house. The eldest sister assisted her with various household chores. The second sister had gone early to the grandparents' storeroom to sort medicinal herbs. The third and fourth sisters carried baskets and hoes into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. With a large family and limited cultivated vegetables, they had to dig for wild greens daily. On snowy days, wild vegetables were scarce, yet many villagers sought them, necessitating long treks for little reward. Nevertheless, they persevered. Failure to do so could lead to hunger. Even though Tang Jiancheng had earned a fair amount of money, the supply of vegetables at the cooperative and market was not consistent. These were times when resources were scarce, famously described as an era where even the wealthy struggled to procure goods. The fifth sister remained at home, devotedly caring for the little ones, Xiao Lu, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and now Xiao Jiu. After the incident when Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba fell into the cesspool, she felt immense guilt and was now nearly inseparable from the three little ones. Since Xiao Jiu could not yet be carried on her back, she held her close, covering her face with a towel to shield her from the cold wind. It is now the 12th lunar month, and in just a few days, we will celebrate the Laba festival. Although the snowfall has ceased, the air grows increasingly frigid, with the north wind biting like a blade against the skin. Tang Jiancheng gazes out at the howling wind and contemplates his next move, deciding to head towards the countryside. Huang Tianyue has been assisting with the sale of cattle and fish for several days now, and it is time to inquire about the results. After all, one cannot simply remain at home waiting for others to deliver news. It is essential to take a proactive approach in life. However, this scene is perceived by others as Tang Jiancheng preparing to drown his sorrows in solitary drinking once more. They shake their heads, believing he is reverting to his old ways, claiming that one cannot change their nature. Chapter 84. Counting money upon arriving in the countryside. Tang Jiancheng finds that the state-run restaurant has just opened its doors. Chef Liao is in the kitchen directing the other employees when he suddenly spots Tang Jiancheng and hurriedly approaches with a beaming smile. Ah, Tang Jiancheng. It has been quite some time since your last visit. What have you been busy with lately? Have you stumbled upon some good goods again? As he speaks, he offers Tang Jiancheng a cigarette. Apologies, Chef Liao, but I have quit smoking, Tang Jiancheng replies, waving his hand in refusal. In this icy weather, there are hardly any good goods to be found. I've been huddled at home by the fire, too afraid to venture outside. By the way, where is Manager Huang? Noticing that Tang Jiancheng indeed declines the cigarette, Chef Liao's eyes flicker momentarily, but he does not press the matter further. Instead, he slips the cigarette into his own mouth, ignites it, and takes a deep drag. For chefs, this is often the only opportunity to smoke. Once work begins, they cannot indulge, lest they receive complaints from customers, with serious infractions potentially leading to dismissal. Times have changed. Although the restaurant still bears the name of the state enterprise, it no longer provides the security it once did. Manager Huang should be arriving shortly, Chef Liao remarks with a chuckle. You have become quite the celebrity in Sanchong Township. Everyone speaks of your prowess in hunting, fishing, and cattle wrangling. Should you attain great success in the future, do remember us old friends. Ha ha ha, that is merely the exaggeration of others. I am no expert. I simply stumbled upon a stroke of luck, Tang Jiancheng humbly responds. You are far too modest. Without skill, even luck would be in vain. Chef Liao comments just as Huang Tianyue, bundled in a thick cotton coat, enters with a hunched posture. Upon lifting his gaze and spotting Tang Jiancheng, he promptly greets him. Brother Jiancheng, when did you arrive? Goodness, this weather is unbearably cold. I feel as if I could shiver even in 3 layers of cotton clothing. Come, come. Let us retreat to my office. Chef Liao, please have your apprentice bring me a basin of blazing hot charcoal. With that, he takes Tang Jiancheng and heads towards his office. The office is relatively spacious, featuring a desk, a bookshelf, a tea table, and a mahogany sofa, adorned with various calligraphy and paintings, lending it an air of sophistication. Brother Jiancheng, what type of tea do you prefer? I have green tea, floral tea, and black tea, as well as a small jar of coffee. Would you like to try some coffee? Huang Tianyue intentionally suggests coffee, eager to gauge Tang Jiancheng's reaction. If Tang Jiancheng is unfamiliar with coffee, it would indicate that he is merely an individual with a modicum of ability, a somewhat exceptional farmer, yet lacking in broader knowledge, making it unwise to engage him in profound discussions. Conversely, if he is acquainted with coffee, it suggests that Tang Jiancheng is far from an ordinary farmer, worthy of deeper friendship. Coffee possesses an intense bitterness, surpassing even the bitter herbal tea from my home. However, this exquisite beverage is one I have yet to taste, and I would indeed relish the opportunity to do so. Tang Jiancheng settled onto the sofa, chuckling softly. Since you are aware of coffee's bitterness yet claim to have never tried it, who would believe you? Huang Tianyue rolled his eyes, simultaneously recognizing that Tang Jiancheng had discerned his subtle thoughts and was somewhat displeased, thus making such a remark. What is this so-called preciousness? At the end of the day, it is merely a beverage. Huang Tianyue prepared a cup of coffee for Tang Jiancheng, adding several cubes of sugar, and then presented it before him with both hands. Thank you. Tang Jiancheng expressed his gratitude, then picked up a spoon to gently stir the drink. Observing his demeanor, Huang Tianyue quickly realized that he was a person of considerable depth and knowledge, a true connoisseur. Brother Jiancheng, I had intended to seek you out today, Huang Tianyue remarked with newfound enthusiasm, subtly lowering his own status in the conversation. I have sold all 4 of your cattle, directly processing them through a friend in the city who handles the meat trade. Initially, we calculated based on a price of 1 yuan and 80 cents per gene, estimating each cow at 1,000 gene. However, the actual price offered to me was 2 yuan per gene, and while some cattle were heavier and others lighter, the total weight exceeded 4,000 gene, surpassing it by 231 gene. In total, the sale of the 4 cows amounted to 8,462 yuan. I cannot simply work for free, so I propose to take a mere 10 cents as my profit. What do you think, Brother Jiancheng? Tang Jiancheng responded. That is only fair. Indeed, one cannot toil without recompense. Yet, might 10 cents be a trifle low? Perhaps you should take the entire 20 cents profit. Huang Tianyue laughed heartily. Brother Jiancheng, you are truly magnanimous. In truth, aside from the cattle, I also profited from fish, particularly that enormous specimen, yielding a substantial gain. Allow me to elucidate further. To clarify his calculations, Huang Tianyue procured a pen and paper, writing as he spoke. First, regarding the cattle, as mentioned earlier, I owe you 631 yuan. Now, concerning the fish, I collected a total of 3,756 jin. Based on a price of 2 yuan and 50 cents, the large hotel paid me 3 yuan per jin out of respect for my connections, which is indeed a remarkably high price. Since they were willing to pay, I accepted without hesitation. Thus, I will take a profit of 30 cents per jin, providing you with 22 cents, totaling 751 yuan and 20 cents. Lastly, the giant fish is truly valuable. They did not price it by weight, but offered a flat 5,000 yuan. Calculating this, it comes to roughly 5 yuan per jin, as the fish was exceptionally large and rare, purchased outright by a wealthy individual. Therefore, I will take 10% of the profit and give you 4,500 yuan. All combined, I am to give you 5,882 yuan and 2 jiao. Brother Jiancheng, is there any issue? Huang Tianyue wrote down the total and looked up at Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. You calculate so precisely. How could there be a problem? All right. Huang Tianyue approached the desk, retrieved a stack of large denomination notes and smaller bills from the drawer, and began counting the money for Tang Jiancheng. Tang Jiancheng only accepted 5,880 yuan, declining the remaining 2 yuan and 2 jiao. Huang Tianyue said nothing further. After all, quibbling over such a small amount would be rather petty. Come on, Tianyue, let us go have a drink, Tang Jiancheng exclaimed, waving the money in his hand with a smile. Huang Tianyue replied with laughter, Haha, Brother Jiancheng, you indeed should treat us to drinks, especially since a significant piece of good fortune has come your way. Tang Jiancheng paused. What good fortune? Huang Tianyue explained. Among the 4 cows you sold, one of them contained gallstones. Moreover, they weigh quite a bit, about 270 grams. Really? Tang Jiancheng was elated. Are you implying that after they obtain the gallstones, they intend to share some of the profits with me? Ordinarily, once a cow is sold, any gallstones found within would not yield any financial return to the original owner. Clearly, those individuals were willing to share a portion of the profits with Tang Jiancheng, likely out of respect for Huang Tianyue. This is indeed the advantage of befriending the offspring of officials. Chapter 85. A price beyond measure. Indeed, Huang Tianyue replied with a smile. Brother Jiancheng, do you know how much gallstones are valued per gram these days? You would never guess. It can't possibly be over 1,000 yuan per gram, can it? Tang Jiancheng joked. 1,300 yuan per gram. Impossible. Upon hearing Huang Tianyue's figure, Tang Jiancheng immediately dismissed it as a jest. Gallstones are undoubtedly a highly valuable medicinal substance, as traditional Chinese medicine holds that substances like gallstones, antelope horns, and Ganoderma have life-restoring properties, particularly natural gallstones, which have consistently commanded high prices. However, to claim that natural gallstones could fetch 1,300 yuan per gram was utterly outrageous. A pure international jest. Haha. I knew you wouldn't believe me, Huang Tianyue laughed. I was equally astonished when I first heard that price. Is there that much money to burn? What could one not buy for 1,300 yuan, rather than purchasing such foul-smelling gallstones? Yet, such are the absurdities of the world. They said that if there are natural gallstones of good quality, even higher prices could be fetched. So, Brother Jiancheng, indeed, times are changing. Just a few years ago, or even last year or the year before, could you have imagined such a thing? You probably wouldn't have even gotten your money before being taken away by the authorities, only to be fed a peanut. However, at this point, Huang Tianyue suddenly shook his head and sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Tang Jiancheng remained lost in astonishment. He knew that gallstones were valuable, but he never anticipated such an exorbitant price. One could only say, indeed, the world of the wealthy is filled with eccentricities. Regardless, we have made money, and that is certainly something to celebrate. After taking a sip of coffee, Huang Tianyue chuckled, 273 grams, at 1,300 yuan per gram. Brother Jiancheng, can you do the math? Instead of calculating, Tang Jiancheng lifted his coffee cup and took a gentle sip, staring intently at him. Huang Tianyue rubbed his nose and smiled. That's 354,900 yuan. The friend who bought the cow could have chosen not to share the profits with us. Yet he ultimately allocated us 40%, which amounts to 141,960 yuan. I'll take a 10% share of the profits, leaving 90% for you, which totals 127,764 yuan. To make it a round number, let us say 127,800 yuan, shall we? Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile. Tianyue, though I am merely an ordinary farmer, I understand that the reason our friend was willing to share the profits is entirely due to your influence. Moreover, you could have chosen not to disclose this sum to me, for if you had kept it to yourself, hardly anyone would have known. Yet, you chose to share it, and you are giving me 90%, which clearly indicates that you truly regard me as a friend. As friends, do you truly believe I would jeopardize our relationship for the sake of money? Huang Tianyue looked at Tang Jiancheng in astonishment. Brother Jiancheng, what do you mean by that? Tang Jiancheng smiled. What I mean is, even regarding this money, I want to indulge in any pretense of a 1-for-9 split. We can simply split it 50-50. If you agree, I will take half, but if you disagree, I want to take a single cent. I certainly do not wish to lose you, my golden goose, over such a trivial amount. Previously, Huang Tianyue had harbored thoughts that if Tang Jiancheng were to take 90% of the money today, he would feel quite uncomfortable and would not be as eager to assist in future endeavors. However, after this small test over coffee, his perspective shifted. He felt that it would be more prudent to allow Tang Jiancheng to take 90%, ensuring that he would be the first to think of him when good fortune came his way. Though it may seem that he was assisting Tang Jiancheng significantly at present, what about a year or two down the line? By then, the entire business landscape would have changed, Tang Jiancheng would have matured, and would he still require his assistance? Embellishments are always less impactful than timely aid. Thus, the bond forged at the budding stage of their acquaintance is the most solid and reliable. Brother Jiancheng, you exaggerate. Huang Tianyue replied. You caught the cow. I merely facilitated the connection with the buyer. Receiving a 10% profit is already quite greedy. If we were to split it evenly, how would I manage to establish myself in Sanchong Township in the future? Tang Jiancheng responded. Tianyue, I understand your sentiment, but we both know that without your assistance in making the connection, I would not have sold it so smoothly, nor would I have achieved this price. So, let us not dwell on it. We'll split it 50-50. We have many more days of collaboration ahead, and financial matters will arise more frequently, so there is no need for further reluctance. Let us settle it this way. Seeing Tang Jiancheng's resolute stance, Huang Tianyue ultimately decided on an 80-20 split. Otherwise, he would take nothing at all. Very well then, let us proceed as you wish. Tang Jiancheng observed Huang Tianyue's unwavering determination, even more resolute than his own, and could not help but exclaim, "You, my friend, are truly a fool for rejecting wealth. Ha ha ha, Jiancheng, you should not criticize me when you are no different." Huang Tianyue retorted, and both of them erupted into hearty laughter. What defines friendship? This is it. There are arguments and disagreements, yet ultimately, it is all for the sake of one another. In the end, Tang Jiancheng received a sum of 113,600 yuan, adding the previous 5,000. His total earnings reached an astounding 119,480 yuan, nearly 12 million. Upon securing the money, Tang Jiancheng was utterly astonished. At this point in his past life, he was merely a drifter, perpetually intoxicated and devoid of any money. In this life, however, he possessed over 100,000 in assets. In this era, such a sum is equivalent to the wealth of a millionaire in later years. Brother Jiancheng, how will you carry away such a vast fortune? Huang Tianyue asked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Indeed, a large sum of cash is cumbersome to transport. Regaining his composure, Tang Jiancheng replied with a smile, let us leave it with you for now. In a couple of days, when my daughter goes to the county to deliver medicinal materials, I will accompany her to deposit it in the bank. Aren't you worried I might abscond with it? Huang Tianyue jested. If I were to run away, I would have done so long ago. Tang Jiancheng chuckled, quickly tucking the money away. Now, let us go celebrate with some drinks. Absolutely. Huang Tianyue secured the money in a cabinet and then joined Tang Jiancheng in the lobby, where they found a cozy corner. Summoned a staff member and ordered a sumptuous feast, featuring both spicy and mild hot pots. Tianyue, should we invite Mayor Chen to join us? Tang Jiancheng suggested. It is the end of the year, so I am uncertain if he is in the office, but you could certainly give it a try, Huang Tianyue replied. All right, please wait a moment while I check. Tang Jiancheng exited the restaurant and made his way to the township office complex. Fortune smiled upon him as he found Chun Yuan in the office, who was also heading out for a meal, so they decided to go together. Passing by Jiang Yao's office, he noticed her engrossed in writing documents. He contemplated calling out to her, but hesitated, ultimately choosing to accompany only Chun Yuan to the restaurant. The three of them gathered around the table, relishing their meal and drinks. Chapter 86. Is it because my mother's saliva is sweet? After 2 hours, their meal concluded, and they found common ground. One was a second-generation official, sharp-witted and articulate. The other, the township mayor, a capable and diligent public servant devoted to his constituents. Tang Jiancheng, armed with the insights from his previous life, often entertained them with his clever remarks, prompting bursts of laughter, and he provided unique perspectives that left them both in awe. Consequently, the meal was a delightful affair, filled with joy and camaraderie. When it ended, Mayor Chen, still eager for more, proposed the next gathering would be on him, leading to further drinking. Naturally, both Tang Jiancheng and Huang Tianyue readily agreed. Stepping out of the restaurant, a brisk wind sent a shiver through Tang Jiancheng. After consuming a considerable amount of alcohol, he began to feel its effects, making his steps somewhat unsteady. Fortunately, he had traversed the path home countless times, able to navigate it even with his eyes closed. Upon reaching the very ravine where he had fallen during his rebirth, he paused on a nearby stone, marveling at the wonders of fate and expressing gratitude to the heavens for granting him a chance at redemption. Jiancheng, have you been drinking again? A voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, Tang Jiancheng couldn't help but smile. Xingcai, are you heading to the countryside? Indeed. My brother-in-law is hospitalized at the local clinic and will be discharged this afternoon. I'm going to visit him. Tang Xingcai approached, sitting beside Tang Jiancheng and pulling out a pouch of tobacco to roll a cigarette, which he offered to Jiancheng. When Jiancheng declined, Xingcai lit it for himself. Jiancheng, drinking harms your health. You should really cut back. Tang Jiancheng looked at him in surprise, wondering when this man had become so concerned about his well-being. Before he could express his gratitude, Tang Xingcai continued, without a son, one must accept their fate. Who can contend with the heavens? With a sharp glare, Jiancheng retorted, Xingcai, you're right. Indeed, one cannot fight against destiny. Therefore, having a foolish son is something to accept. Xingcai's expression darkened with anger. Jiancheng, why can't you appreciate a good heart? I have good intentions too. Having a foolish son is not your fault. It's simply the heavens' arrangement. Humph. A foolish son is still a son. Do you have one? Tang Jiancheng stood up. Jiancheng also rose. Indeed, he may be a bit foolish. You humph. Tang Jiancheng stormed off in frustration. Tang Jiancheng laughed heartily and staggered his way home. Why have you been drinking so much again? Upon entering the house, Lu Fangfang caught a whiff of the alcohol on him and disdainfully remarked before heading off to prepare a hangover remedy. In high spirits, Tang Jiancheng followed her into the kitchen, only to find the children absent. He embraced Lu Fangfang from behind. Startled, she stiffened, saying, "Be careful, the children might see." Resting his head on her shoulder and gently teasing her hair, he murmured, "Weevy, you struck it rich. I know, you mentioned it last time. We're nearing 10,000 yuan. Lu Fangfang's face flushed, her tone altered with an awkwardness. Such affectionate gestures were foreign to her. She was accustomed to being scolded and struck, but now receiving such tenderness left her unaccustomed. Not just 10,000, but over 100,000. Tang Jiancheng exhaled fumes of alcohol. You, can you let go of me? I can't do anything." Lu Fangfang felt herself weakening. Unsure if it was the alcohol or the intoxicating warmth of his affection that overwhelmed her, she barely registered his words. "No, let us stay like this. It feels wonderful." Tang Jiancheng tightened his embrace, playfully demanding, "Wife, I've worked hard. Shouldn't you reward me?" "Huh? A reward? What kind of reward?" Lu Fangfang's mind went blank, disoriented by the situation. "Come, give me a kiss." Tang Jiancheng pouted. Lu Fangfang refused, but he firmly turned her head towards him and pressed his lips against hers. "Ah, Daddy, so embarrassing. You're stealing Mommy's kisses." Suddenly, a cry echoed from the kitchen door, the voice of Xiao Qi. Lu Fangfang's cheeks, ears, and neck flushed with embarrassment as she hastily pushed Tang Jiancheng aside and swiftly ducked her head into the room. "Mom, what's wrong?" At that moment, Wu Mei entered, cradling Xiao Jiao, accompanied by Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba, all astonished by Lu Fangfang's frantic retreat. "Sister Wu, Dad, just ate." Just as Xiao Qi attempted to recount the earlier scene, she felt a sudden lightness as a large head nuzzled into her embrace, causing her to erupt in giggles, rendering her speechless. "Are you still going to tell?" Tang Jiancheng teased while playfully nudging her. "No more, no more." Xiao Qi giggled, pleading, "Dad, I want to say a thing." "Dad, I want it too." "Me too." Xiao Lu, filled with envy, tugged at Tang Jiancheng's pant leg, persistently begging, "Dad, don't forget me." Xiao Ba chimed in from the other side. "All right." Tang Jiancheng chuckled, setting Xiao Qi down to lift Xiao Lu into his arms, playfully tickling her belly. Xiao Lu's laughter rang out even louder, further igniting Xiao Ba's envy, who exclaimed, "Dad, me. Dad, it's my turn." After amusing Xiao Lu for a while, Tang Jiancheng then picked up Xiao Ba, fulfilling her wish and allowing her to laugh heartily as well. While Tang Jiancheng entertained the two little ones, Xiao Qi quietly approached Wu Mei and whispered, "Sister Wu, I'll let you in on a secret. Dad just ate Mom's saliva." "Huh?" Wu Mei exclaimed, taken aback. "Why? I don't know. I've seen him do it twice. Is it because Mom's saliva is sweet?" "Stop talking nonsense." Wu Mei was perplexed, but was certain it was not for the reason Xiao Qi suggested. "No, I must try it for myself." Xiao Qi turned and ventured into her parents' room, where she found Lu Fangfang lying sideways on the bed, her head covered by a blanket. "Mom." Xiao Qi shook Lu Fangfang's pant leg. Lu Fangfang, who had just settled her frantic heart, felt her panic surge anew upon hearing Xiao Qi's voice, akin to a thief caught in the act. She repeatedly reassured herself that she and Tang Jiancheng were like an old married couple, with 9 children already. So why was she still so shy? When alone, such thoughts were manageable, but upon hearing Xiao Qi's voice, an involuntary panic washed over her. Mom. After several calls, Lu Fangfang finally inquired from under the blanket, "What is it?" "Mom, I want to taste your saliva too," Xiao Qi stated. Lu Fangfang did not comprehend Xiao Qi's meaning. "I've seen Dad do it several times. I want to try it too," Xiao Qi continued. At that moment, Lu Fangfang suddenly emerged from the blanket, her expression serious and fierce as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Qi, warning, "This matter must not be spoken of to anyone. Do you understand?" "Yes," Xiao Qi gasped, startled, her lips pouting as she nearly burst into tears. "If I hear you mention it, I'll spank you until you can't sit." Lu Fangfang reiterated, her heart cursing, "That deadbeat. All he does is torment me day after day." Chapter 87. What is love? Xiao Qi was promptly dismissed. Outside the room stood the 5th sister, her curiosity piqued by the reason behind her father's peculiar behavior. Upon witnessing the youngest sibling, Xiaoqi, emerge with a pouting face and an expression of deep disappointment, she inquired, "What is the matter? Did mother scold you?" Xiaoqi nodded, and subsequently, she embraced the fifth sister, tears streaming down her cheeks. After all, she was merely a child, not yet 5, and despite any mischief, she remained innocent, easily frightened and prone to tears when reprimanded by her mother, seeking solace instead. After a brief moment of comfort from the fifth sister, Tang Jiancheng approached upon hearing the cries. "What happened?" he asked. "Dad, Mom scolded me," Xiaoqi lamented. "Why?" Tang Jiancheng probed further. I wanted to learn how to kiss Mom, but before I could say anything, she yelled at me." Xiaoqi sobbed, her face a portrait of injustice. Tang Jiancheng felt a flush of embarrassment and sternly replied, "That's nonsense. You deserve to be scolded." However, he soon reconsidered, realizing it was essential to explain the situation to the children. Otherwise, if word got out, they might think him an oddball. "Xiaoqi, your father does not consume your mother's saliva. Rather, your father is kissing your mother." He gently set Xiaoqi down and held her shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Daddy loves Mommy, and Mommy loves Daddy. Thus, Daddy kissed Mommy, a gesture of love. Do you understand?" "Dad, what is love?" Xiaoqi asked, gazing at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. Tang Jiancheng found himself at a loss. What is love? Such a question was difficult to answer. To elaborate would be beyond the child's comprehension. Yet a simplistic response would not suffice either. He felt the weight of the inquiry, particularly as he had daughters who are inherently sensitive to emotions. If he failed to address this properly, it could lead to complications later in life. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to respond. There are many forms of love. For instance, the love that your parents have for you is a natural love, ever since your birth. We have cherished you with care, affection, and selfless devotion, expecting nothing in return. The second form is the love you have for us, which is also instinctive and unavoidable. It begins with dependency in childhood, transitions to slight disdain in adolescence, and evolves into longing as you grow older. These two types of love are known as familial love. The third form is the love between parents, referred to as romantic love, characterized by equality and mutual respect, both beautiful and challenging. This type of love is something you will comprehend only once you mature. At this juncture, Tang Jiancheng's tone shifted to one of gravity as he looked not only at Xiaoqi, but also at the fifth sister and the others, declaring, "In our household, you must be at least 18 years old to engage in romantic relationships, and 20 before considering marriage. Do you understand?" "We understand." The children chorused in unison. The fourth form of love is the camaraderie shared between friends, friendship. It is the most accessible yet precious form of love. For how rare it is to find a true confidant in life. There exists yet another form of love, a love for one's country and its people. A profound affection that demands an even more expansive heart. Tang Jiancheng suddenly realized he had digressed and quickly brought his thoughts back, continuing, "In essence, love is about giving, about embracing, about mutual respect. Do you understand?" "No," came the response, not only from Xiaoqi, but even Wu Mei shook her head in confusion. Tang Jiancheng found himself tugging at his hair, acknowledging that his words had perhaps become a bit too intricate. Regardless, he insisted, "Just remember, your father does not consume your mother's saliva. He merely kissed her once." He ultimately grew weary of further explanations. "I understand," Xiao Lu exclaimed suddenly. "What do you comprehend?" Tang Jiancheng and Wu Mei turned their attention to Xiao Lu. With a triumphant grin, Xiao Lu declared, "I understand. Daddy, you kissed Mommy." "Oh, is that what kissing is?" Xiaoqi seemed to have an epiphany. "No wonder Niu Dan always clamors to kiss me. So that's how it is." Upon hearing this, Tang Jiancheng's expression darkened. "Who is Niu Dan?" he asked coldly. "Niu Dan is the foolish son of Uncle Xing Kai," Wu Mei replied. "What?" Tang Jiancheng felt a surge of anger welling up within him. How dare that imbecile, after I mocked Tang Xing Kai's son, have the audacity to flirt with my precious daughter? He is courting disaster. Fueled by his inebriation, Tang Jiancheng stormed out. "Dad, where are you going?" Wu Mei inquired. "I am going to confront Niu Dan. I shall teach him a lesson." Tang Jiancheng huffed. "Daddy, I've already taken care of that." Xiaoqi chimed in. "What?" Tang Jiancheng was momentarily struck dumb, turning to Xiaoqi in disbelief. Xiaoqi giggled. "He wouldn't listen, so I pinched him, and now he behaves much better." Tang Jiancheng suddenly felt an urge to cover his face. "Wu Mei, take your sisters to play. Your father feels quite dizzy and needs a moment to rest." With that, he turned and left. Dad, should you still drink the hangover soup? Wu Mei asked. No need. I am already wide awake from fright. Without glancing back, Tang Jiancheng entered his room and fell asleep. In the countryside, each day was filled with unending tasks, gathering firewood, foraging for wild vegetables, fetching water, washing clothes, and cleaning. The more industrious would even carry manure to the fields to nourish the vegetables or tidy up the pigsty and cow barn. In the time that followed, Tang Jiancheng remained at home, delighting in the company of his daughters. The girls grew increasingly fond of their father, relishing his presence. Especially the three little ones who would exuberantly clamber onto him, demanding rides like horses, playing hide-and-seek, or engaging in games of house. Tang Jiancheng felt as though his old bones might crumble under the strain, yet he reveled in the joy. Where else could one find such experiences? In this life, he was determined to savor every moment, embracing the role of a nurturing father, which seemed rather delightful. Amidst the merriment, he did not neglect to teach them to recognize characters, particularly urging them to write their names. Each time, the house would resound with various wails and cries of despair. Time swiftly passed, and the weekend arrived. Early that day, Jiang Yao drove her impressive jeep, followed by a tractor, to the doorstep of Tang Jiancheng's home. This scene naturally attracted a throng of villagers and children. Jiang Auntie, it has been such a long time. I have missed you dearly, exclaimed Xiaoqi, the most noticeable child, as she rushed into Jiang Yao's embrace. Jiang Auntie. The other children, clearly fond of Jiang Yao, eagerly greeted her as well. Hello, everyone. Jiang Yao replied with a radiant smile, feeling rejuvenated in the company of the children. She hugged Xiaoqi and greeted Tang Jiancheng and his wife, Brother Jiancheng, sister-in-law. I have come to pick up Shu Yao and also to take some medicinal herbs to the county. Chapter 88. The flustered Tang Jianbing, thank you for your hard work. Please come inside to warm up. It is freezing cold today. Tang Jiancheng urged Jiang Yao into the house. Lu Fangfang, with great enthusiasm, moved a stool for Jiang Yao, poured her hot tea, and presented the few pumpkin seeds they had, along with some candies that Tang Jiancheng had bought on his last trip, laying them before her. Sister-in-law, you are being too kind. Although Jiang Yao did not particularly desire these items, she appreciated Lu Fangfang's hospitality. Comrade Jiang, I am quite clumsy with words. Please, help yourself. Lu Fangfang insisted. During Jiang Yao's previous stay, Lu Fangfang had known she was a village official, and now, seeing her arrive in a car to pick up her second daughter, she felt a sense of pride, yet nervousness, anxious about not being a proper host, wishing she could present all the delicacies available. However, there truly was not much to offer. Although the family had become wealthier, persuading Lu Fangfang to venture out for purchases was nearly impossible. She would only do so out of necessity, preferring to do without rather than buy. This was characteristic of individuals from that era, accustomed to frugality. Xiaoqi, come down and let Comrade Jiang enjoy her tea and warm up, Lu Fangfang chided. I don't want to, Xiaoqi protested, reluctant to leave Jiang Yao's embrace. Xiaoqi, the fifth sister, made her entrance, giving Xiaoqi a stern look. Xiaoqi promptly complied and descended. It's fine. Holding her keeps her warm, Jiang Yao said, but Xiaoqi dared not let her hold her again. Reluctantly, Jiang Yao released her, took a sip of the hot tea, and grimaced at the bitter taste. Just then, Tang Jiancheng entered, and, noticing Jiang Yao's expression, quickly said to Lu Fangfang, Comrade Jiang is a city girl. How could you serve her bitter tea? Quickly, fetch a cup of sweetened water. Oh dear, why didn't you say so sooner? Lu Fangfang hurried off to prepare the sweetened water. Ah, sister-in-law, no need to fuss. The bitter tea is perfectly fine. Jiang Yao interjected, and then addressed Tang Jiancheng. Brother Jiancheng, I truly am not that delicate. Please tell sister-in-law not to bother, so as to avoid waste. Tang Jiancheng chuckled. Comrade Jiang, we have little to offer in the countryside. I apologize for that. The candies were purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. They are quite sweet. Please, have one. Unable to resist Tang Jiancheng's warm hospitality, Jiang Yao took a piece, just as she noticed a circle of children watching her intently, or more accurately, gazing at the candy in her hand. She was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense sense of guilt and hastily set the candy down. You eat it. Tang Jiancheng noticed something amiss and turned to see that his daughters were all fixated on the candy in front of Jiang Yao, prompting him to chuckle. If you want it, just take it. It's not as if they're isn't enough. Little Six was the first to rush forward, but, noticing her sisters had not moved, she hesitated, and quickly placed the candy she had just grasped back down. Tang Jiancheng felt both gratified and pained at the sight. If you want to take it, then Dad will get it for you, all right? He handed each of them a piece and then said to the eldest daughter, "Take your sisters to play. Let us go to the village office." The eldest gestured, and the children followed suit. Tang Jiancheng smiled and said, "John Cadre, forgive me for the scene. The children have grown up with little, so when they see candy, they are utterly captivated." Lu Fangfang also emerged with sweetened water, offering it to Jiang Yao. "Cadre Jiang, this is freshly made sweet water. Do give it a taste, and if it's not sweet enough, I can add more sugar." "Sister-in-law, it's already quite sweet. Your hospitality is truly overwhelming." Jiang Yao took a gentle sip of the sweet water and smiled. "Cadre Jiang, there's little we can offer at home due to our poverty, so all that remains is our warmth." Tang Jiancheng shrugged. Hearing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but smile coyly, realizing that Tang Jiancheng possessed a certain wit in his speech. "Fourth brother, the medicinal herbs are ready." At that moment, Tang Jianbing walked in and happened to catch sight of Jiang Yao sitting by the door, the light illuminating her. Even though she wore an old-fashioned military coat, the white sweater underneath accentuated her fair and tender skin. Coupled with her neat short hair, she seemed to radiate a glow. Moreover, as she held the sweet water and smiled softly, Tang Jiancheng was momentarily entranced. "All right, Jianbing." Tang Jiancheng turned to summon Jianbing to call back the second sister. But upon seeing him gazing blankly at Jiang Yao, he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Could it be? This foolish lad has taken a liking to Jiang Yao? This is a formidable challenge. Setting aside Jiang Yao's enigmatic background, she was indeed exceptional. A village cadre, capable of driving, strikingly beautiful, and a university student. Each of these qualities far surpassed what Tang Jianbing, a rural simpleton, could aspire to. Yet, can matters of the heart ever be easily deciphered? Perhaps this foolish boy possessed an unexpected fortune? Tang Jiancheng felt it was his duty as an older brother to lend his utmost support. Otherwise, with Tang Jianbing's current circumstances and capabilities, he would never stand a chance with a girl like Jiang Yao. He feared that, in the process, he might hinder Jianbing's entire life. He understood Jianbing's character well. The more reserved he was, the more stubborn he became, and once he set his heart on something, it could last a lifetime. "Jianbing, go call back the second sister. We shall head to the county together." Tang Jiancheng quickly stood up and nudged Jianbing out, noting that staring so intently at a girl was quite impolite and could easily evoke her displeasure. Once a poor first impression was made, it would be difficult to rectify it in the future. "Oh." Tang Jianbing walked away in a daze, glancing back at Jiang Yao every few steps. Before long, he returned with his younger sister. "Quickly change into another outfit. We are about to accompany Aunt Jiang to the county," Tang Jiancheng instructed. "All right, Dad." The younger sister replied as she entered the small room, followed closely by Lu Fangfang. Tang Jianbing seated himself beside Tang Jiancheng, his head bowed as he fiddled with the charcoal in the brazier, though his gaze would occasionally dart towards Jiang Yao. Initially, she remained oblivious, but as she lowered her head to place a cup down, she suddenly sensed his gaze. When she looked up, Tang Jianbing panicked, resembling a startled rabbit, and in his fluster, he inadvertently toppled over, chair and all, beside the brazier. Uffed. Jiang Yao couldn't contain her laughter. "Jianbing, you?" Tang Jiancheng was speechless. This boy was utterly lacking in composure. Was it truly necessary to be so flustered in front of a pretty girl? "Ahem, fourth brother, I have something to attend to. I'll be heading back now," Tang Jianbing stammered, feeling embarrassed. He dropped the fire tongs and hurriedly fled. "Is he your brother?" Jiang Yao inquired. "Yes, his name is Tang Jianbing, with Bing meaning soldier. He is typically quite composed. Perhaps he was just flustered upon seeing me," Tang Jiancheng continued. "I apologize for the amusement." Jiang Yao understood Tang Jiancheng's implication and felt her cheeks flush, instinctively tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Chapter 89. A Misunderstanding. "Dad, I'm dressed." The younger sister emerged in a brand new cotton jacket, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a fresh and capable demeanor. "Then let us depart." Tang Jiancheng nodded, leading her out the door. "Dad, we want to go to the county too." Shao Qi ran back. Tang Jiancheng refused. "We are attending to important matters. You should stay at home." Remembering something urgent, he suddenly dashed back into the room, retrieving the money locked in the cabinet, leaving only 1,000 yuan in cash while packing the rest into a canvas bag adorned with a red pentagram, which he casually slung over his shoulder as he reemerged. "Let us go?" As they boarded the vehicle, Jiang Yao started the engine. She had initially intended to invite Xiaoqi to play at home, but since Tang Jiancheng had already declined, she refrained from pursuing the matter. Xiaoqi watched the car fade into the distance, pouting and feeling neglected, convinced that her father no longer loved her. "Xiaoqi, let us go play," Xiaolu called out. "No, I'm going to chase after Dad," Xiaoqi retorted. Xiaoqi truly ran out, but after just a few steps. She was called back by Wu Mei. "Xiaoqi, if you keep running, a wolf will snatch you away. See who will come to your rescue." Hearing this, Xiaoqi hesitated and obediently returned. Tang Jiancheng arrived in the countryside in Jiang Yao's vehicle. "Jiang Cadre, please stop at the state-run hotel. I need to speak with Manager Huang about something. It won't take long." "All right." Jiang Yao drove the car to the entrance of the state-run hotel. At that moment, several patrons were dining inside, including Luo Dagu and a few other regulars who often drown their sorrows there. Upon noticing Tang Jiancheng stepping out of a formidable jeep, they were instantly taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. Since the last altercation, Luo Dagu has harbored a deep-seated grudge against Tang Jiancheng, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to exact his revenge. At this moment, he feels an immense sense of relief for refraining from retaliation, for had he acted, the consequences could have been dire. "Tang Jiancheng, have you eaten? Come join me for a meal." "Tang Jiancheng, come over for a drink, it's on me." Who is this person? So many recognize him. He is indeed a remarkable figure from Daping Village. Surely you have heard of him? You must have heard about the giant fish weighing over 1,000 pounds that someone caught, right? Indeed, that colossal fish was caught by him. Oh, how Tang Jiancheng has flourished. Once, due to having 9 daughters, he bore the shame of his situation, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Now, he has transformed into a person of stature, arriving in a jeep. What a remarkable change. As Tang Jiancheng stepped into the restaurant, numerous patrons beckoned him. Discussing his recent success, he merely smiled and waved, making his way to Huang Tianyue's office. Huang Tianyue was busy organizing materials when he saw Tang Jiancheng enter. Immediately realizing he was there for money, he quickly retrieved his keys, opened the cabinet, and brought out a hefty bag of cash. "Are you heading to the county today? Would you like to count it?" "No need. I'll take Comrade Jiang's car. I'm in a hurry. If there's a discrepancy, I will come back." Tang Jiancheng chuckled and turned to leave. "Comrade Jiang." "Jiang Yao?" Huang Tianyue's eyes narrowed, pondering whether this fellow had become entangled with Jiang Yao. He approached the window and, as he suspected, saw Tang Jiancheng getting into Jiang Yao's car, seated in the front passenger seat, sharing laughter and conversation. This appeared quite suspicious. Huang Tianyue was somewhat familiar with Jiang Yao. He had once been intrigued by her, but upon learning of her background, he quickly extinguished those thoughts. He understood well that she was not someone to be trifled with. How audacious of Tang Jiancheng, a mere commoner, to provoke such a formidable figure. Could it be that he harbors secrets unknown to others? Huang Tianyue found this development amusing. He had no intention of warning Tang Jiancheng, recognizing that with his acumen, Tang must have already discerned Jiang Yao's extraordinary nature. Yet, he chose to engage with her, demonstrating his boldness and fearlessness. He was now eager to observe the outcome of their interactions and how the Jiang family would react upon discovering this. Intriguing. Huang Tianyue smirked slightly, then returned to his task of organizing materials related to his plan to take over the entire state-run restaurant. Unbeknownst to Tang Jiancheng, Huang Tianyue had misconstrued his relationship with Jiang Yao. Even if he were aware, he would not bother to clarify. Let Huang Tianyue remain in his misunderstanding. After all, he would be collaborating with this second-generation official, and having the Jiang family's influence behind him could serve as a deterrent against any deceit during their partnership. At that moment, seated in the car, Tang Jiancheng was contemplating how to create an opportunity for his brother to spend time alone with Jiang Yao. "Comrade Jiang, you must be quite busy with work, I presume. It is quite unfortunate that, after finally enjoying a weekend of rest, you are tasked with delivering medicinal herbs." Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Jiancheng, and he began to speak with a smile. "It's nothing. I have to return home for a blind date anyway." Jiang Yao gazed ahead at the road. The route from Sanchong Township to the county was merely a dirt road, riddled with potholes. Even though her Jeep had a high chassis and was not prone to scrapes, it was still preferable to avoid them. Otherwise, the jostling would be akin to riding a roller coaster, making for an uncomfortable experience. A blind date. Tang Jiancheng was taken aback. "What's the matter? Is it that strange? I'm 24 this year. It's about time for me to settle down. I senti it." Jiang Yao shot him a glance before returning her focus to the road. That is not what I meant, Tang Jiancheng replied. I simply find it hard to believe that someone as accomplished as you would need to go on blind dates. You wouldn't understand, Jiang Yao sighed. It's all arranged by my family. I just follow orders. Tang Jiancheng comprehended the sorrow of being from a prominent family, where many matters were beyond one's control. Since she was already committed to the blind date, he felt no desire to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he resolved to encourage his foolish younger brother to meet more girls and help him forget Jiang Yao sooner. Aren't you curious about my blind date? Perhaps the drive was too dull, or perhaps the prospect of the impending blind date was simply absurd. At that moment, Jiang Yao felt an overwhelming urge to confide in someone. Tang Jiancheng had intended to rest his eyes, but since she had inquired, he casually asked, "He must be quite a notable person, right? Perhaps even more impressive than your family?" Jiang Yao exclaimed, "How did you know my family is prominent?" Tang Jiancheng chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? You're just a clerk in the countryside, yet you drive such a fine jeep. If your family weren't influential, how could you afford such luxuries?" Jiang Yao smiled bitterly. "I've long told my mother that I don't want to drive. It's too ostentatious. But she insists I do. I understand her intentions. She wants to signal to those who wish to pursue me to consider the disparity between us and retreat accordingly. In truth, I care little for such superficial materialism. What matters to me is the person themselves. Unfortunately, no one in my family listens to me." Tang Jiancheng observed Jiang Yao's profile and queried, "If you so detest your family's arrangements, why do you still agree to the blind date? In this day and age, if you firmly oppose it, can they truly impose marriage upon you?" Jiang Yao sighed. "Perhaps I feel indebted to my parents. Moreover, I promised my third uncle that I would attend the blind date and wouldn't intentionally create difficulties for my suitor, nor would I deliberately downplay myself. I'll approach it with an objective and natural mindset." Tang Jiancheng remarked, "From what you say, it seems you're not particularly enthusiastic about this suitor." Jiang Yao replied, "It doesn't matter whether I'm satisfied or not. It's all arranged by my family. In truth, the suitors they select will undoubtedly be impressive, as they will have been chosen based on my qualifications. I just deeply resent this feeling of being arranged. Jiancheng, do you think I am being overly sentimental? Oblivious to my own fortune?" Tang Jiancheng chuckled and replied, "Indeed, somewhat, ha." His tone then shifted to seriousness. "Jiang, you are well aware that you cannot oppose the arrangements made for your family. Furthermore, the notion of matching social status is deeply ingrained in many places, including myself. If my daughter were to marry, I too would seek a family of equal standing." "Why?" Jiang Yao was taken aback. Had it been anyone else, she would not have been so surprised, but in her eyes, Tang Jiancheng had always been a person of remarkable capability, both in demeanor and in his approach to his daughter, distinguishing him from the average farmer. Yet, at this moment, he claimed he would also seek a match of equal social standing. It is precisely because of this compatibility that there will be more shared topics. It ensures an equitable status. It brings forth similar life experiences. It fosters comparable values. Tang Jiancheng continued, "Of course, should this notion be disregarded, I would prefer my daughter to marry upward rather than downward. I have encountered many strong individuals like you in previous lives, yet they often find it challenging to attain happiness." However, Tang Jiancheng suddenly paused. "What is it?" Jiang Yao inquired. He hesitated for a moment. Since Jiang Yao was averse to arranged marriages, it indicated that his younger brother still had hope. As for Jiang Yao being 5 or 6 years older, that was not a significant issue to him. He was quite open-minded about it and had ways to persuade his parents to accept her. Of course, that was a matter for another time. The immediate priority was to create opportunities for them to be alone together and for Jiang Yao to accept his brother. If it were due to mutual affection and the young man was ambitious and diligent, it would indeed be acceptable. Tang Jiancheng then playfully asked, "If such a young man were to appear, would you accept him?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao blurted out, "Of course I would. Mutual love and ambition. That is precisely the kind of partner I desire. Unfortunately, I have yet to encounter such a person." Truly, she was an educated university student, unafraid to voice her thoughts. Had it been an ordinary woman, she would never have dared to speak so candidly in front of a man, likely blushing with embarrassment. "I believe, given your qualities, you will undoubtedly meet someone," Tang Jiancheng remarked, choosing to leave the topic there and instead inquired about Jiang Yao's work situation in Sanchong Township. Jiang Yao seemed to agree that it was not prudent to continually discuss her romantic issues, and thus followed Tang Jiancheng's lead, sharing her work experiences. As they conversed, They unwittingly arrived in Shunbei County. Meanwhile, in Zhang Wanhua's clinic, a young man dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit stood before him, his hair impeccably styled. Zhang Wanhua scrutinized the young man and asked, "Are you Qian Qian's grandson, Qian Linhao?" The young man nodded respectfully, "Yes, granduncle." Zhang Wanhua regarded him with disdain, saying, "Your grandfather often praises you, claiming you to be handsome, a graduate of a prestigious school, exceptionally talented, and a promising figure in the Qian family. Yet, aside from your decent appearance, I fail to see anything particularly remarkable about you." Qian Linhao, composed and unassuming, recognized the truth in his great-uncle's words. Those were merely his grandfather's boasts and should not be taken seriously. Zhang Wanhua remained silent for a moment before nodding in approval, remarking, "This young man exhibits both steadiness and humility, displaying no signs of indignation or distress at my comments. He truly embodies the qualities instilled by the Qian family. However, I did not summon you here to safeguard my granddaughter. I shall not meddle too much in your youthful affairs. I called upon you for a specific matter that requires your assistance." Qian Linhao was taken aback, unable to decipher Zhang Wanhua's true intentions, and could only respond, "Please, great uncle, instruct me." Zhang Wanhua leaned closer and whispered a confidential request. After listening, Qian Linhao remained in a state of contemplation, struggling to respond. "Can you commit to this?" Zhang Wanhua pressed. Qian Linhao, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Great uncle, why not approach your granddaughter directly? Why involve me?" Zhang Wanhua shot him a reproachful glare and retorted, "If I could ask her directly, would I have waited until now?" Qian Linhao hesitated, "But I'm not well acquainted with your granddaughter. I'm not suggesting you should help me immediately. It could wait until you both establish a relationship, but we cannot afford to delay too long." After finishing, Zhang Wanhua dismissed him with a wave, saying, "That will suffice. Just remember the favor I ask of you." As Qian Linhao left the clinic, his expression turned as frigid as ice. What was this old man's intention? Did he mean to toy with me or test my resolve? Pondering over it, he found no clarity and decided to cease his contemplation, for he had not verbally committed to anything. Ultimately, whether he found Zhang Wanhua's granddaughter appealing was still uncertain. The Zhang family indeed held potential for resurgence, yet it remained merely a possibility. In contrast, the Qian family was a vast lineage that had never faltered, and he himself was a promising scion of this illustrious family. Only an exceptionally outstanding girl would capture his interest. Out of courtesy and respect for the elder of the family, he had come to Shunbei County to meet this girl from the Jiang family. Glancing at his watch, Qian Linhao slowly exited Wanhua Hall and entered a black sedan, departing from the old street. At that moment, Jiang Yao arrived in a car, followed by a tractor laden with medicinal herbs, pulling up to Wanhua Hall. After exchanging a few words with the hall's steward, she proceeded to Jiang Wanhua's clinic, greeted him briefly, and then left, driving home. Tang Jiancheng entered Jiang Wanhua's clinic with his younger sister. "Dr. Jiang," he called out. The younger sister followed closely behind, glancing at Dr. Jiang, uncertain of how to address him. Jiang Wanhua smiled and said, "You may call me teacher from now on." "All right, teacher," the younger sister replied with a bow. Jiang Wanhua nodded at Tang Jiancheng, saying, "You may go about your business. Return in 3 hours to pick up Shuyu. I intend to begin teaching her some medical knowledge today." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Tang Jiancheng once again urged his younger sister to heed Dr. Zhang's advice before turning to depart from the consultation room.